Section 22 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street-Exhibitors, Part 14. Statement of another street conjurer. In London I had a great quantity of parlours where I was known and allowed to perform. One night I'd take the West End, and another the East End. Sometimes I have done 4 or 5 houses of an evening, and I have had to walk miles for that, to Woolwich and back for instance, or to Edmonton and back, and occasionally I'd only come home with 1 shilling 6pence. I've also had 8 shillings from one parlour only, and then I'd consider that a night's performance, and come home again. I remember one very peculiar circumstance which happened to me whilst I was out busking. There's a house at the bottom of York Street, Westminster, where they wouldn't allow any other conjurer but me. I was very friendly with the landlord, and I went there regularly every week, and I'd invariably take such a thing as 2 shillings or 3 shillings out of the room. If I found only a small muster in the parlour, I'd say, I'll come another evening, and go off to another parlour in Pimlico. One night the company in the parlour said, after I had been performing, "What a pity it is that one of your talent doesn't take a large room somewhere, and we'd patronise you." "Why," says the landlord, "he can have my large room upstairs if he likes." I agreed to it, and says, "Well, gentlemen, we'll have it next Wednesday evening, if you think proper." The landlord didn't tell his wife that there was a performance to take place on the Wednesday evening. When I went to this house to the appointment, there were about 30 assembled. The landlord was out. When we asked the landlady for the room, she wouldn't, and we had all the difficulty in the world before we got the apartment. I wanted a large tablecloth to dress up my stand, for I have, in order to perform some of my tricks, to make a bag with the end of the tablecloth to drop things into. We sent the waiter to ask for this cloth, and says she, "I ain't going to lend no conjurer's tablecloths." Then a gentleman says, "Oh, nonsense, I'll soon get you a tablecloth. She'll lend me one in a minute." He goes to the bar, but the reply she made was, "I am surprised at Mr. W. having such a performance up there, and no tablecloth shall you have from me." He came upstairs and said he had been grossly insulted at the bar, and then another gentleman said, "Well, this young man shan't be disappointed, and we'll see if we can't find another house down the street, and move it to there, and we'll all go." One went out and came back and said he'd not only got a very large room and everything required, but the landlord had 4 friends in the bar who'd join our company. I made altogether about £1 that night, for I made no charge, and it was altogether contribution. None of that company ever returned to that house again, so he lost the whole of his parlour customers. I could never go into that house again, and I really was sorry for the landlord, for it wasn't his fault. This is a very good proof that it is to the advantage of landlords to allow respectable performers to visit their parlours. At other times I have sometimes gone into a parlour and found the customers talking politics. If it was a very good company and I saw good business, I'd try to break the thread of the discussion by saying when there was a pause in the debate, "Gentlemen, would you like to see some of my performances, such as walking round the ceiling with my head down?" Then they'd say, "Well, that's very curious. Let's see you." Of course, I couldn't do this, and I only said it to attract notice. Then I'd do my card tricks and make a collection, and after that, remark that as the ceiling walking performance was a dangerous one, I must have a sovereign. Of course, they wouldn't give this, and I'd take my leave. One night in Oxford Street, I met a singer, and he says, "Where are you going?" I told him I was hunting for a good parlour, and he told me he had just left a good company at such and such a house. I thanked him, and I went there. It was up a long passage, and I entered the room without asking the landlord's permission, and I called for a glass of porter. As soon as I saw the waiter out of the room, I made my appeal to the company. They were all of them agreeable and most happy to see my performances. After I'd done my performance, I went to make a collection, and they said, "Oh, certainly not. We thought you'd done it for your own amusement. We never give anything to anybody." I lost 1 hour of the best time of the night. I said, "Very good, gentlemen. I'm satisfied if you are." It was an agreed plan with the landlord, for he came into the room and he says, "What, another one?" And he seized me by the neck and pushed me out. As soon as I got outside, I met another conjurer, and he asked where I'd been. I thought I'd let him be served the same as I was, so I showed him the house and told him he could make a second, nobbings as we term it. I stopped outside peeping over the glass, and presently I see him being pushed out by the landlord as I had been. We had a hearty laugh, and then we started off to Regent Street, to one of our principal houses. But there wasn't a soul in the room. It was a house in a back street, where none but grooms and footmen resort to. But we was determined to have some money that night, as both our families wanted it, both him and me did. Passing a tobacconist's shop in Regent Street, we saw 3 gents conversing with the lady behind the counter. I told him I'll go in, get a pickwick here, and see if I can't have a performance in the front of this counter. These things only wants an introduction. So I looks at my pickwick, and says I, "This a pickwick? Why, I swallows such as these." And I apparently swallowed it. One of them says, "You don't mean to say you swallowed it?" "Certainly I did, sir," I replied, and then he makes me do it again. Then I told them I'd show them something more wonderful still, so I said, "Have you, gentlemen, such a thing as a couple of half-crowns about you?" They gave me the money, and I did the trick of passing the money from hand to hand. I said to them, "Can you tell me which hand the money's in?" Says he, "Why, anybody can see it's in that one." "No, sir," says I think not." "If it ain't," says he, "you may keep 'em." Then I opened both hands, and they were in neither. And he asked where they was then. So I told him I'd given him them back again, which of course he denied, and appeared much surprised. Then I took him out of his cravat. It's a very clever trick, and appears most surprising, though it's as simple as possible, and all done by the way in which you take them out of the cravat, for you keep them palmed, and have to work 'em up into the folds. Of course I returned the half-crowns to him, but when I heard him say, "You may keep them," I did feel comfortable, for that was something to the good. My friend outside was looking through the window, and I could see him rubbing his hands with glee. I got another half-crown out of them gentlemen before I'd done with them, for I showed him a trick with some walking sticks which were lying on the counter, and also cut the tape in two, and made it whole again, and such like performances. When a fellow is on his beam ends, as I was then, he must keep his eyes about him, and have impudence enough for anything, or else he may stop and starve. The great art is to be able to do tricks with anything that you can easily get hold of. If you take up a bit of string from a counter, or borrow a couple of shillings off a gentleman, your tricks with them startles him much more than if you had taken them out of your own pocket, for he sees there's been no preparation. I got 10 shillings out of these 2 gents I spoke of, and then I and my mate went and busked in a parlour, and got 5 pence more, so that we shared 5 and 2 halfpenny each. I have often made a good deal of money in parlours by showing how I did my little tricks, such as cutting the tape and passing the half-crowns. Another thing that people always want to know is the thimble rig trick. Of course it doesn't matter so much showing how these tricks are done, because they depend upon the quickness and dexterity of handling. You may know how an artist paints a picture, but you mayn't be able to paint one yourself. I never practised thimble rigging myself, for I never approved of it as a practice. I've known lots of fellows who lived by it. Bless you, they did well. never sharing less than their £4 or £5 every day they worked. This is the way it's done. They have 3 thimbles, and they put a P under 2 of them, so that there's only one without the P. The man then begins moving them about and saying, out of this one into that one, and so on, and winds up by offering to lay anything from a shilling to £1, that nobody can tell which thimble the P is under. Then he turns round to the crowd and pretends to be pushing them back, and whilst he's saying, come gentlemen, stand more backwarder, one of the confederates, who is called a button, lifts up one of the thimbles with a P under it and laughs to those around, as much as to say, we've found it out. He shows the P 2 or 3 times, and the last time he does so, he removes it, either by taking it up under his forefinger-nail or between his thumb and finger. It wants a great deal of practice to do this nicely, so as not to be found out. When the man turns to the table again, the button says, I'll bet you a couple of sovereigns I know where the P is. Will any gentleman go me halves? Then, if there's any hesitation, the man at the table will pretend to be nervous and offer to move the thimbles again. But the button will seize him by the arm and shout as if he was in a passion. No, none of that. It was a fair bet, and you shan't touch 'em. He'll then again ask if anybody will go him halves, and there's usually somebody flat enough to join him. Then the stranger is asked to lift up the thimble so that he shouldn't suspect anything. And of course there's no P there. He is naturally staggered a bit, and another confederate standing by will say calmly, I knew you was wrong. Here's the P. And he lifts up the thimble with the second P under it. If nobody will go shares in the button's bet, then he lifts up the thimble and replaces the P as he does so, and of course wins the stake, and he takes good care to say as he pockets the sovereign, I knew it was there, what a fool you was not to stand in. The second time they repeat the trick, there's sure to be somebody lose his money. There used to be a regular pitch for thimble riggers opposite Bedlam, when the shows used to put up there. I saw a brewer's collector lose £7 there in less than half an hour. He had a bag full of gold, and they let him win the 3 first bets as a draw. Most of these confederates are fighting men, and if a row ensues, they're sure to get the best of it. A very good place where I used to go busking was at Mother Emerson's in Jermyn Street. There used to be all sorts of characters there, jugglers and singers and all sorts. It was a favourite house of the Marquis of Waterford, and he used to use it nearly every night. I've seen him buy a pipe of port and draw tumblers off it for anybody that came in, for his great delight was to make people drunk. He says to Mrs. Emerson, How much do you want for that port, mother? And then he wrote a cheque for the amount and had it tapped. He was a good-hearted fellow, was my lord. If he played any tricks upon you, he'd always square it up. Many a time he's given me half a pint of brandy, saying, That's all you'll get from me. Sometimes I'd say to him, Can I show you a few tricks, my lord? And then when I'd finished, I knew he never gave money if you asked him for it, so I'd let him abuse me and order me out of the house as a humbug, and then just as I'd got to the door, he'd call me back and give me half a sovereign. I've seen him do some wonderful things. I've seen him jump into an old woman's crockery-ware basket while she was carrying it along and smash everything. Sometimes he'd get 7 or 8 cabs and put a lot of fiddlers and other musicians on the roofs and film with anybody that liked, and then go off in procession round the streets, he driving the first cab as fast as he could, and the bands playing as loud as possible. It's wonderful the games he'd be up to. But he always paid handsomely for whatever damage he did. If he swept all the glasses off a counter, there was the money to make him good again. Whenever I did any tricks before him, I took good care not to produce any apparatus that I cared for, or he'd be sure to smash it. One night I hadn't a penny in the world, and at home I knew they wanted food. So I went out to busk, and I got over in the Old Kent Road, and went to a house there called the Green Man. I walked into the parlour, and though I hadn't a penny in my pocket, I called for 4 pen'orth of rum and water. I put my big dice down upon the table by the side of me, and began sipping my rum. And I could see everybody looking at this dice, and at last, just as I expected, somebody asked what it was. So I says, "Gentlemen, I get my living this way, and if you like, I shall be happy to show you a few of my deceptions for your entertainment." They said, "Certainly, young man, we are perfectly agreeable." Ah, I thought to myself, thank heaven that's all right, for I owed for the rum and water, you see, and if they'd refused, I don't know what I should have done. I pulled out my nice clean cloth and laid it upon the table, and to work I went. I had only done 1 or 2 tricks when in comes the waiter, and directly he sees me he cries out, "We don't allow no conjurers or anything of that kind here," and I had to pack up again. When he'd gone, the company said, "Go on, young man, it's all right now." So I out with my cloth again. Then in came the landlord, and says he, "You've already been told we don't allow none of you conjurer fellows here," and I had to put up a second time. When he'd gone, the gents told me to begin again. I had scarcely spread my cloth when in comes the landlord again in a towering rage and shouts out, "What, at it again? Now you be off." So I said, I only did it to oblige the company present, who were agreeable, and that I hadn't yet finished my rum and water, which wasn't paid for. "Not paid for?" says he. "No," says I, "but I'm waiting here for a friend, and he'll pay for it." You may imagine my feelings, without a penny in my pocket. "Don't let me catch you at it again, or I'll give you in charge," says he. Scarcely had he left again when the company began talking about it, and saying it was too bad to stop me. So one of them rings the bell, and when the landlord comes in, he says, "Mr. Landlord, this young person has been very civil and conducted himself in a highly respectable manner, and has certainly afforded us a great deal of amusement. Now, why should you object to his showing us some tricks?" Thank heavens, thought I to myself, I'm saved, and the rum will be paid for. The landlord's manner altered all of a sudden, and says he, "Oh, certainly, gentlemen, certainly, if it's your wish. I don't mind the young man's being here, though I make it a rule to keep my parlour select." Then I set to work and did all my tricks comfortably, and I made a collection of 7 shillings 6pence. Then I rang the bell like a lord, and I put down a shilling to pay for the rum and water, and saying, "Gentlemen, I'm very much obliged to you for your patronage," to which they replied, "Not at all, young man." I walked past the bar to leave. Then the landlord comes up to me and says, shaking his fist, and blue in the face with rage, "If ever I catch you here again, you D-blank rogue, I'll give you to a policeman." So without more ado, I walks round to the other door and enters the parlour again, and tells the company, and they had in the landlord and blowed him well up. This will just show you the risks we have to run when out busking for a living, and what courage is wanted to speculate upon chances. There are very few conjurers out busking now. I don't know above 4. One of them has had the best chances in the world of getting on, but he's a very uneducated man, and that has stood in his way, though he's very clever, and perhaps the best hand at the cups and balls of any man in England. For instance, once he was at a nobleman's party giving his entertainment, and he says such a thing as this: "You see, my lords and ladies, I have a tater in this hand, and a tater in that. Now I shall pass them into this handkercher." Of course, the nobleman said to himself, "Tater? Handkercher? Why, who's this feller?" You may depend upon it, he was never asked there any more. For everything in a wizard's business depends upon graceful action, and his style of delivery, so that he may make himself agreeable to the company. When a conjurer's out busking, he may reckon upon making his 20 shillings a week, taking the year round. Perhaps some weeks he won't take more than 12 shillings or 15 shillings, but then at other times he may get 6 shillings or 8 shillings in one parlour alone. And I have taken as much as £1 by teaching gentlemen how to do the tricks I had been performing. I have sometimes walked my 20 miles a day and busked at every parlour I came to, for I never entered tap rooms, and come home with only 1 shilling 6pence in my pocket. I have been to Edmonton and back and only earned 1 shilling, and then perhaps at 11 the same night, when I was nearly done up and quite dispirited with my luck, I've turned into one of the parlours in town and earned my 6 shillings in less than an hour, where I'd been 12 only earning 1. The Street Fire King, or Salamander. This person came to me recommended by one of my street acquaintances as the pluckiest fire-eater going, and that, as he was a little down at heel, he should be happy for a consideration to give me any information I might require in the salamander line. He was a tall, gaunt man with an absent-looking face, and so pale that his dark eyes looked positively wild. I could not help thinking, as I looked at his bony form, that fire was not the most nutritious food in the world, until the poor fellow explained to me that he had not broken his fast for 2 days. He gave the following account of himself. My father was a barber, a 3-halfpenny one, and doing a good business in Southwark. I used to assist him, lathering up the chins and shaving them. Torturing, I called it. I was a very good light hand. You see, you tell a good shaver by the way he holds the razor and the play from the wrist. All our customers were tradesmen and workmen, but father would never shave either coal heavers or fishermen, because they always threw down a penny and said there was plenty of penny barbers and they wouldn't give no more. The old man always stuck up for his price to the day of his death. There was a person set up close to him for a penny, and that injured us awful. I was educated at St. George's National and Parochial School, and I was a national lad and wore my own clothes, but the parochials wore the uniform of blue bobtailed coats and a badge on the left side. When they wanted to make an appearance in the gallery of the church on charity sermon days, they used to make all the nationals dress like the parochials, so as to swell the numbers up. I was too fond of entertainments to stick to learning, and I used to step it. Kennington Common was my principal place. I used too to go to the outside of the Queen's Bench and pick up the racket balls as they was chucked over, and then sell them for 3 halfpence each. I got promoted from the outside to the inside, for from being always about, they took me at 3pence a day and gave me a bag of whitening to whiten the racket balls. When I used to hop the wag from school, I went there, which was 3 times a week, which was the regular racket days. I used to spend my 3pence in damaged fruit, have a pen'orth of damaged grapes or plums, or have a ha'porth of wafers from the confectioners. I've eat thousands and thousands of ha'porths. It's a kind of a paste, but they stick like wafers. My father's stuck a letter many a time with 'em. They goes at the bottom of the russet fees cake. Ratafees is the word. I got so unruly and didn't attend to school, so I was turned out, and then I went to help father and assist upon the customers. I was confined so in the shop that I only stopped there 3 months, and then I run away. Then I had no home to go to, but I found an empty cart situated in Redcross Street, near the Borough Market, and there I slept for 5 nights. Then Greenwich Fair came on. I went round the fair and got assisting an artist, as was a likeness cutter, and had a booth making black profiles. I assisted this man in building his booth, and he took a great fancy to me, and kept me as one of his own. He was a shoemaker as well, and did that when fair was over. I used to fetch his bristles and leather, and nuss the child. He lived near the Kent Road, and one day as I was going out for the leather, I fell upon mother, and she solaced me and took me home. And then she rigged me out and kept me, till I run away again. And that was when Greenwich Fair came on again, for I wanted to go back then. At the fair I got to be doorsman and grease-pot boy inside an exhibition, to let the people out and keep the lamps. I got £1 a day for my attendance during fair time, and I travelled with them parties for 5 months. That was Peterson's, the travelling comedian, or what we call a mumming concern. When we got to Bexley, I thought I should like to see a piece called Tricks and Trials, then being performed at the Surrey Theatre. So I cut away and come up to London again. There I got employment at a Japaner, boiling up the stuff. I made a little bit of an appearance, and then I went home. I had learnt 3 or 4 comic songs, and I used to go singing at concert rooms. I was a regular professional. I went a-busking at the free concert rooms, and then go round with the cap. I principally sing The 4 and 9, or The Dark Arches, or The Ship's Carpenter, and The Goose Club. It was at one of these free concert rooms that I first saw a chap fire-eating. You see, at a free concert room, the professionals ain't paid. No more do the audience to come in. But the performers are allowed to go round with a cap for their remuneration. They are the same as the Cock and Hen clubs. This fire-eater was of the name of West, and I knowed him afore, and he used to ask me to prepare the things for him. His performance was, he had a link-a-light in his hand, and he used to take pieces off with a fork and eat it. Then he would get a plate with some sulphur, light it, place it under his nose, and inhale the fumes that rose from it, and then he used to eat it with a fork whilst alight. After that he'd get a small portion of gunpowder, put it in the palm of his hand, and get a fusee to answer for a quick match to explode the powder, and that concluded the performance. Only 3 tricks. I was stunned the first time I see him do it, but when I come to prepare the things for him, I got enlightened into the business. When his back was turned, I used to sniff at the sulphur on the sly. I found it rather hard, for the fumes used to get up your head and regular confuse you and lose your memory. I kept on the singing at concerts, but I practised the fire-eating at home. I tried it for the matter of 2 months, before I found the art of it. It used to make me very thick in my voice, and if I began it before breakfast, it used to make you feel ill, but I generally began it after meals. I tried the link and sulphur till I got perfect in these 2. It blistered my mouth, swallowing the fire, but I never burnt myself seriously at it. After I learnt those, I got travelling again with a man that swallowed a poker, of the name of Yates. One of his tricks was with tow. He'd get some, and then get a frying pan, and he'd put the tow in the fire pan, and he'd get some ground rosin and brimstone together, and put them on top of the tow in the pan. Then, when he'd set light to it, he used to bring it on the outside of the show and eat it with a knife and fork, while I held the pan. I learnt how to do the trick. This was when he had done with it, and I'd take it away. Then I used to eat the portion that was left in the pan, till I became the master of that feat. When I left Yates, I practised again at home until I was perfect, and then I went about doing the performance myself. The first place that I attempted was at the Fox and Cock, Gray's Inn Lane, and I was engaged there at 3 shillings a night, and with collections of what people used to throw to me, I'd come away with about 7 shillings and 6pence. I was very successful indeed, and I stopped there for about 7 months, doing the fire business. And I got another job at the same place, for one of the potmen turned dishonest, and the master gave me 8 shillings a week to do his work as well. I have continued ever since going to different concert rooms, and giving my performances. My general demand for a night's engagement is 4 shillings and 6 of refreshment. When I perform, I usually have a decanter of ale and 2 glasses upon the table, and after every trick I sit down whilst an overture is being done and wash my mouth out, for it gets very hot. You're obliged to pause a little, for after tasting one thing, if the palate doesn't recover, you can't tell when the smoke is coming. I wore a regular dress, a kind of scale armour costume, with a red lion on the breast. I do up my moustache with cork, and rouge a bit. My tights is brown, with black enamel jackboots. On my head I wears a king's coronet and a ringlet wig, bracelets on my wrists, and a red twill petticoat under the armour dress, where it opens on the limps. For my performances, I begin with eating the lighted link, an ordinary one as purchased at oil shops. There's no trick in it, only confidence. It won't burn you in the inside, but if the pitch falls on the outside, of course it will hurt you. If you hold your breath, the moment the lighted piece is put in your mouth, the flame goes out on the instant. Then we squench the flame with spittle. As we takes a bit of link in the mouth, we tucks it on one side of the cheek, as a monkey do with nuts in his pouch. After I have eaten sufficient fire, I take hold of the link and extinguish the lot by putting the burning end in my mouth. Sometimes when I makes a slip and don't put it in careful, it makes your moustache fizz up. I must also mind how I opens my mouth, 'cause the tar sticks to the lip wherever it touches, and pains sadly. This sore on my hand is caused by the melted pitch dropping on my fingers, and the sores is liable to be bad for a week or 8 days. I don't spit out my bits of link, I always swallow them. I never did spit 'em out, for they are very wholesome, and keeps you from having any sickness. Whilst I'm getting the next trick ready, I chews them up and eat them. It tastes rather roughish, but not nasty when you're accustomed to it. It's only like having a mouthful of dust, and very wholesome. My next trick is with a piece of tow, with a piece of tape rolled up in the interior. I begin to eat a portion of this tow, plain, not alight, till I find a fitting opportunity to place the tape in the mouth. Then I pause for a time, and in the meantime I'm doing a little pantomime business, just like love business, serious, till I get the end of this tape between my teeth, and then I draws it out, supposed to be manufactured in the pit of the stomach. After that, which always goes immensely, I eat some more tow, and inside this tow there is what I call the fireball, that is, a lighted fusee, bound round with tow and placed in the centre of the tow I'm eating, which I introduce at a fitting opportunity. Then I blows out with my breath, and that sends out smoke and fire. That there is a very hard trick, for it's according how this here fireball busts. Sometimes it busts on the side, and then it burns all the inside of the mouth, and the next morning you can take out pretty well the inside of your mouth with your finger. But if it busts near the teeth, then it's all right, for there's vent for it. I also makes the smoke and flame, that is, sparks, come down my nose, the same as coming out of a blacksmith's chimney. It makes the eyes water, and there's a tingling, but it don't burn or make you giddy. My next trick is with the brimstone. I have a plate of lighted sulphur, and first inhale the fumes, and then devour it with a fork, and swallow it. As a costermonger said when he saw me do it, "I say, old boy, your game ain't all brandy." There's a kind of acid, nasty, sour taste in this feat, and at first it used to make me feel sick, but now I'm used to it, and it don't. When I puts it in my mouth, it clings just like sealing wax, and forms a kind of a dead ash. Of a morning, if I haven't got my breakfast by a certain time, there's a kind of a retching in my stomach, and that's the only inconvenience I feel from swallowing the sulphur for that there feat. The next is with 2 sticks of sealing wax and the same plate. They are lit by the gas and dropped on one another till they are bodily alight. Then I borrow either a ring of the company, or a pencil case, or a seal. I set the sealing wax alight with a fork, and I press the impression of whatever article I can get with the tongue, and the seal is passed round to the company. Then I finish eating the burning wax. I always spits that out after when no one's looking. The sealing wax is all right if you get it into the interior of the mouth, but if it is stringy and it falls, you can't get it off, without it takes away skin and all. It has a very pleasant taste, and I always prefer the red, as its flavour is the best. Hold your breath and it goes out, but still the heat remains, and you can't get along with that so fast as the sulphur. I often burn myself, especially when I'm bothered in my entertainment, such as any person talking about me close by. Then I listen to him perhaps, and I'm liable to burn myself. I haven't been able to perform for 3 weeks after some of my burnings. I never let any of the audience know anything of it, but smother up the pain and go on with my other tricks. The other trick is a feat which I make known to the public as one of Ramo Sammy's, which he used to perform in public houses and tap rooms, and made a deal of money out of. With the same plate and a piece of dry tow placed on it, I have a pepper box with ground rosin and sulphur together. I light the tow, and with a knife and fork I sit down to it and eat it, and exclaim, "This is my light supper." There isn't no holding the breath so much in this trick as in the others, but you must get it into the mouth anyhow. It's like eating a hot beefsteak when you are ravenous. The rosin is apt to drop on the flesh and cause a long blister. You see, we have to eat it with the head up, full-faced, and really, without it seen, nobody would believe what I do. There's another feat of exploding the gunpowder. There's 2 ways of exploding it. This is my way of doing it, though I only does it for my own benefits, and on grand occasions, for it's very dangerous indeed to the frame, for it's sure to destroy the hair of the head, or if anything smothers it, it's liable to shatter a thumb or a limb. I have a man to wait on me for this trick, and he unloops my dress and takes it off, leaving the bare back and arms. Then I gets 1/4 pound of powder, and I has an ounce put on the back part of the neck, in the hollow, and I holds out each arm with an orange in the palm of each hand, with a train along the arms leading up to the neck. Then I turns my back to the audience, and my man fires the gunpowder, and it blew up in a minute, and ran down the train and blew up that in my hands. I've been pretty lucky with this trick, for it's only been when the powder's got under my bracelets, and then it hurts me. I'm obliged to hold the hand up, for if it hangs down it hurts awful. It looks like a scurvy, and as the new skin forms, the old one falls off. That's the whole of my general performance for concert business, when I go busking at free concerts, or outside of shows. I generally gets a crown a day at fairs. I never do the gunpowder, but only the tow and the link. I have been engaged at the Flora Gardens and at St. Helena Gardens, Rotherhithe, and then I was Signor Salamander, the great fire king from the East End theatres. At the Eel Pie House, Peckham, I did the terrific flight through the air, coming down a wire surrounded by fireworks. I was called Herr Alma, the flying fiend. There was 4 scaffold poles placed at the top of the house to form a tower, just large enough for me to lie down on my belly, for the swivels on the rope to be screwed into the cradle round my body. A wire is the best, but they had a rope. On this cradle were places for the fireworks to be put in. I had a helmet of fire on my head, and the 3 spark cases, they are made with steel filings and throw out sparks, made of Prince of Wales feathers. I had a sceptre in my hand of 2 serpents, and in their open mouths they put fireballs, and they looked as if they was spitting fiery venom. I had wings too, formed from the ankle to the waist. They was netting and spangled and well sized to throw off the fire. I only did this 2 nights, and I had 10 shillings each performance. It's a momentary feeling coming down, a kind of suffocation like, so that you must hold your breath. I had 2 men to cast me off. There was a gong, first of all, knocked to attract the attention, and then I made my appearance. First, a painted pigeon, made of lead, is sent down the wire as a pilot. It has movable wings. Then all the fireworks are lighted up, and I come down right through the thickest of them. There's a trapdoor set in the scene at the end, and 2 men is there to look after it. As soon as I have passed it, the men shut it, and I dart up against a feather bed. The speed I come down at regularly jams me up against it. But you see, I throw away this sceptre and save myself with my hands a little. I feel fagged for want of breath. It seems like a sudden fright, you know. I sit down for a few minutes and then I'm all right. I'm never afraid of fire. There was a turner's place that took fire, and I saved that house from being burned. He was a friend of mine, the turner was, and when I was there, the wife thought she heard the children crying and asked me to go up and see what it was. As I went up, I could smell fire worse and worse, and when I got in the room, it was full of smoke, and all the carpet and bed hangings and curtains smouldering. I opened the window, and the fire burst out, so I ups with the carpet and throwed it out of the window, together with the blazing chairs, and I rolled the linen and drapery up and throwed them out. I was as near suffocated as possible. I went and felt the bed, and there was 2 children near dead from the smoke. I brought them down, and a medical man was called, and he brought them round. I don't reckon no more than 2 other fire kings in London beside myself. I only know of 2, and I should be sure to hear of them if there were more. But they can only do 3 of the tricks, and I've got novelties enough to act for a fortnight, with fresh performances every evening. There's a party in Drury Lane is willing to back me for 5, 15 or 20 pounds against anybody that will come and answer to it, to perform with any other man for cleanness and cleverness, and to show more variety of performance. I'm always at fire-eating. That's how I entirely get my living, and I perform 5 nights out of the 6. Thursday night is the only night, as I may say, I am idle. Thursday night everybody's fagged, that's the saying. Got no money. Friday there's many large firms pays their men on, especially in Bermondsey. I'm out of an engagement now, and I don't make more than 11 shillings a week because I'm busking. But when I'm in an engagement, my money stands me about 35 shillings a week, putting down the value of the drink as well, that is, what's allowed for refreshment. Summer is the worst time for me, 'cause people goes to the gardens. In the winter season, I'm always engaged 3 months out of the 6. You might say, if you count the overplus at one time and minus at other time, that I makes £1 a week. I know what it is to go to the Treasury on a Saturday and get my 30 shillings, and I know what it is to have the landlord come with his "Hello, hello, here's 3 weeks due and another week running on." I was very hard up at one time, when I was living in Friar Street, and I used to frequent a house kept by a betting man near the St. George's, Surrey, riding school. A man I knew used to supply this betting man with rats. I was at this public house one night when this rat man comes up to me and says he, "Hello, my pippin, here, I want you. I want to make a match. Will you kill 30 rats against my dog?" So I said, "Let me see the dog first." And I looked at his mouth, and he was an old dog. So I says, No, I won't go in for 30, but I don't mind trying at 20. He wanted to make it 24, but I wouldn't. They put the 20 in the rat pit, and the dog went in first and killed his, and he took 1/4 of an hour and 2 minutes. Then a fresh lot were put in the pit, and I began. My hands were tied behind me. They always make an allowance for a man, so the pit was made closer, for you see a man can't turn round like a dog. I had half the space of the dog. The rats lay in a cluster, and then I picked them off where I wanted them, and bit 'em between the shoulders. It was when they came to 1 or 2 that I had the work, for they cut about. The last one made me remember him, for he gave me a bite, of which I've got the scar now. It festered, and I was obliged to have it cut out. I took Dutch drops for it, and poulticed it by day, and I was bad for 3 weeks. They made a subscription in the room of 15 shillings for killing these rats. I won the match, and beat the dog by 4 minutes. The wager was 5 shillings, which I had. I was at the time so hard up I'd do anything for some money, though as far as that's concerned, I'd go into a pit now if anybody would make it worth my while. End of section 22. Section 23 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street-Exhibitors, Part 15. The Snake, Sword and Knife Swallower. He was quite a young man, and, judging from his countenance, there was nothing that could account for his having taken up so strange a method of gaining his livelihood as that of swallowing snakes. He was very simple in his talk and manner. He readily confessed that the idea did not originate with him, and prided himself only on being the second to take it up. There is no doubt that it was from his being startled by the strangeness and daringness of the act that he was induced to make the essay. He said he saw nothing disgusting in it, that people liked it, that it served him well in his professional engagements, and spoke of the snake in general as a reptile capable of affection, not unpleasant to the eye, and very cleanly in its habits. I swallow snakes, swords and knives, but of course when I'm engaged at a penny theatre I'm expected to do more than this, for it would only take 1/4 of an hour, and that isn't long enough for them. They call me in the profession a salamandro, and that is what I term myself, though perhaps it's easier to say I'm a swallower. It was a mate of mine that I was with that first put me up to sword and snake swallowing. I copied off him, and it took me about 3 months to learn it. I began with a sword first, of course not a sharp sword, but one blunt-pointed, and I didn't exactly know how to do it, for there's a trick in it. I see him, and I said, "Oh, I shall set up master for myself, and practice until I can do it." At first it turned me, putting it down my throat past my swallow, right down, about 18 inches. It made my swallow sore, very sore, and I used lemon and sugar to cure it. It was tight at first, and I kept pushing it down further and further. There's one thing, you mustn't cough, and until you're used to it, you want to very bad, and then you must pull it up again. My sword was about 3/4 of an inch wide. At first I didn't know the trick of doing it, but I found it out this way. You see, the trick is, you must oil the sword. The best sweet oil, worth 14p a pint, and you put it on with a sponge. Then you understand, if the sword scratches the swallow, it don't make it sore, 'cause the oil heals it up again. When first I put the sword down, before I oiled it, it used to come up quite slimy. But after the oil, it slips down quite easy, is as clean when it comes up as before it went down. As I told you, we are called at concert rooms where I perform the Salamander. I think it's French, but I don't know what it is exactly, but that's what I'm called amongst us. The knives are easier to do than the sword because they are shorter. We put them right down till the handle rests on the mouth. The sword is about 18 inches long and the knives about 8 inches in the blade. People run away with the idea that you slip the blades down your breast, but I always hold mine right up with the neck bare and they see it go into the mouth atween the teeth. They also fancy it hurts you, but it don't, or what a fool I should be to do it. I don't mean to say it don't hurt you at first, 'cause it do, for my swallow was very bad, and I couldn't eat anything but liquids for 2 months whilst I was learning. I cured my swallow whilst I was stretching it with lemon and sugar. I was the second one that ever swallowed a snake. I was about 17 or 18 years old when I learnt it. The first was Clark as did it. He done very well with it, but he wasn't out no more than 2 years before me, so he wasn't known much. In the country there is some places where when you do it, they swear you are the devil and won't have it nohow. The snakes I use are about 18 inches long, and you must first cut the stingers out, 'cause it might hurt you. I always keep 2 or 3 by me for my performances. I keep them warm, but the winter kills them. I give them nothing to eat but worms or gentles. I generally keep them in flannel or hay in a box. I've 3 at home now. When first I began swallowing snakes, they tasted queer like. They drawed the roof of the mouth a bit. It's a roughish taste. The scales rough you a bit when you draw them up. You see, a snake will go into ever such a little hole, and they are smooth one way. The head of the snake goes about 1.5 inches down the throat, and the rest of it continues in the mouth, curled round like. I hold him by the tail, and when I pinch it, he goes right in. You must cut the stinger out or he'll injure you. The tail is slippery, but you nip it with the nails like pinchers. If you was to let him go, he'd go right down. But most snakes will stop at 2 inches down the swallow, and then they bind like a ball in the mouth. I generally get my snakes by giving little boys halfpence to go and catch 'em in the woods. I get them when I'm pitching in the country. I'll get as many as I can get and bring 'em up to London for my engagements. When first caught, the snake is slimy, and I have to clean him by scraping him off with the fingernail as clean as I can, and then wiping him with a cloth, and then with another, until he's nice and clean. I have put him down slimy on purpose to taste what it was like. It had a nasty taste with it, very nasty. I give a man a shilling always to cut the stinger out, one that knows all about it, for the stinger is under the tongue. It was this Clark I first see swallow a snake. He swallowed it as it was when he caught it, slimy. He said it was nasty. Then he scraped it with his nail and let it crawl atween his hands, cleaning itself. When once they are cleaned of the slime, they have no taste. Upon my word, they are clean things, almost like metal. They only lives on worms, and that ain't so nasty. Besides, they never makes no mess in the box, only frothing in the mouth at morning and evening. But I don't know what comes from 'em, for I ain't a doctor. When I exhibit, I first holds the snake up in the air and pinches the tail to make it curl about and twist round my arm to show that he is alive. Then I holds it above my mouth, and as soon as he sees the hole, in he goes. He goes wavy-like, as a ship goes. That's the comparison. You see, a snake will go in at any hole. I always hold my breath whilst his head is in my swallow. When he moves in the swallow, it tickles a little, but it don't make you want to retch. In my opinion, he is more glad to come up than to go down, for it seems to be too hot for him. I keep him down about 2 minutes. If I breathe or cough, he draws out and curls back again. I think there's artfulness in some of them big snakes, for they seem to know which is the master. I was at Wombwell's menagerie of wild beasts for 3 months, and I had the care of a big snake as thick round as my arm. I wouldn't attempt to put that one down my throat, I can tell you, for I think I might easier have gone down his'n. I had to show it to the people in front of the carriages to draw 'em in at fair time. I used to hold it up in both hands with my arms in the air. Many a time it curled itself 3 or 4 times round my neck and about my body, and it never even so much as squeezed me the least bit. I had the feeding on it, and I used to give it the largest worms I could find. Mr. Wombwell has often said to me, "It's a dangerous game you're after, and if you don't give the snake plenty of worms and make it like you, it'll nip you some of these times." I'm sure the snake knowed me. I was very partial to it too. It was a fern snake, over spots, called a boa constrictor. It never injured me, though I'm told it is uncommon powerful, and can squeege a man up like a sheet of paper, and crack his bones as easy as a lark's. I'm tremendous courageous, nothing frightens me. Indeed, I don't know what it is to be afraid. The one I was speaking of I have often held up in the air in both hands, and it was more than 4 yards long, and let it curl round my neck in 5 or 6 twirls. It was a boa constrictor, and I believe it knowed me, and that's why it didn't hurt me, for I feed him. He had nothing but long great worms, and he grew to know me. My performance with the snake is always very successful. The women is frightened at first, but they always stop to see, and only hide their eyes. There's no danger as long as you keep hold. I generally perform at concert rooms and penny theatres and cheap circuses, and all round the country, such as in the street or at farmhouses or in tap rooms. I have done it in the streets of London too, and then I'm dressed up in fleshing tights, skin dress, and trunks. I carry the snake in a box. When I swallow it, some hollow out, "Oh my God, don't do that!" But when I'm finished, they say, "It's hardly wonderful to be believed," and give money. I generally mix up the sword and snake performances with my other ones, and it's the same in the streets. Sometimes I go out to tap rooms in my everyday dress, with the snake in my pocket and a sword. Then I go and offer to show my performance. First, I'll do some tumbling and throw a somerset over a table. Then I takes out the snake and say, "Gentlemen, I shall now swallow a live snake. Anybody is at liberty to feel it." I have, according to the company, you know, made such a thing as 5 shillings, or 1 shilling and 6pence, or whatever it may be, by snake swallowing alone. I'm the only one in London who can swallow a snake. There's nobody else besides me. It requires great courage. I've great courage. One night I was sleeping in a barn at a public house called the Globe at Lewes, 7 miles from Brighton. A woman who had cut her throat used to haunt the place. Well, I saw her walking about in a long white shroud, the doors opening and shutting before her. A man who was in the room with us jumped up in his bed and cried, "Tumblers!" I must tell you one thing before you finish, just to prove what tremendous courage I've got. I was out showing the sword and snake swallowing in the country, and I travelled down to near Lewes, which is 7 miles from Brighton, and there I put up at a house called the Falcon. We slept in a barn, and at night, when all was asleep except myself, I see a figure all in white come into the room with her throat cut, and her face as white as chalk. I knowed she was an apparition, 'cause I'd been told the house was haunted by such. Well, in she come, and she stopped and looked at me, seeing that I was awake. The perspiration poured out of me like a shower, but I warn't afeard. I've that courage. I says, "God help me," for I knew I'd done no harm as I could call to mind. So I hadn't no fear of ghosts and such like spirits. No, I'm certain it weren't no fancy of mine, 'cause others see it as well as me. There was a mate in the same room, and he woke up and sees the ghosts, and up he jumps in bed and cries out, "Tumblers! Tumblers! Here's a woman haunting us!" I told him to lie down and go to sleep, and hold his noise. Then I got out of bed, and it vanished past me, close as could be, as near as I am to this table. The door opened itself to let her out, and then closed again. I didn't feel the air cold like, nor nothing, nor was there any smell or anything. I'm sure I wasn't dreaming, 'cause I knows pretty well when I'm awake. Besides, the doors kept bouncing open and then slamming to again for more than an hour, and woke everybody in the room. This kept on till 1 o'clock. Yet, you see, though the sweat run down me to that degree I was wetted through, yet I had that courage I could get out of bed to see what the spirit was like. I said, "God help me, for I've done no harm as I knows of," and that gave me courage. Whilst the Salamander told me this ghost story, he spoke in a half voice, like that of a nervous believer in such things. When he had finished, he seemed to have something on his mind, for after a moment's silence, he said in a confidential tone, "Between ourselves, sir, I'm a Jew." I then asked him if he thought the ghost was aware of it, and had visited him on that account, and the following was his reply. "Well, it ain't unlikely, for you see, some of our scholars know what to say to the poor things, and they know what to do to rest 'em. Now perhaps she thought I knew these secrets, but I'm no scholard, for you see, we Jews always carry prayers about with us to keep off evil spirits. That's one reason why I was so bold as to go up to her." Street Clown. He was a melancholy-looking man with the sunken eyes and other characteristics of semi-starvation, whilst his face was scored with lines and wrinkles, telling of paint and premature age. I saw him performing in the streets with a school of acrobats soon after I had been questioning him, and the readiness and business-like way with which he resumed his professional buffoonery was not a little remarkable. His story was more pathetic than comic, and proved that the life of a street clown is perhaps the most wretched of all existence. Jest as he may in the street, his life is literally no joke at home. "I have been a clown for 16 years, he said, having lived totally by it for that time. I was left motherless at 2 years of age, and my father died when I was 9. He was a carman, and his master took me as a stable boy, and I stayed with him until he failed in business. I was then left destitute again, and got employed as a supernumerary at Astley's at 1 shilling a night. I was a super some time, and got an insight into theatrical life. I got acquainted too with singing people, and could sing a good song, and came out at last on my own account in the streets in the Jim Crow line. My necessities forced me into a public line, which I am far from liking. I'd pull trucks at 1 shilling a day rather than get 12 shillings a week at my business. I've tried to get out of the line. I've got a friend to advertise for me for any situation as groom. I've tried to get into the police, and I've tried other things, but somehow there seems an impossibility to get quit of the street business. Many times I have to play the clown and indulge in all kinds of buffoonery, with a terrible heavy heart. I have travelled very much too, but I never did over well in the profession. At races I may have made 10 shillings for 2 or 3 days, but that was only occasional. And what is 10 shillings to keep a wife and family on, for a month maybe? I have 3 children, one now only 8 weeks old. You can't imagine, sir, what a curse the street business often becomes, with its insults and starvations. The day before my wife was confined, I jumped and laboured doing Jim Crow for 12 hours, in the wet too, and earned 1 shilling and threepence. With this I returned to a home without a bit of coal, and with only half a quartern loaf in it. I know it was 1 shilling and threepence, for I keep a sort of log of my earnings and my expenses. You'll see on it what I've earned as clown, or the funny man, with a party of acrobats since the beginning of this year. He showed me this log, as he called it, which was kept in small figures, on paper folded up as economically as possible. His latest weekly earnings were 12 shillings and sixpence, 1 shilling and 10pence, 7 shillings and 7pence, 2 shillings and 5pence, 3 shillings and 11pence halfpenny, 7 shillings and 7pence halfpenny, 7 shillings and 9pence farthing, 6 shillings and 4pence halfpenny, 10 shillings and 10pence halfpenny, 9 shillings and 7pence, 6 shillings and a penny halfpenny, 15 shillings and 6pence farthing, 6 shillings and 5pence, 4 shillings and 2pence, 12 shillings and 10pence farthing, 15 shillings and 5pence halfpenny, 14 shillings and 4pence. Against this was set off what the poor man had to expend for his dinner and so on, when out playing the clown, as he was away from home and could not dine with his family. The ciphers intimate the weeks when there was no such expense, or in other words, those which had been passed without dinner. 0, 0, 0, 0. 2 shillings and 2pence halfpenny, 3 shillings and 9pence farthing, 4 shillings and 2pence, 4 shillings and 5pence, 5 shillings and 8pence farthing, 5 shillings and 11pence farthing, 4 shillings and 10pence halfpenny, 2 shillings and 8pence 3 farthings, 3 shillings and 7pence 3 farthings, 3 shillings and 4pence farthing, 6 shillings and 5pence farthing, 4 shillings and 6pence 3 farthings, 4 shillings and threepence. This account shows an average of 8 shillings and 6pence halfpenny a week as the gross gain, whilst if the expenses be deducted, not quite 6 shillings remain as the average weekly sum to be taken home to wife and family. I dare say, continued the man, that no persons think more of their dignity than such as are in my way of life. I would rather starve than ask for parochial relief. Many a time I have gone to my labour without breaking my fast, and played clown until I could raise dinner. I have to make jokes as clown, and could fill a volume with all I knows. He told me several of his jests. They were all of the most venerable kind. As for instance, a horse has 10 legs. He has 2 forelegs and 2 hind ones. 2 fours are 8, and 2 others are 10. The other jokes were equally puerile, as, why is the city of Rome, note, he would have it Rome, end note, like a candle wick? Because it's in the midst of Greece. Old and young are both of one age. Your son at 20 is young, and your horse at 20 is old, and so old and young are the same. The dress, he continued, that I wear in the streets consists of red striped cotton stockings with full trunks dotted red and black. The body, which is dotted like the trunks, fits tight like a woman's gown and has full sleeves and frills. The wig, or scalp, is made of horsehair, which is sewn onto a white cap and is in the shape of a cock's comb. My face is painted with dry white lead. I grease my skin first, and then dab the white paint on. Flake white is too dear for us street clowns. After that I colour my cheeks and mouth with vermilion. I never dress at home. We all dress at public houses. In the street where I lodge, only a very few know what I do for a living. I and my wife both strive to keep the business a secret from our neighbours. My wife does a little washing when able, and often works 8 hours for 6pence. I go out at 8 in the morning and return at dark. My children hardly know what I do. They see my dresses lying about, but that is all. My eldest is a girl of 13. She has seen me dressed at Stepney Fair, where she brought me my tea, I live near there. She laughs when she sees me in my clown's dress, and wants to stay with me, but I would rather see her lay dead before me, and I had 2 dead in my place at one time, last Whitsun-Monday was a 12-month, than she should ever belong to my profession. I could see the tears start from the man's eyes as he said this. Frequently, when I am playing the fool in the streets, I feel very sad at heart. I can't help thinking of the bare cupboards at home, but what's that to the world? I've often and often been at home all day when it has been wet, with no food at all, either to give my children or take myself, and have gone out at night to the public houses to sing a comic song or play the funny man for a meal. You may imagine with what feelings for the part. And when I've come home, I've called my children up from their beds to share the loaf I had brought back with me. I know 3 or more clowns as miserable and bad off as myself. The way in which our profession is ruined is by the stragglers or outsiders, who are often men who are good tradesmen. They take to the clown's business only at holiday or fair time, when there is a little money to be picked up at it, and after that they go back to their own trades. So that you see, we, who are obliged to continue at it the year through, are deprived of even the little bit of luck we should otherwise have. I know only of another regular street clown in London besides myself. Some schools of acrobats, to be sure, will have a comic character of some kind or other to keep the pitch up, that is, to amuse the people while the money is being collected. But these in general are not regular clowns. They are mostly dressed and got up for the occasion. They certainly don't do anything else but the street comic business, but they are not pantomimists by profession. The street clowns generally go out with dancers and tumblers. There are some street clowns to be seen with the jacks in the greens, but they are mostly sweeps, who have hired their dress for the 2 or 3 days, as the case may be. I think there are 3 regular clowns in the metropolis, and one of these is not a professional. He never smelt the sawdust, I know, sir. The most that I have known have been shoemakers before taking to the business. When I go out as a street clown, the first thing I do is a comic medley dance, and then after that I crack a few jokes, and that is the whole of my entertainment. The first part of the medley dance is called the Good St. Anthony. I was the first that ever danced the polka in the streets. Then I do a waltz and wind up with a hornpipe. After that I go through a little burlesque business. I fan myself, and one of the school asks me whether I am out of breath. I answer, "No, the breath is out of me." The leading questions for the jokes are all regularly prepared beforehand. The old jokes always go best with our audiences. The older they are, the better for the streets. I know indeed of nothing new in the joking way, but even if there was, and it was in any way deep, it would not do for the public thoroughfares. I have read a great deal of Punch, but the jokes are nearly all too high there. Indeed, I can't say I think very much of them myself. The principal way in which I've got up my jokes is through associating with other clowns. We don't make our jokes ourselves. In fact, I never knew one clown who did. I must own that the street clowns like a little drop of spirits, and occasionally a good deal. They are in a measure obligated to it. I can't fancy a clown being funny on small beer, and I never in all my life knew one who was a teetotaler. I think such a person would be a curious character indeed. Most of the street clowns die in the workhouses. In their old age they are generally very wretched and poverty-stricken. I can't say what I think will be the end of me. I daren't think of it, sir. A few minutes afterwards I saw this man dressed as Jim Crow, with his face blackened, dancing and singing in the streets, as if he was the lightest-hearted fellow in all London. End of section 23. Section 24. of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street-Exhibitors, Part 16. The Penny-Gaff Clown. The professional from whom I elicited my knowledge of Penny-Gaff clowning is known among his companions as Funny Billy. He appeared not a little anxious to uphold the dignity of the penny theatre, frequently assuring me that they brought things out there in a style that would astonish some of the big houses. His whole being seemed wrapped up in these cheap dramatic saloons, and he told me wonderful stories of first-class actors at the Effingham, or of astonishing performers at the Bower or Rotunda. He was surprised, too, that the names of several of the artistes there were not familiar to me, and frequently pressed me to go and see so-and-so's beadle, or hear so-and-so sing his "Oh, don't I like my father?" Besides being a clown, my informant was also an author, and several of the most successful ballets, pantomimes, and dramas that of late years have been brought out at the city gaffs have, I was assured, proceeded from his pen. In build, even in his everyday clothes, he greatly resembles a clown, perhaps from the broadness of his chest and high-buttoned waistcoat, or from the shortness and crookedness of his legs. But he was the first I had seen whose form gave any indication of his calling. Since the beginning of this year, 1856, he has given up clowning and taken to pantallooning instead, for on last Boxing Day, he informed me, he met with an accident which dislocated his jaw and caused a swelling in his cheek as if he had an apple inside his mouth. This, he said, he could conceal in his make-up as a pantaloon, but it had ruined him for clown. His statement was as follows. I'm a clown at Penny-Gaffs and the cheap theatres, for some of the gaffs are tuppence and threepence. That's as high as they run. The Rotunda in the Blackfriars Road is the largest in London, and that will hold 1,000 comfortably seated, and they give 2 in one evening at 1 penny, tuppence and threepence, and a first-class entertainment it is, consisting of a variety of singing and dancing and ballets, from 1 hour and a half to 2 hours. There are no penny theatres where speaking is legally allowed, though they do it to a great extent, and at all of them, at Christmas, a pantomime is played, at which clown and pantaloon speaks. The difference between a penny-gaff clown and a fair, or, as we call it, a canvas clown, is this. At the fairs, the principal business is outside on the parade, and there's very little done, seldom more than 2 scenes, inside. Now, at the penny-gaffs, they go through a regular pantomime consisting of from 6 to 8 scenes, with jumps and all complete, as at a regular theatre. So that, to do clown to one of them, you must be equal to those that come out at the regular theatres. And what's more, you must strain every nerve, and what's more still, you may often please at a regular theatre, where you won't go down at all at a penny-gaff. The circus clown is as different from a penny-gaff clown as a coster is from a tradesman. What made me turn clown was this. I was singing comic songs at the Albion Saloon, Whitechapel, and playing in ballets, and doing the scene painting. Business was none of the best. Mr. Paul Herring, the celebrated clown, was introduced into the company as a draw to play ballets. The ballet which he selected was The Barber and Beadle, and me being the only one who played the old men on the establishment, he selected me to play the beadle to his barber. He complimented me for what I had done when the performance was over, for I had done my uttermost to gain his applause, knowing him to be such a star. And what he said was, I think, deserved. We played together ballets for upwards of 9 months, as well as pantomimes, in which I done the pantaloon. And we had 2 clear benefits between us, in which we realised £3 each on both occasions. Then Mr. Paul Herring was engaged by Mr. Jem Douglas of the Standard to perform with the great clown Mr. Tom Matthews, for it was intended to have 2 clowns in the piece. He, having to go to the Standard for the Christmas, left about September, and we was without a clown, and it was proposed that I should play the clown. I accepted the offer at a salary of 35 shillings a week, under Hector Simpson, the great pantomimist, who was proprietor. This gentleman was well known as the great dog and bear man of Covent Garden, and various other theatres, where he played Valentine and Orson with a living bear. He showed me various things that I were deficient in, and with what I knew myself, we went on admiringly well, and I continued at it as clown for upwards of a year, and became a great favourite. I remember clowning last Christmas, note 1856, end note, particularly, for it was a sad year for me, and one of the busiest times I have ever known. I met with my accident then. I was worked to death. First of all, I had to do my rehearsals. Then I had the scene painting to go on with, which occupied me night and day, and what it brought me in was 3 shillings a day and 3 shillings a night. The last scene, equal to a pair of flats, was only given to me to do on Christmas Eve, to accomplish by the Boxing Day. I got them done by 5 o'clock on Christmas morning, and then I had to go home and complete my dress. Likewise my little boy's, who was engaged to sing and play in ballets at 2 shillings a night, and he was only 5 years old, but very clever at singing, combating, and ballet performing, as also the illustrations of the Grecian statues, which he first done when he was 2½ years old. The pantomime was the original Statue Blanche, as performed by Joe Grimaldi, as Mr. Hector Simpson had produced it, for it was under his superintendence, at Covent Garden Theatre. Its title was The Statue Blanche, or Harlequin and the Magic Cross. I was very successful on the Boxing night, but on the second occasion of my acting in it, I received an accident, which laid me up for 3 months, and I was not off my bed for 10 weeks. I had previous to this played clown very often, especially on the Saturday evenings, for the Jews, for I was a great favourite with them, so far that I knew they would go far and near to serve me. I had performed in Harlequin Bluebeard and Harlequin Merry Milliners, or the 2 Pair of Lovers, and several others, from 8 to 10 of them, but that was during the summer season. But I had never had a chance of coming out at Christmas before, and to me it was quite an event, for there's no doubt I should have prospered in it, only for my accident. This accident was occasioned by this. During the comic scene, the scene of the stripping of the child, they allowed an inexperienced person to play the part of the beadle, and the doll for the child was stuffed with oak sawdust and weighed 26 pounds. He took it up by the leg and struck me a blow in the face, which dislocated the jawbone and splintered it all to pieces. I went through the pantomime with the remnants of the broken jaw still in my face, having then 4 hours to perform, for we played 16 houses that Boxing Day, to upwards of from 3,000 to 4,000 people, and we began at 11:30 in the day and terminated at 12 at night. I had met with great approbation the whole of the time, and it was a sad event for me. It was quite accidental was my accident, and of course I bore the man no malice, for one, but more blamed the manager for letting him come on. When I had done that night, after my blow, I felt very fatigued, and my face was very sore. I was completely jaw-locked, and I imagined I had caught a cold. It hurt me awfully every time I closed my teeth, but I drowned my feelings in a little brandy and so forth, and the next night I resumed my clowning. After I had done that evening, I found I was so very bad I could hardly move, and going home with my wife and children, I was obliged to sit down every other yard I took, which occupied me very near 2 hours to do the 1.25 miles. I went to bed and never got up again for 10 weeks, for it brought on fever again. Ah, what I have suffered, God and God only knows. When the doctor came, he said I were under a very severe fever, and he thought I had caught a cold, and that I had the erysipelas, my face being so swollen that it hung on my shoulders as they propped me up with pillows. He knew nothing about it. He made him bathe my face with poppy heads and wash my mouth out with honey, which drove me out of my mind, for I was a fortnight deranged. My wife told me that, whilst I was mad, I had behaved very ill to her, poor thing, for I wouldn't let anybody come near me but her, and when she'd come, I'd seize her by the hair and fancy she was the man who had broke my jaw, and once I near strangled her. I was mad, you know. Ah, what I suffered then, nobody knows. Through that accident, my wife and children has had many a time to go without victuals. Everything was sold then to keep me from the workhouse, even my poor little children's frocks. My poor wife saved my life, if anybody did, for 3 doctors gave me up. I don't believe they knew what I had. The teeth was loose, but the mouth was closed and I couldn't open it. They thought I had an abscess there, and they cut me 3 or 4 times in the neck to open the gathering. At last they found out the jawbone was smashed. When I got better, the doctor told me he could do nothing for me, but give me a letter to Dr. Ferguson at the King's College Hospital. I went to him, and he examined and probed the jaw through the incision under the gland of the neck, and then he said he must take the jaw out. I said I would consult my friends and hear what they said first, and with the idea of such an operation, and being so weak, I actually fainted down in the passage as I was leaving. Ah, fancy my distress to make such a hit, and everybody to compliment me as they did, and to see a prospect of almost coining money, and then suddenly to be thrown over, and be told it was either life or death for me. I wouldn't undergo the operation, so I went home, and here comes fortitude. I pulled out the teeth with a pair of cobbler's pincers, and cut open my face with a penknife to take out the bits of bone. If I hadn't been a prudent, sober man, I should have died through it. There was a friend of mine who was like a brother to me, and he stuck to me every inch. There was lots of professionals I had supported in their illness, and they never come near me. Only my dear friend, and but for him I should have died, for he saved up his money to get me port wine and such things. Many a time I've gone out when I was better to sing comic songs at concerts, when I could feel the bits of bone jangling in my mouth. But, sir, I had a wife and family, and they wanted food. As it was, my poor wife had to go to the workhouse to be confined. At one time I started off to do away with myself. I parted with my wife and children, and went to say goodbye to my good friend, and it was he who saved my life. If it hadn't been for him, it would have been a gooser with me, for I was prepared to finish all. He walked about with me and reasoned me out of it, and says he, "What on earth will become of the wife and the children?" I'm sufficiently well now to enable me to resume my old occupation, not as clown, but as pantaloon. Altogether, taking it all in all, I was 3 years as clown, and very successful, and a great favourite with the Jews. My standing salary for comic singing and clown was 18 shillings a week, but then at Christmas it was always rose to 30 shillings or 35 shillings. Then I did the writing and painting, such as the placards for the outside, such as "This saloon is open this evening," and such like, and that on the average would bring me in 8 shillings a week. There was 7 men and 3 females in my company when we played Harlequin Bluebeard, for that's the one I shall describe to you, and that we played for a considerable time. I was manager at the time, and I always was liked by the company, for I never fined them or anything like that, for you see, I knew that to take 6pence from a poor man was to take a loaf of bread from the children. This pantomime was of my own writing, and I managed the chorus, and the dances, and all. I painted the scenery too, and moulded the masks, about 6 altogether, and then afterwards played clown. All this was included in my salary of 18 shillings a week, and that was the top price of the company. The first scene was with a cottage on the left hand, and with the surrounding country in the back, 3 rows of water, with the distant view of Bluebeard's castle. Enters the lover, he's the harlequin, in a disguise dressed as a Turk. He explains in the pantomime that he should like to make the lady in the cottage his bride, which is Fatima, and afterwards Columbine. He goes to the cottage and knocks 3 times, when she appears at the window. She comes out and dances with him. At the end of the dance, the old man comes in to the tune of Roast Beef of Old England. He wears a big mask, and is the father to Fatima, and afterwards Pantaloon. He drives Lover off stage, and is about to take Fatima back to cottage, when castle gates at back opens, and discovers Bluebeard in gondola, which crosses the stage in the waters. Bluebeard wears a mask and a tremendous long sword, which takes 2 men to pull out. He's afterwards clown, and I played the part. Several other gondolas cross stage, and when the last goes off, the chorus begins in the distance, and increases as it approaches, and is thus: In fire or in water, in earth or in air, wake up, old Bluebeard, these good things to share. Wake up, wake up, wake up, old Bluebeard, these good things to share. Then comes Bluebeard's march, and enter troops, followed by Shakerback in a hurry. He's Bluebeard's servant. He bears on his shoulder an immense key, which he places in the middle of the stage. He then comes to the front with a scroll which he exhibits, on which is written, Bluebeard comes this very day, a debt of gratitude to pay. Aye, ye needn't trouble, it is all right. He intends to wed Fatima this very night. At which they all become alarmed, and in an immense hurry of music enters Bluebeard majestically. He sings to the tune of the Low Back Car. When first I saw that lady, as you may plainly see, I thought she was the handsomest girl as ever there could be. Such a cheerful, chubby girl was she, with such a pair of eyes, with such a mouth and such a nose, that she did me so surprise, which made me cry out, Ha, ha! The lover from the side says, You're no credit to your dada. Then Bluebeard looks round fiercely, and his mask is made with eyes to work with strings. But I shall him surprise, when I opens my eyes. And he opens a tremendous pair of saucer eyes, that talks of my dear dada. Then the music goes, ha ha. As he draws his sword into the army of 4 men, Shakerback gets it on the nose. Then Bluebeard goes direct to the old man and embraces him, and shows him a big purse of money. He then goes to the young lady, but she refuses him, and says she would sooner wed the young trooper. The old man gets in a rage when enters Demon, unseen by all. He waves over their heads. They then catch hold of hands and dance round the key again, to the tune of the Roast Beef of Old England. Then begins a chorus, which is thus, to the tune of Stony Batter. Round this magic key, gaily let us trudge it, hoping something new will be brought to our Christmas budget. But a song about a key is but a doleful matter, so we'll sing one of our own, and we'll call it Stony Batter. Ritoo-loo-ra-loo. Fairies from the side. Ritoo-loo-ra-ritoo. Others. Ritoo-loo-ra-loo, loo-ra-lido. After dancing round key, Bluebeard orders 2 of the troops to seize the girl and carry her to the castle. They then catch hands and begin singing to the tune of Fine Young Bachelors. Here's a jolly lot of us, fine Turkish gentlemen, with plenty of money in our purse, fine Turkish gentlemen, and so on and so on. And the scene closes on this. Then the lover just crosses so as to give time to arrange the back scene. He vows vengeance on Bluebeard. Then scene opens and discovers a chamber with Fatima on couch, and Demon behind with a large heart, on the scene over which is in illuminated letters, "Whosoever this dagger takes, the magic spell of Bluebeard breaks." The large key is placed at the foot of the couch on which she is laying. We don't introduce the haunted chamber scenes, as it would have been too lengthened, but it was supposed that she had been there and examined it, and terror had overcome her and she had swooned. That's when the audience sees her. We couldn't do all the story at a Penny-Gaff, it was too long. To return to the plot, enter Fairy, who dances round the stage and sees the heart. She goes and snatches the dagger, then a loud crash, and the key falls to pieces on the stage. I had 5 shillings given me as a present for that scene, for I had painted the scene all arches, and round every pillar was a serpent with fire coming from the mouth. I produced that pantomime, so that altogether it did not cost 30 shillings, because each man found his own dress, don't you see? After the crash enters Bluebeard. He says the lady has broken the key, and he is about to kill her, when enter Lover, and he has a terrific combat, in which they never hit a blow, like a phantom fight, but the lover is about to be struck to the ground, when enters Fairy, who speaks these words: "Hold! Turn and turn is the Yorkshire way. You think ours, now your dog shall have its day. Behold!" Then the scene falls, and discovers a fairy palace at back, with fairies who sing, "Come listen, gentle lover, come listen unto me, be guided by our fairy queen, who gained your liberty." They all look dismayed at one another, and go to the sides, ready for changing their dresses for the comic work. The fairy queen then says, "You, the true lover, I think knows no sin, therefore grace our pantomime as Harlequin." And turning to the lady, she adds, "Nay, young lady, do not pine, but attend him as his faithful Columbine." Turning to Bluebeard, "You, Bluebeard, a man of great renown, shall grace our pantomime as Christmas Clown." Then Clown comes forward and cries, "Hurrah! Ha ha ha! Here we are! Shabbos is out!" That's the Jewish Sunday. And oh dear, how they used to laugh at that. Then she turns to the old man. "You, old man, have been a silly loon. Attend him as slippery fidgety pantaloon." Then, as she's going off, she says, "Ah, I'd almost forgotten. Never mind, it is all right. Demon of the magic key, attend as Sprite." Then the fairies sing, "We fairies dance, we fairies sing, whilst the silver moon is beaming. We fairies dance, we fairies sing, to please our fairy queen." Then there is blue fire, and the scene closes, and the comic business begins. Clown dances first with Harlequin, and at the end of trip hollers out, "Ha, here we are." Then he sings out, each time Harlequin beats him, "A, E, I." Pantaloon drops in and gets a blow. "Oh!" And Clown says, "Tuppence! All right, you owe me nothing. I shan't give you no change." Then there's a photography scene, and Clown comes on and says, "Here, I say, what shall we do for a living?" Then Pantaloon says, "We'll become dancing masters." The Clown says, "They'll take likenesses." Ah, here's somebody coming. Enter a swell with white ducks, and a blacking boy follows, says, "Clean your boots, sir." Clown asks him to clean his. As the boy is beginning, Harlequin bangs him, and he knocks the boy over. Next bang he gets, he hits Pantaloon, and says he did it. Pantaloon says, "I never touched you," and Clown replies, Then don't do it again. Then I'd give him a rub up on the smoking mania. I'd say to boy, here boy, take this farden to get yourself a pipe of tobacco. Little boys is fond of smoking. And Pantaloon would add, yes, men's left off. Boy goes off to buy the tobacco and leaves his blacking box, which Clown promises to take care of and clean the boots. He hollows out, clean your boots, and Pantaloon puts his foot down and gets his toes rapped. Enter a lady, who asks where she can have her portrait taken. Yes, marm, over there. Clown steals parcel. When lady is gone, Clown discovers parcel to contain blank cards. This is what he takes the portraits on, and it was at a time when they was all the rage at a shilling. Clown then says he's taking portraits, and makes a camera out of the blacking box. He cuts a hole in the box and sticks the blacking bottle for a lens. Then he places the box on Pantaloon's back for a stand. Then, of course, Clown knocks him over, and he asks what that's for. Why, if you're a stand, what do you fall for? I never see such a stand. Then ladies and gentlemen come in to have their portraits taken, and Clown smears the cards with blacking and gives it and asks a shilling. When they grumble and won't pay, he rubs the blacking in their faces. General row, and the scene changes to a street scene. There's another trip by Harlequin and Columbine, and enters Clown in a hurry with 6 fish, and he meets Pantaloon. Looky here what I've found. Oh, fair halves. All right, sit down, and you shall have them. Pantaloon declines, and Clown knocks him down, and they begin sharing fish. There's one for you, and one for me. Another one for you, and another for me. Another for you, and another for me. How many have you got? Asks Clown. And Pantaloon says, 1, 2, 3. Clown says, no, you've got more than 3. Then, taking one up, he asks, how many is that? 1. Taking another up, how many's that? Pantaloon exclaims, 2. Clown says, then 2 and 1 is 3. And takes up another and asks how many that is. Pantaloon exclaims, 3. Clown says, then 3 and 3 makes 6. Clown then counts his own and says, I've only got 3. You must give me these 3 to make me 6. That's fair halves. Ain't you satisfied? No! Then take that. And he knocks him over with a fish. The next scene is a public house. The Freemasons' Arms, a select club held here. After trip by Harlequin and Columbine, enters Clown and Pantaloon. Looky here, it's a public house. Let's have half a pint of half and half. Clown hollows, now Ramrod, meaning landlord, and he comes on. Why don't you attend to gentlemen? What's your pleasure, sir? Half a pint of half and half, for me and my friend. He brings a tumbler, which Harlequin breaks, and it comes in half. Hello, cries Clown. This is rum half and half. Here's half for you and half for me. Then they say, I say, here's somebody coming. Enter 2 Freemasons, who give each other the sign by shaking both hands, bumping up against each other, whispering in each other's ear, and going into the public house. Clown then calls the landlord and says he belongs to the club. Landlord asks him for the sign. Clown says he's got it over the door. He then takes Pantaloon and shakes his hands and bumps him and asks if that is the sign. The landlord says no. Is that it? No, this is, and he gives Clown a spank, and he passes it to Pantaloon and knocks him down. That's the sign. Now we've got it between us. Yes, and I've got the best half. Clown says, never mind, we will get in. And he goes to the door and knocks, when the club descends and strikes them on the head. Clown then tells Pantaloon to go and knock, and he'll watch and see where it comes from. The club comes down again and knocks Pantaloon on the head. But Clown sees from whence it comes, and pulls a man in fleshings out of the window. Clown and Pantaloon pursues him round stage, and he knocks them both over. and jumps through a trap in the window with a bottle on it marked Old Tom, and a scroll falls down, written Gone to Blazes. Pantaloon follows, and flap falls, on which is written To be left till called for. Clown is about to follow when gun fires, and scroll falls with Dead Letter on it. Pantaloon is bundled out by landlord and others. General row, policemen springing rattles, fireworks, and so on. There are from 4 to 5 comic scenes like this, but it would take too long to describe them. Besides, we don't do the same scenes every evening, but vary them each night. Then comes the catch, or the dark scene, in which Clown, Pantaloon, Harlequin, and Columbine are in the dark and seize one another. Hold, you've done your best with all your might, and we'll give our friends a charge another night. You see, the poetry is always beautifully adapted to ourselves. They're very clever fairies. We generally finale with that there. We fairies dance, we fairies sing, whilst the silver moon is beaming. We fairies dance, we fairies sing, and we have pleased our fairy queen. Then the bell rings, and the man who keeps order cries out, Pass out, pass out. The performance generally takes from 1 hour and a half to an hour and 3/4, and we do 3 of them a night. It makes the perspiration run off you, and every house I have a wet shirt. The only rest I have is with my boy singing Hot Codlins. When they call for the song, I say, Yes, yes, all right, you shall have them, only there's a chip of mine will sing it for me. And I introduce my little boy, of 4 then, to sing. The general pay for clowns at penny exhibitions is averaging from 20 to 25 shillings a week. You can say without exaggeration that there are 20 of these penny exhibitions in London. They always produce a new pantomime at Christmas, and all the year round, in summer as well as winter, they bring 'em out when business is shy for a draw, which they always find them answer. A clown that can please at a Penny-Gaff is capable of giving satisfaction at any theatre, for the audience is a very difficult one to entertain. They have no delicacy in them, and will hiss in a moment if anything displeases them. A pantomime at a penny exhibition will run at Christmas 3 weeks or a month, if very successful, and during that time it's played to upwards of 1,200 persons a night, according to the size of the house, for few penny ones hold more than 400, and that's 3 times a night. The Rotunda in the Blackfriars Road and the Olympic Circus in the Lower Marsh, Lambeth, do an immense business, for they hold near 1,000 each, and that's 3,000 spectators the night. When the pantomime is on, we only do a little comic singing before it begins playing. End of section 24. Section 25 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street-Exhibitors, Part 17. The Canvas Clown. A tall, fine-looking young fellow, with a quantity of dark hair, which he wore tucked behind his ears, obliged me with his experience as a clown at the fairs. He came to me dressed in a fashionable paletot of a gingerbread colour, which, without being questioned on the subject, he told me he had bought in Petticoat Lane for 3 shillings. I have seldom seen a finer built youth than this clown, for he was proportioned like a statue. The peculiarity of his face was that, at the junction of the forehead with the nose, there was a rising instead of a hollow, somewhat like that which is seen in Roman antiquities. His face, whilst talking, was entirely without emotion, and he detailed the business outside the show on the parade in a sing-song voice, like a child saying its lesson, and although he often said, "This makes 'em shout with laughter," his own face remained as solemn as a parish clerk's. He furnished me with the following particulars of his life. On and off I've been clowning these 12 year. Previous to that time I have done busking in public houses and comic singing, and ballet performing at penny exhibitions, as well as parading outside shows at fairs. I've done clowning at near every place, at fairs and in the streets, along with a school of acrobats, and at circuses, and at Penny-Gaffs, and at the Standard, and such like. I first commenced some 12 years ago at Enfield Fair. It was a travelling concern I was with, the Thespian Temple, or Johnson's Theatre, where I was engaged to parade on the outside as a walking gentleman. There was no clown for the pantomime, for he had disappointed us, and of course they couldn't get on without one. So, to keep the concern going, old Johnson, who knew I was a good tumbler, came up to me and said he had nanti vampo, and your nabs must fake it, which means we have no clown and you must do it. So I done the clowning on the parade, and then when I went inside, I'd put on a pair of Turkish trousers and a long cloak and hat and feathers to play Robert, Duke of Normandy, in the first piece. You see, the performances consisted of all gag. I don't suppose anybody knows what the words are in the piece. Everybody at a show theatre is expected to do general business, and when you're short of people, as we was at Johnson's, for we played Robert, Duke of Normandy, with 3 men and 2 girls, clown is expected to come on and slip a cloak over his dress and act tragedy in the first piece. We don't make up so heavy for the clown for fairs, only a little dab of red on the cheeks and powder on the face, so we've only just got to wipe off the slop when it's in the way. He looks rather pale, that's all. The dress is hidden by the one we put over it. The plot of Robert, Duke of Normandy, is this. He and his slave, Piccolo, come in, and after a little business between them, all gagging, he says, "Slave, get back to the castle." He answers, "Your orders shall be attended to." Then he says, "At the peril of your life, and prevent the fair Angeline to escape." That's the first scene. In the second, 2 of Robert's slaves attack his rival, and then Robert rushes in and pretends to save him. He cries, "Hold, 2 to 1. The men go off, saying, "Well, we part as friends. When next we meet as foes." As soon as Robert leaves the rival, the lady comes in and tells him she is flying from Robert's castle and that Robert has seduced her and seeks her life. She tells him that the man who has just left him is he. "It is false," he says. "That is my friend." She cries, "Test him." "But how?" he asks. She replies, "Follow me to the statue at the bottom of the grove, and then I will tell you." Then the third comes on. Enter Robert and slave, and the marble statue discovered. That is, it is supposed to be, but it is only Angeline dressed up. He gives the slave the instructions to put a ring on the finger of the statue, for he is supposed to have dealings with Old Nick, and that every time he put a ring on the statue, he can demand a victim. He tells the slave to place a ring on the finger and pronounce these words: "When it may please your most gracious majesty to seek your husband, to find a victim, you will find him here. No, not here, there," pointing to Robert. The Duke half draws his sword and exclaims, "Slave, what ho!" without touching him. Enters the rival, who demands satisfaction of Robert, who says, "What can I do to satisfy you?" For he's in a deuce of a go now. He then tells him to kneel to the statue and swear he is not Robert, Duke of Normandy. Instead of that, he calls to the servant and tells him to put the ring on. But Robert, the Duke, is in a deuce of a way, tearing his hair. The servant does it and exclaims, "I have done it." But would you believe it? When I placed it on the finger became collapsed. Robert cries, "Slave, thou art a liar! If I find that it is false, I will cleave thee to the earth." Robert examines the finger and exclaims, "Alas, it is too true!" And he kneels to the statue and says, "I swear that I am," and he's going to say, "not Duke of Normandy," but the statue is too quick for him and adds, "Robert, Duke of Normandy." And then the comic slave pops his head round and pronounces, "Oh, the devil!" Then the rival stabs him, and he falls down wounded, and then he's triumphant, and a pen'orth of blue fire finishes the piece, and then ding, ding, dong, and down goes the curtain. We always have blue fire, a pen'orth each house, and that makes it go. Sometimes there are two friends in the piece, but it all depends upon whether the piece is powerfully cast or not. We usually knocks the two friends into one, or does away with them altogether. Robert, Duke of Normandy, is a never-failing fair piece, and we always does it every year. That and Bluebeard, or Female Curiosity, and Fair Rosamond, or The Bower of Woodstock, are our stock pieces. After the curtain has been down 3 minutes, it goes up again, and the heavy goes in and says, "Elves of the mountain, dale and dell, this young maid to please within her cell, attend unto us, one and all, listen to your potent master's call." Then all of us at the sides put their fingers in their mouths and howl like Indians. There's generally a cue given of, "Now, demons." After that, the heavy man says, "You young man that knows no sin, appear as russet-booted harlequin." We call him russet-booted because he had been playing the lover in the first piece. At Richardson's they called him Spangled Harlequin, but old Johnson couldn't do that. He hadn't no wardrobe. Then the heavy man continues, "And you young maid no longer pine, attend him as his faithful Columbine." Then he goes on, "2 more slaves will I rise from out the unfathomable deep, who for a long time have been in perpetual sleep. They too shall share my boon, appear as clown and tottering pantaloon. Now away, begin your magic sport, and bring me back a good report." Then I cried, "Halloo, here we are!" and the sports begin. The first trip, as we calls it, a dance, to use your terms, is Harlequin comes in with Columbine for a hornpipe. If he can't dance, Clown, as soon as he begins, cries, "Here we are!" and rushes in and drives them off. After that, Clown runs on and says, "Here we are!" and knocks Pantaloon down, who exclaims, "Oh, ain't I got the toothache?" Clown says, "Let me feel your tooth. Oh, it's quite loose. I'll get a bit of string and soon have it out." Clown goes off for string, Pantaloon singing out, "Murder, murder." Clown returns with string and a pistol, and then ties the string and cries, "Here goes 1, and now it's 2, and here goes 3, and fires and pulls a wooden tooth as big as your fist with 4 sharp prongs to it. I've had these teeth often as big as a quartern loaf, but I'm talking of my first appearance. Pantaloon says, "Here, that's my tooth," and Clown replies, "So it is," and hits him on the head with it. Then he asks Pantaloon if he's better, but he answers, "No, I'm worse. Oh, I've got a cold in my gum." Then a red-hot poker is introduced, and he burns him with it all round the stage. That concludes the first scene. Then there's another trip, a would-be polka or so, and then comes the bundle scene. Enter a Yorkshireman. It's mostly Harlequins do this because most of the others are outside parading to keep the crowd together. He's got a smock frock on and russet boots at Johnson's, and he says, "I've come up here to Lunnon to see my dolly. I feel rather dry, and I'll just get in here to get half a pint of ale. I'll just leave my bunnel outside and keep a strict eye on it, for they say as how Lunnon has plenty of thieves in it." Enter Clown very cautiously. He sees the bundle and calls Pantaloon. He tells Pantaloon, "I must have it because I want it." He goes and picks up the bundle and says to Pantaloon, "I shouldn't wonder but what this bundle belongs to?" "Me," the Yorkshireman says, and the Clown says, "Ah, I thought so." And then he takes Pantaloon's hand and says, "Come along, little boy, we shall get into trouble," and leads him off. They come on again, and this time Clown tells Pantaloon to get it. So he goes and picks up the bundle, and Yorkshireman knocks him down. Clown runs off, and Pantaloon after. Clown then returns on his belly, drawing himself on with his hands. He gets the bundle in his mouth, and is just going off when Yorkshireman turns round, and Clown, seeing him, gives the bundle to Pantaloon, and says, "Hold this." Yorkshireman seizes Clown, and tells him he wants his bundle. Pantaloon having run away with it, Clown says, "I haven't got it, search me." That means search me. And there's a regular run over the stage crying, "Hot beef, hot beef," instead of "Stop thief." The Yorkshireman collars Pantaloon and says, "I'll take you to the station house." And Clown exclaims, "Yes, and I'll take this bundle down the lane," meaning Petticoat Lane, because there is a sale for anything there. Then comes the catch scene, as we call it. That is, they all come on in the dark. Clown singing, "Puss, puss, have you seen my pussy?" Then in pops the fairy and cries, "Hold, your magic sports is run, and thus I step between." Pantaloon adds, "Aye, it's all so gay." And Clown cries, "Yes, and all serene." And the fairy says, "And with my magic wand I change the scene." Then everybody sings, "Now our pantomime's done, here's an end to our fun. We shall shortly commence again, our tricks are o'er, and we're friends once more. We shall shortly commence again." Then the curtain falls, and Clown puts his head out on one side and exclaims, "It's all." And Pantaloon pops out at the other side and adds, "Over!" The handing man, who has done Robert, then shouts out from the top, "Pass out!" in a sepulchral voice, and a door opens in the side of the stage for the people to leave by. That day I was with old Johnson. We used to call him Snuffy Johnson, 'cause he carried a lot of snuff in his waistcoat pocket. We were very busy, and there was a good many people waiting on the outside to come in, so we only did about 2 of them regular performances, and then about 6 o'clock in the evening, the crowd got so great, old Johnson used to hollow through the parade door over people's heads, "John Adderley," just as we had commenced playing, and that meant cut it short. We used to finish it up sharp then, and finish all up in 6 or 7 minutes. We used to knock Robert the Devil into a very little space doing the scenes, but cutting them short. And as for the pantomime, we had scarcely commenced with "Two more slaves will I rise from out the unfathomable deep," than we were singing, "Our pantomime's done, here's an end to our fun." Sometimes the people would grumble awful, and at others they laughed to see how they was swindled.
I got on very fair on my first appearance as clown, considering the circumstances, but I had, you see, 4 of the best parading comic men opposing me. There was Teddy W. as Silly Billy, and Black Sambo as Black Fop, and Funny Felix as Ring Clown, and Steve Sanderson, another clown, at Fraser's Circus, next door to us, and we didn't stand much chance at clowning alongside of them, as they're the best paraders out. Besides, Fraser's booth took nearly all the ground up, and as we drawed up on the ground, that is, with the parade carriages, late on Sunday evening, we were obliged to have a plot next to the circus, and we had the town pump right in the audience part, close to the first seat in the gallery, and the obelisk, or rather a cross it is, took up one side of the stage, which next day we used as the castle in Bluebeard, when the girl gets up on a ladder to the top of the railings which had a shutter on them, and that was Fatima looking out from the spire of the castle for her Salem. Ah, 'twas a great hit, for we put an old scene round it, and it had a capital effect. What we do when we go out clowning to a travelling theatre is this. This is what I did at Enfield. We arrived late and drawed up the parade carriages on the ground, which the Gov had gone on ahead to secure. Then we went to sleep for a while, pitched on a shutter underneath the parade carriages, for it had been wet weather and we couldn't sleep on the canvas for the booth, for it had been sopped with rain at Edmonton Fair. As soon as it was break of day, we begun getting up the booth, and being short-handed, it took us till 3 o'clock before we was ready. First we had to measure our distances and fix the parade wagons. Then we planted our king pole on the one in the centre. Then we put our back pole on the one near the parade. Then we put on our ridge at top, and our side rails. And then we put our side ridges and sling our rafters. We then roll the tilt up, which is for the roof, and it gets heavy with dirt, and we haul it up to the top, and unroll it again, and fasten it again. Then we fix the sides up with shutters about 6 feet square, which you see on the top of the travelling parade carriages. We fixes up the theatre and the seats, which we take with us. All the scenes roll up and is done up in bundles. The performers drop under the parade wagons, and there's a sacking up to divide the men's part from the women. There's a looking glass, sometimes an old bit or a twopenny one-starred, or any old thing we can get hold of, and the Gov gives you out your dress. We always provide our own slips and such like. When we parade outside, it all depends upon what kind of pantaloon you've got with you as to what business you can make. When we first come out on the parade, all the company is together, and we march round, form a half-circle, or dress it, as we say, while the band plays Rule Britannia, or some other operatic air. Then the manager generally calls out, "Now, Mr. Merriman, state the nature of the performances to be given here today." Then I come forward, and this is the dialogue. "Well, Mr. Martin, what am I to tell them?" "The truth, sir, what they'll see here today." "Well, if they stop long enough, they'll see a great many people, I shouldn't wonder." No, sir. I want you to tell them what they'll see inside our theatre." "Well, sir, they'll see a splendid drama by first-rate performers of Robert, Duke of Normandy, with a variety of singing and dancing, with a gorgeous and comic pantomime, with new dresses and scenery, and everything combined to make this such an entertainment as was never before witnessed in this town, and all for the small charge of 3 shillings. No, Mr. Merriman, 3d. What, 3d? I shan't perform at a 3d show. And then I pretend to go down the steps as if leaving. He pulls me back and says, "Come here, sir, what are you going to do? I shan't spoil my deputation playing for threepence. But you must understand, Merriman, we intend giving them one and all a treat, that the working classes may enjoy themselves as well as noblemen." "Then if that's the case, I don't mind, but only for this once." Then I begin spouting again and again, always ending up with "to be witnessed for the low charge of threepence." Then Pantaloon comes up to say what he's going to do, and I give him the nap and knock him on his back. He cries, "I'm down," and I turn him over and pick him up and say, "And now you're up." Then the company form a half set and do a quadrille. When they have scrambled through that, Clown will do a comic dance, and then some burlesque statues. This is the way them statues are done. I go inside and get a birch broom and put a large piece of tilt or old cloth round me and stand just inside the curtains at the entrance from the parade, ready to come out when wanted. Then the male portion of the company get just to the top of the steps, and Pantaloon says to one of them, "Did you speak?" He says, "When?" and Pantaloon says, "Now," and the whole lot make a noise, hollowing out, "Oh, oh, oh," as if they was astonished, but it's only to attract attention. Then the gong strikes, and the trumpet flourishes, and everybody shouts, "Hi, hi, look here!" Then naturally all the people turn towards the caravan to see what's up. Then they clear a passageway from the front to the entrance and back, and bring me forth with this bit of cloth before me. The music flourishes again, and they make a tremendous tumult, crying out, "Look here, look here!" And when all are looking, I drop the cloth, and then I stand in the position of Hercules, King of Clubs, with a birch broom across my shoulders, and an old hat on a top of my wig. Then the band strikes up the statue music, and I goes through the statues, such as Ajax defying the lightning, and Cain killing his brother Abel, and it finishes up with the fighting and dying gladiator. As a finale, I do a backfall and pretend to be dead. The company then picks me up and carry me, lying stiff, on their shoulders round the parade. They carry me inside and shout out, "All in to begin, now we positively commence." Then they drive everybody in off the parade. When the public have taken their seats, then we come strolling out one at a time, till we all get out on the parade again, because the place isn't sufficiently full. It's what we call making a sally. The check takers at the door prevent anybody leaving if they want to come out again. Then I get up to some nonsense again. Perhaps I'll get up a lot of boys out of the fair and make 'em sit on the parade in a row and keep a school, as I call it. I get an old property fiddle and I tell 'em when I play they must sing. Then I give out a hymn. The bow has a lot of notches in it, and there's a bit of wood sticking up in the fiddle, so that when I plays it goes rickety-rickety like. This is the hymn I gives out. "When I can shoot my rifle clear at pigeons in the skies, I'll bid farewell to pork and peas and live on pigeon pies." Of course, when they sings, they make a horrible noise, or even if they don't, I begin to wallop them with my bow. I then tell them I must teach them something easier first. Then I give them, "Alas, old Grimes is dead and gone, we ne'er shall see him more. He used to wear an old greatcoat, all buttoned down before." Then I finish up by putting on the boys a lot of masks, and some have old soldiers' coats, and I give them implements of war, such as old brooms or sticks, and then I put them through their military exercises. I stand in front with the birch broom as my gun, and I tell them they must do as I do. Then I cry, "File arms," and all mark their own muskets. I tell them to lay them all down, and after they have laid down their arms, I tell them to shoulder arms, which makes a shout, because they haven't got no arms. One boy who is put up to it says, "I've got no arms." I go up to him and catch hold of his arms and ask him what he calls these here. Then I make him put them on his shoulders and tell him that's shoulder arms. Then I tell them to ground arms, and I do it at the time, stooping down and putting my arms on the ground. I then call them to attention, and up comes the pantaloon on a basket horse, and I tell them they're going to be reviewed by the Duke. I give them all the implements again, and put them to stand attention. Pantaloon gallops round them, reviewing. He wears a large, flat, cocked hat, and soldier's old coat. He makes a bit of fun with his horse, making it kick and breaking the ranks of my soldiers. Then I quarrel with him about that, and he says he's a right to do as he likes, because he's my superior horsifer. Then he orders me to the other end of the parade to stand attention, with my back towards the boys. Then he tells them to ride about face and charge, and they all run and charge me in behind. They run 2 or 3 times round the parade, still charging me, until I run inside to the theatre, and all the company shout out, "All in to begin. We are now positively to commence." We then get them in off the parade again, and if the place is full, begin. If not, we gradually crawl out again, one by one, and one of the girls dances a hornpipe or a Highland fling. We then make a sally, all in again, and by that time we generally begin. This is the parade business that is most popular at fairs. We do a few other things, but they are all much of a muchness. It's very hard work, and I have worked, since being with Snuffy Johnson, 17 hours of a day, but then we have not had so much to do on the outside. Sometimes I've been so tired at night that I've actually laid down in my dress and never washed, but slept like that all night. The general pay for a clown during fair time is 5 shillings or 6 shillings a day, but that usually ends in your moving on the first day, then 4 shillings on the second, and perhaps 3 shillings on the third. The reason is that the second and third day is never so good as the first. The excuse is that business is not so good, and expenses are heavy, and if you don't like it, you needn't come again. They don't stand about what you agree for. For instance, if it's a wet day and you don't open, there's no pay. Richardson's used, when the old man was alive, to be more money, but now it's as bad as the rest of 'em. If you go on shares with a sharing company, it averages about the same. We always share at the drumhead at night, when all's over. It's usually brought out between the stage and the bottom seat of the gallery. The master or missus counts out the money. The money on the drumhead may, if it's a good fair, come to £16 or £18, or, as it most usually is, £9 or £10. I have known us to share £1 apiece afore now, and I've known what it is to take 10p for a share. We usually take 2 fairs a week, or we may stay a night or 2 after the fair's over, and have a bespeak night. The wages of a clown comes to, if you average it, £1 a week all the year round, and that's puffing it at a good salary, and supposing you to be continually travelling. Very likely, at night we have to pull down the booth after performing all day, and be off that night to another fair, 15 or 16 miles off it may be, and have to build up again by the next afternoon. The women always ride on the top of the parade carriages, and the men occasionally riding and shoving up behind the carriages uphill. The only comfort in travelling is a short pipe, and many a time I've drowned my woes and troubles in one. The scene of sharing at the drumhead is usually this. While the last performance is going on, the missus counts up the money, and she is supposed to bring in all the money she has taken, but that we don't know, and we are generally fiddled most tremendous. When the theatre's empty, she or him generally says, "Now, lads, please, now, ladies, it's getting late." And when they have all mustered, it's generally the cry, "We've had a bad fair." The people seldom speak. She then takes the number of the company, we generally averages some 16 performers, and after doing so she commences sharing, taking up 2 or 3 shares according to the ground rent, one then to herself for taking money, then for the husband being there, for they don't often perform, then they takes shares for the children, for they makes them go on for the fairies and on our parade. Snuffy Johnson used to take 2 shares for the wardrobes and fittings, and that is the most reasonable of any of 'em, for they mostly take double that. Indeed, we always took 6. Then there are 2 shares for ground rent, and 2 for travelling expenses. The latter 2 shares depend entirely upon the fair, for the expenses are just the same whether we takes money or not, so that if it's a bad fair, more has to be deducted, and that's the worse for us on both sides. That makes 12 or 13 shares to be deducted before the men touch a penny for themselves. Any strolling professional who reads that will say, "Well, 'tis very considerate, for it's under the mark and not over." When we have finished at one fair, if we want to go to another the next day, as soon as the people have gone in for the last performance, we commence taking down the pay box and all the show fittings on the outside, and all that isn't wanted for the performance. As soon as the mummers have done their first slang, if they are not wanted in the pantomime, they change themselves and go to work pulling down. When the pantomime's over, everyone helps till all's packed up. Then sharing takes place, and we tramp on by night to the next fair. We then camp as well as we can till daylight, if it isn't morning already, and to work we go building for the fair, and in general, by the time we've done building, it's time to open. I've travelled with Starr's Theatre Royal, and Smith and Webster's, alias Richardson's, and Frederick's Theatre, and Baker's Pavilion, and Douglas's Travelling Shakespearean Saloon. He's got scenes from Shakespeare's plays all round the front, and it's the most splendid concern on the road. And I've done the comic business at all of them. They are all conducted on the same principle and do the same kind of business as that I've described to you. When we are travelling, it depends upon the business as to what we eat. They talk of strolling actors living so jollily and well, but I never knew it fall to my share. What we call a mummer's feed is potatoes and herrings, and they always look out for going into a town where there's plenty of fresh herrings. A fellow we called Nancy Dawson was the best hand at herrings. I've known him go into a tavern and ask for the bill of fare and shout out, "Well, landlord, what have you got for dinner?" Perhaps he'd say, "There's beef and veal, sir, very nice, just ready." And then he'd say, "No, I'm sick of meat, just get me a nice bloater." And if it came to much more than a penny, there was a row. If we are doing bad business and we pass a field of sweets, there's a general rush for the pool. The best judges of turnips is strolling professionals. I recollect in Hampshire once getting into a sweet field and they was all blighted. We pulled up 100, I should think, but when we cut them open they was all flaxy inside, and we after all had to eat the rind. We couldn't get a feed. Sausages and faggots, that's made of all the stale sausages and saveloys and unsightly bits of meat what won't sell, is what we gets hold of principally. The women have to make shifts as we do. We always get plenty of beer, even when we can't get money, for we can sing a song or so, and then the yokels stand something. Besides, there's hardly a town we go into without some of the yokels being stage-struck, and they feel quite delighted to be among the professionals, and will give us plenty of beer if we'll talk to them about acting. It's impossible to say how many clowns there are working at canvas theatres. There's so many meddling at it, not good uns, but trying to be. I can mention 50, I am sure, by name. I shouldn't think you would exaggerate if you was to say there was from 150 to 200 who call themselves clowns. Many of the first-rate clowns now in London have begun at Strolling. There's Herring and Lewis and Nelson and plenty more doing well now. It's a hard life, and many the time we squeege a laugh out when it's like killing us to do it. I've never known a man break down at a fair, done up, for you see the beer keeps us up. But I've known one chap to faint on the parade from exhaustion, and then get up, as queer as could be, and draw twopence, and go and have a fish and bread. A woman at an oyster stall alongside of the theatre gave him a drop of beer. He was hearty and hungry, and had only joined lately, regular hard up, so he went 2 days without food. When we shared at night, he went and bought a ham bone, and actually eat himself asleep, for he dropped off with the bone in his hand. End of section 25. Section 26 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street-Exhibitors, Part 18. The Penny-Circus Jester. A man who had passed many years of his life as jester at the cheap circuses or penny equestrian shows frequenting the fairs in the neighbourhood of London, obliged me with the following details. There are only 2 kinds of clowns, the stage and the circus clown, only there is different denominations. For instance, the clown at the fair and the clown at the regular theatre, as well as the Penny-Gaff, when they give pantomimes there, are one and the same kind of clown, only better or worse, according to the pay and kind of performance. But it's the same sort of business. Now, the circus clown is of the same kind as those that go about with schools of acrobats and Negro serenaders. He is expected to be witty and say clever things, and invent anything he can for the evening's performance. But the theatre clown is expected to do nothing but what enters into the business of the piece. Them two are the main distinctions we make in the profession. I've travelled along with only 2 circuses, but then it's the time you stop with them, for I was 18 months along with a man of the name of Johnson, who performed at the Albion, Whitechapel, and in Museum Street, opposite Drury Lane. He had a penny exhibition then. And for above 2 years and a half along with Veal, who had a circus at the Birdcage, Hackney Road, and at Walworth. At Museum Street we only had 1 prad, which is slang for pony, although we used to introduce all the circus business. We had jugglers and globe runners and tightrope dancers also. We never had no ring built, but only sawdust on the stage and all the wings taken out. They used to begin with a chant and a hop, note, singing and dancing, end note. After which there was tightrope hopping. As soon as ever the rope was drawn up, Johnson, who had a whip in his hand, the same as if it was a regular circus, used to say, "Now, Mr. Merryman." Then I'd run on and answer, "Here I am, sir, all of a lump, as the old man said what found the sixpence. I'm up and dressed like a watch-box. What shall I have the pleasure for to come, for to go, for to go, for to fetch, for to fetch, for to carry, to oblige you?" I usually wore a ring dress, with red rings round my trunks, and a fly to correspond. The tights had straight red lines. My wig was a white one, with a red comb. Then Johnson would say, "Have the pleasure to announce Madame Léon." Then I give it, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Madame Léon, a young lady that threw her clothes into bed and hung herself upon the doornail." Then she just gets up on the rope, and I go and sit down as if I was going to sleep. Mr. Johnson then says, "Come, sir, you're going to sleep. You've got your eyes shut." I answer, "I beg your pardon, sir, I was not asleep." And then he says I was, and I contradict him, and add, "If I had my eyes shut, I am the first of the family that went to sleep so." Then he asks how that is, and I reply, "Because they were afraid of having their pockets picked." And he says, "Nonsense. All your family was very poor. There was nothing in their pockets to pick." And I add, "Yes, but there was the stitches though." All these puns and catches goes immense. "Now, sir," he continues, "chalk the rope." I say, "Whose place is it?" And he replies, "The fool's." "Then do it yourself," I answer. And then we go on in this style. He cries, "What did you say, sir?" I said I'd do it myself. "Now, Madame Léon, are you ready?" And she nods. And then I tell the music to toodaloo and blow us up. She then does a step or two, a little of the polka, and retires. And I am told to chalk the rope again. And this is our talk. Oh dear, there's no rest for the wicked. Sir, would you be so kind, so obliging, as to inform me why I chalk the top of the rope? To prevent the young lady from slipping down, sir. Oh, indeed. Then I'll chalk underneath the rope. He then asks, "What are you doing off, sir?" "Why, didn't you tell me when I chalked the top it's to prevent the young lady from slipping down?" "Yes, sir." "Then I chalked underneath to prevent her from slipping up again. Would you oblige me with your hand?" Then I look at it and say, "Plenty of corns in it. You've done some hard work in your time." "I have, sir." "Beautiful nails too." And then I rub the chalk on his hand, and when he asks what I'm doing off, I say, "Chalking it." "What for, sir?" "Why, sir, to keep it from slipping into other people's pockets. Then he gives me a click of whip and says, "Out of the way, sir. Now, Madame Leon, proceed." When she's finished the dance, I cry, "Now I'll get on the rope and have a try." And I mount very courageously, crying, "I'd be a butcher's boy, born in the borough, beef steaks today and mutton chops tomorrow." Then I find the rope move and pretend to be frightened and cry, "Oh Lord, don't, it shakes." Then I ask, "Mr. Johnson, will you chalk my pulse and hand me up the barber's pole?" And when I've got it, I say, "Here's a nice ornament on a 12th cake." I also ask him, I say, "Sir, did you ever know some of my friends was first-rate rope dancers?" "No, sir." "Oh, yes, sir. They danced to some of the large houses." "What house was that, sir? Was it Victoria?" "I know nothing about Victoria, sir. You must ask Albert." "Perhaps, sir, it was the Garrick." "Oh, catch my brother dancing in a garret." "Perhaps, sir, it was Covent Garden." "No, sir, he never danced in no garden, nor a lane neither." "Perhaps, sir, it was the Haymarket." "No, sir, nor the Corn Market." "I see, sir, you can't remember the house." "No, sir, I'll tell you, sir, it's a high stone building between Holborn and Newgate Market." "Oh, you mean Newgate?" "Yes, sir. Don't you remember we were both in there for pot stealing?" "Come down here, sir, and I'll give you a flogging." "You mean to say, sir, you'll give me a flogging if I come down?" "Yes, sir." "Then, sir, I shall remain where I am." I then tell the music to toodaloo and blew us up, and I attempt to dance, and he lets the rope down, which throws me onto my back. He asks, "Are you hurt?" And I reply, "No, I'm killed." "Get up, sir." "I'll not move, sir." "I'll give you the whip, sir." "That's no use, sir. I've made a bargain with it, that if I don't touch it, it won't touch me. Oh, ain't I bad? I've got the cobbler's marbles, or else the hen flew out of the window. Here's a policeman coming." And then I jumps up in a minute and ask, "Where?" Then I go to his whip and touch it. "What's this, Mr. Johnson?" "My whip, sir." "I'll tell you what it is, Mr. Johnson. I'll bet you a bottle of blacking and a 3-out brush that you can't say 'my whip' to 3 questions that I shall put to you." "I'll take you, sir." I then take the whip from him and say, "Providing, sir, you was to meet a poor blind old man, and you was to give him a halfpenny, and you was to meet me and make me a present of a £5 note, what would you deserve?" He says, "My whip, sir." "Yes, sir, that's one to you." I say, "Sir, you've got a daughter, and if she was to marry and get a great deal of money, what would you deserve?" "My whip, sir." "Certainly, sir, that's 2 to you. Now, sir, providing you was atop of that rope, and I was to undo the rope and let you down, and I was to give you the cobbler's marbles with the hen flew out of the window, and tell you that a policeman was a-coming, what should I deserve?" Then he don't like to say, "My whip," and stammers out. At last he says it, and then I beat him round the stage till he runs off. Then I lay it down and cry, "Cock-a-doodle-doo," crowing for victory, and he creeps in and gets the whip again, and then lashes me. After juggling and globes, we always did a laughable sketch entitled "Billy Button's Ride to Brentford," and I used to be Jeremiah Stitchum, a servant of Billy Button's that comes for a situation. It opens this way. Jeremiah makes applications for this situation. He asks, "What can you do?" "Everything and nothing." "Can you clean plates?" "I can break 'em." "Can you run errands?" "Always." He is engaged at 4 shillings a week and his board. And then comes some comic business about a letter coming by post. Billy tells him to bring him a light to read this letter, and he sets fire to it. This letter is from Brentford, saying that his sister's ill and that he's wanted directly. He goes to a livery stable and asks for a lady's pony, at the same time saying he wants it quiet. The man says he's got 3, one that is blind, and threw the last gentleman that rode it into a ditch, and Billy won't have that. The other is lame of one leg, and he don't like that, for he wants a lady's pony that is very quiet. Then this stable keeper recommends this pony, saying it's very quiet, but it's a kicker. Then first he gets up the wrong way, and the head comes round to the tail of the horse. Jerry then tells him he's wrong, and then offers to get him a bung up, and chucks him right over the pony's back onto the ground on the other side. He then gets on properly, ready for starting, and tells Jerry he may expect him home in a day or 2. He tries to start the pony, but it won't go. Jerry takes a needle and pretends to stick it into the pony's flank, which causes it to kick and rear until he throws Billy Button off. And then the pony chases Jerry round the stage with his mouth open to bite him. Then there's a regular confusion, and that winds it up. If that pony catched you, he'd give it you too. He got hold of me one night by my trousers and nearly shook the life out of me. It hurt me, but everybody roared and thought it all right. After that, I hit upon a dodge. I used to have a roll of calico tacked onto my back, and the pony would catch hold of it and pull out about 4 yards of what looked like a shirt. Those ponies are very playful and may be taught anything. The stage clown's dress is what we term full dresses, with a wig and a tail. But the circus clown's is merely the top knot and the ring dress, as, if they are spangled, they are always on the twist, something in the style of a serpent. They don't do the red half-moon on the cheek, like stage clowns, but they have just a dab, running up to the cheekbone. A stage clown's dress costs from £5 to £10, but a circus clown can make a suit complete, with pumps and all, for from 30 shillings to 35 shillings. There's such a thing as 14 or 15 yards of canvas in a stage clown's full dress, and that's without exaggerating. Veals was the best circus I was at. There they had 6 prads, note horses, end note, and 2 ponies, and the performers were the best then of the day, for they had Monsieur Ludovic, a Frenchman, and the best bareback juggler about. Mr. Moffat's troupe and Mr. Emery's was there also. Mr. Douglas was clown along with me, and little Ned and Sam was the tumblers. We had a large tent and regular circus, and could accommodate 1,500 or 1,600 people. I had 35 shillings a week all the time I was there, near 2.5 years. And it wasn't much, considering the work, for I had to produce all the pantomimes and act as ballet master as well. It is, and it ain't, difficult to ride round a circus standing up. I've known one man who had never rode before in all his life, and yet went on one night, when they were short of hands, and done the Olympians to the best of his abilities without falling off, though he felt very nervous. For these scenes they go slowly. You have to keep your eye fixed on the horse's head. I've been in a circus so long, and yet I can't ride. Even following the horse round the ring makes me feel so giddy at times that I have had to catch hold of the tent pole in the middle just to steady myself. I wasn't the regular principal clown at Veals, only on occasions. I was the speaking clown and jester. I used to do such things as those. For instance, there is an act, which is rode, called The Shipwrecked Sailors, where he rides round the ring, introducing the shipwreck hornpipe and doing a pantomime of giving an imitation of the sinking of the ship and his swimming and returning safe on shore. Between the parts, I used to say to the ringmaster, "Are you aware, sir, that I've been to sea?" He'd say, "No, sir." Then we'd go on, "Yes, sir, I once took a voyage to the Ickney-Knockney Islands off Bilbison, just by the Thames Tunnel, in the mud." "Indeed, sir." "Yes, sir, and I've seen some wonderful sights, sir, in my time." "Indeed, sir." "Yes, sir. On this occasion it come so cold that as the captain was on the quarter-deck, as he gave the word of command to the men, the words dropped out of his mouth, lumps of ice, on the deck. The ship would have been lost, had I not had the presence of mind to pick the words up, put them into a frying pan, and warm them over the galley fire. And as they thawed, so I gave the word of command to the men." "Dear me, sir, that was a wonderful sight." "It was indeed, sir. I don't believe a word of it." "Ah, sir, if you'd have been there, you'd have seen it yourself." "I don't believe a word of it, Mr. Merriman." "Oh, come, sir, you must believe some." "Well, I believe a part of it." "Then I believe the other part, sir, and so that makes the lot." "That's right, sir." "Well, sir, I went for another voyage, and going through the Needles, our vessel sprung a leak. Not an onion, a leak. And she got a hole in her side." "She, sir?" "Yes, sir, the ship. So the pumps was put to work. But as fast as they pumped the water out, it came in at the hole, and the ship was sinking, when the captain came on deck and asked if there was any man courageous enough to stop the hole. Of course, sir, I was there." "But you're not courageous." "Ain't I, sir? Try me." "Now," says he, "if there's any man will stop this hole, to him will I give the hand of my daughter and £150. So away I went down in the hold, and there was more than about 15 foot of water, and I pops my head in the hole until they got the vessel ashore. So you see, sir, I had the hand of his daughter and the £150. That was a good job for you, Mr. Merriman." "No, sir, it was a bad job." "How was that, sir?" "Because when I was married, I found that she was a cream of tartar." "Then, sir, you had the money. That was a good job for you." "No, sir, that was a bad job, sir." "How so?" "I bought some sheep and oxen, and they died of the rot." "Ah, that was a bad job, Mr. Merriman." "No, sir, it was a good job, for shoes were very dear, and I sold the hides for more than I gave for the cattle." "Well, that was a good job." "No, sir, that was a bad job, for I built houses with the money, and they got burned down." "Indeed, sir, that was a very bad job for you." "Oh, no, sir, it was a very good job, because my wife got burnt in them, and you see, I got rid of a tormenting wife." There's another famous gag ring jesters always do, and I was very successful with it. After the act of horsemanship is over, when the ringmaster is about leaving the ring, I say, "Allow me to go first, sir," and he replies, "No, sir, I never follow a fool." Then we go on, "I always do," meaning him. "What did you say, sir?" "That's quite true, sir." I say, "Sir, did you ever see my sweetheart?" "No, sir." "There she is, sir, that nice young girl sitting there." "I don't see her." "Yes, there, sir, a-winking at me now. Ah, you little ducksy, ducksy, ducksy." "I don't see her, sir." Then I gets him to the middle of the ring, and whilst he is pretending to stare in the direction I pointed to, I bolt off, saying, "I never follows a fool." At fairs we do pretty well, and a circus always pays better than an acting booth. We are always on salaries and never go upon shares. The actors often say we look down upon them and think them beneath our notice. And I dare say it's true to a great extent. I've heard our chaps cry out,
"Won't you be glad when herrings are cheap?" or "How were you off for bits of candle and lumps of coke last night at sharing?" Then no doubt we live better at circuses, for we do our steak and onions and all that sort of thing, and perhaps that makes us cheeky. Some jesters at circuses get tremendous engagements. Mr. Barry, they say, had £10 a week at Astley's, and Stonalfy, with his dogs, is, I should think, equal to him. There's another, Nelson, too, who plays on the harmonicon, and does tunes on bits of wood, the same as went on the water in a tub drawn by geese, when the bridge broke down at Yarmouth. He's had as much as £15 a week on a regular travelling engagement. There ain't so many jesters as tumbling clowns. I think it's because they find it almost too much for them, for a jester has to be ready with his tongue if anything goes wrong in the ring. I shouldn't think there was more than from 30 to 40 jesters in England. I reckon in this way there are from 10 to 15 circuses, and that's allowing them 2 jesters each. In the threepenny circus, such as Clark's or Frazier's, the salary for a jester is about £2 a week, take the year round. End of section 26. Section 27 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street-Exhibitors, Part 19. Silly Billy. The character of Silly Billy is a kind of clown, or rather a clown's butt, but not after the style of Pantaloon, for the part is comparatively juvenile. Silly Billy is supposed to be a schoolboy, although not dressed in a charity boy's attire. He is very popular with the audience at the fairs. Indeed, they cannot do without him. The people like to see Silly Billy, I was told, much more than they do Pantaloon, for he gets knocked about more, though, but he gives it back again. A good silly, said my informant, has to imitate all the ways of a little boy. When I have been going to a fair, I have many a time stopped for hours watching boys at play, learning their various games and getting their sayings. For instance, some will go about the streets singing, "Eh higgity, eh ho, Billy let the water go," which is some song about a boy pulling a tap from a water butt and letting the water run. There's another, "Nickety nickety night, I'll strike a light." I got these both from watching children whilst playing. Again, boys will swear, "By the liver and lights of a cobbler's lapstone," and their most regular desperate oath is, "Ain't this wet, ain't it dry, cut my throat if I tells a lie." They'll say too, "Selp my greens," and "Upon my word and say so." All these sayings I used to work up into my Silly Billy, and they had their success. I do such things as these too, which is regularly boyish, such as, "Give me a bit of your bread and butter, and I'll give you a bit of my bread and treacle." Again, I was watching a lot of boys playing at pitch button, and one says, "Ah, you're up to the rigs of this hole. Come to my hole, you can't play there." I've noticed them too playing at ring-taw, and one of their exclamations is, "Knuckle down fair and no funking." All these sayings are very useful to make the character of Silly Billy perfect. Bless you, sir, I was 2 years studying boys before I came out as Silly Billy. But then I persevere when I take a thing in hand, and I stick so close to nature that I can't go far wrong in that line. Now this is a regular boy's answer. When somebody says, "Does your mother know you're out?" he replies, "Yes, she do, but I didn't know the organ man had lost his monkey." That always went immense. It's impossible to say when Silly Billy first come out at fairs, or who first supported the character. It's been popular ever since a fair can be remembered, The best I ever saw was Teddy Walters. He's been at all the fairs round the universe. England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales and France. He belonged to a circus when he went abroad. He's done Silly Billy these 40 year, and he's a great comic singer beside. I was reckoned very clever at it. I used to look it by making up so young for it. It tires you very much, for there's so much exertion attached to it by the dancing and capering about. I've done it at the fairs and also with tumblers in the street, only when you do it in the street, you don't do one half the business. The make-up for a Silly Billy is this: short white trousers and shoes with a strap round the ankle, long white pinafore with a frill round the neck and red sleeves, and a boy's cap. We dress the head with the hair behind the ears, and a dab of red on the nose, and 2 patches of black over the eyebrows. When I went to the fair, I always took 3 pairs of white trousers with me. The girls used to get up playing larks with me and smearing my white trousers with gingerbread. It's a very favourite character with the women. They stick pins into you as if you were a pincushion. I've had my thighs bleeding sometimes. One time, during Greenwich, an ugly old woman came on the parade and kissed me and made me a present of a silver 6pence, which, I needn't say, was soon spent in porter. Why, I've brought home with me sometimes toys enough to last a child a fortnight, if it was to break one every day, such as carts and horses, cock and breeches, whistles, and so on. You see, Silly Billy is supposed to be a thievish sort of a character, and I used to take the toys away from the girls as they were going into the theatre, and then I'd show it to the clown and say, "Oh, look what that nice lady's give me. I shall take it home to my mother." I've done Silly Billy for Richardson's and near every booth of consequence. The general wages is from 5 shillings to 7 shillings 6pence the day, but my terms was always the 3 half-crowns. When there's any fairs on, I can always get a job. I always made it a rule never to go far away from London, only to Greenwich or Gravesend, but not farther, for I can make it better in town, working the concert rooms. There are some who can do nothing but Silly Billy, and then if you take the year round, it comes to 3 days' work a week. The regular salary doesn't come to more than £1 a week, but then you make something out of those who come up on the parade, for one will chuck you 6pence, some a shilling, and 2 shillings 6pence. We call those parties crosses. I have had such a thing as 5 shillings give to me. We are supposed to share this among the company, and we generally do. These are the nobbings, and may send up your earnings to as much as 25 shillings a week, besides drink, which you can have more given to you than you want. When we go about the streets with tumblers, we mostly only sing a song and dance, and keep the ring whilst the performance is going on. We also nob, or gather the money. I never heard of a Silly Billy going out busking in tap rooms and that. The tumblers like the Silly Billy because the dress is attractive, but they are getting out of date now, since the grotesque clown is so much in the street. I went about with a school termed the Demons, and very clever they was, though they've all broke up now, and I don't know what's become of them. There were 4 of them. We did middling, but we could always manage to knock up such a thing as 20 shillings each a week. I was on and off about 6 months with them. After their tumbling, then my turn would begin. The drummer would say, "Turn and turn about, fair play. Billy, now it's your turn. A song from Billy, and if we meet with any encouragement, ladies and gentlemen, the young man here will tie his legs together and chuck several somersets." Then I'd sing such a song as Clementina Clements, which begins like this. "You talk of modest girls, now I've seen a few, but there's none licks the one I'm sticking up to. But some of her faults would make some chaps ill, but with all her faults, Yes, I love her still. Such a delicate duck was Clementina Clements. Such a delicate duck I never did see. There's one verse where she won't walk over a potato field because they've got eyes, and another when she faints at seeing a Dutch doll without clothes on. Then she doesn't like table's legs, and all such as that, and that's why she is such a delicate duck. That song always tells with the women. Then I used to sing another called What Do Men and Women Marry For?, which was a very great favourite. One verse that went very well was, If a good wife you've got, but there's very few of those, your money goes just like a shot, they're everlasting wanting clothes, and when you've bought 'em all you can, of course you cannot buy them more. They cry, Do you call yourself a man? Was this what we got married for? When I danced, it was merely a comic dance, what we call a roly-poly. Sometimes when we had been walking far and pitching a good many times, the stones would hurt my feet awful with dancing. Pitching with tumblers is nothing compared to fair parading. There you are the principal of the comic men after clown, for he's first. We have regular scenes, which take 20 minutes working through. When the parade is slack, then comes the silly Billy business. There's a very celebrated sketch, or whatever you call it, which Clown and Silly Billy do together, taking off mesmerism. Clown comes on dressed up in a tall white hat and with a cloak on. He says that he has just arrived from the island of Metiti, and that he's the great Dr. Bokanki, the most celebrated mesmerizer in the world. He says, Look at me, here I am, ain't I mesmerized elephants? Ain't I mesmerized monkeys? And ain't I going to mesmerize him? He then tells Silly Billy to sit in the chair. Then he commences passing his hands across his eyes. He asks Billy, What do you see, Billy? He turns his face, with his shut eyes, towards the crowd and says, A man with a big nose, sir, and such a many pimples on his face. And now what do you see, Billy? Oh, ain't that gal winking at me? You be quiet, or I'll tell my mother. Now what do you see, Billy? Nothink. Then the doctor turns to the crowd and says, Now, ladies and gentlemen, I shall touch him on the figment at the back of his head, which is called a bump. Oh, my eyes, ain't Billy's head a swelling? This bump, ladies and gentlemen, is called a organ. Not a church, nor yet a chapel organ, nor yet one of them they grind in the street. And here's another organ, he says, putting his hand on Billy's stomach. This here is called his whittling department organ, or where he puts his grub. I shall now touch him on another figment and make him sing. Then he puts his finger on Billy's head, and Billy sings. As I one day was hawking my ware, I thought I'd invent something novel and rare, for as I'm not green and I know what's o'clock, so I'll have a go in at the pineapple rock. Tol-de-roll-lay, tol-de-roll-lay. Then Billy becomes quiet again, and the doctor says, I'll now, ladies and gentlemen, touch him on another figment, and cause Billy to cry. This here is his organ of the handling department. Then he takes Billy's finger and bites it, and Billy begins to roar like a town bull. Then the doctor says, I'll now, ladies and gentlemen, touch him on another figment, whereby the youth can tell me what I've got in my hand. He then puts his hand in his coat-tail pocket and says, Billy, what have I got in my hand? And Billy says, Oh, you nasty beast! Why, it's a... Oh, I don't like to say. They do this a lot of times, Billy always replying, Oh, I don't like to say, until at last he promises that if he won't tell his mother, he will, and then he says, It's a small-tooth comb. Very right, Billy. And what's in it? Why, one of them here things that crawls. Very right, Billy. And what is it? Why, it's a black beetle. Very right, Billy. Look again. Do you see anything else? There's some crumbs. Then he tells Billy that as he is such a good boy, he'll bring him two. And Billy says, Oh, don't please, sir. One's quite enough. Then he brings him two, and Billy says, Oh, ain't it nice? Oh, it's so jolly. Here, you young woman, I wish you'd let me touch your bumps. Then if the people laugh, he adds, You may laugh, but it gives you a all-over sort of a feeling, as if you had drunk 3 pints of pickling vinegar. That's a very favourite scene, but I haven't give it you all, for it would fill a volume. It always makes a hit, and Billy has a rare chance of working comic attitudes and so on when the doctor touches his bumps. There's another very celebrated scene for Silly Billy. It's what we call the preaching scene. Silly Billy mounts up a ladder, and Clown holds it at the bottom and looks through the steps. Clown has to do the clerk to Billy's parson. Billy begins by telling the clerk that he must say barley sugar at the end of every sentence he preaches. Billy begins in this way. Hail to brethren, and you fair damsels, and he's supposed to be addressing the chaps and gals on the parade. I hope that the text I shall give you will be a moral to you, and prevent you from eating the forbidden sweets of barley sugar. No, you fool, sin, and that will put you in the right path as you walk through the fields of barley sugar. No, virtue, you fool. My text is taken from the Epistle of Thomas to the Ethiopians, the 1st chapter, and 2 first slices of a leg of mutton, where it says so beautifully, barley sugar. No, that's not it. Now it come to go along in the 1st year, in the 1st month, 2 days before that, as we was journeying through the land of barley sugar. No, you fool, keep quiet. Flower Potamia. We met a serpent, and from his mouth was issuing barley sugar. No, fire. Then all the people on the parade jump up and shout, Where? Then Billy says, Oh, my sister's tomcat, here's a congregation. Sit down. When they are all quiet again, Billy goes on, Now this I say unto you, barley sugar, keep quiet, will you? And he hits Clown with his foot. 2 shall be well, and 2 shall be queer. Oh, ain't I ill? Go, men of little understanding, and inherit a basin of pea soup at the cook shop, together with barley sugar. No such thing. My blessing. Unto you will I give nothing, and unto you just half as much barley sugar. Hold your tongue. You that have had nothing shall give it back again, and you that had nothing at all, you shall keep it. Now let us sing barley sugar. No, a song. Then Billy tells them to get their books, and they take up pint pots, or whatever they can get. Let us sing. And they all jump up, and they all begin. If I was a drayman's horse 1/4 of the year, I'd put my tail where my head ought to be, and I'd drink up all the barley sugar. Hold your tongue. Beer. After all of them have sung, Billy says, Now let us say, and all of them howl, Aye. Now is the winter of our discontent. We have not enough money to pay our rent, and by all the clouds that tip our house, we've not enough food to feed up barley sugar. Yes, barley sugar, says Billy. Then all the congregation cries, Oh. And Clown says, Barley sugar. and he is so much affected he weeps and goes to wipe his eyes, and lets the ladder fall, and down comes Billy. He gives sundry kicks, and then pretends to be dying. The congregation say, "Peace be with you, Billy," and he answers, "Yes, pease pudding and fried taters." And the clown howls out, "Barley sugar." When Billy is dead, if business isn't very good, they put the body on the ladder and form a procession. The music goes at the head and plays a hornpipe, slowly, and then they leave the booth and parade through the fair among the people, with clown as chief mourner. The people are bursting their sides, and wherever we go they follow after. All the mourners keep crying, "Oh, oh, oh, Billy's dead." And then Billy turns round and sometimes says, "Don't be fools, it's only a lark." Or else, "Don't tell mother, she'll give me a hiding." This procession business always brings a flock behind us and fills the theatre, or goes a great way towards it. When I have been Silly Billy and representing this scene and been carried through the fair, I've been black and blue from the girls coming up and pinching me through the ladder. The girls are wonderfully cheeky at fairs, and all for a lark. They used to get me so precious wild I couldn't help coming to life and say, "Quiet, you hussies!" But it were no good, for they'd follow you all about and keep on nipping a fellow. Another celebrated scene or sketch is the teetotal one, and a rich one it is. Billy is supposed to have joined the temperance parties. He calls for a tub to preach upon, and he says he will consider it a favour if they could let it be a water butt. They lift Billy onto the tub, and a cove, clown generally, sits under to take the chair of the meeting. Then the paraders stand about, and I begin, "Ladies and gentlemen, waking friends and lazy enemies, and Mr. Chairman, what I'm about to tell you, I'm a staunch teetotaler." "Hear, hear, hear," everybody cries. "I have been so now for 2, and the clown suggests, years. No, minutes. I'd have you avoid water as you would avoid a bull that wasn't in a cherry shop. Hear, hear, hear. I once knew a friend of mine who drank water till he was one solid mass of ice, and he drank tea till the leaves grew out of his nose. Oh, hear, hear. He got so fat you couldn't see him. This, my friends, comes of tea drinking. Hear, hear, hear. I hope, kind friends, this will be a lesson to you to avoid drinking too much." Then the chairman jumps up and says, "Beer." No, tea. Drink in moderation, and never drink more than I do. 2 pots of ale, 3 pints of porter, 4 glasses of gin, 5 of rum, and 6 of brandy is enough for any man at one time. Don't drink more, please. Hear, hear, hear. That will cause you to be in the height of bloom. Your nose will blossom. Your eyes will be bright as 2 burnt holes in a blanket. Your head will swell till no hat will fit it. These are facts, my friends. Undeniable facts, my kind friends. Hear, hear, hear. You will get so fat you'll take up the pavement to walk. I believe and I trust that what I have said will not convince you that teetotalism and coffee-totalism are the best things ever invented. Sign the pledge. The pledge book is here. You must all pay a penny, and if you don't keep up your payments, you will be scratched. With these few remarks, I now conclude my address to you, hoping that every friend among you is so benevolent as to subscribe a pot of beer. I shall be happy to drink it to show you how awful a thing it is not to become a teetotaler. Then they all rush forward to sign the pledge, and they knock Clown over, and he tumbles Silly Billy into the barrel up to his neck. Then we all sing, I likes a drop of good beer, I likes a drop of good beer, and hang their eyes if ever they tries to rob a poor man of his beer. And that ends the meeting. I was in Greenwich Fair doing Silly Billy when the celebrated disturbance with the soldiers took place. I was at Smith and Webster's booth, Richardson's that was, and our clown was Paul Petro. He had been a bit of a fighting man. He was bending down for Silly Billy to take a jump over him, and some of the soldiers ran up and took the back. They knocked his back as they went over, and he got shirty. Then came a row. 4 of them pitched into Paul, and he cries out for help. The mob began to pelt the soldiers, and they called out to their comrades to assist them. A regular confusion ensued. The soldiers tumbled us about and took off their belts. They cut Paul's forehead right open. I was Silly Billy, and I got a broomstick, and when one of the soldiers gave me a lick over the face with his belt, I pitched him over on the mob with my broomstick. I was tumbled down the steps among the mob, and hang me if they didn't pitch into me too. I got the awfullest nose you ever see. There was I in my long pinafore a-wiping up the blood, and both my eyes going as black as plums. I cut up a side place, and then I sat down to try to put my nose to rights. Lord, how I did look about for plaster. When I came back, there was all the fair a-fighting. The fighting men came out of their booths and let into the soldiers, who was going about flourishing their belts and hitting everybody. At last the police came. 2 of them was knocked down and sent back on stretchers. But at last, when a picket was sent for, all the soldiers, there was about 40 of them, were walked off. They got from 6 to 9 months imprisonment, and those that let into the police 18 months. I never see such a sight. It was all up with poor Silly Billy for that fair, for I had to wrap my face up in plaster and flannel, and keep it so for a week. I shouldn't think there were more than a dozen Silly Billies going about at the present time, and out of them there ain't above 3 first-raters. I know nearly all of them. When fairs ain't on, they go about the streets, either with schools of tumblers or serenaders, or else they turn to singing at the concerts. To be a good Silly Billy, it requires a man with heaps of funniment and plenty of talk. He must also have a young-looking face, and the taller the man the better for it. When I go out, I always do my own gag, and I try to knock out something new. I can take a candle or a straw or a piece of gingerbread or any mortal thing and lecture on it. At fairs we make our talk rather broad to suit the audience. Our best sport is where a girl comes up on the parade and stands there before going inside. We have immense fun with her. I offer to marry her, and so does Clown, and we quarrel as to who proposed to the young woman first. I swear she's my gal, and he does the same. Then we appeal to her and tell her what we'll give her as presents. It makes immense fun. The girls always take it in good part, and seem to enjoy it as much as the mob in front. If we see that she is in any ways shy, we drop it, for it's done for merriment and not to insult, and we always strive to amuse and not to abuse our friends.
Billy Barlow. Billy Barlow is another supposed comic character that usually accompanies either the street dancers or acrobats in their peregrinations. The dress consists of a cocked hat and red feather, a soldier's coat, generally a sergeant's, with sash, white trousers with the legs tucked into Wellington boots, a large tin eyeglass, and an old broken and ragged umbrella. The nose and cheeks are coloured bright red with vermilion. The comic business consists of the songs of The Merry Month of May and Billy Barlow, together with a few old conundrums and jokes, and sometimes, where the halfpence are very plentiful, a comic dance. The following statement concerning this peculiar means of obtaining a living I had from a man whom I had seen performing in the streets, dressed up for the part,
but who came to me so thoroughly altered in appearance that I could hardly recognise him. In plain clothes he had almost a respectable appearance, and was remarkably clean and neat in his attire. Altogether, in his undress, he might have been mistaken for a better kind of mechanic. There was a humorous expression, however, about his mouth, and a tendency to grimace, that told the professional buffoon. "I go about now as Billy Barlow," he said. "The character of Billy Barlow was originally played at the races by a man who is dead. He was about 10 years at the street business, doing nothing else than Billy Barlow in the public thoroughfares, and at fairs and races. He might have made a fortune, had he took care on it, sir, but he was a great drunkard, and spent all he got in gin. He died 7 years ago, where most of the street performers ends their days, in the workhouse. He was formerly a potman at some public house, and got discharged, and then took to singing comic songs about the streets and fairs. The song of Billy Barlow, which was very popular then, was among the lot that he sung, and that gave his name. He used to sing, too, the song of I Hope I Don't Intrude, and for that he dressed up as Paul Pry, which is the reason of the old umbrella, the eyeglass, and the white trousers tucked into the boots, being part of the costume at present. Another of his songs was The Merry Month of May, or Follow the Drum, and for that he put on the soldier's coat and cocked hat and feather, which we wears to this day. After this he was called General Barlow. When he died, 1 or 2 took to the same character, and they died in the workhouse, like us all. 2 months ago I thought I'd take to it myself, as there was a vacancy in the profession. I have been for 30 years at the street business, off and on. I am 50 now. I was a muffin and biscuit baker by trade, but, like the rest on us, I got fond of a roving life. My father was a tailor by trade, but took to being a supernumerary at Covent Garden Theatre, where my uncle was a performer, and when I was 9 years old I played the part of the child in Pizarro, and after that I was one of the devils what danced round my uncle in Mother Goose. When I was 14-year-old my uncle apprenticed me to the muffin business, and I stuck to it for 5 years, but when I was out of my time I made up my mind to cut it and take to performing. First I played clown at a booth, for I had always a taste for the comic after I had played the devil and danced round my uncle in the Covent Garden pantomime. Some time after that I took to play the drum and pipes, and since then I have been chiefly performing as musicianer to different street exhibitions. When business is bad in the winter or wet weather, I make sweetmeats and go about the streets and sell them. I never made muffins since I left the business. You see, I've no stove nor shop for that, and never had the means of raising them. Sweetmeats takes little capital. Toffee, brandy balls, and Albert Rock isn't expensive to get up. Besides, I'm well known among the children in the streets, and they likes to patronise the profession for sweetmeats, even though they won't give nothing while you're a-performing. I've done much the same since I took to the Billy Barlow as I did before at the street business. We all share alike, and that's what I did as the drum and pipes. I never dress at home. My wife, I'm a married man, knows the part I play. She came to see me once and laughed at me fit to bust. The landlord nor the fellow lodgers where I live, I have a room to myself, ain't aware of what I do. I sneaks my things out and dresses at a public house. It costs us a pot for dressing and a pot for undressing. We has the use of the tap room for that. I'm like the rest of the world at home, or rather more serious maybe, though thank God I don't want for food. Things is cheap enough now, and if I can't get a living at the buffoonery business, why I try sweetmeats, and between the two I do manage to grab on somehow, and that's more than many of my profession can do. My partner, note, a street dancer whom he brought with him, end note, must either dance or starve, and there's plenty like him in the streets of London.
I only know of one other Barlow but me in the business, and he's only taken to it after me. Some jokes ain't fit for ladies to listen to, but what I says is the best approved jokes, such as has been fashionable for many years, and can't give no offence to no one. I say to the musician, "Well, master, can you tell me why are the Thames Tunnel and Hungerford Suspension Bridge like two joints badly done?" He'll say, "No, Mr. Barlow." And then I give him the answer, "Because one is overdone and the other is underdone." Then I raise my umbrella, saying, "I think I'm provided against the weather." And as the umbrella is all torn and slit, it raises a laugh. Some days I get 6 shillings or 7 shillings as my share, sometimes not a quarter of the money. Perhaps I may average full 18 shillings a week in the summer, or more, but not a pound. In the winter, if there's a subsistence, that's all. Joking is not natural to me, and I'm a steady man. It's only in the way of business, and I leave it on one side when I've got my private apparel on. I never think of my public character, if I can help it, until I get my show dress on, and I'm glad to get it off at night. And then I think of my home and children, and I struggle hard for them, and feel disgust oft enough at having been a tomfool to street fools.
End of section 27. Section 28 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street-Exhibitors, Part 20.
Strolling actors. What are called strolling actors are those who go about the country and play at the various fairs and towns. As long as they are acting in a booth, they are called canvas actors. But supposing they stop in a town a few days after a fair, or build up in a town where there is no fair, that constitutes what is termed private business. We call strolling acting mumming, and the actors mummers. All spouting is mumming. A strolling actor is supposed to know something of everything. He doesn't always get a part given to him to learn, but he's more often told what character he's to take and what he's to do, and he's supposed to be able to find words capable of illustrating the character. In fact, he has to gag, that is, make up words. When old Richardson was alive, he used to make the actors study their parts regularly, and there's Thorne and Bennett's, and Douglas's, and other large travelling concerns that do so at the present time. But where there's one that does, there's 10 that don't. I was never in one that did, not to study the parts, and I have been mumming on and off these 10 years. There's very few Penny-Gaffs in London where they speak. In fact, I only know one where they do. It ain't allowed by law, and the police are uncommon severe. They generally play ballets and dumb acting, singing and dancing and such like. I never heard of such a thing as a canvas theatre being prosecuted for having speaking plays performed, so long as a fair is going on. But if it builds at other times, I have known the mayor to object to it and order the company away. When we go to pitch in a town, we always, if it's a quiet one, ask permission of the mayor to let us build. The mummers have got a slang of their own, which parties connected with the profession generally use. It is called mummers' slang, and I have been told that it's a compound of broken Italian and French. Some of the Romany is also mixed up with it. This, for instance, is the slang for "give me a glass of beer." Your nabs sparkle my nabs. A drop of Biwari. I have got no money is "my nabs has nanti denali." I'll give you a few sentences. Parni is rain, and toba is ground. Nanti nanjari is no food. Nanti fogari is no tobacco. Is his nabs upon a pross? Is he good for something to drink? Nanti, his nabs is a cativa homer. No, he's a bad sort. The casa will parker our nabs multi. means this house will tumble down. Vada the glaze is look at the window. These are nearly all the mummers' slang words we use, but they apply to different meanings. We call breakfast, dinner, tea, supper, all of them namjari, and all beer, brandy, water or soup are biwari. We call everybody his nabs or her nabs. I went among the penny icemen, who are Italian chaps, and I found that they were speaking a lot of mummers' slang. It is a good deal Italian. We think it must have originated from Italians who went about doing pantomimes. Now the way we count money is nearly all of it Italian. From 1 farthing up to a shilling is this: patina, nazza, ogni soldi, 2 soldi, 3 soldi, 4 soldi, 5 soldi, 6 soldi, 7 soldi, 8 soldi, 9 soldi, 10 soldi, 11 soldi, and a biuk. A half crown is a mezza carun. A carun is a crown. Mezza punta is half a sovereign. A punta is a pound. Even with these few words, by mixing them up with a few English ones, we can talk away as fast as if we was using our own language. Mumming at fairs is harder than private business, because you have to perform so many times. You only wear one dress, and all the actors expected to do is to stand up to the dances outside and act in. You'll have to dance perhaps 16 quadrilles in the course of the day, and act about as often inside. The company generally work in shares, or if they pay by the day, it's about 4 or 5 shillings a day. When you go to get engaged, the first question is, what can you do? And the next, do you find your own properties, such as russet boots, your dress, hat and feathers, and so on? Of course, they like your dress the better if it's a showy one, and it don't much matter about its corresponding with the piece. For instance, Henry II in Fair Rosamond always comes on with a cavalier's dress, and nobody notices the difference of costume. In fact, the same dresses are used over and over again for the same pieces. The general dress for the ladies is a velvet skirt with a satin stomacher, and a gold band round the waist, and a pearl band on the forehead. They too wear the same dresses for all the pieces. A regular fair show has only a small compass of dresses, for they only goes to the same places once in a year, and of course their costumes ain't remembered. The principal fair pieces are Bluebeard, Robert, Duke of Normandy, and Fair Rosamond, or the Bowers of Woodstock. I recollect once they played Maria Martin at a fair in a company I was with, and we played that in cavalier costume, and so we did The Murder at Stanfield Hall, Rush's affair, in dresses of the time of Charles II. An actor's share will average for a fair at 5 shillings a day, if the fair is anything at all. When we don't work, we don't get paid, so that if we only do 1 fair a week, that's 15 shillings, unless we stop to do a day or 2 private business after the fair. Fair Rosamond isn't so good a piece as Bluebeard, for that's a great fair piece, and a never-failing draw. 5 years ago, I was with a company, Starr and Lewis were the acting managers. Then Bluebeard was our favourite piece, and we played it 5 fairs out of 6. Fair Rosamond is too sentimental. They like a comedy man, and the one in Fair Rosamond isn't nothing. They like the secret chamber scene in Bluebeard. It's generally done by the scene rolling up and discovering another, with skeletons painted on the back, and blue fire. We always carried that scene with us wherever we went, and for the other pieces, the same scenes did. At Starr's our scenes was somewhat about 10 feet wide and 8 feet high. They all rolled up, and they were generally about 4 in working order, with the drop curtain, which made 5. You may put the price of a good fair theatrical booth down at from £50 to £250. There's some of them more expensive still. For instance, the paintings alone on the front of Douglas's Shakespearean Theatre must have cost £70, and his dress must have cost a deal, for he's got a private theatre at Bolton, and he works them there as well as at fairs. The Bottle Imp is a very effective fair piece. It opens with a scene of Venice, and Willibald and Albert, which is the comedy man and the juvenile. The comic man's principal line is, "I'll tell your mother," every time Albert wants to go and see his sweetheart, or if he's doing anything that he thinks improper. In the first act, Albert goes to his sweetheart's house, and the father consents to their union, provided he can gain so many ducats. Albert then finds out a stranger, who is Niccolo, who asks him to gamble with him at dice. Albert says he is poor. Niccolo says he once was poor, but now he has great wealth. He then tells Albert that, if he likes, he can be rich too. He says, "Have you not heard of imps and bottle imps?" "Stuff," says Albert. "Me indeed, a poor artist. I have heard of such things, but I heed them not." "But boy," says Niccolo, "I have that in my possession which will make you rich indeed. A drop of the elixir in this bottle, rubbed on the outside, will give you all you require, and if ever you wish to part with it, you must sell it for less than you gave." He gives 3 ducats for it, and as he gives the money, the demon laughs from the side. "Ha, ha, ha, mine, mine." Albert looks amazed. Niccolo says, "Ah, youth, may you know more happiness than I have, whilst I had that in my possession." And then he goes off. Albert then tries the power of the bottle. He says, "What ho, I wish for wine," and it's shoved on from the side. As he is drinking, Willibald exclaims, "Oh dear, I have been looking for my master. Oh, that I were only safe back again in Threadneedle Street. I'll never go hunting pretty girls again. Oh, won't I tell his mother?" "How now, caitiff?" "Leave me," says Albert. "All right," says Willibald, "I'll leave you. Won't I tell your mother?" When Willibald goes, Albert wishes for sleep, and the bottle imp replies, "All your wishes shall be gratified excepting one. Sleep you cannot have while I am in your possession." The demon then seizes him by the throat, and Albert falls on stage, demon exulting over him. Enter Willibald, who, seeing the demon, cries, "Murder! Murder! Oh, won't I tell their mothers?" And that ends the first act. In the second and last act, Albert gives Willibald instructions to sell the bottle, but it is to be for less than 3 ducats. Willibald says, no marine storekeeper would give 3 ducats for an old bottle, but he goes off shouting out, "Who'll buy a bottle? Who'll buy a bottle?" In the next scene, Willibald is still shouting his bottle for sale, with folks laughing off stage and dogs barking. He says, "Ah, laugh away. It's well to be merry, but I'm obliged to cry, 'Who'll buy a bottle?'" He then says he's not going walking about all day selling a bottle, and then he says he's got 2 ducats and he'll buy the bottle himself sooner than trudge about Venice. Then he says, "Oh, Mr. Bottle, here are the ducats. Now you are mine." Then the demon cries, "Mine, mine." He says it was only the wind. Then he says, "Oh, how I wish I was at home again, and heard my little brothers and sisters singing." And instantly, from the sides, you hear, "Boys and girls, come out to play." Then Willibald says, "I wish you'd hold your tongue, you little brutes." And they cease. Next he complains that he's so poor, and he wishes it would rain gold on him. And then down comes a shower. Then in comes Albert, who asks whether the bottle has been sold, and Willibald replies that it's all right. "Thank heavens," cries Albert, "but yet I pity the miserable wretch who has bought it." "What do you mean?" Oh dear, to frighten one so, I'll tell your mother." "Know ye not, caitiff," continues Albert, that bottle contains a demon? Oh, what a weight hast thou removed from my heart." As Willibald is deploring his lot, enters a poor man who asks for a drink of water.
and Willibald tells him he can't give him any water, but he has an elixir he shall have very cheap. The old man replies that he hasn't got more than a pitani, which is the 60th part of a farthing. However, Willibald sells him the bottle, and as it's the smallest coin in the world, and the bottle can't go no cheaper, the demon rushes in and seizes the beggar, who turns out to be Niccolo, the first who sold the bottle. As he is being carried off, Willibald cries out, "For shame, you ugly devil, to treat the old gentleman like that. Won't I tell your mother?" And down comes the curtain. The Bottle Imp is a very successful romantic drama. There's plenty of blue fire in it. The Bottle Imp have it at every entrance, that fellow do. There is some booths that are fonder of the Bottle Imp than any other piece. We played it at Bill Wheel's theatre more than any other drama. The imp is always acted by a man in a cloak with a mask on. You can see his cavalier boots under his cloak, but that don't matter to holiday folk when once they know it's intended to be a demon. It's a very jolly life, Strolling, and I wouldn't leave it for any other if I had my choice. At times it's hard lines, but for my part I prefer it to any other. It's about 15 shillings a week for certain. If you can make up your mind to sleep in the booth, it ain't such bad pay, but the most of the men go to lodgings, and they don't forget to boast of it. "Where do you lodge?" one'll ask. "Oh, I lodged at such a place," says another, "for we're all first-rate fellows, if you can get anybody to believe us." Mummer's feed is a herring, which we call a pheasant. After performance we generally disperse, and those who have lodgings go to him. But if any sleep in the booth, turn in. Perhaps there's a batch of coffee brought forwards, a subscription supper of 3. The coffee and sugar is put in a kettle and boiled up, and then served up in what we can get, either a saucepan lid, or a coconut shell, or a publican's pot, or whatever they can get. Mummers is the poorest, flashest, and most independent race of men going. If you was to offer some of them a shilling, they'd refuse it, though the most of them would take it. The generality of them is cobblers' lads, and tailors' apprentices, and clerks, and they do account for that by their having so much time to study over their work. Private business is a better sort of acting. There we do nearly the entire piece, with only the difficult parts cut out. We only do the outline of the story, and gag it up. We've done various plays of Shakespeare in this way, such as Hamlet or Othello, but only on benefit occasions. Then we go as near as memory will let us, but we must never appear to be stuck for words. Our prices of admission in the country for private business is 3 and 6, or sometimes 6 or 1 shilling, for it all depends upon the town. But in London it's oftener 1 penny and 2. We only go to the outskirts and act there, for they won't allow us in the streets. The principal part for pitching the booth for private business in London is about Lock's Fields, Walworth. We opened there about 6 years ago last Easter. Our rehearsals for a piece are the funniest things in the world. Perhaps we're going to play The Floating Beacon, or The Weird Women of the Wreck. The manager will, when the night's performance is over, call the company together, and he'll say to the low comedy man, "Now, you play Jack Junk, and this is your part. You're supposed to fetch Frederick for to go to sea. Frederick gets capsized in the boat and gets aboard of the floating beacon. You go to search for him, and the smugglers tell you he's not aboard, and they give you the lie. Then you say, 'What? The lie to an English sailor?' And you chuck your quid in his eye, saying, 'I've had it for the last 14 days, and now I scud it with a full sail into your lubberly eye.' Then you have to get Frederick off. Then the manager will turn to the juvenile and say, "Now, sir, you'll play Frederick. Now then, Frederick, you're in love with a girl, and old Winslade, the father, is very fond of you. You get into the boat to go to the ship, and you're wrecked and get onto the beacon. You're very faint and stagger on and do a backfall. You're picked up by the weird woman and have some dialogue with her, and then you have some dialogue with the two smugglers, Ormeloff and Ogerstoff. You pretend to sleep and they're going to stab you when the wild woman screams, and you awake and have some more dialogue. Then they bring a bottle and you begin drinking. You change the cups. Then there's more dialogue and you tackle Ormeloff. Then you discover your mother and embrace. Jack Junk saves you. Form a picture with your mother, the girl, and old Winslade, and Jack Junk over you. That's his part, and he's got to put it together and do the talk. Then the manager turns to Ormeloff and Ogerstoff and says, "Now, you two play the smugglers, do you hear? You're to try and poison the young fellow, and you're defeated." Then he says to the wild woman, "You're kept as a prisoner aboard the beacon, where your husband has been murdered. You have refused to become the wife of Ormeloff. Your child has been thrown overboard. You discover him in Frederick, and you scream when they are about to stab him, and also when he's about to drink. Make as much of it as you can, please, and don't forget the scream. Winslade, you know your part. You've only got to follow Junk. You're to play the lady, you miss. You're in love with Frederick. You know the old business. What, to part thus? Alas, alas, never to this moment have I confessed I love you." That's a true picture of a mumming rehearsal, whether it's fair or private business. Some of the young chaps stick in their parts. They get the stage fever and knocking in the knees. We've had to shove them onto the scene. They keep on asking what they're to say. "Oh, say anything," we tell them, and push 'em onto the stage. If a man's not gifted with the gab, he's no good at a booth. I've been with a chap acting Mary Woodbine, and he hasn't known a word of his part. Then, when he's stuck, he has seized me by the throat and said, "Caitiff, dog, be sure thou provest my wife unfaithful to me." Then I saw his dodge, and I said, "Oh, my lord," and he continued, "Give me the proof, or thou hadst best been born a dog." Then I answered, "My lord, you wrong your wife and torture me." And he said, "Forward then, liar, dog," and we both rushed off. We were acting at Locke's Fields, Walworth once, doing private business, when we got into trouble, and were all put in prison for playing without a licence. We had built up in a piece of private ground, in a dust yard known as Caff's, and we had been there 11 months, doing exceedingly well. We treated the policeman every night, and gave him as much, with porter and money, that was equal to 1 shilling a night, which was taken up from the company. It was something like a penny apiece for the policeman, for we were rather afraid of something of the kind happening. It was about the time that Oliver Twist was making such a success at the other theatres, and so we did a robbery from it, and brought out our version as The Golden Farmer. Instead of having an artful dodge, we called our comic character Jimmy Twitcher, and made him do all the artful dodgery business. We had 3 performances a night in those days. We was in our second performance, and Jimmy Twitcher was in the act of getting through the window, and Hammer the auctioneer was asleep, saying in his sleep, "Knock 'em down! Going, going, gone!" When I saw the police in private clothes rising from the front seats and coming towards the stage, they opened the side door and let the other police in, about 40 of them. Then the inspector said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I forbid any of you to move,
as I arrest those people for performing without a licence." Nobody moved. 3 police took hold of me, one at each arm and one at the back of the neck. They wouldn't allow us to change our dresses, nor to take our other clothes, though they were close by. They marched us off to the Walworth station, along with about 100 of the spectators, for some of them got away. My wife went to fetch my clothes for me, and they took her too, and actually locked her up all night, though she was so near her pregnancy that the doctor ordered her pillows to sleep on. In the morning they took us all before the magistrate. The audience were fined 1 shilling a head, or 7 days, but they paid the shilling. We were all fined 20 shillings, or 14 days. Some paid, but I couldn't raise it, so I was walked off. We were all in an awful fright when we found ourselves in the police cell that night. Some said we should get 6 months, others 12, and all we could say was, "What on earth will our old women do?" We were all in our theatrical costumes. I was Hammer, the auctioneer, dressed in a long white coat, with the swallow-tails touching the ground, and blue bottoms. I had a long-figured chintz waistcoat, and a pair of drab knee-breeches, grey stockings, and low shoes, and my hat was a white one with a low crown and broad brim, like a Quaker's. To complete it, I wore a full bushy wig. As we were being walked off from Walworth to Kennington Lane to go before the magistrate, the tops of the houses and the windows were full of people waiting to see us come along in our dresses. They laughed more than pitied us. The police got pelted, and I caught a severe blow by accident from a turnip out of a greengrocer's shop. I served all the time at Kingston in my theatrical dress. I had nothing but bread and water all the time, with gruel for breakfast and supper. I had to pick oakum and make mats. I was only there 2 days before I was made deputy wardsman, for they saw I was a decent sort of fellow. I was very much cut up, thinking of the wife so near her confinement. It was very hard, I thought, putting us in prison for getting our bread, for we never had any warning, whatever our master may have had. I can tell you it was a nail in my coffin, these 14 days, and one of us, of the name of Chow, did actually die through it, for he was of a very delicate constitution, and the cold laid hold of him. Why, fellows of our life and animation, to be shut up like that, and not allowed to utter a word, it was dreadful severe. At this time a little penny work came out, entitled The Groans of the Gallows. I was working at an establishment in Whitechapel, and it was thought that something fresh would be a draw, and it was suggested that we should play this Groans of the Gallows, for everything about hanging was always a hit. There was such a thing as 10 people in the piece, and 5 was prominent characters. We got it written by one of the company, and it was called The Groans of the Gallows, or The Hangman's Career, illustrated with pictures. This is how we brought it out. After an overture, the curtain rose and discovered a group on the stage, all with pots and pipes, gin measures and so on. They sing, "We won't go home till morning," and "Kitely's a jolly good fellow." Here the hangman is carousing with them, and his wife comes in and upbraids him with his intoxicating habits, and tells him that he spends all the money instead of providing food for the children. A quarrel ensues, and he knocks her down with a quart pot and kills her. I was the hangman. There is then a picture of amazement from all, and he's repenting of what he's done. Then he says, "This comes of a little drinking. From the half-pint to the pint, from the pint to the pot, and so on, till ruin stares me in the face. Not content with starving my children, I have murdered my wife. Oh, that this may be a moral to all." The officers come in and arrest him, when enters the sheriff, who tells him that he has forfeited his life, but that there is a vacancy for the public executioner.
and that if he will accept the office, his life shall be spared. He accepts the office, and all the characters groan at him. This ends the first scene. In the second enters Kitely and 2 officers, who have got him and accuse him of murder. He is taken off, proclaiming his innocence. Scene the third. Kitely discovered at table in condemned cell, a few months supposing to have elapsed. The bell is tolling, and the hour of 7 is struck. Enter sheriff with hangman, and they tell him to do his duty. They then leave him, and he speaks thus. At length, then, 2 little months only have elapsed, and you, my friend, and pot companion, aye, and almost brother, are the first victim that I have to execute for murder. And I shudder, you know. Which I know you are innocent of. Am I not a murderer, and do I not deserve hanging more than you? But the law will have its way, and I, the tool of that law, must carry it into force. It now becomes my painful duty to pinion your arms. Then I do so, and it makes such a thrill through the house. I now take you from this place to your execution, where you will be suspended for 1 hour, and then it is my duty to cut you down. Have you any request to make? He cries, None. And I add, Then follow me. I always come on to that scene with a white nightcap and a halter on my arm. All the audience was silent as death as I spoke, and with tears in their eyes. Scene the fourth. Gallows being erected by workmen. That's a picture, you know, are fixing the top beam with a hammer, another at the bottom, and a third arranging the bolt at the top. The bell still tolling, you know. It brought it home to 1 or 2 of them, I can tell you. As soon as the workmen have finished, they go off. Enter procession of sheriff, parson, hangman, and the victim, with 2 officers behind. The parson asks the victim if he has any request to make, and he still says, None, only he is innocent. The sheriffs then tell the hangman to do his duty. He then places the white cap over the man's head, and the noose about his neck, and is about leaving to draw the bolt, when I exclaim, Something here tells me that I ought not to hang this man. He is innocent, and I know it. I cannot, and I will not, take his life. Enter officer in haste, with pardon for Kitely. I then say, Kitely, you are free. Live and be happy. And I am, here the sheriff adds, doomed to the galleys for life. That's because I refused to kill him, you know. I then exclaim, Then I shall be happy, knowing that I have not taken this man's life, and be thus enabled to give up the office of executioner and its most horrid paraphernalia. Then there's blue fire, and end of piece. That piece was very successful, and run for 3 weeks. It drew in a deal of money. The boys used to run after me in the streets and call me Calcraft. So great was the hit I made in the part. On one occasion a woman was to be hung, and I was going along Newgate past the prison on the Sunday evening. There was a quantity of people congregated, and some of the lads then recognised me from seeing me act in the Groans from the Gallows. And they sung out, Here comes Calcraft. Every eye was turned towards me. Some said, No, no, that ain't him. But the boys replied, Oh, yes it is. That's the man that played it at the gaff. Of course I mizzled, for fear of a stone or 2. The pay of an actor in private business varies from 2 shillings and 6pence to 3 shillings, and each man is also supposed to sing 2 songs in each performance, which makes 3 performances a night besides performing a sketch. Your engagement lasts as long as you suit the audience, for if you're a favourite, you may have such a thing as 9 months at a time. Whenever we have a benefit, it's a ticket one, which amounts to 200 tickets, and your night's salary, which generally brings you in £1 with your pay included. There's one in the company generally has a benefit every Thursday, so that your turn comes once in about 6 months. For the musicians and the check takers and all has their turn. The expense of putting a new piece on the stage is not more than £1, and that includes new scenery. They never do such a thing as buy new dresses. Perhaps they pay such a thing as 6 shillings a week for their wardrobe to hire the dresses. Some gives as much as 10 shillings, but then naturally the costume is more showy. All that we are supposed to find is russet boots, a set of fleshings, a ballet shirt, and a wig. Town work is the more quiet and more general business-like. There's no casualty in it, for you're not in shares, but on salaries, and after your work there's your money, for we are paid nightly. I have known as much as 35 shillings a week given at one of these theatres, when the admission is only a penny and twopence. Where I was at, it would hold from 600 to 700 people, and there was 3 performances a night, and indeed on Saturdays and Mondays generally 4. We have no extra pay for extra performances. The time allowed for each representation is from 1 hour to 1 hour and 3/4. If we find there is a likelihood of a 4th house, we leave out a song each singer, and that saves half an hour. As soon as one house is turned out, another comes in, for they are always waiting outside the doors, and there is a rush immediately the house is empty. We begin at 6 and are over by a few minutes before 12. When we do speaking pieces, we have to do it on the sly, as we should be stopped and get into trouble. End of section 28. Section 29 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street-Exhibitors, Part 21. Ballet Performers. The ballet, said a street dancer to me, is a very favourite amusement with the people who go to cheap penny theatres. They are all comic, like pantomimes. Indeed, they come under that term, only there's no comic scenes or transformations. They're like the story of a pantomime, and nothing else. Nearly all the popular clowns are famous for their ballet performances. They take the comic parts mostly, and the pantaloons take the old men's parts. Ballets have been favourites in this country for 40 or 50 years. There is always a comic part in every ballet. I have known ballets to be very popular for ever since I can remember, and that's 30 years. At all the gaffs, where they are afraid to speak their parts, they always have a ballet. Every one in London, and there are plenty of them, have one every night, for it's very seldom they venture upon a talking play. In all ballets, the costume is fanciful. The young ladies come on in short petticoats, like them at the opera. Some of the girls we have are the same as have been in the opera corps de ballet. Mr. Flexmore, the celebrated clown, is a ballet performer, and there's not a greater man going for the ballet that he appears in, called The Dancing Scotchman. There's Paul Herring too, he's very famous. He's the only man I know of that can play Punch, for he works the speaker in his mouth. And he's been a great Punch and Judy man in his time. He's very clever in The Sprite of the Vineyard or The Merry Devil of Como. They've been playing it at Cremorne lately, and a very successful affair it was. When a professional goes to a gaff to get an engagement, they in general inquires whether he is a good ballet performer. Everything depends upon that. They also act ballet at some of the concert rooms. At the Rising Sun, Knightsbridge, as well as the Brown Bear, Knightsbridge, they play them for a week at a time, and then drop them for a fortnight for a change, and perhaps have tumblers instead. Then they have them again for a week, and so on. In Ratcliffe Highway, at Ward's Hoop and Grapes, and also the Albion and the Prince Regent, they always play ballets at stated intervals. Also the Effingham Saloon, Whitechapel, is a celebrated ballet house. The admission to all these houses is twopence, I believe. At the Highway, when the ships are up and the sailors ashore, business is very brisk, and they are admitted to the rooms gratuitously, and a fine thing they make of them, for they are good-hearted fellows and don't mind what money they spend. I've known one who was a little way gone to chuck £half-a-crown on the stage to some actor, and I've known others to spend £1 at one bit, standing to all round. One night when I was performing ballets at the Rising Sun, Knightsbridge, Mr. Hill, the Queen's coachman, threw me 2 half-crowns onto the stage. We had been supposed to be fighting, I and my mate, and to have got so exhausted we fell down, and Mr. Hill came and poured 3 glasses of port wine negus down our throats as we laid. I've repeatedly had 1 shilling and 6 shillings thrown to me by the grooms of the different people of nobility, such as the Russells and various other families. A good ballet performer will get averaging from £1 to 35 shillings a week. They call Paul Herring a star, and he is one, for he always draws wherever he goes. I generally get my 25 shillings, that's my running price, though I try for my 30 shillings, but 25 shillings is about my mark. I have always made Paul Herring my study, and I try to get to perform with him, for he's the best clown of the day, and a credit to work with. It's impossible to say how many ballet performers there are. There are such a host of them, it's impossible to state that, for they change so. Then a great many are out of employment until Christmas, for that generally fills the vacancies up. My wife does a little in ballets, though she is principally a poses plastique girl. I married my wife off the table. One of the most successful ballets is the Statue Blanche. It has been performed at every theatre in London, both the cheap and the regular. The Surrey is an enormous place for it. It came out, I believe, in Grimaldi's time. It was played a fortnight ago at the Bower, and I took the part of the old man, and I was very successful. So far so that I got a situation for Christmas. It's an excellent plot, and runs 1 hour and a quarter to play. It begins with a romantic view, with a cottage on the right hand, and white palings round it, and a quantity of straw laying on the stage. The villagers and the lover come on. Lover goes to cottage door and knocks 3 times, when lady appears at window. He ballets to her. Will you come down here and dance? She comes, and they all do a country dance. At the end of the dance, the old man is heard to cough inside cottage. He opens the window and sees the girl outside and shakes his fist at her. The lover hides behind the lady. He comes out and sends his daughter into cottage and sends the lover off about his business. He refuses to do so. The old man makes a blow at him with his stick. He makes another, when lover bobs down and stick strikes Pierrot in the face and knocks him down. This Pierrot is the Simpkin of the ballet, and he's dressed in white with long sleeves and a white face and white scalp on his head. The ballet is from the French, and its real title is La Statue Blanche, though we call it the Statue Blanche. Lover is driven off stage, and old man picks up Simpkin and ballets to him that he's very sorry, but he thought it was the lover, and tells him to hide under the straw which is on the stage, and that if the lover comes again to lay hold of him, to call assistance. He hides, and old man goes into cottage. Lover comes again with villagers carrying flails, and they begin to thresh this straw with Simpkin under it. They thresh him round stage. He knocks at door 3 times, and the 3rd blow knocks old man in the face. Out he comes staggering. The old man threatens to sack lover. He goes into cottage and brings out lover's bundle and throws it to lover and sends him away. The lover appeals to old man, but all to no use. The lover then ballets to him that he has got no money, So the old man hands his purse, which Simpkin takes and carries up stage. The lover still asks for money, and the old man is astonished, and then turns round and sees Simpkin and makes him return it. Exit old man and Simpkin into cottage, leaving lover on stage. He leans against wing very disconsolate, when an artist comes on with a scrapbook to sketch the scene. He asks the lover what is the matter, and then he tells him he has a plan, if lover will become a sketcher, and if he likes to do so, he will make a statue of him and sell him to the old man, as he deals in antiquities, and by that plan he will be able to gain the girl. They go off, and another old man comes on and knocks at door, which old father opens, and, thinking it is lover, tumbles him over. He then says he's very sorry for mistaking him for the lover. They make it up, and the old man says he has plenty of money and has come to marry the daughter. They embrace, and old father invites old man to step inside and have something to drink. As the second old man is going in, the Simpkin jumps over his head and hides. The old man swears it is the lover and hunts for him, but can't find him, and enters cottage. The second scene has got the tea business in it, and the blacking of the old lover's face. The comic business here is, they are having tea, and Simpkin is waiting on them, and does everything very clumsy. He carries on the old business of stirring the tea up with a candle, and then he puts the dirty kettle on the cloth and makes a mark. So he thinks for a minute, and then wipes the bottom of the kettle with the old lover's handkerchief when he is not looking. Then Simpkin steals the milk jug, and as he is drinking, the old father hits him on the stomach and makes him sputter in old lover's face, who instantly snatches up the dirty handkerchief to wipe his face and blacks it all over with the soot from the bottom of the kettle. Then there is some comic business about Simpkin breaking the tea things and bursting a coat in two. And then scene changes to a romantic view with a pedestal in the centre and statue on it. The old father comes on with the girl and Simpkin and the villagers, who have all come to view the statue. The old man then calls the artist and tells him to wind up the statue that he may see how it works. The statue does several positions, and the old man buys it. They all go off but Simpkin, the lady, and the old man. The statue is still on the pedestal, you know. The old man cautions Simpkin not to touch the statue, for he is going away. As soon as he is gone, Simpkin goes and winds it up until he breaks the spring. Then in comes the old man again, and the fool goes to a corner and pretends to be asleep. He is pulled up by the ear and shown what he has done, and is about to be beaten when girl intercedes and puts the statue to rights. They go off, leaving Simpkin with the statue. Lady returns, and statue jumps down and embraces her. The statue then takes off his helmet and wig and chucks it at Simpkin and rushes off with girl, and the clown mounts the pedestal. Enter old man, who ballets that he'll have a turn, as nobody is there. He goes and looks at statue and perceives that he is in a different position. He turns the handle, and Simpkin jumps about, burlesquing what the lover has done. Then Simpkin jumps down and pushes the old man round stage with a club in his hand. Old man sings out, "Murder!" when lover returns with girl and stops Simpkin from knocking him down. They tell the old man they are married, and he joins their hands, and a general dance winds up the performance. That's one of the most successful ballets ever imagined, and in its time has drawn thousands and thousands to see it. I don't know who wrote the ballet, but I should imagine it was the property of Grimaldi's father, who was a great pantomimist. There's a new ballet called The Dream Before the Wedding, or The Ploughboy Turned Sailor. That one depends more upon the lover than the comic man. There's another called The Boatman of the Ohio. That's a comic nigger ballet, in which the banjo and bones are introduced. and there's a very funny duet song to the tune of Roly-Poly. They both hide in a clock case to hide from the old man, and they frighten each other, for they put their ugly black faces out and take each other for the devil. Then there's the Barber and the Beadle. The Barber is one of Paul Herring's favourite characters. I've done the Beadle to his Barber. There's a very first-rate scene in it with the fop. Jemmy Green he's called, a cockney sort of a fellow. And this Barber has to shave him, and cuts his nose, and ties him in a chair, and shoves the soap suds in his mouth. The fop is arranging with the father about the daughter, and the Barber ties a line to a pole and fishes off the old man's wig. The Beadle is the father of the girl. It goes immense. I've played in it during my time more than 400 times. Another famous ballet is The Cobbler and the Tailor. There's a celebrated fight in that, between the tailor with his sleeve board and goose, and the cobbler with his clam and his awl. The tailor tries to burn me with the goose, and he hunts me all about. We are about 20 minutes fighting. It's a never-failing fight, that is. The sleeve boards are split to make a noise at each knock, and so is the clam. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and a crack on the knob. We keep it up till both are supposed to fall down exhausted. Then there's crowing cock-a-doodle-doo at each other. We enjoy it just as much as the audience do, for it's very funny. Although the shirt is sticking to our backs with perspiration, we enter into the sport quite like them in front. We generally prefer winter for this ballet, for it's hot work. Or if it's in the open air, like in gardens, then it's very delightful. One of the principal things in ballet performing is to be able to do the raps, or slaps, well and quickly. A fellow gives me a clap on the face in the piece, then I have to slap my hands together and make a noise as if he had given me a tremendous knockdown. Of course, the closer the sound is to the blow, the better is the effect, and the art is to do it close. That's what we call good working. The people, of course, follow with their eye the fist of the striker, and the one struck has his arms down in front and claps them together. It is the same work as they do in the pantomimes. Another trick is hitting the knuckles when fighting, also striking on the head. That's done by holding the stick close to the pate, and that takes the blow. On the knuckles, the striker aims just above the fingers. It wants a quick eye. A fellow caught me on the nose at the Bower the other night and took the skin off the tip. And there's the mark now, you see. The principal distinction between pantomimes and ballets is that there are more cascades and trips and valleys in pantomimes and none in ballets. A trip is a dance between Harlequin and the Columbine, and cascades and valleys are trundling and gymnastic performances such as tumbling across the stage on wheels and catching hold of hands and twirling round. We have done a kind of speaking ballet when there is a little singing and talking just to help out the plot. It is a kind of pantomime sketch. It is entitled The Magic Mirror, or How to Reclaim a Drunken Servant. I was the author of it, for I'm generally engaged expressly to get up ballets, and occasionally they expect me to do a new one for them. I get from 25 shillings to 30 shillings a week for such an engagement. The scene opens with a chamber in the front of the stage, with a candle on the table nearly burnt out. The clock strikes 4. A servant in livery is waiting up for his other servant. He yawns and does the sleepy business. Then he says, "Whenever it is Thomas's day out, he stops so very late. Master has threatened to discharge him, and he will get the sack. Would that I could reclaim him. I will endeavour to do so. I wish he would return." And that's the cue for the other one off the stage to begin singing, "I've been roving, and so on. Then the honest servant says, "He comes." Now then, to form a magic looking-glass wherein he can see his errors. Now to procure 4 pieces of timber. He does so, and makes a square frame or strainer. Now for a few tacks. He gets them, and then takes a gauze curtain down from the window, and places it on the back of the frame, which forms a looking glass. Then lights is turned down on stage, and he puts a candle behind the mirror, which illuminates the gauze, you see. He then hides behind the glass. Thomas comes in very tipsy. He does the drunken business and then says, "I've had the best of cheer. I've been down to Father Cheers and had the best of ale and some good gin and better brandy." At which the man behind the frame echoes, "Better brandy." Thomas is alarmed. He looks around and says, "That was the echo." To which the voice replies, "That was the echo." Then they repeat this business, Thomas getting still more nervous. He says, "Well, I declare, I'm getting quite melancholy. I'll see what singing can do to rouse me a little." He then begins, "'Tis love that rules the courts and the city, it rules both the high and the low. But sometimes the more is the pity, young Cupid won't rosin his bow. Won't rosin his bow." The glass takes up, "rosin his bow." The time this is going on, the other servant is dressing himself to represent the other, combing his hair and painting his face and everything. Thomas gets quite, I don't know how, and he says, "I wonder if I look frightened." And he goes to the glass, and the other appears at the same time, and it looks like the reflection in the glass. I've had some fools imagine it was the reflection. Thomas says, "Oh, I look very nice." And as he speaks, the other opens his mouth too. Then Thomas says, "Why, I've got some black on my nose." And he goes to wipe it, and the form behind imitates him. He then goes down the stage and returns to glass again. There's a deal of business carried on. At last Thomas sees the figure turn round whilst he's looking in front, and then he exclaims, "That's not me! My waistcoat ain't split up the back. I'll smash the glass." He knocks down the gauze, and out pops the figure, yelling, "Ah, I'm the glass imp." Thomas falls down on the stage, and as the imp walks about, one off the side at the wing thumps the ground at each step with a piece of wood to mark the steps. Then the servant says, "Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman." And Thomas answers, "Oh no, Mr. Ghost, I ain't an Englishman, I'm an Irish woman." And there's a shout at that, of course. The servant continues, "Let him be alive, let him be dead." And Thomas says, "I'm as dead as a red herring." And there's another shout. The fellow servant then catches hold of Thomas by the hair of the head and tells him to follow him below. Thomas replies, "Oh, don't, please don't, Mr. Ghost. I'll do anything but follow you below, though you are so good looking." "Will you promise to come home early for the future?" "I will." "And never drink no more brandy nor stout?" "I will." The fellow servant shouts in a hoarse voice, "Nay, slave, not I will, but I will not." "Not." "Enough. Rise and look at me." "Oh, I wouldn't for the world." "Don't you know me?" "Oh, no, I never saw you before." "It's all right. I'm your friend James, your fellow servant." Then Thomas gets up and sees him and begins laughing. "Oh, I wasn't frightened. I knew you all the time." The other cove then shouts, "Fee, fi, fo, fum," and down goes Thomas on his face and screams, "Murder, murder!" Then James says, "Oh, it's only me. Look." Then Thomas looks and says, "Well, I declare, I thought you was the glass imp." "No, I only played this prank to reclaim you. Has it had its effect?" "It has." "Then I have gained my end, since you are reformed, and I hope you are reformed." "I am, and I hope it will be a lesson to my friends in front. and that they will never take a drop too much. Then they sing together, "Troubles all, great and small, you must think not of the past, for life is short, and mirth and sport cannot ever last, cannot ever last, cannot ever last." That pantomimic farce always goes down well with wonderful success. It has a regular round of applause, which is everybody clapping as hard as they can. Some of the tavern keepers, in whose concert rooms we done this bally pantomime, don't much like the wind-up to this piece, about hoping our friends will take a lesson and not drink too much. At one place the landlord happened to come just as that line was spoke, and he told me he'd fine me 6pence if I'd done it again. "Why, I ain't sold a dozen pots of beer through it," he says. So I agreed with him to alter the tag to this, "And not drink no more than you can carry, for that never did anyone any harm, but more is injurious." At some of these rooms, if a song is going too long and no drinking, the landlord will come in and hold his hand up as a cue for us to leave off and let the drinking begin again. Then the waiters looks the audience up again with their "Give your orders, gentlemen, give your orders." This bally pantomime was quite an innovation, and isn't strictly ballet, but in the same line. Of all ballets, the one that has found the longest run is the Statue Blanche. I've known it to go a month. All the young ladies in these pieces are regular ballet girls, and all turned out, that is, taught to stand with their dancing position. You know, all of them are supposed to be able to kick their nose with their knees. You know they crick them when young, the same as a contortionist or acrobat. They are always practising. You see them in the green room kicking their legs about. The men have to do the same, except the comic characters that don't dance. Paul Herring is very clever at these things, and don't want no practising. He can scratch his head with his foot. He's the finest clown that ever trod in shoe leather. The green rooms at the concert rooms are very tidy. Even at the Penny-Gaffs, the men and women have separate rooms. The women there have got their decency the same as at a theatre, and they wouldn't go there if there wasn't separate dressing rooms. In fact, they keep themselves more from the men than the men from them, for they are all madams. And though they only keep a wheelbarrow, they carry themselves as if they had a coach. At the concert rooms they have always a useful set of scenery, about similar to that at the Penny-Gaffs. At some of them you don't get so good scenery as at the Gaffs. There's in general a romantic scene, and a cottage and so forth, and that's all that's wanted. There's a regular proscenium to the theatres, with lights in front and all. The most usual manner is to have a couple of figures at the sides holding lights, and curtains behind them, because it answers for the ballets and also for the singing. At some of the concert rooms there's no side entrance to the stage, and then you have to go across the audience dressed in your costume before you can get onto the stage. It's horrid, that is. I've done it many and many a time at Knightsbridge. It's very bad, for everything depends upon being discovered when the curtain draws up. Some of the people will say, "Oh, that's nothing, I've seen him before." I have repeatedly seen people in front go to the stage and offer their glass to the actor to drink. We are forbid to receive them, because it interferes with business. But we do take it. I've seen drink handed onto the stage from 3 to 4 times a night. Sometimes when a dance has pleased the audience, or an acrobat, or a bottle equilibrist, they'll throw halfpence onto the stage to reward the performer. We sometimes do this for one another, so as to give the collection a start. We are forbidden to take money when it is thrown on to us, but we do. If a 6pence comes, we in general clap our foot onto it, and then your mate gives you a rap on the face, and we tumble down and put it in our mouth, so that the proprietor shan't see us. If he saw it done, and he could find it, he'd take it away if he could. I have known a man pick up as much as 3 shillings after a dance. Then there are generally someone who is not engaged on the establishment, and he comes for what we term the nobbings. That's what is throwed to him.
I've known a clog dancer of the name of Thompson to earn as much as 10 shillings of a night at the various concert rooms. He's very clever and may be seen any night at the Hoop and Grapes, Ratcliffe Highway. He does 108 different steps, and 51 of them are on his toes. There's in general from 5 to 6 people engaged in a concert room performances, and for professionals alone that'll come to from 30 shillings to £2 a night for expenses for actors and singers. That's putting down nothing for the conductor or musicians or gas. Some of them charge twopence or a penny admission, but then there's something extra put on to the drink. Porter is 5p a pot, and 4p ale is charged 6p. Besides, you can't have less than 6p worth of gin and water. At such a room as the Nag's Head in Oxford Street, I've known as many as from 200 to 300 go there in the evening, and the standard Pimlico will hold from 400 to 450 people, and I've seen that full for nights together. There they only have merely a platform, and seldom do ballets, or Grecian statues, dancing, gymnastics, and various other entertainments such as ventriloquism. There the admission is 4p, and on benefit occasions 6p. End of section 29. Section 30 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street-Exhibitors, Part 22. The Tightrope Dancers and Stilt-Vaulters. I am the father of 2 little girls who perform on the tightrope and on stilts. My wife also performs, so that the family, by itself, can give an entertainment that lasts an hour and a half altogether. I don't perform myself, but I go about making the arrangements and engagements for them. Managers write to me from the country to get up entertainments for them and to undertake the speculation at so much. Indeed, I am a manager. I hire a place of amusement and hire it at so much, or if they won't let it, then I take an engagement for the family. I never fancied any professional work myself, except perhaps a bit of sculpture. I am rather partial to the pose plastique, but that's all. Both my little girls are under 8 years of age, and they do the stilt waltzing, and the eldest does the tightrope business as well. Their mother is a tightrope dancer, and does the same business as Madame Saillant used to appear in, such as the ascension on the rope in the midst of fireworks. We had men in England who had done the ascension before Madame Saillant came out at Vauxhall, but I think she was the first woman that ever did it in this country. I remember her well. She lodged at a relation of mine during her engagement at the Gardens. She was an ugly little woman, very diminutive, and tremendously pitted with the smallpox. She was what may be called a horny woman, very tough and bony. I've heard my father and mother say she had £20 a night at Vauxhall, and she did it 3 times a week, but I can't vouch for this, as it was only hearsay. My eldest little girl first began doing the stilts in public when she was 3½ years old. I don't suppose she was much more than 2½ years old when I first put her on the stilts. They were particularly short, was about 4 foot from the ground, so that she came to about as high as my arms. It was the funniest thing in the world to see her. She hadn't got sufficient strength in her knees to keep her legs stiff, and she used to wobble about just like a fellow drunk and lost the use of his limbs. The object of beginning so soon was to accustom it, and she was only on for a few minutes, once or twice a day. She liked this very much, in fact so much that the other little ones used to cry like blazes because I wouldn't let them have a turn at them. I used to make my girl do it just like a bit of fun. She'd be laughing fit to crack her sides, and we'd be laughing to see her little legs bending about. I had a new dress made for her with a spangled bodice and gauze skirt,
and she always put that on when she was practising, and that used to induce her to the exercise. She was pleased as Punch when she had her fine clothes on. When she wasn't good, I'd say to her, "Very well, miss, since you're so naughty, you shan't go out with us to perform. We'll teach your little sister and take her with us and leave you at home." That used to settle her in a moment, for she didn't like the idea of having the other one take her place. Some people, when they teach their children for any entertainment, torture the little things most dreadful. There is a great deal of barbarity practised in teaching children for the various lines. It's very silly, because it only frightens the little things, and some children often will do much more by kindness than ill usage. Now there are several children that I know of that have been severely injured whilst being trained for the Risley business. Why, bless your soul, a little thing coming down on its head is done for the remainder of its life. I've seen them crying on the stage publicly from being sworn at and bullied, where they would have gone to it laughing if they had only been coaxed and persuaded. Now, my little things took to it almost naturally. It was bred and born in them, for my father was in the profession before me, and my wife's parents were also performers. We had both my little girls on the stilts before they were 3 years old. It's astonishing how soon the leg gets accustomed to the stilts, for in less than 3 months they can walk alone. Of course, for the first 6 weeks that they are put on, we never leave go of their hands. The knees, which at first is weak and wobbly, get strong, and when once that is used to the pad and stump, for the stilts are fastened on to just where the garter would come, then the child is all right. It does not enlarge the knee at all, and instead of crooking the leg, it acts in a similar way to what we see in a child born with the cricks, with irons on. I should say that if any of my children have been born knock-kneed or bow-legged, the stilts have been the means of making their legs straight. It does not fatigue their ankles at all, but the principal strain is on the hollow in the palm of the foot, where it fits into the tread of the stilt, for that's the thing that bears the whole weight. If you keep a child on too long, it will complain of pain there. But mine were never on for more than 20 minutes at a time, and that's not long enough to tire the foot. But one gets over this feeling. I've had my young ones on the stilts amusing themselves in my backyard for a whole afternoon. They'll have them on and off 3 or 4 times in an hour, for it don't take a minute or 2 to put them on. They would put them on for play. I've often had them asking me to let them stop away from school so as to have them on. My wife is very clever on the stilts. She does the routine of military exercise with them on. It's the gun exercise. She takes one stilt off herself and remains on the other, and then shoulders the stilt she has taken off and shows the gun practice. She's the only female stilt dancer in England now. Those that were with her when she was a girl are all old women now. All of my family waltz and polka on stilts, and play tambourines whilst they dance. The little girls dance with their mother. It took longer to teach the children to do the tightrope. They were 5 years old before I first began to teach them. The first thing I taught them to walk upon was on a pole passed through the rails at the back of 2 chairs. When you're teaching a child, you have not got time to go driving stakes into the ground to fix a rope upon. My pole was a bit of one of my wife's broken balance poles. It was as thick as a broom handle, and not much longer. I had to lay hold of the little thing's hands at first. They had no balance pole to hold, not for some months afterwards. My young ones liked it very much. I don't know how other persons may. It was bred in them. They couldn't stand even upright when first they tried it, but after 3 months they could just walk across it by themselves. I exercised them once every day, for I had other business to attend to, and I'd give them a lesson for just perhaps half an hour at dinner time, or of an evening a bit after I came home. My wife never would teach them herself. I taught my wife rope dancing, and yet I could not do it, but I understood it by theory, though not by experience. I never chalked my young ones' feet, but I put them on a little pair of canvas pumps to get the feet properly formed to grasp the rope and to bend round. My wife's feet, when she is on the rope, bend round from continual use, so that they form a hollow in the palm of the foot, or the waist of the foot, as some call it. My girl's feet soon took the form. The foot is a little bit tender at first, not to the pole, because that is round and smooth, but the strands of the rope would, until the person has had some practice, blister the foot if kept too long on it. I never kept my young ones on the pole more than 20 minutes at a time, for it tired me more than them, and my arms used to ache with supporting them. Just when they got into the knack and habit of walking on the pole, then I shifted them to a rope, which I fixed up in my backyard. The rope has to be a good cable size, about 1.5 inches in diameter. I always chalked the rope. Chalk is of a very rough nature and prevents slipping. The sole of the pump is always more or less hard and greasy. We don't rough the soles of the pumps, for the rope itself will soon make them rough, no matter how bright they may have been. My rope was 3 feet 6 inches from the ground, which was a comfortable height for me to go alongside of the children. I didn't give them the balance pole till they were pretty perfect without it. It is a great help, is the pole. The one my wife takes on the rope with her is 18 feet long. Some of the poles are weighted at both ends, but ours are not. My young ones were able to dance on the rope in a 12 months' time. They weren't a bit nervous when I hired the rope in my yard. I was underneath to catch them. They seemed to like it. They appeared in public on the tightrope in less than a 12-month from their first lesson on the broomstick on the backs of the chairs. My girl had done the stilts in public when she was only 3 years and 6 months old, so she was accustomed to an audience. It was in a gardens she made her first performance on the rope, and I was under her in case she fell. I always do that to this day. Whenever I go to fairs to fulfill engagements, I always take all my own apparatus with me. There is the rope some 20 yards long, and then there's the pulley blocks for tightening it, and the cross poles for fixing it up, and the balance poles. I'm obliged to have a cart to take them along. I always make engagements and never go in shares, for I don't like that game. I could have lots of jobs at that game if I liked. There's no hold on the proprietor of the show. There's a share taken for this and a share for this, so that before the company came to touch any money, 20 shares are gone out of 30, and only 10 left for the performers. I have had £1 a day for myself and family at a fair. At the last one I went to, a week ago, we took somewhere about 25 shillings a day. When it isn't too far from London, we generally come home at night, but otherwise we go to a tavern and put up there. I only go to circuses when we are at fairs. I never had a booth of my own. The young ones and my wife walk about the parade to make a show of the entire company, but unless business is very bad and a draw is wanted, my little ones don't appear on the stilts. They have done so, of course, but I don't like them to do so, unless as a favour. In the ring, their general performance is the rope one time, and then reverse it and do the stilts. My wife and the girls all have their turns at the rope, following each other in their performances. The band generally plays quadrilles or a waltz or anything. It don't matter what it is, so long as it is the proper time. They dance and do the springs in the air, and they also perform with chairs, seating themselves on it whilst on the rope, and also standing up on the chair. They also have a pair of ladders and mount them. Then again they dance in fetters. I am there underneath in evening costume, looking after them. They generally wind up their tightrope performance by flinging away the balance pole and dancing without it to quick measure. One of my little girls slipped off once, but I caught her directly as she came down, and she wasn't in the least frightened, and went on again. I put her down and she curtsied and ran up again. Did she scream? Of course not. You can't help having a slip off occasionally. When they do the stilts, the young ones only dance waltzes and polkas and so on. They have to use their hands for doing the graceful attitudes. My wife, as I said before, does the gun exercise besides dancing, and it's always very successful with the audience and goes down tremendously. The performances of the 3 takes about 20 minutes, I think, for I never timed it exactly. I've been at some fairs when we have done our performances 18 times a day, and I've been at some where I've only done it 4 or 6, for it always depends upon what business is being done, that's the truth. When the booth is full, then the inside performance begins, and until it is, the parade work is done. There are generally persons engaged expressly to do the parade business. I never knew my girls catch cold at a fair, for they are generally held in hot weather, and the heat is rather more complained of than the cold. My young ones put on 3 or 4 different dresses during a fair, at least mine do. I don't know what others do. Each dress is a different colour. There is a regular dressing room for the ladies under the parade carriages, and their mother attends to them. Very often, after their performances, they get fruit and money thrown to them into the ring. I've known 7 or 8 shillings to be thrown to them in coppers and silver, but it's seldom they get more than a shilling or so. I've known ladies and gentlemen wait for them when they went to take off their dresses after they have done, and give them 5 or 6 shillings. When we go to fairs, I always pack the young ones off to bed about 9, and never later than 10. They don't seem tired, and would like to stop up all night, I should think. I don't know how it is with other kids. I send my young ones to school every day when there is no business on, and they are getting on well with their schooling. When we go to a country engagement, then I send them to school in the town, if we stop any time. Ours is, I think, the only family doing the rope dancing and stilt vaulting. I don't know of any others, nor yet of any other children at all who do it. Stilt vaulting is dying out. You never see any children going about the streets as you did formerly. There never was so much money got as at that stilt vaulting in the streets. My wife's family, when she was young, thought nothing of going out of an afternoon after dinner and taking their 3 or 4 pounds. They used to be as tall up as the first floor windows of some of the houses. It must be very nearly 20 years since I remember the last that appeared. It isn't that the police would stop it, but there's nobody to do it. It's a very difficult thing to do, is walking about at that tremendous height. If you fall, you're done for. One of my little ones fell once. It was on some grass, I think, but she escaped without any hurt, for she was light, and gathered herself up in a heap somehow. There used to be a celebrated Cellini family, with a similar entertainment to what I give. They were at the theatres mostly, and at public gardens and so on. They used to do ballets on stilts, and had great success. That must be 40 years ago. There used to be the Chaff's family too, who went about the streets on stilts. They had music with them, and danced in the public thoroughfares. Now there is nothing of the kind going on, and it's out of date. I have been abroad, in Holland, travelling with a circus company. I've also visited Belgium. The children and my wife were very much liked wherever they went. I was on an engagement then, and we had £11 a week, and I was with them 7 weeks. They paid our travelling expenses there, and we paid them home. Street Reciter. Street reciters are somewhat scarce nowadays, and I was a long time before meeting with one, for though I could always trace them through their wanderings about the streets and learn where they had been seen the night before, still I could never find one myself. I believe there are not more than 10 lads in London, for they seem to be all lads, who are earning a livelihood by street reciting. At length I heard that some street actors, as they call themselves, lived in a court in the city. There were 2 of them, one a lad who was dressed in a man's ragged coat and burst boots and tucked-up trousers, and seemingly in a state of great want, and the other decently enough attired in a black paletot, with a flash white and red handkerchief, or fogel, as the costermongers call it, jauntily arranged so as to bulge over the closely buttoned collar of his coat. There was a priggish look about the latter lad, while his manner was cute, and smacked of Petticoat Lane, and though the other one seemed to slink back, he pushed himself saucily forward, and at once informed me that he belonged to the profession of street declaimer. "I and this other boy goes out together," he said, as he took a short pipe from his mouth, and in proof of his assertion he volunteered that he should on the spot give me a specimen of their histrionic powers. I preferred listening to the modest boy. He was an extremely good-looking lad, and spoke in a soft voice, almost like a girl's. He had a bright, cheerful face, and a skin so transparent and healthy, and altogether appeared so different from the generality of street lads, that I felt convinced that he had not long led a wandering life, and that there was some mystery connected with his present pursuits. He blushed when spoken to, and his answers were nervously civil. When I had the better-natured boy alone with me, I found that he had been well educated, and his statement will show that he was born of respectable parents, and the reason why he took to his present course of life. At first he seemed to be nervous and little inclined to talk, but as we became better acquainted, he chatted on even faster than my pen could follow. He had picked up several of the set phrases of theatrical parlance, such as, "But my dream has vanished in air," or "I felt that a blight was on my happiness," and delivered his words in a romantic tone, as though he fancied he was acting on a stage. He volunteered to show me his declamatory powers, and selected Othello's Apology. He went to the back of the room, and after throwing his arms about him for a few seconds, and looking at the ceiling as if to inspire himself, he started off. Whilst he had been chatting to us, his voice was, as I said before, like a girl's. But no sooner did he deliver his "most potent, grave, and reverent signors," than I was surprised to hear him assume a deep stomatic voice, a style evidently founded upon the melodramatic models at minor theatres. His good-looking face, however, became flushed and excited during the delivery of the speech. His eyes rolled about, and he passed his hands through his hair, combing it with his fingers, till it fell wildly about his neck like a mane. When he had finished this speech, he again relapsed into his quiet ways, and resuming his former tone of voice, seemed to think that an apology was requisite for the wildness of his acting, for he said, "When I act Shakespeare, I cannot restrain myself. It seems to master my very soul." He had some little talent as an actor, but was possessed of more memory than knowledge of the use of words. Like other performers, he endeavoured to make his points by dropping his voice to almost a whisper when he came to the passage. "I'faith, 'twas strange, 'twas passing strange." In answer to my questions, he gave me the following statement. "I am a street reciter. That is, I go about the streets and play Shakespeare's tragedies and selections from poets. The boys in the streets call me Shakespeare. The first time they called me so, I smiled at them and was honoured by the name, though it's only passing, it's only fleet. I was born in Dublin, and my father was in the army, and my mother was a lady's nurse and midwife, and used to go out on urgent business, but only to ladies of the higher classes. My mother died in Dublin, and my father left the army and became a turnkey in Dublin prison. Father left Dublin when I was about 10 years of age and went to Manchester. Then I went into an office, a herring store which had agents in Yarmouth and other fishing ports, and there I had to do writing. Summertime was our busiest time, for we used to have to sit up at night waiting for the trains to come in with the fish. I used to get 3d an hour for every hour we worked over, and 6d in the morning for coffee, and 8 shillings and 6d standing wages, whether I worked or played. I know all about herrings and herring packing, for I was 2 years there, and the master was like a father to me and would give me money many times, Christmas boxes and New Year's gifts and such like. I might have been there now and foreman by this time in the Isle of Man, where we had a house, only I was too foolish, going to theatres and such like. You see, I used, before I went out as clerk, to go to a school in Manchester, where the master taught recitation. We used to speak pieces from Ewan's Elocution, and we had to get a piece off to elocution and attitude and position. Indeed, elocution may be said to be position and attitude. We used to do The Downfall of Poland, and Lord Ullin's Daughter, and My Name is Norval, and several others. Rolla, and all of them. Then we used to speak them one at a time, and occasionally we would take different parts, such as The Quarrel of Brutus, and Cassius, and Rolla, and The American Patriot, and such like. I will not boast of myself, but I was one of the best in the class, though since I have gone out in the streets it has spoiled my voice and my inclinations, for the people likes shouting. I have had as many as 500 persons round me in the Walworth Road at one time, and we got 4 shillings between us, and then we lost several halfpence, for it was night and we could not see the money that was thrown into the ring. We did The Gypsy's Revenge and Othello's Apology. Whilst I was at the herring stores, I used to be very fond of the theatre, and I'd go there every night if I could, and I did nearly manage to be there every evening. I'd save up my money, and if I'd none, I'd go to my master and ask him to let me have a few halfpence, and I've even wanted to go to the play so much that when I couldn't get any money, I'd sell my clothes to go. Master used to caution me and say that the theatre would ruin me, and I'm sure it has. When my master would tell me to stop and do the books, I'd only just run them over at night and cast them up as quickly as I could, and then I'd run out and go to the Twopenny Theatre on the Victoria Bridge, Manchester. Sometimes I used to perform there for Mr. Rowe, who was the proprietor. It was what is called a travelling slang, a booth erected temporarily. I did William Tell's Son, and I've also done The Bloody Child in Macbeth, and Go On with the Witches. It was a very little stage, but with very nice scenery, and shift scenes and all, the same as any other theatre. On a Saturday night he used to have as many as 6 houses, start off at 3 o'clock, after the factory hands had been paid off. I never had any money for acting, for though he offered me half a sovereign a week to come and take a part, yet I wouldn't accept of it, for I only did it for my own amusement like. They used to call me King Dick. My master knew I went to the theatre to act, for he sent one of the boys to follow me, and he went in front and saw me acting in Macbeth, and he went and told master, because, just as the second act was over, he came right behind the scenes and ordered me out, and told me I'd have to get another situation if I went there any more. He took me home and finished the books, and the next morning I told him I'd leave, for I felt as if it was my sole ambition to get onto the stage, or even put my foot on it. I was so enamoured of it. And it is the same now, for I'd do anything to get engaged. It's as if a spell was on me. Just before I left, he besought me to remain with him, and said that I was a useful hand to him, and a good boy when I liked, and that he wanted to make a gentleman of me. He was so fond of me that he often gave me money himself to go to a theatre, but he said too much of it was bad. After I left him,
I went with another boy to go to C. I forgot all about the theatre, for it agitated my feelings when I left him, and I wished I had been back, for I'd been with him 18 months, and he'd been like a father to me, but I was too ashamed to see him again. This boy and me started for Scarborough, and he had no money, and I had 5 shillings, that was all between us. But I had a black suit of clothes, cost £2 10 shillings, which my master had made me a present of, for excelling the foreman in making up the books, for the foreman was 208 hands of herrings, note, 5 herrings make a hand, end note, short in 1 week, and then I took the books the next week, and I was only 4 herrings short, and master was so pleased that he bestowed upon me a present of a new suit of clothes. I parted with my companion for this reason. One day, after we had been walking, we were so hungry we could eat anything, and I had been accustomed to never being hungry, so that I was very much exhausted from fatigue, for we had walked 30 miles that day, only eating 1 piece of bread which I got at a public house where I gave a recitation. We came to a farmhouse at a place called Bishop Wilton in Yorkshire, and he went inside the door to beg for something to eat. There was a young lady came out and talked to him and gave him some bread, and then she saw me and had compassion on me, because I looked respectable and was so miserable. We told her we were cousins and had left our fathers and mothers, for we didn't like to say we had left our masters. And she said, "Poor boys, your parents will be fretting after you. I'd go back if I was you." She gave him a large bit of bread, and then she gave me a big bit of cold plum pudding. My companion wanted half my pudding besides his own bread, and I preferred to give him part of the pudding and not have any bread, but he wouldn't and struck out at me. I returned it, and then we fought, and an old woman came out with a stick and beat us both, and said we were incorrigible young beggars, and couldn't be very hungry or we shouldn't fight that way. Then I parted from my companion, and he took the direct road to Scarborough, and I went to York. I saw him afterwards when I returned to Manchester. His father left him £200, and he's doing very well in a good situation in a commercial office. I got bound for 6 years to sea to a ship owner at Scarborough, but the mate behaved very bad to me and used me brutally. I couldn't use the ropes as well as he thought I might, although I learned the compass and all the ropes very soon. The captain was a very good man, but I daren't tell him for fear of the mate. He used to beat me with the rope's end, sometimes the lead rope. That was his usual weapon, and he used to leave marks on me. I took the part of Hamlet, and instead of complaining, I thought of that part where he says, "And makes us rather bear those ills we have, than fly to others that we know not of." That's the best play of Shakespeare. He outdoes himself there. When the brig got to Schiedam in Holland, 5 miles off Rotterdam, I ran away. The vessel was a collier, and whilst they were doing the 1, 2, 3 and pulling up the coals, I slipped over the side and got to shore. I walked to Rotterdam, and there I met an Irish sailor and told him all, and he told me to apply to the British consul and say that I had been left ashore by a Dutch galliot, which had sailed the day before for Jersey. The consul put me in a boarding house, a splendid place, with servants to wait on you, where they gave me everything, cigars and all, for everybody smokes there. Little boys scarce higher than the table, and cigars are only a cent each, and 5 cents make a penny. I was like a gentleman then, and then they put me in the screw steamer, the Irwell, and sent me back to Hull. When I got to Manchester again, I went in my sailor clothes to see my old master. He was very glad to see me, and asked me if I wanted anything to eat, and sent out for ale for me, and was so glad to see me that he gave me money. He took me back again at higher wages, 10 shillings, which was 1 shilling and 6pence over, and I stopped there 8 months, until they wrote to me from Dublin that father was very ill,
and that I was to come over directly. So I went and was by him when he died. He was 62 years of age and left £400 to my sister, which she is to have when she comes of age. He quarrelled with me because he was a Catholic and I didn't follow that persuasion, and he disowned me. But just before he died he blessed me and looked as if he wanted to say something to me, but he couldn't, for the breath was leaving him. When I returned to Manchester, I found my master had taken another servant, as he expected I should stop in Dublin, and there was no vacancy. But he recommended me to another merchant, and there I was put in the yard to work among the herrings, as he didn't know my capabilities. But in a short time I was put in the shop as boy, and then I was very much in favour with the master and the missus and the son, and he used to bring me to concerts and balls, and was very partial to me, and I used to eat and drink with them at their own table. I've been foolish and never a friend to myself, for I ran away from them. A lad told me that London was such a fine place, and induced me to sell my clothes and take the train, and here I've been for about 8 months, knocking about. As long as my money lasted, I used to go to the theatre every night, to the Standard and the City Road and the Britannia, but when it was gone, I looked then to see what I might do. At first I tried for a situation, but they wouldn't take me, because I couldn't get a recommendation in London. Then I formed a resolution of giving recitations from Shakespeare and the other poets in public houses, and getting a living that way. I had learned a good deal of Shakespeare at school, and besides, when I was with my master, I had often bought penny copies of Shakespeare, and I used to study it in the office, hiding it under the book I was writing in, and when nobody was looking, studying the speeches. I used to go and recite before the men in the yard, and they liked it. The first night I went out, I earned 4 shillings, and that was a great cheer to my spirits. It was at a public house in Fashion Street. I went into the tap room and asked the gentlemen if they would wish to hear a recitation from Shakespeare, and they said, "Proceed." The first part I gave them was from Richard III. "Now is the winter of our discontent," and then they clapped me and made me do it over again. Then I performed Hamlet's soliloquy on the immortality of the soul, and they threw down 2 shillings in coppers, and one gentleman gave me 6pence. I've continued giving recitations from Shakespeare and selections from the poets ever since, and done very well, until I became ill with a cold, which made my voice bad so that I was unable to speak. I've been ill now a fortnight, and I went out last night for the first time, along with another young fellow who recites, and we got 1 shilling and 6pence between us in the Gypsy's Revenge. We went to a public house where they were having a lead, that is, a collection for a friend who is ill, and the company throw down what they can for a subscription, and they have in a fiddle and make it social. But it was not a good lead, and poorly attended, so we did not make much out of the company. When I go out to recite, I generally go with another boy, and we take parts. The pieces that draw best with the public are the Gypsy's Revenge, the Gold Digger's Revenge, the Miser, the Robber, the Felon, and the Highwayman. We take parts in these, and he always performs the villain, and I take the noble characters. He always dies, because he can do a splendid backfall, and he looks so wicked when he's got the moustaches on. I generally draws the company by giving 2 or 3 recitations, and then we perform a piece, and whilst he goes round with the hat, I recite again. My favourite recitations are Othello's Apology, beginning with "Most potent, grave, and reverend Signor," and those from Hamlet, Richard III, and Macbeth. Of the recitations, I think the people prefer that from Othello, for the ladies have often asked me to give them that from Othello. They like to hear about Desdemona. But the gentlemen ask for that from Hamlet, to be or not to be. My principal place for giving performances is the Commercial Road, near Limehouse. But the most theatrically inclined neighbourhood is the Walworth Road. The most money I ever took at one time in the streets was 4 shillings in the Walworth Road. The best receipts I ever had was got in a public house near Brick Lane, for I took 12 shillings and I was alone. There was a lead up there for a friend, and I knew of it, and I had my hair curled and got myself decently habited. I was there for about 3 or 4 hours, and in the intervals between the dances I used to recite. There were girls there, and they took my part, though they made me drink so much I was nearly tipsy. The only theatrical costume I put on is mustachios, and I take a stick to use as a sword. I put myself into attitudes and look as fierce as I can. When first the people came to hear me, they laughed, and then they became quiet, and sometimes you could hear a pin drop. When I am at work regularly, that's when I am in voice and will, I make about 10 shillings a week, if there's not much rain. If it's wet, people don't go to the public houses, and they are my best paying audiences. The least I have ever taken in a week is about 6 shillings. There isn't many going about London reciting. It is a very rare class to be found. I only know about 4 who live that way, and I have heard of the others from hearsay, not that I have seen them myself. I am very fond of music, and know most of the opera. That organ's playing something by Verdi. I heard it at the theatre in Dublin. I amuse them sometimes in the kitchen at my lodgings by playing on a penny tin whistle. I can do Still So Gently from La Sonnambula, and hornpipes and jigs and Scotch airs, as well as Cheer Boys Cheer and To the West and many others. They get me to play when they want to dance, and they pay me for them. They call me Shakespeare by name.
End of section 30.
Section 31 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street-Exhibitors, Part 23. Blind Reader. An intelligent man gave me the following account of his experience as a blind reader. He was poorly dressed, but clean, and had not a vulgar look. My father died when I was 10 years old, and my mother in the coronation year, 1838. I am now in my 38th year. I was a clerk in various offices. I was not born blind, but lost my sight 4 years ago in consequence of aneurysm. I was a fortnight in the ophthalmic hospital, and was an outpatient for 3 months. I am a married man with 1 child, and we did as well as we could, but that was very badly, until every bit of furniture, and I had a house full of good furniture up to that time, went. At last I thought I might earn a little by reading in the street. The Society for the Indigent Blind gave me the Gospel of St. John, after Mr. Frere's system, the price being 8 shillings, and a brother-in-law supplied me with the Gospel of St. Luke, which cost 9 shillings. In Mr. Frere's system, the regular alphabet letters are not used, but there are raised characters, 34 in number, including long and short vowels, and these characters express sounds, and a sound may comprise a short syllable. I learned to read by this system in 4 lessons. I first read in public in Mornington Crescent. For the first fortnight or 3 weeks, I took from 2 shillings and 6pence to 2 shillings and 9pence a day. One day I took 3 shillings. My receipts then fell to something less than 18pence a day, and have been gradually falling ever since. Since the 1st of January this year, I haven't averaged more than 2 shillings and 6pence a week by my street reading and writing. My wife earns 3 shillings or 4 shillings a week with her needle, slaving with a sweater to a shirt maker. I have never read anywhere but in Euston Square and Mornington Crescent. On Whit Monday I made 2 shillings and a halfpenny, and that, I assure you, I reckon real good holiday earnings, and I read until I was hoarse with it. Once I counted at Mornington Crescent as closely as I could, just out of curiosity and to while away the time, above 2,000 persons who passed and repassed without giving me a halfpenny. The working people are my best friends, most decidedly. I am tired of the streets, besides being half-starved. There are now 5 or 6 blind men about London who read in the streets. We can read nothing but the Scriptures, as blind printing, so it's sometimes called, has only been used in the Scriptures. I write also in the streets, as well as read. I use Wedgwood's manifold writer. I write verses from Scripture. There was no teaching necessary for this. I trace the letters from my knowledge of them when I could see. I believe I am the only blind man who writes in the streets. Gun exercise exhibitor, one-legged Italian.
I am an Italian, domiciled at Genoa, and I speak very little French, only just enough to ask for things, to get my life with, you know. Genoa is the most rich town of Piedmont, but it is not the most jolly. Oh, no, no, no. Turin is the most beautiful, oh yes. It is a long street of palaces. You know, Turin is where the king of Sardinia, with the long moustaches, lives. Has Monsieur been to Turin? No? Ah, it is a great sight. Perhaps Monsieur has seen Genoa. No? Ah, you have a great pleasure to come. Genoa is very rich, but Turin is very beautiful. I prefer Turin. I was a soldier in my country. Oh, not an officer. I was in the 2nd Battalion of the Bustling, nearly the same as the Chasseurs de Vincennes in France. It is the 1st regiment in Piedmont. We had a green uniform with a roll collar and a belt round one shoulder and a short rifle. We had a feather one side of our hats, which are of felt. Ah, c'était bien joli, ça. We use long bullets, minutiae ones. All the army in my country are under 4 brothers, who are all generals, and Ferdinando Marmora is the commander-in-chief, the same that was in the Crimea. Nearly all my companions in the Bustling regiment were from the Tyrol. Ah, they shoot well. They never miss. They always kill. Sacre Dieu! I was wounded at the Bataille de Pescara against the Austrians. We gained the battle and entered the town. The General Radetzky was against us. He is a good general, but Ferdinando Marmora beat him. Ferdinando was wounded by a ball in the cheek. It passed from left to right. He has the mark now. Ah, he is a good general. I was wounded. Pardon, I cannot say if it was a balle de canon or a balle de fusil. I was on the ground, like one dead. I fell with my leg bent behind me, because they found me so. They tell me that as I fell, I cried, my God, but that is not in my memory. After they had finished the battle, they took up the wounded. Perhaps I was on the ground 12 hours, but I do not know exactly. I was picked up with others and taken to the hospital, and then one day after, my leg decomposed, and it was cut directly. All the bone was fracassé, very beaucoup. I was in the hospital for 40 days. Ah, it was terrible. To cut the nerves was terrible. They correspond with the head. Ah, horrible. They gave me no chloroform. Rien. No, nor any dormitore, as we call it in Italian, you know. Something in a glass to drink and make you sleep. Rien, rien. If I had gone into the Hôpital des Invalides, I should have had 20 sous a day, but I would not. And now my pension is 12 sous a day. I am paid that now. Whether I am here or there, it is the same. My wife receives the 12 sous whilst I am here. I shall not stop here long. The long is too difficult. No, I shall not learn it, because at the house where I lodge we speak Italian, and in the streets I speak to no one. I have been to France, but there the policemen were against me. They are bête, the policemen français. The gentlemen and the ladies, all good. As I walked in the streets with my crutch, one would say, "Here, poor fellow, are 2 sous," or "Come with me and have some wine." They are good hearts there. Whilst I was going to Paris, I walk on my leg. I also, even now and then, find good occasions for mounting in a voiture. I say to them, "Monsieur, accord me the relief of a ride." And they say, "Yes, come. In England, no police interfere with me. Here it is good. If the police say to me, go on, I say, "Pardon, monsieur," and move away. I never ask anybody for money. I work in the streets and do my gun exercise, and then I leave it to the bon Dieu to make them give me something. I never ask. I have been very unfortunate. I have a tumor come under the arm where I rest on my crutch. It is a tumor, as they call it in France, but I do not know what it is named in English. I went to the hospital of San Bartolomeo, and they cut it for me. Then I have hurt my stomach from the force of calling out the differing orders of commanding whilst I am doing my gun exercises in the streets. I was 2 months in my bed with my arm and my stomach being bad. Some days I cannot go out, I am so ill. I cannot drink beer, it is too hot for me, and gets to my head, and it is bad for my stomach. I eat fish, that is good for the voice and the stomach. Now I am better, and my side does not hurt me when I cry out my commanding orders. If I do it for a long time, it is painful. Ah, pauvre diable! To stop 2 months in my bed, June, August, the most beautiful months, it was ruin to me. After I have gone out for 1 day, I am forced to rest for the next one. Monday I go out, because I repose on the Sunday. Then all goes well, I am strong in my voice. But I cannot travailler 2 days following. It is not my leg that is strong, it is my stomach, and the pains in my side from crying out my commandement. When I go out, I make about 10 shillings a week. Yes, it comes to that. It is more than 1 shilling a day. I have a cold. I go out 1 day when it blew from the north, and the next day I was ill. It makes more cold here than at Genoa, but at Turin in the winter it is more cold than here. It is terrible, terrible. A servant brings in a jug of water, and by it has ice on its top. I find the bourgeois and not the militaire give the most money. All the persons who have voyagé in France and Italy will give me money. Not much, you know, but to me fortune. If I see a foreigner in the crowd, I speak to him. I know the face of an étranger tout de suite. Some say to me, "Vous parlez français?" "Oui, monsieur." Others ask me, "You speak Italian?" "Si, signor." I never, when I go through my exercise, begin by addressing the people. If I told them I had been a soldier in the army of Sardinia, they would not understand me. Yes, Some of the words sound the same in French and English, such as army and soldat, but I have not the heart to beg. I have been soldier, and I cannot take off my cap and beg. I work for what they give me. They give me money, and I give them my exercise. I sometimes have done my exercise before a great crowd of people, and when it is done, nobody will give me money, and my heart sinks within me. I stand there honteux. One will then in pity throw a sou, but I cannot pick it up, for I will not sell my pride for a penny. If they hand it to me, then I take it, and am pleased with their kindness. But I have only one leg, and to throw the penny on the ground is cruel, for I cannot bend down, and it hurts my pride to put such money in my pocket. The little children do not annoy me in the streets, because I never do my exercise until they are at school. Between 1 and 2 I never do my exercise, because the little children, they are going to their lessons. They never mock me in the streets, for I have been unfortunate to lose my legs, and nobody will mock a miserable infortuné. The carts of the butchers and the bakers, which carry the meat and the bread, and go so fast in the streets, they frighten me when I do my exercises. They nearly écrasent the gens. Tenez, yesterday I go to the chemin de fer to Birmingham, to the open space before the station, and then I do my exercise. All the people come to their windows and collect about to see me. I walk about like a soldier, but only on my one leg, you know, hopping. And I do my exercise with my crutch for my gun. I stand very steady on one leg. There was a coachman of a cab, and he continued to drive his horse at me and say, "Go on, go on." There was no policeman, or he would not have dared to do it, for the policemen protect me. Le bête! I turn upon him and cry, "Bête! Take care, bête!" But he still say, "Get on." The cheval come close to my back, whilst I hop on my one leg to avoid him. At last I was very tired, and he cried out always, "Get on, get on." So I cried out for help, and all the ladies ran out from their houses to protect me. They said, poor fellow," and all gave me a half-sou. If I had had 5 shillings in my pocket, I would have gone to a journal and reported that bet, and had the fellow exposed. But I had not 5 shillings, so I could not go to a journal. When I do my exercise, this what I do. I first of all stand still on one leg, in the position of a militaire, with my crutch shouldered like a gun. That is how I accumulate the persons. Then I have to do all. It makes me laugh, for I have to be the general, the capitaine, the drums, the soldiers, and all. Pauvre diable, I must live. It is curious and makes me laugh. I first begin my exercises by doing the drums. I beat my hands together and make a noise like this. Hum hum, hum hum hum, hum hum, hum hum, hum. And then the drums go away, and I do them in the distance. You see, I am the drummers then. Next, I become the army, and make a noise with my foot, resembling soldiers on a march. And I go from side to imitate an army marching. Then I become the trumpeters, but instead of doing the trumpets, I whistle their music, and the sound comes nearer and nearer, and gets louder and louder, and then gradually dies away in the distance, as if a battalion was marching in front of its general. I make a stamping with my foot, like men marching past. After that I become the officier, the capitaine and the lieutenant, as if the general was passing before them, and my crutch becomes my sword instead of my gun. Then I draw it from my side and present it with the handle pointed to my breast. Then I become the general, and I gives this order. Separate bataillon 3 steps behind. 1, 2, 3. And I instantly turn to the army again, and give 3 hops to the side, so that the general may walk up and down before me, and see how the soldiers are looking. Then I in turn become the officier who gives the commands, and the soldiers who execute them. It hurts my voice when I cry out these commands. They must be very loud, or all the army would not hear them. I can be heard a long way off when I call them out. I begin with portez armes, that is, carry arms in England. Then I lift my crutch up on my left side and hold it there. Then comes present arm. And then I hold the gun, my crutch, you know, in front of me, straight up. The next is repose arm. And I put to my hip, with the barrel leaning forwards. When I say barrel, it's only my crutch, you understand. Then I shout, 1, 2, 3, ground arms, and let the top of my crutch slide onto the road, and I stamp with my toes to resemble the noise. Afterwards I give the command, portez armes, and then I carry my arms again in my left hand and slap my other hand hard down by my right side, like a véritable soldier, and stand upright in position. Whilst I am so, I shout, separate the columns! 1, 2, 3! And instantly I hop on my one leg 3 times backwards, so as to let the general once more walk down the ranks and inspect the men. As soon as he is supposed to be near to me, I shout, présent armes! And then I hold my gun, the crutch, you comprehend, in front of me. Then as soon as the general is supposed to have passed, I shout out, repose armes! And I let the crutch slant from the right hip, waiting until I cry again, ground arms! 1, 2, 3! And then down slides the crutch to the ground. Next I do the other part of the review. I do the firing now, only you comprehend I don't fire, but only imitate it with my crutch. I call out, ground arms! And let the top of my crutch fall to the earth. After that I shout, load arms! 1, 2, 3! And I pretend to take a cartouche from my side and bite off the end and slip it down the barrel of my crutch. Next I give the command, draw ramrods! 1, 2, 3! And then I begin to ram the cartridge home to the breech of the barrel. Afterwards I give the command, cock arms! And then I pretend to take a percussion cap from my side pocket, and I place it on the nipple and draw back the hammer. Afterwards I shout, point arms! And I pretend to take aim. Next I shout, recover arms! That is, to hold the gun up in the air and not to fire. Then I give orders such as, point to the left, or point to the right. And whichever way it is, I have to twist myself around on my one leg and take an aim that way. Then I give myself the order to fire, and I imitate it by a loud shout, and then rattling my tongue as if the whole line was firing. As quickly as I can call out, I shout, recover arms! And I put up my gun before me to resist with my bayonet any charge that may be made. Then I shout out, draw up the ranks and receive the cavalry! And then I work myself along on my one foot, but not by hopping. And there I am waiting for the enemy's horse and ready to receive them. Often after I have fired, I call out, charge! And then I hop forwards as fast as I can, as if I was rushing down upon the enemy like this. Ah, I was nearly charging through your window. I only stopped in time, or I should have broken the squares in reality. Such a victory would have cost me too dear. After I have charged the enemy and put them to flight, then I draw myself up again and give the order to form columns, and next I carry arms, and then present arms, and finish by grounding arms, un, deux, trois. Oh, I have forgotten one part. I do it after the charging. When I have returned from putting the enemy to flight, I become the general, calling his troops together. I shout, arms on the shoulder! And then I become the soldier and let my gun rest on my shoulder, the same as when I am marching. Then I shout, march! And I hop around on my poor leg, for I cannot march, you comprehend. And I suppose myself to be defiling before the general. Next comes the order, halt! And I stop still. It does not fatigue me to hop about on one leg. It is strong as iron. It is never fatigued. I have walked miles on it with my crutch. It only hurts my chest to holloa out the commands, for if I do not do it with all my force, it is not heard far off. Besides, I am supposed to be ordering an army, and you must shout out to be heard by all the men. And although I am the only one, to be sure, still I wish to make the audience believe I am an army. One day I was up where there is the palace of the Regina by the park with the trees, a very pretty spot with a park corner, you know. I was there, and I go by a street where the man marks the omnibus which pass, and I go down a short street, and I come to a large place where I do my exercises. A gentleman say to me, come, my friend, and I go into his house, and he give me some bread and some meat and some beer and a shilling, and I do my exercises for him. That is the only house where I was called to perform inside. He spoke Italian and French and English, so that I not know which country he belongs to. Another day I was doing my exercises, and some little children called to their mamma, oh, look, look, come here, the soldier, the soldier. And the dame said to me, come here and perform to my little boys. And she gave me 6pence. Those are my fortunes. For today I may take 2 or 3 shillings, and tomorrow nothing but a few miserable sous. Or perhaps I am ill in my stomach with shouting, and I cannot come out to work for my living. When it is cold, it makes the end of my leg, where it's cut off, begin to tremble, and then it almost shakes me with its shivering, and I am forced to go home, for it is painful. I have been about 14 months. They wanted 4 shillings to bring me from Boulogne to London, but I had no money. So at the bureau office they gave me a ticket for nothing. Then I came straight to London. When I came to London I couldn't speak English, and I knew no one, had no money, and didn't know where to lodge. That is hard, bien dur. I bought some bread and eat it, and then in the evening I met an Italian who plays on the organ, you know, and he said, come with me, and he took me to his lodgings, and there I found Italians and Frenchmen, and I was happy. I began to work the next day at my exercises. One day I was in the quarter of the palaces, by the park, you know, and I began my exercises. I could not speak English, and a policeman came to me and said, go on. What's that? I thought. He said, go on, again, and I couldn't comprehend, and asked him, parlate italiano? And he kept on saying, go on. This is droll, I thought, so I said, vous parlez français? And he still said, go on. What he meant I couldn't make out, for I didn't know English, and I had only been here a week. I thought he wanted to see my exercises, so I began, portrayal, and he still said, go on. Then I laughed and made some signs to follow him. Oh, I thought, it is someone else who wants to see my exercises, and I followed him, enchanted with my good fortune. But, alas, he took me to a police office. There I had an interpreter, and I was told I must not do my exercises in the street. When I told them I was a soldier in the army of the Ally of England, and that I had been wounded in battle, and lost my leg fighting for my country, they let me go. And since the policemen are very kind to me, and always say, go on, with much politeness. I told the magistrate in Italian, how can England, so rich and so powerful, object to a pauvre diable like me earning a sou by showing the exercises of the army of its ally? The magistrate laughed, and so did the people, and I said, good day, and made my reverence and left. I have never been in a prison. Oh, no, 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 no. What harm could I do? I have not the power to be a criminal, and I have the heart to be an honest man and live by my exercises. I have travelled in the country. I went to Cheltenham and Bristol. I walked very little of the way. I did my exercises at one place, and then I got enough to go to another town. Ah, it is beautiful country out there. I went to Bristol. I made 7 shillings in 2 days there. But I don't like the country. It does not suit me. I prefer London. I one day did my exercises by, what do you call it, where the people go up high. No, not St. Paul's. No, by a bridge where there is an open space. Yes, the monument of Nelson. And then, oh, what a crowd. To the right and the left and to the front and behind, an immense crowd to see my exercises. I made a good deal of money that day, a great deal, the most that I ever did. I make about 8 shillings a week regularly. I make more than that some weeks, but I often don't go out for a week, because in the rain nobody will come to see my exercises. Some weeks I make 15 shillings, but others not 5 shillings. But I must make 8 shillings to be able to pay for lodgings and food and washing and clothes and for my shoe, for I only want one. I give 3d a day for my lodgings, but then we have a kitchen and a fire in it, where we go and sit. There are a great many paysans there, a great many boys where I lodge, and that gives me pain to see them, for they have been brought over from their country, and here they are miserable, and cannot speak a word of English, and are made to work for their master, who takes the money. Oh, it's make me much pain. I cannot say if there are any others who do their exercises in the streets, but I have never seen any. I am, I think, the only stranger who does his exercises. It was my own idea. I did it in France while I was travelling, but it was only once or twice, for it was défendu to do it, and the policemen are very severe. Ils sont bêtes, the policemen en France. The gentlemen and ladies very good heart, and give a poor diable des sous, or offer wine to pauvre diable qui a perdu sa jambe en combattant pour sa patrie. Mais les policemen sont bêtes. Ah, bêtes. So bêtes, I can't tell you.
End of section 31. Section 32 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Our Street Folk 2. Street Musicians Part 1. Concerning street musicians, they are of multifarious classes. As a general rule, they may almost be divided into the tolerable and the intolerable performers. some of them trusting to their skill in music for the reward for their exertions, others only making a noise, so that whatever money they obtain is given them merely as an inducement for them to depart. The well-known engraving by Hogarth of The Enraged Musician is an illustration of the persecutions inflicted in olden times by this class of street performers, and in the illustrations by modern caricaturists we have had numerous proofs that up to the present time the nuisance has not abated. Indeed, many of these people carry with them musical instruments merely as a means of avoiding the officers of the Mendicity Society, or in some few cases as a signal of their coming to the persons in the neighbourhood who are in the habit of giving them a small weekly pension. These are a more numerous class than any other of the street performers I have yet dealt with. The musicians are estimated at 1,000, and the ballad singers at 250. The street musicians are of two kinds, the skilful and the blind. The former obtain their money by the agreeableness of their performance, and the latter in pity for their affliction rather than admiration of their harmony. The blind street musicians, it must be confessed, belong generally to the rudest class of performers. Music is not used by them as a means of pleasing, but rather as a mode of soliciting attention. Such individuals are known in the profession by the name of pensioners. They have their regular rounds to make and particular houses at which to call on certain days of the week, and from which they generally obtain a small trifle. They form, however, a most peculiar class of individuals. They are mostly well-known characters, and many of them have been performing in the streets of London for many years. They are also remarkable for the religious cast of their thoughts and the comparative refinement of their tastes and feelings. Old Sarah. One of the most deserving and peculiar of the street musicians was an old lady who played upon a hurdy-gurdy. She had been about the streets of London for upwards of 40 years, and, being blind, had had during that period 4 guides, and worn out 3 instruments. Her cheerfulness, considering her privation and precarious mode of life, was extraordinary. Her love of truth and the extreme simplicity of her nature were almost childlike. Like the generality of blind people, she had a deep sense of religion, and her charity for a woman in her station of life was something marvellous, for though living on alms, she herself had, I was told, 2 or 3 little pensioners. When questioned on this subject, she laughed the matter off as a jest, though I was assured of the truth of the fact. Her attention to her guide was most marked. If a cup of tea was given to her after her day's rounds, she would be sure to turn to the poor creature who led her about and ask, "You comfortable, Liza?" or, "Is your tea to your liking, Liza?" When conveyed to Mr. Baird's establishment to have her daguerreotype taken, she, for the first time in her life, rode in a cab, and then her fear at being pulled backwards, as she termed it, for she sat with her back to the horse, was almost painful. She felt about for something to lay hold of, and did not appear comfortable until she had a firm grasp of the pocket. After her alarm had in a measure subsided, she turned to her guide and said, "We must put up with those trials, Liza." In a short time, however, she began to find the ride pleasant enough. "Very nice, ain't it, Liza?" she said. "But I shouldn't like to ride on them steamboats. They say they're shocking dangerous, and as for them railways, I've heard tell they're dreadful. But these cabs, Liza, is very nice." On the road she was continually asking Liza where they were, and wondering at the rapidity at which they travelled. "Ah," she said, laughing, "if I had one of these here cabs, my rounds would soon be over." Whilst ascending the high flight of stairs that led to the portrait rooms, she laughed at every proposal made to her to rest. "There's twice as many stairs as these to our church, ain't there, Liza?" she replied when pressed. When the portrait was finished, she expressed a wish to feel it. The following is the history of her life as she herself related it, answering to the variety of questions put to her on the subject. I was born the 4th April, 1786. It was Good Friday that year, at a small chandler's shop facing the White Horse, Stuart's Rents, Drury Lane. Father was a hatter and mother an artificial flower maker and feather finisher. When I was but a day old, the nurse took me out of the warm bed and carried me to the window to show some people how like I was to father. The cold flew to my eyes, and I caught inflammation in them. Owing to mother being forced to be from home all day at her work, I was put out to dry nurse when I was 3 weeks old. My eyes was then very bad by all accounts, and some neighbours told the woman I was with that Turner's cigarette would do them good. She got some and put it on my eyes, and when poor mother came to suckle me at her dinner hour, my eyes was all a gore of blood. From that time I never see afterwards. She did it, poor woman, for the best. It was no fault of hern, and I'm sure I bears her no malice for it. I stayed at home with mother until I was 13, when I was put to the blind school, but I only kept there 9 months. They turned me out because I was not clever with my hands, and I could not learn to spin or make sash lines. My hands was awkward like. I had not been used at home to do anything for myself, not even to dress myself. Mother was always out at her work, so she could not learn me, and no one else would, so that's how it was I was turned out. I then went back to my mother and kept with her till her death. I well remember that. I heard her last. When she died I was just 16-year-old. I was sent to the Union, Pankridge Union it was, and father with me, for he was ill at the time. He died too and left me in 7 weeks after mother. When they was both gone, I felt I had lost my only friends, and that I was all alone in the world and blind. But take it altogether, the world has been very good to me, and I have much to thank God for, and the good women I am with. I missed mother the most, she was so kind to me. There was no one like her, no, not even father. I was kept in the Union until I was 20. The parish paid for my learning the cymbal. God bless them for it, I say. A poor woman in the workhouse first asked me to learn music. She said it would always be a bit of bread for me. I did as she told me, and I thank her to this day for it. It took me just 5 months to learn the cymbal, if you please. The hurdy-gurdy ain't its right name. The first tune I ever played was God Save the King, the Queen as is now. Then Harlequin Hamlet. That took me a long time to get off. It was 3 weeks before they put me on a new one. I then learnt Malbrook. Then I did The Turnpike Gate and Patrick's Day in the Morning. All of them I learnt in the Union. I got a poor man to teach me the New Rigged Ship. I soon learnt it because it was an easy tune. 42 years ago I played The Gal I Left Behind Me. A woman learnt at me. She played my cymbal and I listened and so got it. O Susanna I learnt myself by hearing it on the organ. I always try and listen to a new tune when I am in the street and get it off if I can. It's my bread. I waited to hear one today, quite a new one, but I didn't like it, so I went on. Hasten to the Wedding is my favourite. I played it years ago and play it still. I like Where Have You Been All the Night? It's a Scotch tune. The woman as persuaded me to learn the cymbal took me out of the Union with her. I lived with her and she led me about the streets. When she died, I took her daughter for my guide. She walked with me for more than 25 years, and she might have been with me to this day, but she took to drinking and killed herself with it. She behaved very bad to me at last, for as soon as we got a few halfpence, she used to go into the public and spend it all. And many a time I'm sure she's been too tipsy to take me home. One night I remember she rolled into the road at Kensington and as near pulled me with her. We was both locked up in the station house, for she couldn't stand for liquor, and I was obligated to wait till she could lead me home. It was very cruel of her to treat me so, but poor creature, she's gone, and I forgive her, I'm sure. I've had many guides arter her, but none of them was honest, like Liza is. I don't think she'd rob me of a farden, would you, Liza? Yes, I've my regular rounds, and I've kept to 'em for near upon 50 year. All the children like to hear me coming along, for I always play my cymbal as I goes. At Kentish Town they calls me Mrs. Tuesday, and at Kensington I'm Mrs. Friday, and so on. At some places they likes polkas, but at one house I plays at in Kensington they always ask me for Haste to the Wedding. No, the cymbal isn't very hard to play. The only thing is, you must be very particular that the works is covered up, or the halfpence is apt to drop in. King David, they say, played on one of those here instruments. We're very tired by night time, ain't we, Liza? But when I gets home, the good woman I lodges with has always a bit of something for me to eat with my cup of tea. She's a good soul, and keeps me tidy and clean. I helps her all I can. When I come in, I carries her a pail of water upstairs, and such like. Many ladies as has known me since they was children allows me a trifle. One maiden lady near Brunswick Square has given me 6pence a week for many a year, and another allows me 18pence a fortnight, so that one way and another I am very comfortable, and I've much to be thankful for. It was during one of old Sarah's journeys that an accident occurred, which ultimately deprived London of the well-known old Hurdy-gurdy woman. In crossing Seymour Street, she and her guide Liza were knocked down by a cab as it suddenly turned a corner. They were picked up and placed in the vehicle, the poor guide dead and Sarah with her limbs broken, and carried to the University Hospital. Old Sarah's description of that ride is more terrible and tragic than I can hope to make out to you. The poor blind creature was ignorant of the fate of her guide, she afterwards told us, and kept begging and praying to Liza to speak to her as the vehicle conveyed them to the asylum. She shook her, she said, and entreated her to say if she was hurt, but not a word was spoken in answer. And then she felt how terrible a privation was her blindness, and it was not until they reached the hospital and they were lifted from the cab that she knew, as she heard the people whisper to one another, that her faithful attendant was dead. In telling us this, the good old soul forgot her own sufferings for the time, as she lay with both her legs broken beneath the hooped bedclothes of the hospital bed. And when, after many long weeks, she left the medical asylum, she was unable to continue her playing on the hurdy-gurdy, her hand being now needed for the crutch that was requisite to bear her on her rounds. The shock, however, had been too much for the poor old creature's feeble nature to rally against, and though she continued to hobble round to the houses of the kind people who had for years allowed her a few pence per week, and went limping along musicless through the streets for some months after she left the hospital, yet her little remaining strength at length failed her, and she took to her bed in a room in Bell Court, Gray's Inn Lane, never to rise from it again. Farmyard Player. A quiet-looking man, half-blind, and wrapped in a large old faded black cotton greatcoat, made the following statement, having first given me some specimens of his art. I imitate all the animals of the farmyard on my fiddle. I imitate the bull, the calf, the dog, the cock, the hen when she's laid an egg, the peacock, and the ass. I have done this in the streets for nearly 12 years. I was brought up as a musician at my own desire. When a young man, I am now 53, I used to go out to play at parties, doing middling until my sight failed me. I then did the farmyard on the fiddle for a living. Though I had never heard of such a thing before, by constant practice I made myself perfect. I studied from nature. I never was in the farmyard in my life, but I went and listened to the poultry anywhere in town that I could meet with them, and I then imitated them on my instrument. The Smithfield cattle gave me the study for the bull and the calf. My peacock I got at the Belvedere Gardens in Islington. The ass is common, and so is the dog, and them I studied anywhere. It took me a month, not more, if so much, to acquire what I thought a sufficient skill in my undertaking, and then I started it in the streets. It was liked the very first time I tried it. I never say what animal I am going to give. I leave that to the judgment of the listeners. They could always tell what it was. I could make 12 shillings a week the year through. I play it in public houses as well as in the streets. My pitches are all over London, and I don't know that one is better than another. Working people are my best friends. Thursday and Friday are my worst days. Monday and Saturday my best, when I reckon 2 shillings and 6pence, a handsome taking. I'm the only man who does the farmyard. Blind performer on the bells. A hale-looking blind man with a cheerful look, poorly but not squalidly dressed, gave me the subjoined narrative. He was led by a strong, healthy-looking lad of 15, his stepson. "I have been blind since within a month of my birth," he said, "and have been 23 years a street performer. My parents were poor, but they managed to have me taught music. I am 55 years old. I was one of a street band in my youth, and could make my 15 shillings a week at it. I didn't like the band, for if you are steady yourself, you can't get others to be steady, and so no good can be done. I next started a piano in the streets. That was 23 years ago. I bought a chaise big enough for an invalid, and having had the body removed, my piano was fitted on the springs and the axle tree. I carried a seat and could play the instrument either sitting or standing, and so I travelled through London with it. It did pretty well. In the summer I took never less than 20 shillings. And I have taken 40 shillings on rare occasions in a week. But the small takings in the winter would reduce my yearly average to 15 shillings a week at the utmost. I played the piano more or less until within these 3 or 4 years. I started the bells that I play now, as near as I can recollect, some 18 years ago. When I first played them, I had my 14 bells arranged on a rail, and tapped them with my 2 leather hammers held in my hands in the usual way. I thought next I could introduce some novelty into the performance. The novelty I speak of was to play the violin with the bells. I had hammers fixed on a rail, so as each bell had its particular hammer. These hammers were connected with cords to a pedal acting with a spring to bring itself up, and so by playing the pedal with my feet, I had full command of the bells, and made them accompany the violin, so that I could give any tune almost with the power of a band. It was always my delight in my leisure moments, and is a good deal so still, to study improvements such as I have described. The bells and violin together brought me in about the same as the piano. I played the violoncello with my feet also, on a plan of my own, and the violin in my hand. I had the violoncello on a frame on the ground, so arranged that I could move the bow with my foot in harmony with the violin in my hand. The last thing I have introduced is the playing 4 accordions with my feet. The accordions are fixed in a frame, and I make them accompany the violin. Of all my plans, the piano and the bells and violin did the best, and are the best still for a standard. I can only average 12 shillings a week, take the year through, which is very little for 2. Blind female violin player. I had the following narrative from a stout blind woman with a very grave and even meditative look, 56 years old, dressed in a clean cotton gown, the pattern of which was almost washed out. She was led by a very fine dog, a Scotch collie she described it, a chain being affixed to the dog's leather collar. A boy, poor and destitute, she said, barefooted and wearing a greasy, ragged jacket, with his bare skin showing through the many rents, accompanied her when I saw her. The boy had been with her a month, she supporting him. She said, "I have been blind 12 years. I was a servant in my youth, and in 1824 married a journeyman cabinet maker. I went blind from an inflammation 2 years before my husband died. We had 5 children, all dead now. The last died 6 years ago, and at my husband's death I was left almost destitute. I used to sell a few laces in the street, but couldn't clear 2 shillings and 6pence a week by it. I had a little help from the parish, but very rarely, and at last I could get nothing but an order for the house. A neighbour, a tradesman, then taught me at his leisure to play the violin, but I'm not a great performer. I wish I was. I began to play in the streets 5 years ago. I get halfpennies in charity, not for my music. Some days I pick up 2 shillings, some days only 6pence, and on wet days nothing. I've often had to pledge my fiddle for 2 shillings. I could never get more on it, and sometimes not that. When my fiddle was in pledge, I used to sell matches and laces in the streets, and have had to borrow a penny halfpenny to lay in a stock. I've sometimes taken 4pence in 8 hours. My chief places, when I've only the dog to lead me, are Regent Street and Portland Place, and really people are very kind and careful in guiding and directing me. Even the cabmen, may God bless them. Blind Scotch violoncello player. A stout, hale-looking blind man, dressed very decently in coloured clothes and scrupulously clean, gave me the following details. I am one of the 3 blind Scotchmen who go about the streets in company, playing the violoncello, clarionet and flute. We are really Highlanders, and can all speak Gaelic, but a good many London Highlanders are Irish. I have been 30 years in the streets of London. One of my mates has been 40 years. He's 69. The other has been 30 years. I became partially blind through an inflammation when I was 14, and was stone blind when I was 22. Before I was totally blind, I came to London, travelling up with the help of my bagpipes, guided by a little boy. I settled in London, finding it a big place, where a man could do well at that time, and I took a turn every now and then into the country. I could make 14 shillings a week, winter and summer through, 30 years ago, by playing in the streets. Now I can't make 6 shillings a week, take winter and summer. I met my 2 mates, who are both blind men. Both came to England for the same reason as I did, in my journeyings in London, and at last we agreed to go together. That's 20 years ago. We've been together on and off ever since. Sometimes one of us will take a turn around the coast of Kent, and another round the coast of Devon, and then join again in London, or meet by accident. We have always agreed very well, and never fought. We, I mean the street blind, tried to maintain a burying and a sick club of our own, but we were always too poor. We live in rooms. I don't know one blind musician who lives in a lodging house. I myself know a dozen blind men now performing in the streets of London. These are not all exactly blind, but about as bad. The most are stone blind. The blind musicians are chiefly married men. I don't know one who lives with a woman unmarried. The loss of sight changes a man. He doesn't think of women, and women don't think of him. We are of a religious turn too, generally. I am a Roman Catholic, but the other Scotch blind men here are Presbyterians. The Scotch in London are our good friends, because they give us a little sum altogether, perhaps. But the English working people are our main support. It is by them we live, and I always found them kind and liberal. the most liberal in the world, as I know. Through Marylebone is our best round, and Saturday night our best time. We play all three together. Johnny Cope is our best liked tune. I think the blind Scotchmen don't come to play in London now. I can remember many blind Scotch musicians or pipers in London. They are all dead now. The trade's dead too, it is so. When we thought of forming the Blind Club, there was never more than a dozen members. These were 2 basket makers, 1 mat maker, 4 violin players, myself, and my 2 mates, which was the number when it dropped, for want of funds. That's now 15 years ago. We were to pay 1 shilling a month, and sick members were to have 5 shillings a week, when they'd paid 2 years. Our other rules were the same as other clubs, I believe. The blind musicians now in London are we 3, C blank, a Jew, who plays the violin, R blank, an Englishman who plays the violin elegantly, W blank, a harp player, T blank, violin again, H blank, violin, but he plays more in public houses, R blank, the flute, M blank, bagpipes, C blank, bagpipes, K blank, violin. That's all I know myself. There's a good many blind who play at the sailors' dances, Wapping and Deptford way. We seldom hire children to lead us in the streets. We have plenty of our own generally. I have 5. Our wives are generally women who have their eyesight. But some blind men, I know 1 couple, marry blind women. Blind Irish Piper. Of the Irish pipers, a well-dressed, middle-aged man of good appearance, wearing large green spectacles, led by a young girl, his daughter, gave me the following account. I was 11 years old when I lost my sight from cold, and I was brought up to the musical profession and practised it several years in Ireland, of which country I am a native. I was a man of private property, small property, and only played occasionally at the gentle people's places, and then more as a guest. Yes, more indeed than professionally. In 1838 I married and began to give concerts regularly. I was the performer and played only on the union pipes at my concerts. I'm acknowledged to be the best performer in the world, even by my own craft. Excuse what seems self-praise. The union pipes are the old Irish pipes improved. In former times there was no chromatic scale. Now we have 8 keys to the centre, which produce the chromatic scale, as on the flute. And so the pipes are improved in the melody, and more particularly in the harmony. We've had fine performers of old. I may mention Cara O'Daly, who flourished in the 15th century and was the composer of the air that the Scotch want to steal from us, Robin Adair, which is Eileen Maroon, or Ellen my dear. My concerts in Ireland answered very well indeed, but the famine reduced me so much that I was fain to get to England with my family, wife and 4 children, and in this visit I have been disappointed, completely so. Now I am reduced to play in the streets and make very little by it. I may average 15 shillings in the week in summer and not half that in winter. There are many of my countrymen now in England playing the pipes, but I don't know one respectable enough to associate with, so I keep to myself. And so I cannot tell I'm one either. End of section 32. Section 33 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street Musicians, Part 2. The English Street Bands. Concerning these, a respectable man gave me the following details. I was brought up to the musical profession and have been a street performer 22 years, and I'm now only 26. I sang and played the guitar in the streets with my mother when I was 4 years old. We were greatly patronized by the nobility at that time. It was a good business when I was a child. A younger brother and I would go out into the streets for a few hours of an evening, from 5 to 8, and make 7 shillings or 8 shillings, the two of us. Ours was and is the highest class of street music. For the last 10 years I have been a member of a street band. Our band is now 4 in number. I have been in bands of 8, and in some composed of as many as 25. But a small band answers best for regularity. With 8 in the band it's not easy to get 3 shillings apiece on a fine day, and play all day too. I consider that there are 1,000 musicians now performing in the streets of London, and as very few play singly, 1,000 performers, not reckoning persons who play with niggers or such like, will give not quite 250 street bands. 4 in number is a fair average for a street band, but I think the greater number of bands have more than 4 in them. All the better sort of these bands play at concerts, balls, parties, processions, and water excursions, as well as in the streets. The class of men in the street bands is very generally those that can't read music, but play by ear, and their being unable to read music prevents their obtaining employment in theatres, or places where a musical education is necessary. And yet numbers of street musicians, note, playing by ear, end note, are better instrumentalists than many educated musicians in the theatres. I only know a few who have left other businesses to become musicians. The great majority, 19/20 of us I should say, have been brought regularly up to be street performers. Children now are taught very early and seldom leave the profession for any other business. Every year the street musicians increase. The better sort are, I think, prudent men, and struggle hard for a decent living. All the street performers of wind instruments are short-lived. Wind performers drink more too than the others. They must have their mouths wet, and they need some stimulant or restorative after blowing an hour in the streets. There are now twice as many wind as stringed instruments played in the streets. 15 or 16 years ago there used to be more stringed instruments. Within that time, new wind instruments have been used in the streets. Cornopians, or cornet à piston, came into vogue about 14 years ago. Ophicleids about 10 years ago. I'm speaking of the streets. And sax horns about 2 years since. The cornopian has now quite superseded the bugle. The worst part of the street performers, in point of character, are those who play before or in public houses. They drink a great deal, but I never heard of them being charged with dishonesty. In fact, I believe there's no honester set of men breathing than street musicians. The better class of musicians are nearly all married men, and they generally dislike to teach their wives music. Indeed, in my band, and in similar bands, we wouldn't employ a man who was teaching his wife music, that she might play in the streets, and so be exposed to every insult and every temptation, if she's young and pretty. Many of the musicians' wives have to work very hard with their needles for the slop shops, and earn very little in such employ. 3 shillings a week is reckoned good earnings, but it all helps. The German bands injure our trade much. They'll play for half what we ask. They are very mean, feed dirtily, and the best band of them, whom I met at Dover, I know slept 3 in a bed in a common lodging-house, one of the very lowest. They now block us out of all the country places to which we used to go in the summer. The German bands have now possession of the whole coast of Kent and Sussex, and wherever there are watering places. I don't know anything about their morals,
except that they don't drink. An English street performer in a good and respectable band will now average 25 shillings a week the year through. 15 years ago he could have made £3 a week. Inferior performers make from 12 shillings to 15 shillings a week. I consider Regent Street and such places our best pitches. Our principal patrons in the parties line are tradesmen and professional men such as attorneys. 10 shillings a night is our regular charge. The German street bands. Next come the German bands. I had the following statement from a young flaxen-haired and fresh-coloured German who spoke English very fairly.
I am German and have been 6 years in this country. I was nearly 14 when I come. I come from Oberfeld, 18 miles from Hanover. I came because I would like to see how it was here. I heard that London was a good place for foreign music. London is as good a place as I expect to find him. There was other 6 come over with me, boys and men. We come to Hull and play in the country about half a year. We do middling. And then we come to London. I didn't make money at first when I come. I had much to learn. But the band, it did well. We was 7. I play the clarinet, and so did 2 others. 2 play French horns, 1 the trombone, and 1 the saxhorn. Sometime we make 7 shillings or 8 shillings apiece in a day now, but the business is not so good. I reckon 6 shillings a day is good now. We never play at fairs, nor for caravans. We play at private parties or public ballrooms, and are paid so much a dance. 6pence a dance for the 7 of us. If there is many dances, it is good. If not, it is bad. We play cheaper than the English, and we don't spend so much. The English players insult us, but we don't care about that. They abuse us for playing cheap. I don't know what their terms for dances are. I have saved money in this country, but very little of it. I want to save enough to take me back to Hanover. We all live together, the 7 of us. We have 3 rooms to sleep in and 1 to eat in. We are all single men but 1, and his wife, a German woman, lives with us and cooks for us. She and her husband have a bedroom to themselves. Anything does for us to eat. We all join in housekeeping and lodging, and pay alike. Our lodging costs 2 shillings a week each. Our board costs us about 15 shillings a week each, sometimes rather less, but that includes beer, and the London beer is very good, and sometimes we drink a good deal of it. We drink very little gin, but we live very well, and have good meals every day. We play in the streets, and I think most places are alike to us. Ladies and gentlemen are our best friends. The working people give us very little. We play opera tunes chiefly. We don't associate with any Englishmen. There are 3 public houses kept by Germans, where we Germans meet. Sugar bakers and other trades are of the number. There are now 5 German brass bands, with 37 performers in them, reckoning our own, in London. Our band lives near Whitechapel. I think there is 1 or 2 more German bands in the country. I think my countrymen Some of them save money, but I have not saved much yet. Of the Bagpipe Players. A well-looking young man, dressed in full Highland costume, with modest manners and of slow speech, as if translating his words from the Gaelic before he uttered them, gave me these details. I am a native of Inverness and a Grant. My father was a soldier and a player in the 42nd. In my youth I was shepherd in the hills, until my father was unable to support me any longer. He had 9pence a day pension for 17 years' service, and had been thrice wounded. He taught me and my brother the pipes. He was too poor to have us taught any trade, so we started on our own accounts. We travelled up to London, had only our pipes to depend upon. We came in full Highland dress. The tartan is cheap there, and we mak it up ourselves. My dress, as I sit here without my pipes, would cost about £4 in London. Our mothers spin the tartan in Inverness-shire, and the dress comes to maybe 30 shillings, and is better than the London. My pipes cost me 3 guineas new. It's between 5 and 6 years since I first came to London, and I was 24 last November. When I started, I thought of making a fortune in London. There was such great talk of it in Inverness-shire, as a fine place with plenty of money. But when I came, I found the difference. I was rather a novelty at first, and did pretty well. I could make £1 a week then. But now I can't make 2 shillings a day, not even in summer. There are so many Irishmen going about London, and dressed as Scotch Highlanders, that I really think I could do better as a piper even in Scotland. A Scotch family will sometimes give me a shilling or 2 when they find out I am a Scotchman. Chelsea is my best place, where there are many Scotchmen. There are now only 5 real Scotch Highlanders playing the bagpipes in the streets of London, and 7 or 8 Irishmen that I know of. The Irishmen do better than I do, because they have more face. We have our own rooms. I pay 4 shillings a week for an empty room, and have my own furniture. We are all married men, and have no connection with any other street musicians. Tullochgorum, Monymusk, the Campbells are coming, and Lord Macdonald's Reel are among the performances best liked in London. I'm very seldom insulted in the streets, and then mostly by being called an Irishman, which I don't like, but I pass it off just as well as I can. Scotch Piper and Dancing Girl. I was a full corporal in the 93rd Southern Highlanders, and I can get the best of characters from my commanding officers. If I couldn't get a good character, I wouldn't be orderly to the colonel, and wherever he and the lady went, I was sure to be with them. Although I used to wear the colonel's livery, yet I had the full corporal's stripes on my coat. I was first orderly to Colonel Sparks of the 93rd. He belonged to Dublin, and he was the best colonel that ever belonged to a regiment. After he died, I was orderly to Colonel Ainsley. This shows I must have been a good man, and have a good character. Colonel Ainsley was a good friend to me, and he always gave me my clothes, like his other private servants. The orderly's post is a good one, and much sought after, for it exempts you from regimental duty. Colonel Ainsley was a severe man on duty, but he was a good colonel after all. If he wasn't to be a severe man, he wouldn't be able to discharge the post he had to discharge. Off duty he was as kind as anybody could be. There was no man he hated more than a dirty soldier. He wouldn't muddle a man for being drunk, not a quarter so much as for dirty clothing. I was reckoned the cleanest soldier in the regiment, for if I was out in a shower of rain, I'd polish up my brass and pipe clay my belt to make it look clean again. Besides, I was very supple and active, and many's the time Colonel Ainsley has sent me on a message, and I have been there and back, and when I've met him, he's scolded me for not having gone, for I was back so quick he thought I hadn't started. Whilst I was in the regiment, I was attacked with blindness, brought on, I think, by cold. There was a deserter that the policeman took up and brought to our barracks at Weedon, where the 93rd was stationed in 1852. It was very wet weather, and he was brought in without a stitch on him, in a pair of breeches and a miserable shirt, that's all. He was away 2 years, but he was always much liked. No deserters ever escape. We made a kit up for this man in less than 20 minutes. One gave him a kilt, another a coat, and I gave him the shoes off my feet, and then went to the regiment stores and got me another pair. Soldiers always help one another. It's their duty to such a poor, miserable wretch as he was. This deserter was tried by court-martial, and he got 31 days in prison, and hard labour. He'd have had 3 months, only he gave himself up. He was so weak with lying out that the doctor wouldn't let him be flogged. He'd have had 60 lashes if he'd been strong. 60 is nothing. I've seen 150 given. When this man was marched off to Warwick Gaol, I commanded the escort, and it was a very severe day's rain that day, for it kept on from 6 in the morning till 12 at night. It was a 21 miles march, and we started at 6 in the morning and arrived at Warwick by 4 in the afternoon. The prisoner was made to march the distance in the same clothes as when he gave himself up. He had only a shirt and waistcoat on his back, and that got so wet I took off my greatcoat and gave it to him to wear to warm him. They wouldn't let him have the kit of clothes made up for him by the regiment till he came out of prison. From giving him my greatcoat, I caught a severe cold. I stood up by a public-house fire and dried my coat and kilt, and the cold flew to the small of my back. After we had delivered our prisoner at Warwick, we walked on to Coventry, that's 10 miles more. We did 31 miles that day in the rain. After we got back to barracks, I was clapped in hospital. I was there 21 days. The doctor told me I shouldn't leave it for 28 days, but I left it in 21, for I didn't like to be in that same place. My eyes got very bloodshot, and I lost the sight of them. I was very much afraid that I'd never see a sight with my eyes, and I was most miserable. I used to be, too, all of a tremble with a shiver of cold. I only stopped in the regiment for 31 days after I came out of hospital, and then I had my discharge. I could just see a little. It was my own fault that I had my discharge, for I thought I could do better to cure myself by going to the country doctors. The men subscribed for me all the extra money off their pay, that's about 4p each man, and it made me up £10. When I told Colonel Ainsley of this, says he, "Upon my word, MacGregor, I'm as proud of it as if I had £20,000. He gave me a sovereign out of his own pocket. Besides that, I had as many kilts given me as have lasted me up to this time. My boy's wearing the last of 'em now. At Oxford I went to a doctor, and he did me a deal of good, for now I can read a book, if the thread of it isn't too small. I can read the prayer book, or Bible, or newspaper, just for 4 hours, and then I go dim. I've served in India, and I was at the battles of Punjab 1848 and Multan 1849. Sir Colin Campbell commanded us at both, and says he, "Now, my brave 93rd, none of your nonsense here, for it must be death and glory here today." And then Sergeant Cameron says, "The men are all right, Sir Colin, but they're afraid you won't be in the midst of them." And says he, Not in the midst of them. I'll be here in 10 minutes. Sir Colin will go in anywhere. He's as brave an officer as any in the service. He's the first into the fight and the last out of it. Although I had served 10 years and been in 2 battles, yet I was not entitled to a pension. You must serve 21 years to be entitled to 1 shilling and a halfpence. I left the 93rd in 1852, and since that time I've been wandering about the different parts of England and Scotland, playing on the bagpipes. I take my daughter Maria about with me, and she dances whilst I play to her. I leave my wife and family in town. I've been in London 3 weeks this last time I visited it. I've been here plenty of times before. I've done duty in Hyde Park before the 46th came here. I left the army just 2 years before the war broke out, and I'd rather than £20,000 I'd been in my health to have gone to the Crimea, for I'd have had more glory after that war than ever any England was in. Directly I found the 93rd was going out, I went twice to try and get back to my old regiment, but the doctor inspected me and said I wouldn't be fit for service again. I was too old at the time, and my health wasn't good, although I could stand the cold far better than many hundreds of them that were out there, for I never wear no drawers, only my kilt, and that's very thin, for it's near worn. Nothing at all gives me cold but the rain. The last time I was in London was in May. My daughter dances the Highland fling and the sword dance called Killam Callum. That's the right Highland air to the dance, with 2 swords laid across each other. I was a good hand at it before I got stiff. I've done it before all the regiment. We'd take 2 swords from the officers and lay them down when they've been newly ground. I've gone within the 1/8 of an inch of them and never cut my shoe. Can you cut your shoe? Aye, and your toes too if you're not lithe. My brother was the best dancer in the army, so the Duke of Argyll and his lady said. At one of the prize meetings at Blair Athol, one Tom Duff, who is as good a dancer as from this to where he is, says he, "There's ne'er a man of the MacGregor clan can dance against me today." And I, knowing my brother Tom, he was killed at Inkerman in the 93rd, was coming, says I, "Don't be sure of that, Tom Duff, for there's one come every inch of the road here today to try it with you." He began, and he took an inch off his shoes, and my brother never cut himself at all, and he won the prize. My little girl dances that dance. She does it pretty, but I'd be rather doubtful about letting her come near the swords, for fear she'd be cutting herself, though I know she could do it at a pinch, for she can be dancing across 2 bagpipes without breaking them. When I'm in the streets, she always does it with 2 bagpipes. She can dance reels too, such as the Highland fling and the reel hulao. They're the most celebrated. Whenever I go about the country, I leave my wife and family in London and go off with my girl. I send them up money every week, according to what I earn. Every farthing that I can spare, I always send up. I always, when I'm travelling, make the first part of my journey down to Hull in Yorkshire. On my road I always stop at garrison towns, and they always behave very well to me. If they've a penny, they'll give it to me, either English, Scotch or Irish regiments. Or I'd as soon meet the 23rd Welsh Fusiliers as any, for they've all been out with me on service. At Hull there is a large garrison, and I always reckon on getting 3 shillings or 4 shillings from the barracks. When I'm travelling, it generally comes to 15 shillings a week, and out of that I manage to send the wife 10 shillings and live on 5 shillings myself. I have to walk all the way, for I wouldn't sit on a rail or a cart for fear I should lose the little villages off the road. I can do better in many of them than I can in many of the large towns. I tell them I am an old soldier. I don't go to the cottages, but to the gentlemen's houses. Many of the gentlemen have been in the army, and then they soon tell whether I have been in service. Some have asked me the stations I have been at, and who commanded us, and then they'll say, "This man is true enough, and every word of it is truth." I've been in Balmoral many a dozen of times. Many a time I've passed by it when it was an old ruin, and fit for nothing but the ravens and the owls. Balmoral is the 4th oldest place in Scotland. It was built before any parts of Christianity came into the country at all. I've an old book that gives an account of all the old buildings entirely, and a very old book it is. Edinburgh Castle is the oldest building, and then Stirling Castle, and then Perth Castle, and then Balmoral. I've been there twice since the Queen was there. If I'd see any of the old soldiers that I knew at Balmoral, I'd play then, and they might give me something. I went there more for curiosity, and I went to see the Queen come out. She was always very fond of the 93rd. They'd fight for her in any place, for there isn't a man discharged after this war but they're provided for. I do pretty well in London, taking my 4 shillings a day, but out of that I must pay 1 shilling and 9pence a week lodging money, for I can't go into apartments, for if I did, it would be but poorly furnished, for I've no beds or furniture or linen. I can live in Scotland much cheaper than here. I can give the children a good breakfast of oatmeal porridge every morning, and that will, in 7 weeks, make them as fat as 7 years of tea and coffee will do here. Besides, in Scotland, I can buy a very pretty little stand-up bedstead for 2 shillings, which here would come to 4 shillings. I'm thinking of sending my family down to Scotland and sending them the money I earn in London. They'll have to walk to Hull and then take the boat. They can get to Aberdeen from there. We shall have to work the money on the road. When I go out working with the little girl, I get out about 9 in the summer and 10 in the winter. I can't work much more than 4 hours a day on the pipes, for the blowing knocks me up and leaves me very weak. No, it don't hurt my chest, but I'll be just quite weak. That's from my bad health. I've never had a day's health ever since I left the regiment. I have pains in my back and stitches in the side. My girl can't dance without my playing, so that when I give over, she must give over too. I sometimes go out with 2 of my daughters. Lizzie don't dance, only Maria. I never ask anybody for money. Anybody that don't like to give, we never ask them. I can't eat meat, for it won't rest on my stomach, and there's nothing I take that goes so well with me as soup. I live principally on bread, for coffee or tea won't do for me at all. If I could get a bit of meat that I like, such as a small fowl or the like of that, it would do with me very well, but either bacon or beef or the like of that is too strong for me. I'm obliged to be very careful entirely with what I eat, for I'm sick. A lady gave me a bottle of good old foreign port about 3 months ago, and I thought it did me more good than all the meat in the world. When I'm in London, I make about 4 shillings a day, and when I'm in the country, about 15 shillings a week. My old lady couldn't live when I travel if it wasn't for my boy, who goes out and gets about 1 shilling a day. Lord Panmure is very good to him, and gives him something whenever he meets him. I wouldn't get such good health if I stopped in London. Now there's Barnet, only 11 miles from St Giles's, and yet I can get better health in London than I can there, on account of its being on rising ground, and fresh air coming into it every minute. I never be a bit bad with the cold. It never makes me bad. I've been in Canada with the 93rd in the winter. In the year 43 was a very fearful winter indeed, and we were there, and the men didn't seem to suffer anything from the cold, but were just as well as in any other climate, or in England. They wore the kilt and the same dress as in summer. Some of them wore the tartan trousers, when they were not on duty or parade, but the most of them didn't, not one in a dozen, for they looked upon it as like a woman. There's nothing so good for the cold as cold water. The men used to bathe their knees and legs in the cold water, and it would make them ache for the time, but a minute or two afterwards they were all right and sweating. I've many a time gone into the water up to my neck in the coldest days of the year, and then when I came out and dried myself and put on my clothes, I'd be sweating afterwards. There can't be a better thing for keeping away the rheumatism. It's a fine thing for rheumatism and aches to rub the part with cold frosty water or snow. It makes it leave him and knocks the pain out of his limbs. Now, in London, when my hands are so cold I can't play on my pipes, I go to a pump and wash them in the frosty water, and then dry them and rub them together, and then they're as warm as ever. The more a man leans to the fire, the worse he is after. It was leaning to a fire that gave me my illness. The chanter of the pipes I play on has been in my family very near 450 years. It's the oldest in Scotland and is an heirloom in our family, and they wouldn't part with it for any money. Many's a time the museum in Edinburgh has wanted me to give it to them, but I won't give it to anyone till I find myself near death, and then I'll obligate them to keep it. Most likely my youngest boy will have it, for he's as steady as a man. You see, the holes for the fingers is worn as big round as sixpences, and they're quite sharp at the edges. The ivory at the end is the same original piece as when the pipe was made. It's breaking and splitting with age, and so is the stick. I'll have my name and the age of the stick engraved on the sole of the ivory, and then if my boy seems neglectful of the chanter, I'll give it to the museum at Edinburgh. I'll have German silver rings put round the stick to keep it together, and then with nice waxed thread bound round it, it will last for centuries yet. This chanter was made by old William MacDonald, who's been dead these many 100 years. He was one of the best pipe makers that's in all Scotland. There's a brother of mine has a set of drones made by him, and he wouldn't give them for any sit of money. Everybody in Scotland knows William MacDonald. Ask any lad and he'll tell you who was the best pipe maker that ever lived in Scotland, aye, and ever will live. There's many a farmer in Scotland would give £30 for a set of pipes by old William MacDonald, sooner than they'd give 30 shillings for a set of pipes made now. This chanter has been in our family ever since MacDonald made it. It's been handed down from father to son from that day to this. They always give it to the eldest. William MacDonald lived to be 143 years old, and this is the last chanter he made. A gentleman in London who makes chanters once gave me a new one merely for letting him take a model of my old one, with the size of the bore and the place for the holes. You tell a good chanter by the tone, and some is as sweet as a piano. My old chanter has got rather too sharp by old age, and it's lost its tone, for when a stick gets too sharp a sound, it's never no good. This chanter was played by my family in the battles of Wallace and Bruce, and at the Battle of Bannockburn, and every place whenever any of the MacGregor clan fought. These are the traditions given from family to family. I heard it from my father, and now I tell my lads, and they know it as well as I do myself. My great-grandfather played on this stick when Charlie Stuart, the Pretender, came over to Scotland from France, and he played on it before the Prince himself, at Stirling and the Island of Skye, and at Prestonpans and Culloden. It was at Prestonpans that the clans were first formed, and could be told by their tartans. The MacGregors, and the Stuart, and the Macbeths, and the Camerons, and all of them. I had 3 brothers older than me, but I've got this chanter, for I begged it of them. It's getting too old to play on, and I'll have a copper box made for it and just carry it at my side, if God is good to me and gives me health to live 3 weeks. About my best friends in London are the French people. They are the best I can meet. They come next to the Highlanders. When I meet a Highlander, he will, if he's only just a labouring man, give me a few coppers. A Highlander will never close his eye upon me. It's the Lowlander that is the worst to me. They never takes no notice of me when I'm passing. They'll smile and cast an eye as I pass by. Many a time I'll say to them when they pass, "Well, old chap, you don't like the half-naked men, I know you don't." And many will say, "No, I don't." I never play the pipes when I go through the lowlands. I'd as soon play poison to them. They never give anything. It's the Lowlanders that get the Scotch a bad name for being miserable and keeping their money and using small provision. They're a disgrace to their country. The Highlander spends his money as free as a duke. If a man in the 93rd had a shilling in his pocket, it was gone before he could turn it twice. All the Lowlanders would like to be Highlanders if they could, and they learn Gaelic and then marry Highland lassies so as to become Highlanders. They have some very clever regiments composed out of the Lowlanders, but they have only 3 regiments, and the Highlanders have 7. Yet there's nearly 3 to 1 more inhabitants in the Lowlands. It's a strange thing. They'd sooner take an Irishman into a Highland regiment than a Lowlander. They owe them such a spleen, they don't like them. Bruce was a Lowlander, and he betrayed Wallace, and the Duke of Buccleuch, who was a Lowlander, betrayed Stuart. I never go playing at public houses, for I don't like such places. I am not a drinker, for as much whisky as will fill a teaspoon will lay me up for a day. If I take anything, it's a sup of porter. I went once into a public house, and there was a woman drinking in it, and she was drunk. It was the landlord told me to come inside. She told me to leave the house, and I said the master told me to come. Then she took up one of these Potter pots and hit me in the forehead. It was very sore for 3 weeks afterwards, and made a hole. I wouldn't prosecute her. My little boy that goes about is 14 years old, and he's as straight and well-formed as if he was made of waxwork. He's the one that shall have the chanter, if anybody does. But I'm rather doubtful about it, for he's not steady enough, and I think I'll leave it to a museum. If I had a good set of pipes, there's not many going about the streets could play better. But my pipes are not in good order. I've got 3 tunes for 1 that the Queen's piper plays, and I can play in a far superior style, for he plays in the military style. Mackay, the former piper to Her Majesty, he was reckoned as good a player as there is in Scotland. I knew him very well, and many a time I've played with him. He was took bad in the head and obliged to go back to Scotland. He is in the Isle of Skye now. I belong to Peterhead. If I had a good set of pipes, I wouldn't be much afraid of playing with any of the pipers. In the country towns I would sometimes be called into Highland gentlemen's houses to play to them, but never in London. I make all my reeds myself to put in the stick. I make them of Spanish cane. It's the outer glazed bark of it. The nearer you go to the shiny part, the harder the reed is, and the longer it lasts. In Scotland they use the Spanish cane. I have seen a man, at one time, who made a reed out of a piece of white thorn, and it sounded as well as ever a reed I saw sound, but I never see a man who could make them, only one. End of section 33. Section 34 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street Musicians, Part 3. Another bagpipe player. My father is a Highlander and was born in Argyllshire, and there, when he was 14 or 15, he enlisted for a piper into the 92nd. They wear the national costume in that regiment, the Campbell tartan. Father married whilst he was in Scotland. We are 6 in family now, and my big brother is 17, and I am getting on for 15, a little better than 14. We and another brother of 10, all of us, go about the streets playing the bagpipes. Father served in India. It was after I was born, and so was my other brother of 10, that the regiment was ordered over there. Mother came up to England to see him off, and she has stopped in London ever since. Father lost a leg in the Punjab War, and now he receives a pension of £1 a day. Mother had a very bad time of it whilst Father was away. I don't know the reason why, but Father didn't send her any money. All her time was taken up looking after us at home, so she couldn't do any work. The parish allowed her some money. She used to go for some food every week. I can remember when we were so hard up. We lived principally on bread and potatoes. At last Mother told Jim he had better go out in the streets and play the bagpipes to see what he could pick up. Father had left some pipes behind him, small ones, what he learnt to play upon. Jim wasn't dressed up in the Highland costume as he is now. He did very well the first time he went out. He took about 10 shillings or so. When Mother saw that, she was very pleased and thought she had the Bank of England tumbled into her lap. Jim continued going out every day until Father came home. After Father lost his leg, he came home again. He had been absent about 18 months. The pipers always go into action with the regiment. When they are going into the field, they play in front of the regiment, but when the fighting begins, they go to the side. He never talks about his wound. I never heard him talk about it beyond just what I've said, as to how they go into war and play the regiment into the field. I never felt much curiosity to ask him about it, for I'm out all day long and until about 10 o'clock at night, and when I get home, I'm too tired to talk. I never think about asking him how he was wounded. When Father came home from India, he brought £10 with him. He didn't get his pension not till he got his medal, and that was a good while after, about a year after, I should say. This war they gave the pension directly they got home, but the other war they didn't. Jim still continued playing in the streets. Then Father made him a Highland suit out of his old regimentals. He did better then. Indeed, he one day brought home £1, and never less than 5 or 9 or 10 shillings. Next, Father made me a suit, and I used to go out with Jim, and dance the fling to his bagpipes. I usedn't to take no carpet with me, but dance in the middle of the road. I wear Father's regimental belt to this day, only he cut it down smaller for me. Here's his number at the end of it, 62, and the date, 1834. So it's 22 years old, and it's strong and good now, only it's been white buff leather, and my father's blackened it. We didn't take much more money going out together, but we took it quicker and got home sooner. Besides, it was a help to Mother to get rid of me. We still took about 10 shillings a day, but it got lesser and lesser after a time. It was a couple of years after we come out that it got lesser. People got stingier, or perhaps they was accustomed to see us, and was tired of the dancing. Whilst I was doing the dancing, Father, when I got home of a night, used to teach me the bagpipes. It took me more than 12 months to learn to play. Now I'm reckoned a middling player. When I could play, I went out with my big brother, and we played together. We did the tunes both together. No, I didn't do a bass or anything of that. We only played louder when we was together, and so made more noise, and so got more attention. In the daytime we walked along the street playing. We did better the two playing together than when I danced. Sometimes gentlemen would tell us to come to their houses and play to him. We've often been to General Campbell's and played to him, whilst he was at dinner sometimes, or sometimes after. We had 5 shillings or half a sovereign, according to the time we stopped there. There was about 6 or 7 gentlemen like this, and we go to their houses and play for them. We get from 1 shilling to 5 for each visit. When we go inside and play to them, it's never less than 5 shillings. They are all Scotch gentlemen that we go to see, but we have done it for one Englishman, and he's the only one. When my little brother John was old enough to go out, Father made him a Highland suit, and then he went along with my big brother and danced to his playing, and I went out by myself. I did pretty well, but not so well as when I was with Jim. We neither did so well as when we were together, but putting both our earnings together, we did better, for the two separated took more than the two joined. My little sister Mary has been out with me for the last month. Father made her a suit. It's a boy's and not a girl's costume, and she goes along with me. Whilst I play, she goes up to ladies and gentlemen and asks for the money. They generally give her something. She never says anything, only makes a bow and holds out her little hand. It was Father's notion to send her out. He said, "She may as well go out with one of you as be stopping at home." She stops out as long as I do. She doesn't get tired, at least she never tells me she is. I always carry her home at night on my back. She is 8 years old and very fond of me. I buy her cakes as we go along. We dine anywhere we can. We have bread and cheese, and sometimes bread and meat. Besides, she's very often called over and given something to eat. I've got regular houses where they always give me dinner. There's one in Eaton Place where the servants are Scotch, and at the Duke of Argyll's, out Kensington way, and another at York Terrace, Camden Town. It's generally from Scotch servants I get the food, except at the Duke's, and he orders me a dinner whenever I come that way. It ain't the Lowland Scotch give me the food, only the Highland Scotch. Highlanders don't talk with a drawl, only Lowlanders. I can tell a Highlander in a minute. I speak a few words of Gaelic to him. So you see, I never have occasion to buy my dinner, unless I'm out at a place where I am too far to go, but I generally work up to my eating places. It's about 3 years now since I've been out playing the pipe. Jim and Johnny go together, and I go with Mary. Between the two, we take about 5 shillings a day, excepting on Saturdays. I get home by 10 and have supper and then go to bed. But Jim, he sometimes doesn't come till very late, about 1 in the morning. At night we generally go down to the Haymarket and play before the public houses. The ladies and gentlemen both give us money. We pick up more at night time than in the day. Some of the girls then make the gentlemen give us money. They'll say, "Give the little fellow a penny." The highest I ever had given me at one time was a Scotch lady at the hotel in Jermyn Street, and she gave me a sovereign. I've often had half a crown give me in the Haymarket. It's always from Scotch gentlemen. English have given me a shilling, but never more. And nearly all we take is from Scotch people. Jim says the same thing, and I always found it so. I've had a whole mob round me listening. Some of them will ask for this tune and some for that. I play all Scotch tunes. The Campbells Are Coming is the chief air they like. Some ask for Loch Harbour No More.
Reader's note. He means Loch Aber no more. End reader's note.
That's a sentimental air. The Highland Fling, that is very popular. Mony Musk and The Miss Drummond of Perth is another they like very much. Another great favourite is Maggie Loader. That's a song. When I play in a gentleman's room, I don't put the drone on, but only play on the chanter, or what you would call the flute part of it. I cut off the drone by putting the finger in the tall pipe that stands up against the shoulder, which we call the drone pipe. The wind goes up there, and if you stop it up, it don't sound. A bagpipes has got 5 pipes: the chanter, the drone pipe, the 2 tenor pipes, and the blowstick, through which you send the wind into the bag, which is of sheepskin, covered with green baize. Every set of pipes is all alike. That's the true Highland pipe. When I'm playing in the streets, I put the drone on, and I can be heard miles off. I've very often had a horse shy at me. He won't pass me sometimes, or if they do, they shy at me. I get the reeds which go inside my pipes and which make the noise from the Duke of Argyll's piper. He's a good friend to me and very fond of me. They're made of thin pieces of split cane, and it's the wind going through them that makes them jar and give the music. Before I play, I have to wet them. They last me 6 or 7 months, if I take care of them. The Duke of Argyle's piper never grumbles when I go for new ones. When I go to him, he makes me play to him to see how I've got on with my music. He's a splendid player and plays from books. I play by ear. His pipes are of ebony and with a silver chanter or flute pipe. He plays every day to the Duke while he's at dinner. My pipes are made out of coconut wood. I know the Duke very well. He's very kind to his clan. He's Campbell clan and so am I. He never spoke to me, but he told the servants to give me dinner every time I came that way. The servants told me the Duke had promised me my dinner every time I came. When I touch my bonnet, he always nods to me. He never gave me only a shilling once, but always my dinner. That's better for me. I wear the regular Highland costume, but I don't wear the Campbell plaid, only the Stuart, because it's cheaper. My kilt ain't a regular one, because it's too dear for me. In a soldier's kilt, it's reckoned there's 32 yards. Mine has only got 2.5. My philibeg ought by rights to be of badger's skin, with a badger's head on the top, and with tassels set in brass caps. But my philibeg is only sheepskin. The centre is made up to look like the real one. Father makes all our clothes. He makes the jackets and the belts even, down to the German silver buckles with the slide and the tip. He cuts them out of sheet metal. He casts our buttons too, in pewter. They are square ones, you see, with a Highlander on them. He makes our shoes too, with the little buckle in front. Mother knits the stockings. They are mixed, red and blue mixed. I wear out about 3 a year. She makes about 12 pairs a year for us all. We buy our tartan and our bonnets, but make the pewter thistles at the side and the brooch which fastens the scarf on one shoulder. A suit of clothes lasts about 12 months, so that Father has to make 4 suits a year for us all. That is for Jim, myself, Johnny and Mary. The shoes last, with repairing, 12 months. There's 20 buttons on each coat. Father has always got something to do repairing our clothes. He's not able to go out for his leg, or else he'd go out himself, and he'd do well playing, for he's a first-rate piper, but not so good as the Duke's. We go about with our bare legs and no drawers on. I never feel cold of my legs, only of my fingers with playing. I never go cold in the legs. None of the Highlanders ever wear drawers, and none but the rich in Scotland wear stockings and shoes, so that their legs are altogether bare. When I'm marching through the streets and playing on the pipes, I always carry my head high up in the air and throw my legs out well. The boys will follow for miles, some of them. The children very often lose themselves from following me such a way. Even when I haven't got my pipes with me, the boys will follow me in a mob. I've never been ill-treated by boys, but a drunken man, often on a Saturday night, gives me a push or a knock. You see, they'll begin dancing around me, and then a mob will collect, and that sets the police unto me. So I always play a slow tune when drunken men come up, and then they can't dance. They'll ask for a quick tune, and as I won't play one, they'll hit me or push me about. The police never interfere unless a mob collects, and then they are obliged by their regulations to interfere. I never carried a dirk or a sword or anything of that. My brother used to have one in his stocking, but one day he was called up into a public house where there was a lot of French butlers and footmen, and they would have him to play, and when he had for some time, they began to pull him about, and they broke his pipes and snapped the chanter in two. So Jim pulled out his dirk, and they got frightened. They tried to take it from him, but they couldn't. He's a bold fellow, and would do anything when he's in a passion. He'd have stuck one of the French fellows if he could. When Father heard of it, he took the dirk away, for fear Jim should get into mischief. When I've been playing the pipes for long, I get very thirsty. It's continually blowing into the bag. I very seldom go and get any beer, only at dinner 1/2 pint. I go to a pump and have a drink of water. At first it made me feel sick, blowing so much, but I very soon got used to it. It always made me feel very hungry, blowing all day long. I could eat every 2 or 3 hours. It makes your eyes very weak from the strain on them. When I first went out with my brother playing, I used to have to leave off every now and then and have a rest, for it made my head ache. The noise doesn't affect the hearing, nor has it Jim, but my father's quite deaf of the left ear, where the drones goes. I never have the drones on, only very seldom. When I have them on, I can't hear anything for a few seconds after I leave off playing. Sometimes, of wet nights, I go into public houses and play. Some publicans won't let you, for the instrument is almost too loud for a room. If there's a Scotchman in the tap room, he'll give me something. I do well when there's good company. I only go there when it rains, for my usual stand of an evening is in the Haymarket. The bagpipes I play on were sent from Edinburgh. Father wrote for them, and they cost 30 shillings. They are the cheapest made. There are some sets go as high as £100. They are mounted with gold and silver. The Duke of Argyll's piper must have paid £100 for his, I should say, for they are in silver. The bag is covered with velvet and silk fringe. There's 8 notes in a long pipes. You can't play them softly, and they must go their own force. I know all those pipers who regularly goes about playing the pipes in London. There's only 4, with me and my brother, 2 men and us 2. Occasionally one may pass through London, but they don't stop here more than a day or 2. I know lots of them who are travelling about the country. There's about 20 in all. I take about 15 shillings a week, and Jim does the same. That's clear of all expenses, such as for dinner and so on. We sometimes take more, but it's very odd that we seldom has a good week both of us together. If he has a good week, most likely I don't. It comes taking all the year round to about 15 shillings a week each. We both of us give whatever we may earn to father. We never go out on a Sunday. Whenever I can get home by 8 o'clock, I go to a night school, and I am getting on pretty well with my reading and writing. Sometimes I don't go to school for a week together. It's generally on the Wednesday and Thursday nights that I can get to school, for they are the worst nights for working in the streets. Our best nights are Saturday and Monday, and then I always take about 5 shillings. Tuesday it comes to about 3 shillings, but on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday it don't come to more than 2 shillings and 6pence. That's if I am pretty lucky. But some nights I don't take above 6pence, and that's how I put it down at 15 shillings a week, taking the year round. Father never says anything if I don't take any money home, for he knows I've been looking out for it. But if he thought I'd been larking and amusing myself, most likely he'd be savage.
French hurdy-gurdy player with dancing children. I play on the same instrument as the Savoyards play, only you understand you can have good and bad instruments, and to have a good one you must put the price. The one I play on cost me 60 francs in Paris. There are many more handsome, but none better. This is all that there is of the best. The man who made it has been dead 60 years. It is the time that makes the value of it. My wife plays on the violin. She is a very good player. I am her second husband. She is an Italian by birth. She played on the violin when she was with her first husband. He used to accompany her on the organ, and that produced a very fine effect. The hurdy-gurdy is like the violin. It improves with age. My wife told me that she once played on a very old violin, and the difference between that and her own was curious for sound. She was playing, with her husband accompanying her on the organ, near the chateau of an old marquis, and when he heard the sound of the violin, he asked them in. Then he said, "Here, try my violin," and handed her the old violin. My wife said that when she touched it with the bow, she cried, "Ah, how fine it is!" It was the greatest enjoyment she had known for years. You understand, the good violins all bridge where the bridge is placed.
but the new violins sink there, and the tune is altered by it. They call the violins that sink consumptive ones. I am Dijon. The vineyard of Clononjon is near to Dijon. You have heard of that wine? Oh yes, of course you have. That Clos belongs to a young man of 22, and he could sell it for 2,500,000 francs if he liked. At Dijon, the bottles sell for 7 francs. My mother and father did not live happily together. My father died when I had 3 years, and then my mother, who had only 20 years of age, married again. And you know how it often happens, the second father does not love the first family of his wife. Some Savoyards passed through our village, and I was sold to them. I was their slave for 10 years. I learnt to play the hurdy-gurdy with them. I used to accompany an organ. I picked out note for note with the organ. When I heard an air, too, which I liked, I used to go to my room and follow the air from my memory upon the instrument. I went to Paris afterwards. You see, I play on only one string in my hurdy-gurdy. Those which the Savoyards play have several strings, and that is what makes them drone. The hurdy-gurdy is the same as the violin in principle. You see, the wheel of wood which I turn with the handle is like its bow, for it grates on the string, and the keys press on the string like the fingers, and produce the notes. I used to play on a droning hurdy-gurdy at first, but one night I went into a café at Paris, and the gentleman there cried out, "Ah, the noise!" Then I thought to myself, I had 15 years, if I play on one string, it will not produce so much noise as on 2. Then I removed one string, and when I went the next night, the gentleman said, "Ah, that is much better." And that is why I play on one string. I used to sing in Paris. I learnt all that of new in the style of romances, and I accompanied myself on my hurdy-gurdy. At Paris I met my wife. She was a widow then. I told her that I would marry her when her mourning was over, which lasted 9 months. I was not 20 then. I went about playing at the cafes and put by money, but when we went to be married, the priests would not marry us unless we had our parents' consent. I did not know whether my mother was dead. I hunted everywhere. As I could not find out, I lived with my wife, the same as if we had been married. I am married to her now, but my children were all born before marriage. At last I went to the Catholic priest at Dover and told him my life, and that I had 4 children, and wished to marry my wife, and he consented to marry us if we would get the consent of the priest of the place where I had lived last. That was Calais, and I wrote to the priest there, and he gave his consent, and now my children are legitimate. By the law of France, a marriage makes legitimate all the children born by the woman with whom you are united. My children were present at my marriage, and that produced a very droll effect. I have always been faithful to my wife, and she to me, though we were not married. When my wife is well, she goes out with me and plays on the violin. It produces a very good effect. She plays the seconds. But she has so much to do at home with the children that she does not come out with me much. My age is 25, and I have voyaged for 17 years. There are 3 months since I came in England. I was at Calais and at Boulogne, and it is there that I had the idea to come to England. Many persons who counselled us told us that in England we should gain a great deal of money. That is why I came. It took 3 weeks before I could get the permission to be married, and during that time I worked at the different towns. I did pretty well at Dover, and after that I went to Ramsgate, and I did very well there. Yes, I took a great deal of money on the sands of a morning. I have been married a month now, for I left Ramsgate to go to be married. At Ramsgate they understood my playing. Unless I have educated people to play to, I do not make much success with my instrument. I play before a public house or before a cottage, and they say, "That's all very well." But they do not know that to make a hurdy-gurdy sound like a violin requires great art and patience. Besides, I play airs from operas, and they do not know the Italian music. Now, if I was alone with my hurdy-gurdy, I should only gain a few pence, but it is by my children that I do pretty well. We came to London when the season was over in the country, and now we go everywhere in the town. I cannot speak English, but I have my address in my pocket if I lose myself. Je me lance dans la ville. Today I went by a big park where there is a chateau of the Queen. If I lose my way, I show my written address, and they go on speaking English and show me the way to go. I don't understand the English, but I do the pointed finger, and when I get near home, then I recognize the quarter. My little girl will have 6 years next February, and the little boy is only 4 years and a half. She is a very clever little girl, and she notices everything. Before I was married, she heard me speaking to my wife about when we were to be married, and she'd say constantly, "Ah, Papa, when are you going to be married to Mamma?" We had a pudding on our marriage day, and she liked it so much that now she very often says, "Oh, Papa, I should like a pudding like that I had when you married Mamma." That is compromising, but she doesn't know any better. It was my little girl, Eugenie, who taught her brother Paul to dance. He liked it very much, but he is young yet and heavy in his movements. But she is graceful and very clever. At Boulogne she was much beloved, and the English ladies would give her packets of sugar plums and cakes. When they dance, they first of all polka together, and then they do the Varsovienne together, and after that she does the cachucha and the mazurka alone. I first of all taught my girl to do the polka, for in my time I liked the dance pretty well. As soon as the girl had learnt it, she taught her brother. They like dancing above all when I encourage them, for I say, "Now, my children, dance well, and above all dance gracefully, and then I will buy you some cakes." Then, if they take a fancy to anything, if it is not too dear, I buy it for them, and that encourages them. Besides, when she says, "Papa, when shall we go to France and see my little brother who is out at nurse?" then I say, "When we have earned enough money, so you must dance well, and above all gracefully, and when we have taken plenty of money, we will be off." That encourages them, for they like to see me take plenty of money. The little girl accompanies the music on the castanets in the cachucha. It is astonishing how well she plays them. I have heard grown-up artists in the café chantant who don't play them so well as she does. It is wonderful in so young a child. You will say she has learnt my style of playing on the hurdy-gurdy and my movements, but it is the same thing, for she is as clever to other music. Sometimes when she has danced, ladies come up and kiss her, and even carry her off into their houses, and I have to wait hours for her. When she sees that I gain money, she has much more courage. When the little girl has done dancing with my Paul, then he, when she is dancing alone, takes the plate and asks for money. He is very laughable, for he can already say, "If you please, missus." Sometimes the ladies begin to speak to him. He says, "Yes, yes," 3 or 4 times, and then he runs up to me and says, "Papa, that lady speaks English," and then I have to say, "No speak English." But he is contented if he hears anybody speak French. Then he runs up to me and says, "Papa, Papa, Monsieur speaks French." My little girl has embroidered trousers and petticoats. You won't believe it, but I worked all that. The ends of the trousers, the trimmings to her petticoats, her collars and sleeves, all I have worked. I do it at night when we get home. The evenings are long, and I do a little, and at the end of the week it becomes much. If I had to buy that, it would cost too much. It was my wife who taught me to do it. She said, the children must be well dressed, and we have no money to buy these things. Then she taught me. At first it seemed droll to me, and I was ashamed. But then I thought, I do it for my living, and not for my pleasure. It is for my business. And now I am accustomed to it. You would fancy too that the children are cold, going about in the streets dressed as they are, but they have flannel round the body, and then the jumping warms them. They would tell me directly if they were cold. I always ask them. The day I was married, a very singular circumstance happened. I had bought my wife a new dress, and she, poor thing, sat up all night to make it. All night. It cost me 5 shillings, the stuff did. I had a very bad coat, and she kept saying, I shall be gay, but you, my poor friend, how will you look? My coat was very old. I said, I shall do as I am. But it made her sad that I had no coat to appear in style at our marriage. Our landlord offered to lend me his coat, but he was twice as stout as I am, and I looked worse than in my own coat. Just as we were going to start for the church, a man came to the house with a coat to sell, the same I have on now. The landlord sent him to me. It is nearly new, and had not been on more than 3 or 4 times. He asked 12 shillings, and I offered 8 shillings. At last he took 9 shillings. My wife, who is very religious, said, It is the good God who sent that man to reward us for always trying to get married. Since I have been here, my affairs have gone on pretty well. I have taken some days 5 shillings, others 6 shillings, and even 8 shillings. But then some days rain has fallen, and on others it has been wet underfoot, and I have only taken 4 shillings. My general sum is 5 shillings and 6pence the day, or 6 shillings. Every night when I get home, I give my wife what I have taken, and I say, Here, my girl, is 3 shillings for tomorrow's food. And then we put the remainder on one side to save up. We pay 5 shillings a week for our room, and that is dear, for we are there very bad, for we sleep almost on the boards. It is lonely for her to be by herself in the day, but she is near her confinement, and she cannot go out. It makes me laugh when I think of our first coming to this country. She only wore linen caps, but I was obliged to buy her a bonnet. It was a very good straw one, and cost 1 shilling. It made her laugh to see everybody wearing a bonnet. When I first got to London, I did not know where to go to get lodgings. I speak Italian very well, for my wife taught me. I spoke to an Italian at Ramsgate, and he told me to go to Woolwich, and there I found an Italian lodging-house. There the landlord gave me a letter to a friend in London, and I went and paid 2 shillings and 6pence in advance, and took the room, and when we went there to live, I gave another 2 shillings and 6pence, so as to pay the 5 shillings in advance. It seems strange to us to have to pay rent in advance, but it is a custom. It costs me something to clothe my children. My girl has 6 different skirts, all of silk, of different colours, grey, blue, red, and yellow. They last the year. The artificial flowers on her head are arranged by her mamma. The boots cost the most money. She has a pair every month. Here they are 3 shillings, but in France they are dearer. It is about the same for the little boy, only as he does not work so much as his sister, he is not dressed in so distinguished a style. He is clean, but not so elegant, for we give the best to the girl. My children are very good at home. Their mother adores them and lets them do as they like. They are very good indeed. On Sunday they are dressed like other children. In the morning we go to Mass, and then we go and walk a little, and see London. I have as yet made no friends in London. I know no French people. I have met some, but they don't speak to me. We confine ourselves to our family. When I am in the streets with good houses in them, and see anybody looking at the windows, then if I see them listening, I play pieces from the operas on my hurdy-gurdy. I do this between the dances. Those who go to the opera and frequent the theatres like to hear distinguished music. End of section 34.
Section 35 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry.
Street Musicians.
Part 4.
Poor harp player. A poor, feeble, half-witted looking man, with the appearance of far greater age than he represented himself, a common case with the very poor, told me of his sufferings in the streets. He was wretchedly clad, his clothes being old, patched, and greasy. He is well known in London, being frequently seen with a crowd of boys at his heels, who amuse themselves in playing all kinds of tricks upon him. "I play the harp in the streets," he said, "and have done so for the last 2 years, and should be very glad to give it up. My brother lives with me, we're both bachelors, and he's so dreadful lame he can do nothing. He is a coach body maker by business. I was born blind and was brought up to music, but my sight was restored by Dr. Ware, the old gentleman in Bridge Street, Blackfriars, when I was 9 years old, but it's a near sight now. I'm 49 in August. When I was young, I taught the harp and the pianoforte, but that very soon fell off, and I have been teaching on or off these many years. I don't know how many. I had 3 guineas a quarter for teaching the harp at one time, and 2 guineas for the piano. My brother and I have 1 shilling and a loaf apiece from the parish, and the 2 shillings pays the rent. Mine's not a bad trade now, but it's bad in the streets. I've been torn to pieces. I'm torn to pieces every day I go out in the streets, and I would be glad to get rid of the streets for 5 shillings a week. The streets are full of ruffians. The boys are ruffians. The men in the streets too are ruffians, and encourage the boys. The police protect me as much as they can. I should be killed every week but for them. They're very good people. I've known poor women of the town drive the boys away from me, or try to drive them. It's terrible persecution I suffer, terrible persecution. The boys push me down and hurt me badly, and my harp too. They yell and make noises so that I can't be heard, nor my harp. The boys have cut off my harp strings, 3 of them the other day, which cost me 6 halfpenny or 7. I tell them it's a shame, but I might as well speak to the stones. I never go out that they miss me. I don't make more than 3 shillings a week in the streets, if I make that. Organ man with flute harmonicon organ.
When I am come in this country, I had 9 or 10 year old, so I know the English language better than mine. At that time there was no organ about but the old-fashioned one made in Bristol with gold organ pipe in front. Then come the one with figure dolls in front, and then next come the piano one, made at Bristol too, and now the flute one, which come from Paris, where they make them. He is an Italian man that make them, and he is the only man that can make them, because he paid for them to the government. Note, patented them. End note.
and now he is the only one. I belong to Parma, to the small village in the duchy. My father kept a farm, but I had 3 years old, I think, when he died. There was 10 of us altogether, but one of us, he was died, and one he drowned in the water. I was very poor, and I was go out begging there, and my uncle said I should go to Paris to get my living. I was so poor I was afraid to die, for I get nothing to eat. My uncle say I will take one of them to try to keep him, so I go along with him. Mother was crying when I went away. She was very poor. I went with my uncle to Paris, and we walked all the way. I had some white mice there, and he had an organ. I did middling. The French people is more kind to the charity than the English. There are not so many beggars there as in England. The first time the Italian come over here, we was took a good bit of money, but now... When I was in Paris, my uncle had to go home again on business. He asked me too if I would go with him, but I was afraid to be hungry again. For you see, I was feel hungry again, and I wouldn't, for I got a piece of bread in France. My uncle was along with another man, who was a master like you know, for he had a few instruments, but common thing. I don't know if he have some word with my uncle, but they part. Then this man say, "Come to England with me," and he said, "You shall have 5 francs a month, and your victual." We walk as far as Calais, and then we come in the boat. I was very sick, and I thought that I'd die then. I said to him plenty times, I wish I never come, for I never thought to get over. When we got to London, we go to a little court there in Saffron Hill, and I was live there in the little public house. I go out, sometime white mice, sometime a monkey, sometime with organ, small one. I dare say I make 10 shillings a week for him, but he was very kind to me and gave me to eat what I like. He was take care of me, of course. I was very young at that time. After I was in London a year, I go back to Paris with my master. There I could have made my fortune, but I was so young, I did not know what I do. There was an old lady who asked me to come as her servant. My master did not like very well to let me go. She said to me, "You shall not have no hard work, only to go behind the carriage or follow with the umbrella." But I was so young, I did not know my chance. I tell her I have my parents in Italy, and she say she go to Italy all the years, and I shall have 2 months to visit my mother. I did not go with this old lady, and I lose the chance. But I had only 13 years, and I was foolish. Then I come to England again, and stop here 3 years. Where my master go, I was obliged to go too. Then I go to Italy, and I saw my mother. The most part of my family never know me when I went home, for I was grown much, and older. I stopped there 6 weeks, and then I come back to England with another man. He gave me 12 francs a month, and very kind indeed he was. He had some brother in this country, so he take me along with him. There was only me and him. My other master have 2 beside me. The master of organs sent to Italy for boys to come here. Suppose I have a brother in Italy. I write to him to send me 2 boys, and he look out for them. They send money for the boy to come. Sometimes he send 3 pounds, sometimes 3 pounds 10 shillings or 4 pounds. Then they walk and live on the pear or the grape, or what is cheap. And if they put by any, then they keep what they put by. They generally tell them they shall have 12 francs a month, but sometime they was cheap, and now they are dear, and it is sometime £1 a month. They'd sooner have one who have been here before, because then they know the way to take care of the instrument, you know. I stop in England 2 years and 6 months when I come over with my second master. He paid me like a bank, and I saved it up, and I take it over to Italy with me. When I had a bit of money, I was obliged to send it home to my brother in Italy, for to keep him, you know. When I go home again, I had a bit of money with me. I give it to the gentleman what support my mother and sister. But it was not enough, you know, not 3 part. And so I was obliged to give him a good bit more. Then I came back to England again, to the same master. It take about a month to make the voyage. I was walk it all the way. I was cross the Alp. You must to come over here. I dare say I walk 30 miles a day, sometime more than that. I sleep at the public house, but when you not get to the public house, then when it begins dark, then I go to the farmhouse and ask for a bit of straw to lodge. But I generally goes to the public house when I get one. They charge 3 or 2, or sometimes a penny. I never play anything on the road, but take the white mice. I never take nothing. After that time I have been to Italy and back 3 or 4 times, but I never been with no master, not after the second one. I bought an organ of my master. I think I give him £13. No, sir, I not give the money down, but so much the week, and he trust me. It was according what I took, I paid him. I was trying to make up £1 and bring him down. It take me about 18 months to pay him, because I was obliged to keep me, and one things and another. It was a middling organ. It was a piano, you know. I take about 1 shilling and 3 or 1 shilling and 6 a day regularly with it. I have now an organ, a flute organ they call it, and it is my own. It cost me £20. A man make it come from France. He knows an organ maker in France, and he write for me and make it come over for me. I suppose he had £1 profit for to make it come for me, for I think it cost less than £20 in Paris. I have this organ these 12 months. It has worn out a little, but not much. It is not so good as when it come from France. An organ will wear 20 years, but some of them break. Then you must have it always repaired and tuned. You see, the music of it must be tuned every 5 or 6 months. Mine has never been tuned yet, the time I have it. It is the trumpet part I get out of tune sooner. I know a man who goes out with the big organ on the wheels, and he tune the organ for me. I go to him and I say, my organ wants the repair. And he come, and he never charge me anything. He make the bass and tenor agree. He tune the first one to the bass, you know, and then the second one to the second bass. When the organ out of tune, the pipe rattle. The organ fills with dust a good deal in the summer time, and then you must take it all to pieces. In London they can tune and repair it. They charge 10 shillings to clean and tune it. Sometime he has something to do with the pipes, and then it come to more. In winter the smoke get inside, and make it come all black. I am obliged to keep it all covered up when I am playing. My organ play 8 tunes. 2 are from opera, 1 is a song, 1 a waltz, 1 is hornpipe, 1 is a polka, and the other 2 is dancing tunes. 1 is from Il Lombardy, of Verdi. All the organs play that piece. I have sold that music to gentlemen. They say to me, what is that you play? And I say, from Il Lombardy. Then they ask me if I have the music, and I say, yes, and I sell it to them for 4 shillings. I did not do this with my little organ, but when I went out with a big organ on 2 wheels. My little flute organ play the same piece. The other opera piece is Il Trovatore. I have heard Il Lombardi in Italy. It is very nice music, but never hear Il Trovatore. It is very nice music too. It go very low. My gentlemen like it very much. I don't understand music at all. The other piece is English piece, which we call the Liverpool hornpipe. There is 2 Liverpool hornpipe. I know one these 20 years. Then come the Ratcatcher's Daughter. He is an English song. It get a little old, but when it first come out, the poor people do like it. But the gentlemen's, they like more the opera, you know. After that is what you call Minnie, another English song. He is middling popular. He is not one of the new tune, but they do like it. The next one is a Scotch contredanse. It is good tunes, but I don't know the name of it. The next one is, I think, a polka, but I think he's made from part of Scottish. There is 2 or 3 tunes belong to the Scottish. The next one is, I think, a waltz of Vienna. I don't know which one, but I say to the organ man, I want a waltz of Vienna. And he say, which one? Because there is plenty of waltz of Vienna. Of course, there is 9 of them. After the opera music, the waltz and the polka is the best music in the organ. For doing a barrel of 8 tune, it come very near 14 pounds, one thing and another. You can have a fresh tune put into an old barrel, but then he charged 10 shillings. It's more trouble than to put only one. I have my tune changed once a year. You see, most of the people get very tired of one tune, and I'm obliged to change them. You can have the new tune in 3 or 4 days, or a week's time if he has nothing to do. But sometime it is 3 or 4 weeks if he has plenty to do. It is a man who is called John Hicks who does the new tunes. He was born in Bristol. He has a father in Bristol. He lives in Clerkenwell, just at the back of the House of Correction. You know the prison? Then it is just at the back, on the other side. It won't do to have all opera music in my organ. You must have some opera tunes for the gentlemen, and some for the poor people, and they like the dancing tune. There is some for the gentlemen's and some for the poor people's. I have often been into the houses of gentlemen's to play tunes for dancing. I have been to a gentleman's near Golden Square, where he have a shop for to make the things for the horse, a saddler, you call it. He have plenty customers, them what gets the things for the horse. There was carriage outside. It was a large room where you could dance 32 altogether. I think it's the Boxing Day I go there. I have 10 shillings for that night. He have a farm in the country, and I go there too. He have the little children there, like a school, and there was 2 policemen at the door, and you couldn't get in without the paper to show. He had Punch and Judy. He has an English band as well. I have some 2 or 3 places where I go regular at Christmas time to play all night to the children. Sometime I go for an hour or 2. When they are tired of dancing, they sit down and have a rest, and I play the opera tune. I go to schools too and play to the little children. They come and fetch me and say, you come such a time and play to the little children. And I say, very well, and that's all right. My organ is like the organ, but he's got another part, and that is like a flute. Some organ is called the trumpet, but that one he's called the flute organ, because he's got the flute in it. When they first come out, they make a great deal of money. I take 2 shillings and 6pence, or 3 shillings, and sometimes 1 shilling and 6pence. You see, in our business, Some has got his regular customer, and some they go up the street and down the street, and they don't take anything. I have not got any regular customers much, sir. On the Monday when I goes out, I goes over the water up the Clapham Road. I have 2 or 3 regular there, and they give me plenty of beer and to eat. I know that family those 20 year. If I say to that lady, I am very ill, he give me his card and say, go to the doctor, and I have nothing to pay. There was 3 sister, but one he died. They is very old, and one he can only count to the window. I dare say I have 6 houses in that neighbourhood, where they give me some a penny and some 2pence, every time I go there. In the summer-time, when it is hot, I walk to Greenwich on the Monday. I have, I dare say, 15 houses there, where I go regular. I can make up 1 shilling. I pay 4pence sometime to ride home in the boat. My organ weight more than 50 pounds, and that tire me. The first time when I am not used to it, I feel it more tired than when I am used to it. On the Tuesday I go to Greenwich, now that it is cold, instead of the Monday. On Wednesday I ain't got no way to go. I try sometime down at Whitechapel or some other way. On Thursday I goes out Islington way, and I go as far as Highbury Barn, but not further. There is a bill of the railway and a station there. I've got 3 or 4 regular customers there. The most I get at once is 2pence. I never get 6pence. One gentleman at Greenwich give me 6pence, but only once. On the Friday I've got no way to go. I go where I like. On Saturday I go to Regent Street. I go to Leicester Square and the foreign hotels, where the foreign gentleman is. Sometime I get the chance to make a few shilling, sometime not a halfpenny. The most I make is sometime at the fair time. Sometime at Greenwich Fair I make 5 shillings, all in copper, and that is the most I ever make, and the lowest is sometimes 6pence. When I see I can't make nothing, I go home. It is very bad in wet weather. I must sit at home, for the rain spoil the instrument. There is nothing like summer times. For the regular money that I make for the year, it come to between 9 shillings and 10 shillings the week. Sometimes it is 6pence, sometimes a shilling, or a shilling and 6pence, or 2 shillings the day. For 12 shillings the week, it must be 2 shillings the day, and that is more than I take. I wish somebody pay me 12 shillings. There is no such chance. I live in a room by myself, with 3 others, and we pay 1 shilling each, and there is 2 beds. If I go to lodging house, I pay 1 shilling and 6pence the week. In the Italian lodging house, they give you clean shirt on the Sunday for the 1 shilling and 6pence. It is my own shirt, but they clean it. This is only in Italian house. In English house, it is 1 shilling and 6pence and no shirt. I have breakfast of coffee, or what I like, and we club together. We have bread and butter, sometime herring, sometime bacon, what we likes. In the day I buy a pen'orth of bread and a pen'orth of cheese and some beer, and at night I have supper. I make macaroni, what you call it, or rice and cabbage, or I make soup or boil some taters. With all 4 together, it come to about 9pence or 10pence a day for living. In the house where I live, they are all Italians. They are nearly all Italians that live about Leather Lane and Saffron Hill. There is a good bit of them live there. I should say 200. I dare say there is. The house where I live is my own. I let empty room. They bring their own things, It is my lease, and I pay the rent. It is only the people say that the Italian boys are badly used. They are not so. The masters are very kind to them. If he make 1 shilling, he bring it home. If 3 shillings or 4 shillings or 6pence, he bring it home. He is not commandé to bring home so much. That is what the people say. I was with the magistrate of police in Marlborough Street 4 days ago about a little Italian boy that the policemen take for asking money. Someone asked to buy his monkey and talk with him, and then he asked for a penny, and the police take him. The gentleman asked me about the boys. I tell him it is all nonsense what the people say. There is no more boys sent here now. If a boy comes over and he is bad boys, he goes and play in the street instead of working. Then after paying so much for his coming to England, it is a loss. It does not pay the boys. If I was a master, I would not have the boys, if they come here for nothing. Suppose I have 2 organs, then one is in the house doing nothing. Then someone come and say, "Lend me the organ for today." Then I say, "Yes," and charge him, some 4pence, some 6pence. Or if somebody ill and he cannot go out, then his organ doing nothing, and he lend it out for 4pence or 6pence. There is 2 or 3 in London who sends out men with organs, but I don't know who has got the most of us. Then they pay the men £1 a month and their keep, or some 15 shillings. Then some goes half and keeps him. Then it's more profits to the man than the master. Christmas time is nothing like the summer time. Sometimes they give you a Christmas box, but it's not the time for Christmas box now. Sometimes it's a glass of beer. Here's a Christmas box for you. Sometimes it's a glass of gin or rum or a piece of pudding. Here's a Christmas box for you. I have had 6pence, but never a shilling for a Christmas box. Sometimes on a Boxing Day it is 3 shillings or 2 shillings and 6pence for the day. I have never travelled in the country with my organ, only once when I was young, as far as Liverpool, but no further. Many has got his regular time out in the country. When I go out with the organ, I should say it make altogether that I walk 10 miles. I want 2 new pairs of boots every year. I start off in the morning, sometimes 8, sometimes 9 or 10, whether I have far to go. I never stop out after 7 o'clock at night. Some do, but I don't. I don't know music at all. I'm not middling fond of it. There is none of the Italians that I know that sings. The French is very fond of singing. When first you begins, it tries the wrist, turning the handle of the organ, but you soon gets accustomed to it. At first the arm was sore with the work all day. When I am playing, I turn the handle regularly. Sometimes there are people who say, "Go a little quick," but not often. If the silk in front of the organ is bad, I get new and put it in myself. The rain spoil it very much. It depends upon what sort of organ he is as to the sort of silk he gets. Sometimes 2 shillings and 6pence a yard, and he take about 1.5 yards. Some like to do this once a year, but some when he see it get a little dirty, like fresh things, you know, and then it is twice a year. The police are very quiet to us. When anybody throw up a window and say, "Go on," I go. Sometimes they say there is sick in the house when there is none, but I go just the same. If I did not, then the policemen come, and I get into trouble. I have heard of the noise in the papers about the organs in the street, but we never talk of it in our quarter. They pay no attention to the subject, for they know if anybody say, "Go," then we must depart. That is what we do.
Italian pipers and clarionet players. The companion I got about with me is with me from Naples, not the city, but in the country. He is of my family. No, not my cousin, but my mother was the sister of his cousin. Yes, my cousin. Someone told me he was my nephew, but it's cousin. Naples is a pretty city. It is more pretty than Paris, but not so big. I worked on the ground at Naples in the country,
and I guarded sheep. I never was a domestic, but it was for my father. It was ground of his. It was not much. He worked the earth for yellow corn. He had not much of sheep, only 15. When I go out with the sheep, I carry my bagpipes always with me. I play on them when I was 16 years of age. I play them when I guard my sheep. In my country they call my instrument the zambonia. All the boys in my country play on it, for there are many masters there who teach it. I taught myself to play it. I bought my own instrument. I gave the money myself for that affair. It cost me 7 francs. The bag is made of a skin of goat. There are 4 clarionets to it. There is one for the high and one for the bass. I play them with different hands. The other 2 clarionets make a noise to make the accord. One makes high and the other the low. They drone to make harmony. The airs I play are the airs of my country. I did not invent them. One is
La Tarantula Italian,
and another is what we call la badende, but I not know what you call it in French. Another is the death of the Roi de France. I know 10 of these airs. The pastorelle napolitan is very pretty, and so is the pastorelle romaine. When I go out to guard my sheep, I play my zamponia, and I walk along, and the sheep follow me. Sometimes I sit down, and the sheep eat about me, and I play on my instrument. Sometimes I go into the mountains. There are plenty of mountains in my country, and with snow on them. I can hear the guardians of sheep playing all around me in the mountains. Yes, many at once. 6, 10, 12, or 15 on every side. No, I did not play my instrument to keep my sheep together, only to learn the airs. I was a good player, but there were others who played much better than me. Every night in my village there are 4 or 6 who play together instruments like mine, and all the people dance. They prefer to dance to the
Tarantula Italian.
It is a pretty dance in our costume. The English do not dance like nous autres. We are not paid for playing in the village, only at fête, when gentlemen say play, and then they give 20 sous or 40 sous like that. There is another air which is played only for singing. There is one only for singing chanson, and another for singing la prière de la Vierge. Those that play the zampogne go to the houses, and the candles are lighted on the altar, and we play while the bourgeois sing the prière. I am aged 23 years next March. I was 16 when I learned my instrument. The 12th of this month I shall have left my country 9 months. I have traversed the states of Rome and of France to come to England. I marched all the distance, playing my zampogne. I gain 10 sous French while I voyage in the states of France. I march from Marseille to Paris. To reach Marseille by the boat it cost 15 francs by head. The reason why we left our native land is this. One of our comrades had been to Paris, and he had said he gained much money by painters, by posing for his farm. Then I had envie to go to Paris and gain money. In my country they pay 20 sous for each year for each sheep. I had 200 to guard for a monsieur who was very rich. There were 4 of us left our village at the same time. We all 4 played the zampogne. My father was not content that I voyaged the world. He was very sorry. We got our passport arranged tout de suite. 2 passports for us 4. We all began to play our instruments together as soon as we were out of the village. 4 of our friends accompanied us on our road to say adieu. We took bread of corn with us to eat for the first day. When we had finished that, we played at the next village, and they gave us some more bread. At Paris I posed to the artists, and they pay me 20 sous for the hour.
The most I pose is 4 hours for the day. We could not play our instruments in the street, because the sergeant de ville catches and takes us directly to prison. I go to play in the courts before the houses. I asked the concierge at the door if he would give me permission to play in the court. I gain 15 sous, or 1 franc, per jour. For all the time I rest in Paris, I gain 2 francs for the day. This is with posing to artists to paint, and for playing. I also play at the Barrière outside Paris, where the wine is cheap. They gave us more there than in the courts. They are more generous where they drink the wine. When I arrive at Paris, my comrades have left me. I was alone in Paris. There an Italian proposed to me to go to America as his servant. He had 2 organs, and he had 2 servants to play them, and they gave him the half of that which they gained. He said to me that he would search for a piano organ for me, and I said I would give him the half of that which I gained in the streets. He made us sign a card before a notary. He told us it would cost 150 francs to go to America. I gave him the money to pay from Paris to Folkestone. From there we voyaged on foot to Londres. I only worked for him for 8 days, because I said I would not go to America. He is here now, but he has no money to go in America. I met my cousin here in Londres. I was here 15 days before I met him. We neither of us speak Anglais, but not French either, only a little very bad. But we understand it. We go out together now, and I play the zampogne, and he the bifork Italian, or what the French call flageolet, and the English pipes. It is like a flageolet. He knows all the airs that I play. He play well the airs, that he does. He wears a cloak on his shoulders, and I have one too, but I left it at home today. It is a very large cloak, with 3 yards of étoffe in it. He carry in his hat a feather of what you call here peacock, and a French lady give him the bright ribbon which is round his hat. I have also plumed peacock and flowers of stuff, like at the shops, round my hat. In my country we always put round our hat white and red flowers. Sometimes we go to pose to the artists, but it is not always. There are plenty of artists near Newman Street, but in other quarters there are none at all. It is for our costume they paint us. The colors they put on the pictures are those of our costume. I have been 3 times to a gentleman in a large street where they took our portraits photographique. They give us a shilling. I know the houses where I go to be done for a portrait, but I don't know the names of the monsieur or the streets where they reside. At the artists they pay a shilling per heure, and we pose 2 or 3 heures, and the most is 4 heures. When we go together we have 1 shilling each for the hour. My cousin is at an artist today. They paint him more than me, because he carries a sash of silk round his waist, with ornaments on it. I haven't got one, because I want the money to buy one. We gain 1 shilling each the day. Pardon, monsieur, not more than that. The artists are not for every day, perhaps 1 time for the week. When we first come here we take 5 shillings between the 2, but now it makes cold, and we cannot often play. Yesterday we play in the ville, and we take 7 pence each. Plenty of persons look at us, but when my comrade touch his hat, they give nothing. There is 1 month we take 2 shillings each the day, but now it is 1 shilling. For the 3 months that we have been here, we have gained 12 shillings the week each, that is, if we count what we took when first we were arrived. For 2 months we took always a crown every day, always. But now it is only 1 shilling or 2 shillings or 7 pence. I had saved 72 shillings, and I had it in my purse, which I place under my head when I sleep. We sleep 3 in a bed, myself, my cousin, and another Italian. In the night this other take my bourse and run away. Now I have only 8 shillings in my bourse. It nearly broke the heart when I was robbed. We pay 2d for each for our bed every night. We live in a house held by a Monsieur Italian. There are 3 who sleep in one bed, me and my comrade and another. We are not large. This monsieur let us lodge cheaper than others because we were miserable and have not much money. For breakfast we have a half loaf each one. It is a loaf that you must pay 4d or 4d halfpenny. We pay 2d halfpenny each for that, and a halfpenny each for a cup of tea or coffee. In the day we eat 2d or 3d between both for some bread, and we come home the night at 8:30, and we eat supper. It is of macaroni or potatoes boiled, and we pay 2d halfpenny each. It costs us 9d each the day to live. There are 24 Italian in the house where we live, and they have 3 kitchens. When one is more miserable than the others, then he is helped, and at another time he assists in his turn. We pay 2d a week to wash our shirt. I always share with my cousin what he makes in the day. If he goes to work and I stop at home, it is the same thing, and the same with me. He carries the money always, and pays for what we want to eat. And then if I wish to go back to my own country, then we share the money when we separate. The gentlemen give us more money than the ladies. We have never had anything to eat given to us. They have asked us to sing, but we don't know how. Only one we have sung to, an Italian monsieur, who make our portraits. We sang the prayer of the Sainte Vierge. They have also asked us to dance, but we did not, because the sergeant de ville, if we assemble a great mob, come and defend us to play. We have been once more before the magistrate to force the monsieur who brought us over to render the passport of my native village. He has not rendered to me my card. We shall go before a magistrate again some day. I can write and read Italian. I did not go much to the school of my native village, but the master taught me what I know. I can read better than I write, for I write very bad and slow. My cousin cannot read and write. I also know my numbers. I can count quickly. When we write a letter, we go to an Italian monsieur, and we tell him to say this and that, and he puts it down on the paper. We pay 1 shilling for the letter, and then at the post they make us pay 2 shillings and 2d. When my parents get a letter for me, they take it to a monsieur, or the schoolmaster of the village, to read for them, because they cannot read. They have sent me a letter. It was well written by a gentleman who wrote it for them. I have sent my mother 5 pieces of 5 francs from Paris. I gave the money, and they gave me a letter, and then my mother went to the consul at Naples, and they gave her the money. Since I have been here, I could send no money, because it was stolen. If I had got it, I should have sent some to my parents. When I have some more, I shall send it. I love my mother very much, and she is good. But my father is not good. If he gain a piece of 20 sous, he goes on the morrow to the marchand of wine, and play the cards and spend it to drink. I never send my money to my father, but to my mother. End of section 35. Section 36 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street Musicians, Part 5. Italian with Monkey. An Italian who went about with trained monkeys furnished me with the following account. He had a peculiar boorish and yet good-tempered expression, especially when he laughed, which he did continually. He was dressed in a brown, ragged cloth jacket, which was buttoned over a long, loose, dirty, drab waistcoat, and his trousers were of broad-ribbed corduroy, discoloured with long wearing. Round his neck was a plaid handkerchief, and his shoes were of the extreme strong men's kind, and grey with dust and want of blacking. He wore the Savoy and broad-brimmed felt hat, and with it on his head had a very picturesque appearance, and the shadow of the brim falling on the upper part of his brown face gave him almost a Murillo-like look. There was, however, an odour about him, half monkey, half dirt, that was far from agreeable, and which pervaded the apartment in which he sat. "I have got monkey," he said, "but I mustn't call in London. I goes out in country. I was frightened to come here. I was frightened you gave me months in prison. Some of my countrymen is very frightened what you do. No, sir, I never played a monkey in the town. I have been out where there is so many donkey, up atop at that village, what you call, I can't tell the name. They goes there for pastime, pleasure, when it makes fine weather. There is 2 church and 2 large hotel. Yes, I think it is Blackheath. I goes there sometime with my monkey. I have got only 1 monkey now. Sometime I have got 2. He is dressed comme a soldat rouge, like one soldier, with a red jacket and a Bonaparte's hat. My monkey only pull off his hat and take the money. He used to ride the dog, but they stole the dog. Some of the tinker, a man with the umbrella going by, stole him. There is only 3 months that I have got my monkey. It is my own. I gave 35 shilling for this one I got. He did not know no tricks when he come to me first. I did teach him all he know. I teach him with the kindness, do you see? I must look rough for 3 or 4 times, but not to beat him. He can hardly stir about. He is afraid that you go to hit him, you see. I mustn't feed him when I am teaching him. Sometimes I buy a ha'porth of nuts to give him, after he has done what I want him to do. This one has not the force behind. He is weak in the back. Some monkey is like the children at the school. Some is very hard to teach, and some learn them more quick, you see. The one I had before this one could do many things. He had not much esprit, pas grande chose, but he could play the drum, the fiddle too. Ah, but he don't play the fiddle like the Christian, you know, but like the monkey. He used to fight with the sword, not exactly like a Christian, but like the monkey too, much better. I beg your pardon to laugh, sir. He used to move his leg and jump. I call it dance. But he could not do the polka like the Christian. I have seen the Christian, though, what can't dance more than the monkey. I beg your pardon to laugh. I did play waltz to him on the organ. No, he had not much ear for the music, but I forced him to keep the time by the jerk of the string. He commenced to waltz well when he died. He is dead the winter that is past at Cheltenham. He eats some ready paint. I give him some castor oil, but no good. He die in great deal pain, poor fellow. I rather lose 6 pounds than lose my monkey. I did cry. I cry because I have no money to go and buy another monkey. Yes, I did love my monkey. I did love him for the sake of my life. I give the raisins and boil them for him. I have everything he like. I am come here from Parma about 14 or 15 years ago. I used to work in my country. I used to go and look at the ship in the montagne. No, pas de vaisseau, mais de moutons. I beg your pardon to laugh. The master did bring me up here. That master is gone to America now. He has come to me and tell me to come to Angleterre. He has tell me I make plenty of money in this country. Ah, I could get plenty of money in that time in London, but now I get not much. I work for myself at present. My master give me 9-10 shilling each week, and my food and my lodging. Yes, everything when I am first come here. I used to go out with the organ, a good one, and I did get 2, 3, and more shilling for my master each day. It was chance work. Sometimes I did get nothing at all. The organ was my master's. He had no one else but me with him. We used to travel about together, and he took all the money. He had one German piano and played music. I can't tell how much he did make. He never tell to me, but I did cheat him sometimes myself. Sometime when I take the 2 shilling, I did give him the 18 pence. I beg your pardon to laugh. The man did bring up many Italians to this country, but now it is difficult to get the passports for my countrymen. I was 18 months with my master. After that I went to farmhouse. I ran away from my master. He gave me a slap of the face, one time. So I don't like it, and run away. I beg your pardon to laugh. I used to do good many things at the farmhouse. It was in Yorkshire. I used to look at the beasts and take a the water. I don't get nothing for my work, only for the sake of the belly I do it. I was there about 3 years. They behaved to me very well. They give me the clothes and all I want. After that I go to Liverpool, and I meet some of my countrymen there, and they lend me the monkey, and I teach him to dance, fight, and jump, much as I could, and I go with my monkey about the country. Some day I make 3 shilling with my monkey, sometime only 6pence, and sometime nothing at all. When it rain or snow, I can get nothing. I gain peut-être a dozen shilling a week with my monkey, sometime more, but not often. There is a long time I have been in the environ of London, but I don't like to go in the streets here. I don't like to go to prison. Monkey is defended, défendu, what you call it, London. But there is many monkey in London still. Oh no, not a dozen. There is not 1 dozen monkey what play in Angleterre. I know there is 2 monkey at Saffron Hill, and 1 go in London, but he do no harm. I don't know that the monkey was trained to go down the area and steal the silver spoons out of the kitchen. They would be great fool to tell that. But everyone must get a living the best they can. What I tell you about the monkey, I'm frightened will hurt me. I tell you they is defended in the streets, and they take me up. I hope not. My monkey is very honest monkey, and get me the bread. I never was in prison, and I would not like to be. I play the music and please the people, and never steal nothing. No, me no steal, nor my monkey too. The policemen never say nothing to me. I am not beggar, but artiste. Everybody know that. And my monkey is artiste too. I beg your pardon to laugh.
The Dancing Dogs. I received the following narrative from the old man who has been so long known about the streets of London with a troupe of performing dogs. He was especially picturesque in his appearance. His hair, which was grizzled rather than grey, was parted down the middle and hung long and straight over his shoulders. He was dressed in a coachman's blue greatcoat with many capes. His left hand was in a sling made out of a dirty pocket handkerchief, and in his other he held a stick, by means of which he could just manage to hobble along. He was very ill and very poor, not having been out with his dogs for nearly 2 months. He appeared to speak in great pain. The civility, if not politeness, of his manner threw an air of refinement about him that struck me more forcibly from its contrast with the manners of the English belonging to the same class. He began, "I have the dancing dogs for the street. Now I have nothing else. I have 3 dogs. One is called Finette, another one Favorite, that is her name, and the other one Ozo." "Ah," he said, with a shrug of the shoulders, in answer to my inquiry as to what the dogs did. "On danse, on valse, and jambadistique, and trou de hoop. No, nothing else.
Sometime I had the 4 dogs. I did lose the one. She had beaucoup d'esprit. Plenty of wit, you say. She did jump at the hoop better than all. Her name was Taborine. She is dead there is a long time. All my dogs have des habillements, the dress and the little hat. They have a little jacket in diverse colors on it off. Some the red, and some the green, and some the bleu. Their hats is the rouge et noir, red and black, with a little plume, feather, you say. There is some 10 or 11 years I have been in this country. I come from Italy. Italy. Oui, monsieur, oui. I did live in a little ville, 30 milles, 30 miles de Parma. Je travaille dans les campagnes. I work out in the country. Je ne sais comment vous appelez les campagnes. There is no commerce in the montagne. I am come in this country here. I have little business to come. I thought to gagner ma vie, to gain my life, with my little dogs in this country. I have them déjà when I come here from Parma. Je avais 10. I did have the 10 dogs. Je les apporte. I have carried all the 10 from Italy. I did learn, yes, the dogs to dance in my own country. I did make the cold in the montagne in winter, and I had not no work there, and I must look for to gain my life some other place. Après ça, I have instructed my dogs to dance. Yes, ils learn to dance. I play the music, and they do jump. Non, pas du tout. I did not never beat my dogs. There is a way to learn the dogs without no whip. Premièrement, when I am come here, I have gained a little money. Plus que now. Beaucoup davantage. Plenty more. I am left my logement, my lodging, you say, at 9 hours in the morning, and am stay away with my dogs till 7 or 8 hours in the evening. Oh, I cannot count how many times the little dogs have danced in the day. 20, 30, 40 peut-être. It all depends. Sometimes I would gain the 3 shilling, sometimes the couple, sometimes not nothing. All depend. When it did make a bad time, I could not work. I could not dance. I could not gain my life then. If it make cold, the dogs are ill, like tout le monde. I did pay plenty for the nourriture of the dogs. Sometimes they did get the pain, the little dogs, the bread in the street. Sometimes I did give them the meat, and make the soup for them. My dogs dance comme les chiens, mais they waltz comme les dames, and they stand on their back legs like les gentilshommes. After I am come here to this country, today I'm terrible malade. I am gone to hospital, to St. Bartholomew. The week before, the jour de Noël, note, Christmas Day, end note. In that moment, I have the fever. I have rested in l'hôpital 4 semaines, 4 weeks. My dogs were at liberty all the time. One companion of mine have promised me to take the care of my dogs, and he have lost them all, tous les 10. After that I have bought 3 other dogs, one Espagnol, another one appelé Griffon, and the other was the dog ordinaire. No, not one bulldog. He no good. I must have 1 month or 6 men to instruct my dogs. I have rested in a logement Italien at Saffron Hill when I am come here to London. There was plenty of Italians there. It was tout plein, quite full of strangers. All come there. They come from France, from Germany, from Italy. I have paid 2 shillings per semaine each week, only pour le lit, for the bed. Everyone make the kitchen for himself. What number was there, you say? Sometime there is 20 persons there, and sometime there is 30 persons in the logement, sometimes more than that. It is very petite maison. There is 1 dozen beds, that is all, and 2 sleep themselves in each bed. Sometimes when there arrive plenty, they sleep themselves 3 in 1 bed, but ordinairement there is only 2. There is all musicians there. One play the organ, the piano, the guitar, the flute. Yes, there was some what played it, and the viol too. The great part was Italians. Some of them have the monkeys, the others the mice white, and the pigs danned. Note, guinea pigs, end note. And encore others have the doll with the 2 heads, and the puppets what dance, with the foot on the boards. These animals are in an appartement apart with the music. There was sometimes 3 dancing dogs, 1 dozen of mice, 5 or 6 pigs danned, and my monkey all together with the music, by themselves. There is all the actors what was there. My 3 dogs gained me sometimes 2 shillin, sometime 1 shillin, and sometime I would rest on my feet all day and not gain 2 sous. Sometimes the boys would insult my dogs with the stones. There is long time I have rested in London. There is short time I was in the Campagna, the country here not much. London is better than the Campagna for my dogs. There is always the world in London. The city is large. Yes, I am always rested at Saffron Hill for 10-11 years. I am a lad at present, since the 15th of March. In my arms, my legs, my thighs have the douleur. I have plenty of pains to march. My dogs are in the logement now. It is since the 15th of March that I have not went out with my dogs. Yes, since the 15th of March I have done no work. Since that time I have not paid no money for my logement. It is due encore. No, I have not gained my life since the 15th of March. Plenty of time I have been without nothing to eat. This Italian at the logement, they have given me pieces of bread and bouillie. It is very miserable to be poor like me. I have 60 and 13 years. I cannot march now, but with plenty of pains. One doctor have give to me a letter for to present to the poorhouse. He did give me my medicine for nothing, gratis. He is obliged, he is the doctor of the paroisse. He is a very brave and honest man, that doctor there. At the poorhouse they have give to me a bread and 6 sous on Friday of the week that is past, and told me to come the Wednesday next. But I am arrived there too late, and they give me nothing, and tell me to come the Wednesday next encore. My dogs they march now in the street, and eat something there. Oh my God, no, they eat nothing but what they find in the street, when it makes good times. But when it makes bad times, they have nothing at all, poor dogs. When I have it, they have it. But when there is nothing for me to eat, there is nothing for them, and they must go out in the streets and get the nourriture for themselves. Des enfants what know my dogs will give to them to eat sometimes. Oh yes, if I had the means, I would return to Italy, my country. But I have not no silver, and not no legs to walk. What can I do? Oh yes, I am very sick at present. All my limbs have great douleur. Oh yes, plenty of pain.
Concertina player on the steamboats. I was always very fond of music, and if ever I heard any in the streets, I always followed it about. I'm nearly 15 now, but I can remember when I was 7 being particularly taken with music. I had an uncle who was captain of a steamer that run to Richmond, and I was always on board with him, and they used to have a band on board. It wasn't in particular a passage boat, but an excursion one, and let to private parties, and a band always went along with them. I was taken along to run after orders for the steward, and when I had nothing to do, I used to go and listen to them. I learnt all their tunes by heart. They mostly played dances, and very seldom any sentimental songs, unless anybody asked them. For myself, I prefer lively tunes. I don't know much operatic music, only 1 or 2 airs, but they're easier to play on the concertina than lively music, because it's difficult to move the fingers very quickly. You can't hardly play a hornpipe. It makes the arm ache, before you can play it all through, and it makes such a row with the valve working the bellows up and down that it spoils the music. I had not got my instrument when I was in this steamboat. When I heard a tune, I used to whistle it. I asked my father to buy me an instrument, but he wouldn't. I was always on the steamboat helping Uncle, and I could have had lots of time to learn music there. When the musicians, put the harp down in the cabin, I'd get playing on it. There was a hole in the green baize cover of the harp, and I used to put my hand in and work away at it. I learnt myself several tunes, such as the Sultan Polka. I must have been 8 years old then. I didn't play it with both hands. I couldn't do the bass. I never had any lessons in music. I've done it all out of my own head. Before I had a concertina, I used to go about amusing myself with a penny tin whistle. I could play it pretty well, not to say all tunes, but all such as I knew I could play very well in it. The Red, White and Blue was my favourite tune. I have a brother who is younger than I am, and he, before he was 10, was put out to a master to learn the violin. Father's a labourer and does something of anything he can get to do, but bricklaying generally. He paid so much a quarter for having my brother Henry taught. I think it was about 16 shillings a quarter. It was a great expense for father at first, but afterwards, when we was hard up, Henry could always fly to the fiddle to earn a crust. Henry never took to music, not to say well. I can play more out of my own head than he can by notes. He's a very good player now. I was about getting on for 12 when father first bought me a concertina. That instrument was very fashionable then, and everybody had it nearly. I had an accordion before, but it was only a 1 shilling and sixpence one, and I didn't take a fancy to it somehow, although I could play a few tunes on it. I used to see boys about my own height carrying concertinas about the streets, and humming them. I always wanted one. There was a little boy I knew, he got one, and then I wanted one worse. He used to come to our house and play all sorts of tunes, for he played very well. I liked the concertina because it's like a full band. It's like having the fiddle and the harp together. I used to ask this little boy to lend me his instrument, and I'd work the keys about a little, but I couldn't do any airs. I play entirely out of my own head, for I never had any lessons at all. I learn the tunes from hearing other people playing of them. If I hear a street band, such as a fiddle and harp and cornopian playing a tune, I follow them and catch the air. And if it's any sort of an easy tune at all, I can pick it up after them, for I never want to hear it more than twice played on an instrument. At last, after bothering father a long time, he bought me a half-crown concertina. I was in bed when he brought it into my room and put it on the bed. When I woke up, I see it. I instantly set to work, and before I had got up, I had learnt Pop Goes the Weasel. I was just pleased. I was up and dressed and playing it all day long. I never used to let anybody touch, not even my own father hardly, for fear he should break it. I did break it once, and then I was regular dull, for fear I should lose my tunes. It took me 6 months before I could play it well, and then I could play almost any tune I heard. The fingers had learnt the keys and knew where the notes was, so that I could play in the dark. My brother could play the fiddle well, long before I could do any tunes. We used to play together duets, such as A boat unto the ferry. We never hardly went out together in the streets and play together, only once or twice, because a fiddle and a concertina don't sound well together unless a harp's with it, and then it's beautiful. How I came to get on the steamboats was this. Father went to take a trip up to Kew one day, so I wanted to go, and he said if I could earn my fare I might go. So I thought I'd take my concertina and try. So I went, and I earned that day about 9 shillings, all in halfpence, and 4-penny bits. That was only by going up to Kew and coming back again. It was on a Whitsun Monday. Then I thought I'd do it again the next day, and I think I took about the same. Then I kept on them altogether. I didn't keep to the Kew boats because they had got their regular musicians, and they complained to the superintendent, and he forbid me going. Then I went to the Woolwich boats, and I used to earn a heap of money, as much as 10 shillings a day, and I was at it all the week for the season. I usedn't to pay any fare, but I got a free pass. It was mostly the crew. When I got out at the pier, I used to tell them I'd been playing, and they would let me pass. Now I know near every man that is on the river, and they let me go on any boat I like. They consider I draw customers, and amuse them during the trip. They won't let some hardly play on board, only me, because I've been on them such a long time, these 3 years. I know all the pier masters too, and they are all very kind to me. Sometimes when I'm waiting for a boat to go up anywhere, I play on the piers, and I always do pretty fair. In winter I go on the boats all the same, and I play down in the cabin. Some of the passengers will object to it if they are reading, and then I have to leave off. Or I should put my own self in a hobble, for they would go and tell the captain, and if he wouldn't say anything, then they would tell the superintendent. In winter and wet weather is my worst time, but even then I mostly take my 3 shillings. In the winter time my best time is between 3 o'clock and 6, when the gentlemen are coming home from office, and I never hardly come out before 2 o'clock. In summer it's good from 12 till 8 o'clock. The passengers come to go to the Crystal Palace in the morning part. Those that are going out for pleasure are my best customers. In the summer I always take at the rate of about 6 shillings a day. Pleasure people mostly ask me for dancing tunes, and the gentlemen coming from business prefer song tunes. I have got a good many regular gentlemen who always give me something when they are coming from business. There are some who give me 6pence every day I see them, but sometimes they go up by a different boat to what I'm in. There's one always gives me 6pence, whether I'm playing or not, and it's about 4 o'clock or 1/2 that I mostly see him. In winter my hands gets very cold indeed, so that I can scarcely feel the keys. Sometimes I can't move them, and I have to leave off and go down below and warm my hands at the cabin fire. In the summer I sometimes go out with a mate of mine who plays the piccolo. He's very clever indeed, and plays most extraordinary. He's a little bigger than me. He lives by playing music in the boats. We don't play in the streets. I never played in the streets in my life. He don't play in the winter, but works with his father, who makes hair oil and that, and sends it out in the country. He's a regular perfumer, and serves chandlers' shops and that like. There's a tune we play together called The Camp at Chobham. It begins with my doing the bugle, and he answers it on his fife. Then we do it in the distance like. Then come all the different marches the soldiers march to. Some people are so fond of it that when they see us, they come up and asks us to give it them. It takes a good quarter of an hour to play it. When I'm with him, I earn about the same as when I'm alone, but I like to go with him because it's company. One of the songs I play is Mother, Is the Battle Over? That's lately come out. It is a ladies' song, and they generally ask me for it. They also ask me for the Varsovienne. At the present time the girls mostly ask me for Polly, Won't You Try Me, Oh? They like anything that is new, if it is a very pretty tune like Polly, Won't You Try Me, Oh? Sometimes I forget the tunes. They go right out of my head, and then perhaps a month afterwards they'll come back again. Perhaps I'll be fingering the keys, and I'll accidental do the beginning of the air I'd forgot, and then I remember it all of a sudden, the same as before. Then I feel quite glad that I've got it back again, and I'll keep on playing it for a long time. When once I begin to play, I can scarcely leave off. I used at first to play as I went along the streets, but now I feel too tired to do it. If I haven't been out in the boats, I must have a play just the same. I like it very much. I don't like any of the other instruments, now I've learnt this one so well. The fiddle is pretty good, but nothing to my fancy like the concertina. The concertina I use now cost me 16 shillings. It's got 20 double keys, one when I pull the bellows out and one when I close it. I wear out an instrument in 3 months. The edges of the bellows gets worn out. Then I have to patch them up, till they get so weak that it mostly doubles over. It costs me about a shilling a week to have them kept in order. They get out of tune very soon. They file them and put fresh notes in. I get all my repairs done trade price. I tune the instrument myself. The old instruments I sell to the boys for about as much as I give for a new one. They are very dear, but I get them so cheap when I buy them, I only give 16 shillings for a 25 shillings instrument. I've got a beautiful instrument at home, and I give £1 for it, and it's worth 2. Those I buy come from Germany, where they make them, and then they are took to this warehouse where I buy them. Once I was turned off the penny steamboats. There was such a lot of musicians come on board, and they got so cheeky, that when they was told not to play, they would just the same, and so a stop was put to all music on board. If one was stopped, all must be stopped, so I was told not to go. I still had my 4-penny boats. I never used to go on the penny boats hardly, for I never used to get much money in them. Now I am allowed to go on them just the same as before. I can't say how often I've been up the Thames. I never go as far as Chelsea hardly, only about twice a day, for most of the people get out between London Bridge and Nine Elms. My general run is down to Hungerford and back to Blackfriars, and I can do that about 50 times a day. I never go out on the Sunday. I mostly go to a Sunday school and then take a walk. Father wants me to be a scholar. I can read and write. I'm a teacher at the Sunday school and make the children read their lessons. I know multiplication and addition and all them. I go to school every night at 6:30 and come home at 9. Father makes me and my brother go to school every day, and we pay 1 shilling each a week. It's a very good school, and the master is very kind. There are about 30 night scholars and 50 day ones, besides about 20 girls. His daughter teaches the girls. At night, when I leave school, I go and play music 3 nights a week at a ball. My brother goes with me. We go to a place in the Westminster Road on Mondays, Wednesdays and Thursdays. It's a very nice ballroom, and there are generally about 200 there. They pay 1 shilling each. There are 4 musicians, a fiddle, a harp, a fife and a concertina.
It isn't a casino.
It's in assembly rooms. We teaches on 3 nights in the week, and the pupils assemble and practice on the other nights. The room is like a street almost, and the music sounds well in it. The other 3 play from notes, and I join in. I learnt their airs this way. My mother and father were very fond of dancing, and they used to go there nearly every night, and I'd go along with them, and then I'd listen and learn the tunes. My brother regularly played there. He was about 10 years old when he first went to play there, but he could play any music that was put before him. In the daytime he blows the bellows at a blacksmith and engineer's. The first time I played in an orchestra, I felt a little strange. I had been to rehearsal. I went 20 times before I was confident enough to appear at night. I could play the tunes well enough, but I didn't know when to leave off at the exact time they did. At last I learnt how to do it. I don't have any stand before me. I never look at any of the others' music. I look at the dancing. You've got to look at the time they're dancing at and watch their figures when they leave off. The proprietor knew father, and that's how I came to have the job. I get 2 shillings and 6pence a night for playing there, and plenty to eat and drink. There's bread and cheese and a drop of beer. On the other 3 nights when I'm not at the ball, I stop at home and get a bit of rest. Father sends us to bed early, about 9:30, when I come home from school. On ball nights I'm sometimes up to 2 o'clock in the morning. I take all the money I earn home to father, and he gives me a few halfpence for myself. All the year round it comes to 5 shillings a day. I buy my own food when I'm out on the boats. I go to a cook shop. I like pudding, or pie, better than anything, and next to that I like a bit of bread and butter as well as anything, except pie. I have meat or veal pies. They charge you 6pence a plate, and you have potatoes and all. After that I have a couple of pen'orth of pudding with sugar. I drink water. My dinner comes to about 9pence a day, for I generally have a pen'orth of apples as dessert. It makes you very hungry going about in the steamboats, very much so. I'm the only boy that goes about the steamboats with a concertina. Indeed, I'm the only boy above bridge that goes about with music at all on the boats. I know the old gentleman who plays the harp at the Essex pier. I often go and join in with him when I land there, and we go shares. He mostly plays there of a morning, and we mostly of an afternoon. We two are the only ones that play on the piers.
End of section 36. Section 37 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry.
Street Musicians.
Part 6. Tom-tom players. Within the last few years, East Indians playing on the tom-tom have occasionally made their appearance in the London streets. The Indian or Lascar crossing sweepers who earned their living by alternately plying the broom and sitting as models to artists, the Indian converted to Christianity, who in his calico clothes with his brown bosom showing was seen particularly on cold days, crouching on the pavement and selling tracts, have lately disappeared from our highways, and in their stead the tom-tom players have made their appearance. I saw 2 of these performers in one of the West End streets, creeping slowly down the centre of the road and beating their drums with their hands, whilst they drawled out a kind of mournful song. Their mode of parading the streets is to walk one following the other, beating their oyster barrel-shaped drums with their hands, which they make flap about from the wrist like flounders out of water, whilst they continue their droning song and halt at every 20 paces to look round. One of these performers was a handsome lad with a face such as I have seen in the drawings of the princes in the Arabian Nights entertainments. He had a copper skin and long black hair which he brushed behind his ears. On his head was a white turban made to cock over one ear like a hat worn on the side, and its rim stood out like the stopper to a scent bottle. The costume of the man greatly resembled that of a gentleman wearing his waistcoat outside his shirt, only the waistcoat was of green merino and adorned with silk embroidery, his waist being bound in with a scarf. Linen trousers and red knitted cuffs to keep his wrists warm completed his costume. This man was as tall, slim, and straight, and as gracefully proportioned as a bronze image. His face had a serious, melancholy look, which seemed to work strongly on the feelings of the nurses and the servant girls who stopped to look at him. His companion, although dressed in the same costume, the only difference being that the colour of his waistcoat was red instead of green, formed a comical contrast to his sentimental, Othello-looking partner, for he was what a Yankee would call a rank nigger. His face indeed was as black and elastic-looking as a printer's dabber. The name of the Negro boy was Peter. Beyond yes and no, he appeared to be perfectly unacquainted with the English language. His Othello friend was 17 years of age and spoke English perfectly. I could not help taking great interest in this lad, both from the peculiarity of his conversation, which turned chiefly upon the obedience due from children to their parents, and was almost fanatical in its theory of perfect submission, and also from his singularly handsome countenance, for his eyes were almond-shaped and as black as elderberries, whilst, as he spoke, the nostrils of his aquiline nose beat like a pulse. When I attempted to repeat after them one of their Indian songs, they both burst out into uproarious merriment, Peter rolling about in his chair like a serenader playing the bones, and the young Othello laughing as if he was being tickled.
In speaking of the duties which they owed to their parents, the rules of conduct which they laid down as those to be followed by a good son were wonderful for the completeness of the obedience which they held should be paid to a father's commands. They did not seem to consider that the injunctions of a mother should be looked upon as sacredly as those of the male parent. They told me that the soul of the child was damned if even he disputed to obey the father's command, although he knew it to be wrong and contrary to God's laws. Allah, they said, would visit any wickedness that was committed through such obedience upon the father, but he would bless the child for his submission. Their story was as follows. Most of the tom-tom players are Indians, but we are both of us Arabs. The Arabs are just equally as good as the Indians at playing the tom-tom, but they haven't got exactly to the learning of the manufacture of them yet. I come from Mocha, and so does Peter, my companion, only his father belongs to what we call the Abshi tribe, and that's what makes him so much darker than what I am. The Abshi tribe are now outside of Arabia, up by the Gulf of Persia. They are much the same as the Muqdad people. It's all the same tribe like. My name is Yusuf Asman, and my father has been over here 12 years now. He came here in the English army, I've heard him say, for he was in the 77th Bengal Native Infantry. But he wasn't an Indian, but enlisted in the service and fought through the Sikh War, and was wounded. He hasn't got a pension, for he sent his luggage through Paris to England, and he lost his writings. The East India Company only told him that he must wait until they heard from India, and that's been going on for now 6 years. Mother came home with father and me, and 2 brothers and a sister. I am the second eldest. My brother is 36, and he was in the Crimea, as steward on board the Royal Hydaspes. A steam screw she is. He was 17, and I was 6 years old when I came over. My brother is a fine strapping fellow, over 6 feet high, and the muscles in his arms are as big round as my thigh. I don't remember my native country, but Peter does, for he's only been here for 2 years and 5 months. He likes his own country better than England. His father left Arabia to go to Bombay, and there he keeps large coffee shops. He's worth a little money. His shops are in the low quarter of the town, just the same as Drury Lane may be, though it's the centre of the town. They call the place the Nakapura Talimola. Before father went into the army, he was an interpreter in Arabia. His father was a horse dealer. My father can speak 8 or 9 different languages fluently, besides a little of others. He was the interpreter who got Dr. Wolfe out of Bokhara prison when he was put in because they thought he was a spy. Father was sent for by the chief to explain what this man's business was. It is the Mughal language they speak there. My father was told to get him out of the country in 24 hours, and my father killed his own horse and camel, walking so hard to get him away. We was obliged to put ourselves up to going about the streets. Duty and necessity first compelled me to do it. Father couldn't get his pension, and of course we couldn't sit at home and starve, so father was obliged to go out and play the drum. He got his tom-toms from an Arab vessel which came over, and they made them a present to him. We used before now, father and myself, to go to artists or modellers and have our likenesses taken.
We went to Mr. Armitage when he was painting A Battle in India. If you recollect, I am leaning down by the rocks, whilst the others are escaping. I've also been to Mr. Dobson, who used to live in Newman Street. I've sat to him in my costume for several pictures. In one of them I was like a chief's son, or something of that, smoking a hubble-bubble. Father used to have a deal of work at Mr. Gale's in Fitzroy Square. I don't know the subjects he painted, for I wasn't there whilst Father used to sit. It used to tire me when I had to sit for 2 or 3 hours in one position. Sometimes I had to strip to the waist. I had to do that at Mr. Dobson's in the winter time, and though there was a good fire in the room, it was very wide and it didn't throw much heat out, and I used to be very cold. He used to paint religious subjects. I had £1 an hour, and if the person could get after work at it, I could make a better living at it than in the streets. In fact, I'd rather do it any time, though it's harder work, for there is a name for that, but there is no name for going about playing the tom-tom. Yet it's better to do that than sit down and see other people starving. Father is still sitting to artists. He doesn't go about the streets. He couldn't face it out. It's about 8 years ago since Father got the tom-toms. They are very good ones, and one of them is reckoned the best in England. They are made out of mango tree. It grows just the same as the bamboo tree, and they take a joint of it and take out the pith, for it's pithy inside, just like elderberry wood, with the outside hard. Father had these tom-toms for a month before we went out with them. The first day, Father went out with me and kept on until he got employ, and then I went out by myself. I was about for 4 years by myself, along with sister, and then I went with Peter, and now we go out together. My sister was only about 7 years old when she first went out, and she used to sing. She was dressed in a costume with a short jacket, with a tight waistcoat and white trousers. She had a turban and a sash. When we first went out, we done very well. We took 6, 7 or 8 shillings a day. We was the first to appear with it. Indeed, there's only me and my cousin and another man that does it now. Peter is my cousin. His real name is Busha, but we call him Peter, because it's more a proper name like, because several people can call him that when they can't Busha. We are all turned Christians. We go to school every Sunday in Great Queen Street, Lincoln's Inn, and always to chapel. They are joined together. I and Peter take now, on a fine day in summertime, generally 5 or 6 shillings. But coming on winter, as it does now, it's as much as we can do to take 2 shillings or 3 shillings. Sometimes in winter we don't take more than 1 shilling and 6pence, and sometimes a shilling. Take the year round, it would come, I should think, to 3 shillings a day. On wet days we can't do nothing. We were forced to become Christians when we came here. Of course, a true Mussulman won't take anything to eat that has been touched by other people's hands. We were forced to break caste. The beasts were slaughtered by other people, and we wanted meat to eat. The bread, too, was made by Christians. The school teachers used to come to Father. We remained as Mussulman as long as we could, but when winter came on and we had no money, we was obliged to eat food from other people's hands. Persons wouldn't believe it, but little family as we are, it takes 4 shillings a day to keep us. Yet Mother speaks English well. I'm sure Father doesn't go out and drink not half a pint of beer of a night, but always waits till we come home, and then our 3 shillings or 4 shillings go to get bread and rice and that, and we have a pot of beer between us. Peter's father married my father's sister. That's how we are cousins. He came over by ship to see us. He sent a message before to say that he was coming to see his uncle, and he expected to go back by the same ship, but he was used so cruelly on board that he preferred staying with us until we can all return together. Because he couldn't understand English and his duty, and coming into a cold country and all, he couldn't do his work, and they flogged him. Besides, they had to summon the captain to get their rights. He very much wants to get back to India to his father, and our family wants to get back to Mocha. I've forgot my Arabic, and only talk Hindustani. I did speak French very fluently, but I forgot it all except such things as venez ici, or voulez-vous danser, or such like. When we are at home, we mostly eat rice. It's very cheap, and we like it better than anything else, because it fills our bellies better. It wouldn't be no use putting a couple of half-quartern loaves before us too, if we were hungry, for thank God we are very hearty eating, both of us. Rice satisfies us better than bread. We mix curry powder and a little meat or fish with it. If there's any fish in season, such as fresh herrings or mackerel, we wash it and do it with onions and mix it with the curry powder and then eat it with rice. Plaice is the only fish we don't use, for it makes the curry very watery. We wash the rice 2 or 3 times after looking over it to take out any dirt or stones, and then we boil it and let it boil about 5 minutes. Rice water is very strengthening, and the Arabs drink a deal of it, because whenever it lays in the stomach, it becomes solid. It turns, when cold, as thick as starch, and with some salt, it's not a bad thing. Our best places for playing the tom-tom is the West End in summer-time, but in winter we goes round by Islington and Shoreditch and such like, for there's no quality at home, and we have to depend on the tradespeople. Sometimes we very often happen to meet with a gentleman, when the quality's in town, who has been out in India and can speak the language, and he will begin chatting with us and give us a shilling, or sometimes more. I've got 2 or 3 ladies who have taken a fancy to us, and they give me 6pence or a shilling whenever I go round. There's one old lady and 2 or 3 young ones at several houses in different places who have such kindness for us. I was in place once with Captain Hines, and he was very kind to me. He has been out in India and spoke the language very fluently. I didn't leave him, he left me to go to the Crimea, and he told me he was very sorry, but he had a servant allowed him by the government and couldn't take me. Some of the servant girls are very kind to us and give us a penny or 2pence. We in general tries to amuse the people as much as we can. All the people are very fond of Peter, he makes them laugh, and the same people generally gives us money when we goes round again. When we are out we walk along side by side, beating the tom-toms. We keep on singing different songs, foreign ones to English tunes. The most favourite tune is what we calls in Hindustani, Tasa bitasa no bino, mutra bakuch no arbor go, tasa bitasa no bino, atipa ho garo parjin, mara gora gora, chelo bagin. Tasa bitasa no bino, osena ke taho biro, dila chonge gure kumaheru. Tasa bitasa no bino, lutfeli karu bashi bud, shibi dilum sesta bud, tasa bitasa no bino. This means, I want something fresh, such as fish, in the value of 9. And after he went and bought these fresh goods, he looked at them and found them so good that he was very pleased with them. Mutra bakuch is very pleased. That he says to his servant that he will give him leave to go about his business, because he's made such a good bargain. That's all the meaning of that, sir, and we sing it to its original Indian tune. We sometimes sing Arab songs, 1 or 2. They're very different, but we can't explain them so well as we can the Hindustani. They're more melancholy, and towards the parents sentimental-like. There's one song they sing in Arabia that it puts them in that way they don't know what they are doing of. They begin the song, and then they bend the body about and beat their knees, and keep on so until they tumble off their chairs. They nearly strangle themselves sometimes. It's about love to their parents, and as if they left them and went far away. It's a sort of a cutting song, and very sentimental. There's always a man standing in one corner looking after those singing, and when he sees them get into a way, he reads a book and comes and rouses them. He's a kind of magician-like. Father sings it, and I know a verse or 2 of it. I've seen Father and another man singing it, and they kept on seesawing about, and at last they both fell off the chair. We got a little water and sprinkled their faces, and hit them on the back very hard, and said, "Sally and Nabby," which is just the same as "Rise in the name of the Lord," and they came to instantly, and after they got up was very calm, very tame afterwards. The tom-tom hasn't got much music in it beyond beating like a drum. There are first-rate players in India, and they can make the tom-tom speak in the same way as if you was to ask a gentleman, "How do you do?" and they'll answer you, "Very well, thank you." They only go to the feasts, which are called meticulous, and then the nobleman, after hearing them, will give them great sums of money as a handsome present. The girls, too, dance to the tom-tom in India. Peter is a very good player, and he can make the tom-tom to answer. One side of the drum asks the question, that is, the treble side, and the bass one answers it, for in a tom-tom each end gives a different note. Father makes all our clothes for us. We wear flannel under our shirts, which a lady made me a present of, or else we never used to wear them before. All through that sharp winter we never used to wear anything but our dress. All the Arab boys are brought up to respect their parents. If they don't, they will be punished. For myself, I always obey mine. My father has often called shame on the laws of this country to hear the children abusing their parents. In our country, if a son disobeys his father's command, he may, even though the child be as tall as a giant, take up his sword and kill him. My brother, who is on board ship, even though he has learnt the laws of this country, always obeys my father. One night he wouldn't mind what was said, so my father goes up and hit him a side slap on the chops, and my brother turned the other cheek to him and said in Arabic, "Father, hit this cheek too, I have done wrong." He was about 30 then. Father said he hoped he'd never disobey his orders again. The Arabs are very clean. In our country we bathe 3 times a day, but over here we only go to the bath in Endell Street, note a public one, end note, twice a week. We always put on clean things 3 times a week. There's a knack in twisting the turban. A regular Arab always makes the rim bind over the right ear, like Peter's. It don't take more than 5 minutes to put the turban on. We do it up in a roll and have nothing inside it to stiffen it. Some turbans have 30 yards in them, all silk, but mine is only 3½ yards and is calico. The Arab waistcoat always has a pocket on each side of the breast, with a lengthways opening and a bit of braid round the edge of the stuff, ending where the waist is, so that the flaps are not bound. The police are very kind to us, and never interfere with us unless there is somebody ill and we are not aware of it. The tom-tom makes a very humming sound and is heard to a great distance. Another tom-tom player. A very handsome man, swarthy even for a native of Bengal, with his black, glossy hair most picturesquely disposed, alike on his head and in his whiskers and moustache, gave me, after an oriental salute, the following statement. His teeth were exquisitely white, and his laugh or smile lighted up his countenance to an expression of great intelligence. His dress was a garb of dark brown cloth, fitting close to his body and extending to his knee. His trousers were of the same coloured cloth, and he wore a girdle of black and white cotton round his waist. He was accompanied by his son, whom he sometimes addressed in Hindustani, a round-faced boy with large, bright black eyes and rosy cheeks. The father said, "I was born in Calcutta and was Mussulman. My parents was Mussulman, but I Christian now. I have been in this country 10 years. I came first as servant to military officer, an Englishman. I lived with him in Scotland, 6-7 months. He left Scotland saying he come back, but he not. And in a month I hear he dead, and then I come London. London is very great place, and Indian city little if you look upon London. I used think it plenty pleasure look upon London as the great government place. But now I look upon London and it is plenty bad pleasure. I wish very often return to my own country where everything cheap, living cheap, rice cheap. I suffer from climate in this country. I suffer this winter more than ever I did. I have no flannels, no drawer, no waistcoat, and have cold upon my chest. It is now near 5 year I come London. I try get service, but no get service. I have character, but not from my last master. He could not give me. He dead when I want it. I put up many insult in this country. I struck sometime in street. Magistrate punish man gave me blow that left mark on my chin here. Gentlemen sometimes save me from harm, sometime not. The boys call me black this or the other. When I get no service, I not live, and I not beg in street. So I buy tom-tom for 10 shilling. The man want 30 shilling. The 10 shilling my last money left, and I start to play in streets for daily bread. I beat tom-tom and sing song about greatness of God in my own language. I had then wife, Englishwoman, and this little boy. I done pretty well first with tom-tom, but it is very bad to do it now. When I began first, I make 3 shillings, 4 shillings, 5 shillings, or 6 shillings a day. It was something new then. But 9 or 10 months it was something old, and I took less and less, until now I hardly get piece of bread. I sometime get few shilling from 2 or 3 picture men who draw me. It is called model. Anything for honest bread. I must not be proud. I cannot make above 6 shillings a week of tom-tom in street. There is, well as I know, about 50 of my countrymen playing and begging in streets of London. Those who sweep crossing are Malay, some Bengal. Many are impostor, and spoil spectable men. My countrymen live in lodging house. Often many are plenty blackguard lodging houses, and their respectable man is always insult. I have room for myself this 3 month, and cost me 3 shilling and 6 pennies a week. It is not own furniture. They burn my coke, coal, and candle too. My wife would make work with needle, but there is no work for her, poor thing. She servant when I marry her. The little boy make jump in my country's way when I play tom-tom. He do little to dance. He 6 year. Most of my countrymen in street have come as lascar, and not go back for bosun and bosun mate, and flog. So they stay for beg, or sweep, or anything. They are never pickpocket that I ever hear of. Performer on drum and pipes. A stout, reddish-faced man who was familiar with all kinds of exhibitions, and had the coaxing, deferential manner of many persons who ply for money in the streets, gave me an account of what he called his experience as the drum and pipes. I have played the pandean pipes and the drum for 30 years to street exhibitions of all kinds. I was a smith when a boy, serving 7 years apprenticeship. But after that I married a young woman that I fell in love with in the music line. She played a hurdy-gurdy in the streets, so I bought pandean pipes, as I was always fond of practising music, and I joined her. Times for street musicianers were good then, but I was foolish. I'm aware of that now, but I wasn't particularly partial to hard work. Besides, I could make more as a street musicianer. When I first started, my wife and I joined a fantoccini. It did well. My wife and I made from 9 shillings to 10 shillings a day. We had half the profits. At that time the public exhibitions were different to what they are now. Gentlemen's houses were good then, but now the profession's sunk to street corners. Fair dancing was in vogue then, and clockwork on the round board, and Jack o' the Green was in all his glory every May 30 years ago. Things is now very dead indeed. In the old times, only sweeps were allowed to take part with the jack. They were particular at that time. All were sweeps but the musicianers. Now it's everybody's money, when there's any money. Every sweep showed his plate then when performing. My lady was anybody at all likely that they could get hold of. She was generally a watercress seller, or something in the public way. My lady had 2 shillings and 6pence a day, and her keep for 3 days. That was the general hire. The boys who were climbing boys had 1 shilling or 6pence, or what the master gave them, and they generally went to the play of a night, after washing themselves, in course. I had 6 shillings a day and a good dinner, shoulder of mutton or something prime, and enough to drink. My lord and the other characters shared and shared alike. They have taken, to my knowledge, £5 on the 1st of May. This year, one set with 2 my ladies took £3 the first day. The master of the lot was a teetotaler, but the others drank as they liked. He turned teetotaler because drink always led him into trouble. The dress of the jack is real ivy tied round hoops. The sweeps gather the ivy in the country and make the dresses at their homes. My lord's and the other dresses are generally kept by the sweeps. My lord's dress costs a mere trifle at the second-hand clothes shop, but it's gold-papered and ornamented up to the mark required. What I may call war tunes, such as The White Cockade, The Downfall of Paris. I've been asked for that 5 or 6 times a day. I don't remember the composer. Bonaparte's March and the Duke of York's March were in vogue in the old times. So was Scots Wha Hae, very much, and Off She Goes. Now new tunes come up every day. I play waltzes and polkas now chiefly. They're not to compare to the old tunes. It's like playing at musicianers, lots of the tunes nowadays. I've played with Michael, the Italy bear. I've played the fife and tabor with him. The tabor was a little drum, about the size of my cap, and it was tapped with a little stick. There are no tabors about now. I made my 7 shillings or 8 shillings a day with Michael. He spoke broken English. A dromedary was about then, but I knew nothing of that or the people. They was all foreigners together. Swinging monkeys were in vogue at that time as well. I was with them, with Antonio of Saffron Hill. He was the original of the swinging monkeys 20 years ago. They swing from a rope, just like slack-wire dancers. Antonio made money and went back to his own country. He sold his monkeys, there was 3 of them, small animals they were, for £70 to another foreigner, but I don't know what became of them. Coarse jokes pleased people long ago, but don't now. People get more enlightened and think more of chapel and church instead of amusements. My trade is a bad one now. Take the year through, I may make 12 shillings a week, or not so much, say 10 shillings. I go out sometimes playing single, that's by myself, on the drum and pipes, but it's thought nothing of, for I'm not a German. It's the same at Brighton as in London. Brass bands is all the go when they've Germans to play them. The Germans will work at 2 shillings a day at any fair, when an Englishman will expect 6 shillings. The foreigners ruin this country, for they have more privileges than the English. The Germans pull the bells and knock at the doors for money, which an Englishman has hardly face for. I'm now with the Fantoccini figures from Canton, brought over by a seaman. I can't form an exact notion of how many men there are in town who are musicianers to the street exhibitions. Besides the exhibition's own people, I should say about 100. I don't think that they are more drunken than other people, but they're liable to get top-heavy at times. None that I know live with women of the town. They live in lodgings and not in lodging houses. Oh, no, we've not come to that yet. Some of them succeeded their fathers as street musicianers, others took it up casualty-like, by having learned different instruments. None that I know were ever theatrical performers. All the men I know in my line would object, I am sure, to hard work, if it was with confinement along with it. We can never stand being confined to hard work, after being used to the freedom of the streets. None of us save money. It goes either in a lump, if we get a lump, or in dribs and drabs, which is the way it mostly comes to us. I've known several in my way who have died in St. Giles's workhouse. In old age or sickness, we've nothing but the parish to look to. The newest thing I know of is the singing dogs. I was with that as musician, and it answers pretty well amongst the quality. The dogs is 3 Tobies to a Punch and Judy show, and they sing. That is, they make a noise. It's really a howl. But they keep time with Mr. Punch as he sings. End of section 37.
Section 38 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Our Street Folk. 3. Street Vocalists. Part 1. The street vocalists are almost as large a body as the street musicians. It will be seen that there are 50 Ethiopian serenaders and above 250 who live by ballad singing alone. Street Negro Serenaders. At present I shall deal with the Ethiopian serenaders and the better class of ballad singers. 2 young men who are of the former class gave the following account. Both were dressed like decent mechanics, with perfectly clean faces, excepting a little of the professional black at the root of the hair on the forehead. "We are niggers," said one man, as it's commonly called, that is, Negro melodists. Nigger bands vary from 4 to 7, and have numbered as many as 9. Our band is now 6. We all share alike. I, said the same man, was the first who started the niggers in the streets, about 4 years ago. I took the hint from the performance of Pell and the others at the St. James's. When I first started in the streets, I had 5 performers, 4 and myself. There were the banjo player, the bones, fiddle, and tambourine. We are regularly full dressed, in fashionable black coats and trousers, open white waistcoats, pumps, bluchers, some had, just as they could spring them, and wigs to imitate the real Negro head of hair. Large white wrists or cuffs came out after. It was rather a venturesome spec, the street niggers, for I had to find all the clothes at first start, as I set the school a-going. Perhaps it cost me 6 shillings a head, all round, all second-hand dress, except the wigs, and each man made his own wig out of horsehair dyed black, and sewn with black thread onto the skin of an old silk hat. Well, we first started at the top of the Liverpool Road, but it was no great success, as we weren't quite up in our parts, and didn't play exactly into one another's hands. None of us were perfect, we'd had so few rehearsals. One of us had been a street singer before, another a street fiddler, another had sung nigger songs in public houses, the 4th was a mudlark, and I had been a street singer. I was brought up to know trade regularly. When my father died, I was left on the world, and I worked in Marylebone Stone Yard, and afterwards sung about the streets, or shifted as I could. I first sung in the streets just before the Queen's coronation, and a hard life it was. But to tell the truth, I didn't like the thoughts of hard labour, bringing a man in so little too. That's where it is. And as soon as I could make any sort of living in the streets, with singing and such like, I got to like it. The first debut, as I may say, of the niggers brought us in about 10 shillings among us, besides paying for our dinner and a pint of beer apiece. We were forced to be steady, you see, sir, as we didn't know how it would answer. We sang from 11 in the morning till 10:30 at night, summer time. We kept on day after day, not rehearsing, but practising in the streets, for rehearsing in private was of little use. Voices are as different in private rooms and the public streets, as is chalk from cheese. We got more confidence as we went along. To be sure, we had all cheek enough to start with, but this was a fresh line of business.
Times mended as we got better at our work. Last year was the best year I've known. We start generally about 10 and play till it's dark in fine weather. We averaged £1 a week last year. The evenings are the best time. Regent Street and Oxford Street and the greater part of St James's are our best places. The gentry are our best customers, but we get more from gentlemen than from ladies. The city is good, I fancy, but they won't let us work it. It's only the lower parts, Whitechapel and Smithfield ways, that we have a chance in. Business and nigger songs don't go well together. The first 4 days of the week are pretty much alike for our business. Friday is bad, and so is Saturday, until night comes, and we then get money from the working people. The markets, such as Cleveland Street, Fitzroy Square, Tottenham Court Road's no good at any time, Carnaby Market, Newport Market, Great Marylebone Street, and the Edgware Road are good Saturday nights. Oxford Street is middling. The New Cut is as bad a place as can be. When we started, the songs we knew was Old Mr. Coon, Buffalo Gals, Going Over the Mountain, Dandy Jim of Carolina, Rowley Bowley O, and Old Johnny Booker. We stuck to them a 12-month. The Buffalo Gals was best liked. The bones, we've real bones, rib of beef bones, but some have ebony bones, which sound better than rib bones. They tell best in Going Over the Mountain, for there's a symphony between every line. It's rather difficult to play the bones well. It requires hard practice, and it brings the skin off, and some men have tried it, but with so little success that they broke their bones and flung them away. The banjo is the hardest to learn of the lot. We have kept changing our songs all along, but some of the old ones are still sung. The other favourites are, or were, Lucy Neal, O Susanna, Uncle Ned, Stop That Knocking, Ginger Blue, and Black-Eyed Susanna. Things are not so good as they were. We can average £1 apiece now in the week, but it's summer-time, and we can't make that in bad weather. Then there are so many of us. There's the Somerstown mob now in London, the King Street, the 4 St Giles's mobs, the East End, but they're white niggers, the 2 Westminster mobs, the Marylebone, and the Whitechapel. We interfere with one another's beats sometimes, for we have no arrangement with each other, only we don't pitch near the others when they're at work. The 10 mobs now in London will have 50 men in them at least, and there's plenty of stragglers who are not regular niggers. There's so many dodgies now to pick up a living, sir. The Marylebone and Whitechapel lots play at nights in penny theatres. I have played in the Haymarket in the New Planet, but there's no demand for us now at the theatres, except such as the Pavilion. There are all sorts of characters in the different schools, but I don't know any runaway gentleman, or any gentleman of any kind among us, not one. We're more of a poorer sort, if not to say a ragged sort, for some are without shoes or stockings. The niggers that I know have been errand boys, street singers, turf cutters, coal heavers, chandlers, paviors, mudlarks, tailors, shoemakers, tin men, bricklayers' labourers, and people who have had no line in particular but their wits. I know of no connection with pickpockets, and don't believe there is any, though pickpockets go round the mobs. But the police fling it in our teeth that we are connected with pickpockets. It's a great injury to us, is such a notion. A good many of the niggers, both of us here likes a little drop, drink as hard as they can, and a good many of them live with women of the town. A few are married. Some niggers are Irish. There are Scotch niggers too. I don't know a Welsh one, but one of the street nigger singers is a real black, an African. Statement of another Ethiopian serenader. It must be 8 years ago, he commenced, since the Ethiopian serenading come up. Aye, it must be at least that time, because the twopenny boats was then running to London Bridge, and it was before the cricket was blown up. I know that because we used to work the boats serenading. I used to wear a yellow waistcoat, in imitation of them at the St. James's Theatre. The first came out at St. James's Theatre, and they made a deal of money. There were 5 of them. Pell was Bones, Harrington was Concertina, I think, White was Violin, Stanwood the banjo, and Germain the tambourine. I think that's how it was, but I can easy ascertain. After them sprang up the Lantham Serenaders and the Ohio Serenaders, the South Carolina Serenaders, the Kentucky Minstrels, and many other schools of them. But Pell's gang was at the top of the tree. Juba was along with Pell. Juba was a first class, a regular A1. He was a regular black and a splendid dancer in boots. As soon as I could get in to vamp the tunes on the banjo a little, I went at it too. I wasn't long behind them, you may take your oath. We judged it would be a hit, and it was fine. We got more money at it then than we do at any game now. First of all we formed a school of 3, 2 banjos and a tambourine, and after that we added a bones and a fiddle. We used to dress up just the same then as now. We'd black our faces and get hold of a white hat, and put a black band round it, or have big straw hats and high collars up to the ears. We did uncommonly well. The boys would follow us for miles, and were as good as advertisements, for they'd shout, "Here's the blacks," as if they was trumpeting us. The first songs we came out with were Old Joe, Dan Tucker, and Going Over the Mountain, and Oh Come Along You Sandy Boys. Our opening chorus was The Wild Raccoon Track, and we finished up with The Railway Overture. And it was more like the railway than music, for it was all thumping and whistling, for nobody knowed how to play the banjo then. When I went out pitching first, I could sing a good song, but it has ruined my voice now, for I used to sing at the top. Tenor is the professional term. It wasn't everybody as could be a nigger then. We was thought angels then. It's got common now. But still I've no hesitation in saying that keep steady and sober, and it works well to the present day. You can go and get a good average living now. We could then, after our mangiare and bevare, that's what we call eat and drink, and I think it's broken Italian, carry home our 5 shillings or 6 shillings each easy. We made long days and did no night work. Besides, we was always very indifferent at our business, indeed. I'd be blowed if I'd trust myself out singing as I did then. We should get murdered. It was a new thing, and people thought our blunders was intended. We used to use blacking then to do our faces. We got Messrs. Day and Martin to do our complexion then. Burnt cork and beer wasn't so popular then. I continued at the nigger business ever since. I and my mate have been out together, and we've gone out 2 and 3 and 4, up to 11 in a school, and we've shared better when 11 than when we was 2. The highest we've got in a day has been £1 6 shillings each at the Portsmouth Review, when Napier went out with the fleet above 2 years ago. We walked down to Portsmouth a purpose. We got 14 shillings and 6pence each, and there was 5 of us, at the launch of the Albert. The general dress of the nigger is an old white hat and a long-tailed coat, or sometimes, when we first come out, in white waistcoats and coats, or even in striped shirts and wigs and no hats at all. It's all according to fancy and fashion and what takes. When we go to a cheap concert room, such as the Albion, Ratcliffe Highway, or the Ship and Camel, Bermondsey, our usual business is to open with a chorus such as Happy Are We, though perhaps we haven't had a bit of grub all day and been as wretched as possible. And then we do a song or 2, and then crack a wid, as we say, that is, tell an anecdote such as this. 3 old niggers went to sea on a paving stone. The first never had any legs, the next never had any arms, and the other was stripped stark naked. So the one without any legs said, I seed a bird. So the one without any arms took up a gun and shot it, and the one without any legs run after it, and the one that was stripped stark naked put it in his pocket. Now you tell me what pocket that was. Then another says, in his waistcoat pocket. Then I return, how can he, if he was naked? Can you give the inflammation of that story? Do you give it up? Then he says, no, won't give it up. Then I say, would you give it up if you had it? Then he says, yes, and I reply, the inflammation of that is the biggest lie that ever was told. Sometimes we do conundrums between the songs. I ask, can you tell me how to spell blind pig in 2 letters? And then he, remembering the first story, answers, yes, the biggest lie that ever was told. No, that's not it. Then I continue, P-G. And if you leave the I out, it must be a blind pig, Jim. Then we go on with the concert and sing perhaps Going Over the Mountain and Mary Blaine, and then I ask such conundrums as these. Why is mahogany like flannel? Because they are both used to manufacture into drawers. And then we do this rhyme. Because mahogany makes drawers to put your clothes in, and flannel makes drawers to put your toes in. Perhaps we do another conundrum such as this. Supposing your nigger was dead, what would be the best time to bury you? One says, I shan't suppose. Another says, I don't know. And then I say, why, the latter end of the summer. And one asks, why, Jim? Because it's the best time for blackberrying. Then I cry out, now you niggers go on with the concert. And one of them will add, now Jim, we'll have that melancholy song of Dinah Clare, that poor girl that fell in the water butts and got burnt to death. Another of our dialogues is this one. Did I ever tell you about that melancholy occurrence, Mary Blaine, the young girl that died last night in the house that was burned down this morning, and she's gone to live in a garret? I shall call and see her. You can't. 'Cause why? 'Cause she moved from where she lives now. She's gone to live where she used to come from. Did you ever see her brother Bill? No, he's dead. What? Brother Bill dead too? Yes, I seed him this morning and asked him how he was. Well, and what did he told you? He told me he was very well, thank ye, and he was going to live along with Dinah, and he'd only been married 3 weeks. So I asked him how many children he'd got. He said he'd only got 1. So I said, there's something very dark about that, and I don't think all goes right if you was to have a son in 3 weeks. So he said, look you here, sir, if the world was made in 6 days, it's devilish hard if we can't make a son in 3 weeks. Go on with the concert. Another of our dialogues is this. Did I ever tell you, Jim, about my going out a-riding? Never. Well then, I'll told you. I had $2 in my pocket. Had you? And I thought I'd do it gentleman tell like. Yes. So I went to the livery dealer. Who? The livery dealer, the man that keeps the horses stable. Oh, Collie, you mean the stableman? Yes. Well, I asked him if he could lend me a horse to ride on. So he said he'd only got 1 horse. Well, and that was a grey mare. I thought that would do just as well. Of course. And I asked him what that would cost me, and he said he should charge me $2 for that. So I paid the $2. Well, and he put me the spurs on my boots, and he put the bridle on the horse's back. The bridle on the horse's back? What did he do with the bit? He never had a bit at all. He put the stirrups in the mouth. Now, stop. You mean he put the saddle on the back and the bridle in the mouth? I know it was something. Then they put me on the saddle and my feet on the bridle. You mean he put your foot in the stirrups? So I went out very well. So the mare began for to gallop, so I caught hold of the tummel of the saddle. The tummel? Yes, Jim, the tummel. No, you means the pummel. Well, how about the pummel, you knows. But I know I'm right. So I caught hold of the mane, and I got on very well till I come to a hill, when the mare began to gallop hard down the hill, because she was shy. What was she shy at? She saw a new-found outland dog crossing the wood. A new-found outland dog crossing the road? Yes. So I thought I'd try and stop her. So I stuck my knees into her side and my spur into her, and by golly she went too fast. And did she now? Till she falled down and broke her knees. Poor thing. Aye, and pitched poor nigger on his head. So I got up and thought I'd take the dibble of a mare back to the stable. So when I got back, I told the livery man about it. Yes, the stableman. And he said I must pay £2 10 shillings. What for? For repairing the mare. So I said I wouldn't. So he said he would take me before the court, and I said he might take me down the alley if he liked. So I thought I had better go and insult a man up the law about it. So I went to the man up the law's house and pulled at the servant, and out come the bell. No, you means pulled the bell, and out come the servant. Well, I said, can you confirm me, is the man up the law at home? So she told me he was out, but the man up the law's wife was at home, so down she come. So I said I wanted to insult the man of the law, and she said, insult me, I do just as well. So she says, plain yourself. So I said, well then, supposing you was a grey mare, and I hired you for $2 to ride you, and you was rather rusty, and went too fast for me, and I wanted to stop you, and I stuck my knees in your side, and my spur into you, and you fall down and broke your knees, how could I help it? So she flung the door in my face and went in. So now, go on with the concert. Sometimes when we are engaged for it, we go to concert rooms and do the nigger statues, which is the same as the tableau vivant. We illustrate the adventures of Pompey, or the life of a Negro slave. The first position is when he is in the sugar brake, cutting the sugar cane. Then he is supposed to take it to be weighed, and, not being weighed, he is ordered to be flogged. My mate is then doing the orator and explaining the story. It's as nice a bit of business as ever was done, and goes out and out. You see, it's a new thing from the white ones. The next position is when he is being flogged, and then when he swears revenge upon the overseer, and afterwards when he murders the overseer. Then there's the flight of Pompey, and so on, and I conclude with a variety of sculptures from the statues, such as the Achilles in Hyde Park, and so on. This is really good, and the finest bit of business out, and nobody does it but me. Indeed it says in the bill, if you saw it, for which he stands unrivalled. We sometimes have a greenhorn wants to go out pitching with us, a mug we calls them, and there's a chap of the name of Sparrowback, as we called him, because he always wore a bob-tailed coat and was a rare swell, and he wished to go out with us, and we told him he must have his head shaved first, and Tom held him down while I shaved him, and I took every bit of hair off him. Then he underwent the operation of mugging him up with an oil-colour paint, black, and not forgetting the lips, red. He carried the black marks on him for 2 months afterwards, and made a real washable nigger. We took him with us to Camberwell Fair, and on the way he kept turning round and saying how strong he smelt of turps, and his face was stiff. He was a serenader. How we did scrub it into him with a stiff brush. When we washed at a horse trough coming home, he couldn't get a bit of the colour off. It all dried round his nose and eyes. When we are out pitching, the finest place for us is where there is anybody sick. If we can see some straw on the ground, or any tan, then we stays. We are sure to play up where the blinds are down. When we have struck up, we rattle away at the banjos, and down will come the servant, saying, "You're to move on, we don't want you." Then I'll pretend not to understand what she says, and I'll say, "Mary Blaine did you ask for? Oh yes, certainly, miss." and off we'll go into full chorus. We don't move for less than a bob, for 6 ain't enough for a man that's ill. We generally get our 2 shillings. Sometimes gents will come and engage us to go and serenade people, such as at weddings or anything of that sort. Occasionally young gents or students will get us to go to a house late in the morning to rouse up somebody for a lark, and we have to beat away and chop at the strings till all the windows are thrown up. We had a sovereign given us for doing that. The Christmas time is very good for us, for we go out as waits, only we don't black, but only sing. And that, I believe, the singing I mean, is, I believe, the original waits. With what we get for to play and to go away, and what we collect on Boxing Monday, amounts to a tidy sum. There's very few schools of niggers going about London now. I don't think there are 3 schools pitching in the streets. There's the Westminster School, they have kettle drums and music stands and never sings. And there's the New Kent Road Gang, or Houghton's mob, and that's the best singing and playing school out. Then a St Giles's lot, but they are dicky, not worth much. The Spitalfield School is broke up. Of course there are other niggers going about, but to the best of my calculation, there ain't more than 40 men scattered about. Houghton's gang make the tour of the watering places every year. I've been to Brighton with them, and we did pretty well there in the fine season, making sure of 30 shillings a week a man. And it's work that continues all the year round, for when it's fine weather we do pitching, and when it's wet we divide a school into parties of 2 and go busking at the public houses.
The following comic dialogue was composed by the professional who was kind enough to favour me with his statement. We are finishing a song, and after the song we generally do a sympathy, as we calls it. A symphony, you know. And when I've finished, Jim, my mate, keeps on beating the tambourine, as if he couldn't leave off. Then I turn round to him and say, "By golly, if you don't leave off, I'll broke you over the jaw." He answers, "Go on, dig a hole and bury yourself." Then I say, "Why don't you splain yourself properly?" Then he keeps on playing still, and I say, "Can't you leave off, nigger?" And he replies, "I'm trying to broke my trousers." Then he leaves off, and I say, "What the devil do you do that for?" And he says, "Because I belong to the building society." Then I puts another question, and then begins this dialogue. He says, "I'm going to sustire from this profession. What shall you do then?" "I'm going to be a builder." "Go along. What shall you build?" "I'm going to be a builder of trousers." "By golly, you shall build me a pair then." "Well then, how would you like them made? Would you like them with high-pointed collars, full-bosomed, and nice wristbands?" "What, the trousers? Made of lining or calico?" "What? Lining or calico trousers?" "No, shirt." "Why, you never said a word about shirt." "By golly, you did though." "Well then, build me a shirt." "Well then, how would you like it? Would you like it with nice square toes and Billington heels?" "What? Billington heels shirt? With a row of hobnails?" Then I turn round in a passion and cry, "By golly, I can't stand this. What? Hobnails shirt?" "No, I was talking about a pair of boots." "Now you never said a word about boots." "Oh, yes, I did." Then I get into a passion, and afterwards say, "Well, build me a pair of boots. Now mind, you say a pair of boots." "Yes, well, how would you like them builded? Newmarket cut, rolling collar, face of velvet?" Then I say, aside, "What, rolling collar and faced with velvet boots?" And he continues, "With pockets in the tail and 2 row of gold buttons." "What? Pockets in the tail and 2 row of gold button boots? By golly, that's a coat." "Yes, didn't you say a coat?" "Never spoke a word about coat in all my life, did I?" That to the audience. "Yes, of course you did." Then I get into a passion again, but at last I say, "Well then, build me a coat." "Well, how would you like it?
with a nice high crown? Then I say, aside, what? A high-crowned coat? With a nice cork body, patent Paris nap, and silk lining, with a return-up rim. What? Turn-up rim coat? Golly, that's a hat. Yes. Never spoke a word about a hat. Oh, you did now. Then I get excited again, but at last say, well then, board me a hat. Well then, how would you like it? 7-story high, with a nice green water butt behind, and the nice palings round the garden? What? The palings round the garden of a hat? No, I said the house. By golly, you said hat. No, I said the house. By golly, you said hat. Then we get into a terrific passion, and he gets up and hits my tambourine and say, by golly, you said the house. And I get up and hit him with the banjo on the head and cry, by golly, you said a hat. Then, in the height of my excitement, I turn to the people and ask, didn't he say a hat? Of course, they don't answer, and I conclude I must have made a mistake. So I reply, well then, build me a house. Well then, how would you like it made? Of the best elm, with the inscription plates on the lid, 3 rows of nails and handles at each side? Well, by golly, that's a coffin. Yes, Jim. What do you think I wants a coffin for? Why, because you gets in such a passion, I thought you'd going to die. Then I get sulky and growl out, well then, go on with the concert. Street glee singers. An experienced street vocalist of the better kind, upon whose statements I satisfied myself that every reliance might be placed, described to me the present condition of his calling. He was accompanied by his wife. I have been in the profession of a vocalist, he said, for 25 years. Before that, I was a concert singer. I was not brought up to the profession. I was a shipping agent, but I married a concert singer and then followed the profession. I was young and a little stage-struck. Rather, said his wife smiling, he was struck with those who were on the stage. And so I abandoned the ship agency. I have tried my fortune on the stage as a singer, and can't say but what I have succeeded. In fact, my wife and I have taken more than any 2 singers that have ever appeared in the humble way. We have been street vocalists for 25 years. We sing solos, duets, and glees, and only at night. When we started, the class of songs was very different to what it is now. We were styled the Royal Glee Singers. Cherry Ripe, Meet Me by Moonlight, Sweet Home were popular then. Haynes Bailey's ballads were popular, and much of Bishop's music, as indeed it is still. Barnett's or Lee's music, however, is now more approved in the concert rooms than Bishop's. Our plan was, and is, to inquire at gentlemen's houses if they wish to hear glee or solo singing, and to sing in the street or in the halls, as well as at parties. When we first commenced, we have made £3 and £3 10 shillings in a night this way, but that was on extraordinary occasions, and £3 a week might be the average earnings take the year through. These earnings continued 8 or 10 years and then fell off. Other amusements attracted attention. Now my wife, my daughter and I may make 25 shillings a week by open-air singing. Concert singing is extra, and the best payment is £1 per head a night for low-priced concerts. The inferior vocalists get 4 shillings, 3 shillings, 2 shillings and 6pence, and some as low as 2 shillings. Very many who sing at concerts have received a high musical education, but the profession is so overstocked that excellent singers are compelled to take poor engagements. The better sort of cheap concert singers, the man and wife both agreed in stating, were a well-conducted body of people, often struggling for a very poor maintenance, the women rarely being improper characters. But now, said the husband, John Bull's taste is inclined to the brutal and filthy. Some of the character songs, such as Sam Hall, Jack Sheppard and others, are so indelicate that a respectable man ought not to take his wife and daughters to see them. The men who sing character songs are the worst class of singers, both as regards character and skill. They are generally loose fellows. Some are what is called fancy men, persons supported wholly or partly by women of the town. I attempted once to give concerts without these low-character singings, but it did not succeed, for I was alone in the attempt. I believe there are not more than half a dozen street vocalists of the same class as ourselves. They are respectable persons, and certainly open-air singing as we practice it is more respectable than popular concert singing as now carried on. No one would be allowed to sing such songs in the streets. The character concerts are attended generally by mechanics and their families. There are more males than females among the audiences. Street ballad singers, or chaunters. The street classes that are still undescribed are the lower class of street singers, the street artists, the writers without hands, and the street exhibition keepers. I shall begin with the street singers. Concerning the ordinary street ballad singers, I received the following account from one of the class. I am what may be termed a regular street ballad singer, either sentimental or comic, sir, for I can take both branches. I have been, as near as I can guess, about 25 years at the business. My mother died when I was 13 years old, and in consequence of a stepmother, home became too hot to hold me, and I turned into the streets in consequence of the harsh treatment I met with. My father had given me no education, and all I know now I have picked up in the streets. Well, at 13 years I turned into the streets, houseless, friendless. My father was a picture frame gilder. I was never taught any business by him, neither his own nor any other. I never received any benefit from him that I know. Well then, sir, there was I, a boy of 13, friendless, houseless, untaught, and without any means of getting a living, loose in the streets of London. At first I slept anywhere. Sometimes I passed the night in the old Covent Garden market, at others in shutter boxes, and at others on doorsteps near my father's house. I lived at this time upon the refuse that I picked up in the streets, cabbage stumps out of the market, orange peel, and the like. Well, sir, I was green then, and one of the Stamp Office spies got me to sell some of the Poor Man's Guardians, note, an unstamped paper of that time, end note, so that his fellow spy might take me up. This he did, and I had a month at Coldbath Fields for the business. After I had been in prison, I got in a measure hardened to the frowns of the world, and didn't care what company I kept, or what I did for a living. I wouldn't have you to fancy, though, that I did anything dishonest. I mean, I wasn't particular as to what I turned my hand to for a living, or where I lodged. I went to live in Church Lane, St. Giles's, at a threepenny house, and having a tidy voice of my own, I was there taught to go out ballad singing, and I have stuck to the business ever since. I was going on for 15 when I first took to it. The first thing I did was to lead at glee singing. I took the air, and 2 others, old hands, did the second and the bass. We used to sing The Red Cross Night, Hail, Smiling Morn, and harmonise The Wolf and other popular songs. Excepting when we needed money, we rarely went out till the evening. Then our pitches were in quiet streets or squares, where we saw by the light at the windows that some party was going on. Wedding parties was very good, in general quite a harvest. Public houses we did little at, and then it was always with the parlour company. The taproom people have no taste for glee singing. At times we took from 9 shillings to 10 shillings of an evening, the 3 of us. I am speaking of the business as it was about 22 or 23 years ago. Now glee singing is seldom practised in the streets of London. It is chiefly confined to the provinces at present. In London, concerts are so cheap nowadays that no one will stop to listen to the street glee singers. So most of the schools, or sets, have gone to sing at the cheap concerts, held at the public houses. Many of the glee singers have given up the business and taken to the street Ethiopians instead. The street glee singers had been, some of them, brought up to a trade, though some had not. Few were so unfortunate as me to have none at all. The two that I was with had been a lady's shoemaker and a paper hanger. Others that I knew had been blacksmiths, carpenters, linen drapers, shopmen, bakers, French polishers, pastry cooks, and such like. They mostly left their business and took to glee singing when they were young. The most that I knew were from 19 to 22 years old. That had generally been a little rackety and had got stage-struck or concert-struck at public houses. They had got praised for their voices, and so their vanity led them to take to it for a living when they got hard up. 20 years ago there must have been at the East and West ends at least 14 different sets, good and bad, and in each set there was, on an average, 3 singers. Now I don't think there is one set at work in London streets. After I had been 3 years glee singing in the streets, I took up with the ballad business and found it more lucrative than the glee line. Sometimes I could take 5 shillings in the day, and not work heavily for it either. But at other times I couldn't take enough to pay my lodging. When any popular song came up, that was our harvest. Alice Gray, The Sea, Bridal Ring, We Met, The Tartar Drum, in which I was well known, The Banks of the Blue Moselle, and such like, not forgetting The Mistletoe Bough. These were all great things to the ballad singers. We looked at the bill of fare for the different concert rooms and then went round the neighbourhood where these songs were being sung, because the airs being well known, you see it eased the way for us. The very best sentimental song that ever I had in my life, and which lasted me off and on for 2 years, was Byron's Isle of Beauty. I could get a meal quicker with that than with any other. The Mistletoe Bough got me many a Christmas dinner. We always works at that time. It would puzzle any man, even the most exactest, to tell what they could make by ballad singing in the street. Some nights it would be wet, and I should be hoarse, and then I'd take nothing. I should think that, take 1 week with another, my earnings were barely more than 10 shillings a week. 12 shillings a week on the average, I should think, would be the very outside. Street ballad singers never go out in costume. It is generally supposed that some who appear without shoes and wretchedly clad are made up for the purpose of exciting charity, but this the regular street ballad singer never does. He is too independent to rank himself with the beggars. He earns his money, he fancies, and does not ask charity. Some of the ballad singers may perhaps be called beggars, or rather pensioners, that is the term we give them. But these are of the worst description of singers, and have money given to them neither for their singing nor songs, but in pity for their age and infirmities. Of these there are about 6 in London. Of the regular ballad singers, sentimental and comic, there are not less than 250 in and about London. Occasionally the number is greatly increased by an influx from the country. I should say that throughout England, Wales and Scotland there is not less than 700 who live solely by ballad singing and selling ballads and songbooks. In London the ballad singers generally work in couples, especially the comic singers. The sentimental generally go alone, but there are very few in London who are merely sentimental ballad singers, not more than a dozen at the very outside. The rest sing whatever comes up. The tunes are mostly picked up from the street bands and sometimes from the cheap concerts, or from the gallery of the theatre, where the street ballad singers very often go for the express purpose of learning the airs. They are mostly utterly ignorant of music, and some of them get their money by the noise they make, by being paid to move on. There is a house in the Blackfriars Road where the people has been ill for the last 16 years, and where the street ballad singer always goes because he is sure of getting twopence there to move on. Some, too, make a point of beginning their songs outside of those houses where the straw is laid down in front. Where the knockers are done up in an old glove, the ballad singer is sure to strike up. The comic songs that are popular in the street are never indecent, but are very often political. They are generally sung by two persons, one repeating the two first lines of the verse, and the other the two last. The street ballads are printed and published chiefly in the Seven Dials. There are 4 ballad publishers in that quarter, and 3 at the East End. Many ballads are written expressly for the Seven Dials press, especially the Newgate and the political ones, as well as those upon any topic of the day. There are 5 known authors for the Dials press, and they are all street ballad singers. I am one of these myself. The little knowledge I have, I picked up bit by bit, so that I hardly know how I have come by it. I certainly knew my letters before I left home, and I have got the rest off the dead walls and out of the ballads and papers I have been selling. I write most of the Newgate ballads now for the printers in the Dials, and indeed anything that turns up. I get a shilling for a copy of verses written by the wretched culprit the night previous to his execution. I wrote Courvoisier's sorrowful lamentation. I called it A Voice from the Jail. I wrote a pathetic ballad on the respite of Annette Myers. I did the Elegy, too, on Rush's execution. It was supposed, like the rest, to be written by the culprit himself, and was particular penitent. I didn't write that to order. I knew they would want a copy of verses from the culprit. The publisher read it over and said, "That's the thing for the street public." I only got a shilling for Rush. Indeed, they are all the same price, no matter how popular they may be. I wrote the Life of Manning in verse. Besides these, I have written the Lament of Calcraft the Hangman, on the decline of his trade, and many political songs. But song and Newgate ballad writing for the Dials is very poor work. I've got 5 times as much for writing a squib for a rag shop as for a ballad that has taken me double the time.
End of section 38. Section 39 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Street Vocalists, Part 2. The Whistling Man. It sometimes happens that a lad or a man, before being thrown for a living on the streets, has often sung a song to amuse his companions, or that he has been reckoned a good whistler. So he resolves to start out and see if he cannot turn to pecuniary profits that which until now he had only regarded in the light of an amusement. The young man from whom I elicited the annexed statement was one of this class. His appearance was rather ungainly, and when he walked across the room he moved in so slovenly a manner that one leg appeared to drag itself after the other with the greatest reluctance. When telling me that he had never been guilty of stealing, nor imprisoned all his life, he did so in such a manner and with such a tone of voice as left little doubt on my mind that he had been kept honest more by the fear of the jail than by his own moral principle. His face was long and thin, and his cheeks so hollowed by long whistling that they appeared almost to have had a round piece of flesh scooped out of the centre of each of them. His large thick lips were generally kept half an inch apart, so that they gave the man a half idiotic look, and when he rounded them for whistling, they reminded me somewhat of a lamb's kidney. I am a whistler. That is, I whistle merely with my lips, without the aid of anything besides. I have been at it about 7 years. I am 20 next birthday. My father was, and is, a coach painter. He is, I think, at the present time, working in Great Queen Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields. I had 3 sisters and 1 brother. I was the youngest, but 2. When I got to be about 7 years old, my mother died,
and then I used to get into the streets and stop out all day playing with other boys, most of them older than myself, and they often persuaded me to hop the wag, that is, play truant from school, and spend the money which my father gave me to take to the master. Sometimes they took me to Covent Garden or Farrington Market, where they used to prig a lot of apples and pears, not with the idea of selling them, but to eat. They used to want me to do the same, but I never would, nor never did, or else I dare say I should have been better off, for they say the biggest rogues get on best. I was always afraid of being sent to prison, a place I was never in all my life. At last I was persuaded by 2 young companions to stop out all night. So we all 3 went to Mrs. Redding's, Church Lane, and had a 4-penny lodging apiece. My pals paid for me because I'd got no money. I left them the next morning, but was afraid to go home. I had got nothing to eat, so I thought I'd see if I could get a few halfpence by singing a song. I knew 2 or 3, and began with The Mariner's Grave, and then Lucy Neal. I walked about all day, singing nearly the whole of the time, but didn't get a penny till about 6 o'clock. By 9 o'clock I mustered 10pence, and then I left off, and went to a lodging-house in Whitechapel, where I got something to eat, and paid my lodging for the night. It's a custom always to pay beforehand. The next morning I felt very downhearted, and was half a mind to go home, but was afraid I should get a hiding. However, I at last plucked up my spirits, and went out again. I didn't get anything given me till about dinner-time, when a gentleman came up to me and asked me how so young a boy as me come to be in the streets. I told him I couldn't earn my living any other way. He asked my name and where I lived. I gave him both a false name and address, for I was afraid lest he should go to my father. He said I had better go home with him, so he took me to his house in Grosvenor Square, which was a very fine one, for he was a very rich man, where he gave me plenty to eat, and made me wash myself, and put on a suit of his little boy's left-off clothes. I stayed there 3 months, being employed to clean knives and boots, and run off errands. He used to send me twice a week to the Bank of England with a cheque, which he used to write upon and tear out of a book, and I used to bring back the money. They always tied it up safely for me in a bag, and I put it into my pocket, and never took my hand off it till I got safe back again. At the end of 3 months, he called me one day and told me he was going with his wife and family into the country, where, he was sorry to say, there'd be no room for me. He then gave me £3 and told me to go and seek for my friends, and go and live with them if I could. I went home to my father, who was greatly pleased at seeing me again, and he asked what I had been doing all the time, and where I had got my clothes and money from. I told him all, and promised I would never run away again, so he forgave me. However, for a long time he would not let me go out. At last, after a good deal of persuasion, he let me out to look after a place, and I soon got one at Mr. Cooper's, surgeon, in 7 Dials, where I had 4 shillings a week. I used to be there from 7 o'clock in the morning till 9 at night, but I went home to my meals. After I'd been at my place 4 months, I by accident set fire to some naphtha, which I was stirring up in the backyard, and it burnt off all my eyelashes, and so I got the sack. When he paid me my wages, as I was afraid to tell my father what had happened, I started off to my old quarters in Whitechapel. I stopped there all day on Sunday, and the next 3 days I wandered about seeking work, but couldn't get none. I then gave it up as a bad job, and picked up with a man named Jack Williams, who had no legs. He was an old sailor who had got frostbitten in the Arctic regions. I used to lead him about with a big painted board afore him. It was a picture of the place where he was frozen. We used to go all about Ratcliffe Highway, and sometimes work up as far as Notting Hill. On the average we got from 8 shillings to 10 shillings a day. My share was about 1/3. I was with him for 15 months, till one night I says something to him when he was abed that didn't please him, and he got his knife out and stabbed my leg in 2 places.
Here are the marks." I bled a good deal. The other lodgers didn't like to hit him for it on account of his having no legs, but they kicked him out of the house and would not let him back any more. They all wanted me to lock him up, but I wouldn't, as he was an old pal. 2 or 3 silk handkerchiefs was tied round my leg, and the next day I was took to St. Thomas's Hospital, where I remained for about 9 days. When I left, the head nurse gave me 10 shillings on account of being so destitute, for I was without a halfpenny to call my own. As soon as I got out of the hospital, I went down to Billingsgate and bought some bread and pickled whelks at a stall, but when I pulled out my money to pay for 'em, some costermongering chaps knocked me down and robbed me of 5 shillings. I was completely stunned by the blow. The police came up to see what was the matter and took me to the station house, where I stopped till the next morning, when the inspector made me tell where my father lived, and I was taken home to him. For about a month my father kept me under lock and key, and after I had been with him about 3 months more, I stepped it again, and as I could always whistle very well, I thought I'd try it for a living. So I made a pitch in New Street, Covent Garden, and began by whistling, "Will you love me then as now?" But there wasn't many in the world as loved me. I did very well though that day, for I got about 3 shillings and 6pence, or 4 shillings, so I thought I'd practice it and stick to it. I worked all about town till I got well known. I used sometimes to go into public houses and whistle upon a piece of tobacco pipe, blowing into the bowl and moving my fingers as if I was playing a flute, and nobody could tell the difference if they had not seen me. Sometimes I used to be asked to stand outside hotels, taverns, and even clubhouses, and give 'em a tune. I often had 6pences, shillings, and half-crowns thrown me. I only wish I had such luck now, for the world's topsy-turvy, and I can't get hardly anything. I used then to earn 3 shillings or 4 shillings a day, and now it don't amount to more than 1 shilling and 6pence. After I'd worked London pretty well, I sometimes would start off a few miles out to the towns and villages, but generally it wasn't much account. The country chaps like such tunes as the Barley Stack or the Little House Under the Hill. I often used to whistle to them while they danced. They liked jigs mostly, and always paid me a penny a dance each. I recollect once when I was whistling before a gentleman's house down at Hounslow, he sent his servant and called me in. I was taken into a fine large room, full of looking-glasses and timepieces and pictures. I was never in such a room before, all my life. The gentleman was there with his family, about 6 on 'em, and he told me if I'd whistle and learn his birds to sing, he'd give me a sovereign. He had 3 fine brass wire cages, with a bird in each, slung all of a row from the ceiling. I set to work like a brick, and the birds began to sing directly, and I amused him very much. I stopped about an hour and a half, and let him have all sorts of tunes, and then he gave me a sovereign, and told me to call again when I come that way. But before I left, he said the servants was to give me something to eat and drink. So I had dinner in the kitchen with the servants, and a jolly good dinner it was. From Hounslow I walked to Maidenhead, and took up a lodging for the night at the Turk's Head. In the evening some countrymen come into the tap-room and kicked up a row with the missus because she couldn't lodge 'em. She run in to turn them away, when 3 of 'em pitched into her right and left, and if it hadn't been for me and another chap, she'd have got killed. When they got her down, I jumped upon the table and snatched up the only weapon I could find, a brass candlestick, and knocked one of 'em down senseless, and the other fellow got hold of a broomstick and gave it him as hard as he could, till we beat him right out of the place. There happened to be some police outside drilling, who came over and took 3 of 'em to the stocks, where they was locked in for 24 hours. The next day the magistrate sentenced 'em to 3 months' imprisonment each. And I started for London, and never whistled a tune till I reached it, which was 3 days afterwards. I kept on at the old game, earning about 2 shillings and 6pence a day, till the militia was being called out, and then I joined them, for I thought it would be the best thing I could do. I was sworn in by Colonel Scrivens at Eton Mews. We was taken into a stable where there was 3 horses.
4 of us laid hold of a book altogether, and then, after asking us if we had any complaints, or were lame, or anyway unfit for service, or was married, or had any children, and when we had said no, he asked us if we was free, able and willing to serve in Her Majesty's militia, in either England, Ireland, Scotland or Wales, for the term of 5 years, if so long Her Majesty required our services. And then we said we took the oath and kissed the book. The same day, which was the 11th of June, 1854, we was packed off from the Waterloo station for Portsmouth. After being drilled for 3 weeks, I was returned for duty and went on guard. The first guard I mounted was at Detached Dock at Portsmouth. It's where the convicts are. I didn't do any whistling there, I can tell you. I'd different sorts of work, for part of our duty was to bury the poor fellows that died after coming home invalided from the Crimea. The people through that used to call us the garrison undertakers. I was there 13 months, and never the whole time had more than 2 nights' bed a week. And some part of the time the weather was very frosty, and we was often over our ankles in snow. I belonged to the 4th Middlesex, and no corps ever did so much duty or went through so much hardship as ours. From Portsmouth I was ordered with my regiment, 950 strong, to Buttevant, County Cork, Ireland. When we reached the Irish Channel, a storm arose, and we was all fastened under hatches, and not suffered to come upon deck for 4 days, by which time we reached the Cove of Cork. The Colonel's horse had to be thrown overboard, and they more than once had serious thoughts of throwing all the luggage into the sea as well. I was 10 months in Ireland. I didn't do any whistling there. And then the regiment was ordered home again, on account of the peace. But before we left, we had a day's sport, consisting of greasy pole climbing, jumping in sacks, racing after a pig with a greasy tail, and all them sort of things. And at night the officers had a grand ball. We landed at Portsmouth on a Monday morning at 4 o'clock, and marched through to the station, and reached Hounslow about 4 o'clock the same afternoon. A month after, we were disembodied, and I came at once to London. I had about £1.5 in my pocket, and I resolved in my own mind never to go whistling any more. I went to my father, but he refused to help me in any way. I tried for work, but couldn't get any, for the people said they didn't like a militiaman. So after having spent all my money, I found that I must either starve or whistle, and so you see I'm once more on the streets. While I was in Ireland, I absented myself from the barracks for 21 days, but fearing that a picket would get hold of me, I walked in one morning at 6 o'clock. I was instantly placed under arrest in the guard-room, where I remained 4 days, when I was taken before the Colonel, and to my great surprise, I saw sitting aside of him the very gentleman who had given me the £1 to whistle to his birds. His name was Colonel Bagot, as I found out afterwards, and he was Deputy Magistrate for Middlesex. He asked me if I was not the chap as had been to his house. I told him I was, so he got me off with a good reprimand, and saved me being tried by a court-martial. When I first took to sleeping at lodging-houses, they was very different to what they are now. I've seen as many as 18 people in one cellar sleeping upon loose straw covered with sheets or blankets, and as many as 3 in one bed. But now they won't take in any little boys, like as I was, unless they are with their parents. And there's very few beds in a room, and never more than 1 in a bed. Married people have a place always parted off for themselves. The inspector comes in all times, often in the middle of the night, to see that the regulations ain't broken. I used one time to meet another man whistling, but, like old Dick, who was the first at the profession, he's gone dead, and so I'm the only one at it now anywhere. It's very tiring work, and makes you precious hungry when you keep at it for 2 or 3 hours. And I only wish I could get something else to do, and you'd see how soon I'd drop it. The tunes that are liked best in the streets is such as Ben Bolt and Will You Love Me Then As Now. but a year or two ago nothing went down like the low-back car. I was always being asked for it. I soon gets hold of the new tunes that comes up. I don't think whistling hurts me, because I don't blow so hard as old Dick used. A gentleman come up to me once in the street that was a doctor, and asked me whether I drunk much, and whether I drawed my breath in or blowed it out. I told him I couldn't get much to drink, and he said I ought at least to have 3 half pints of beer a day, or else I should go into a consumption. And when I said I mostly blowed out when I whistled, he said that was the best, because it didn't strain the lungs so much. Whistling and dancing boy. At the present time there is only one English boy going about the streets of London dancing, and at the same time playing his own musical accompaniment on a tin whistle. There are 2 or 3 Italian boys who dance whilst they perform on either the flute or the hurdy-gurdy. But the lad who gave me the following statement assured me that he was the only Englishman who had made street whistling and dancing his profession. He was a red-headed lad of that peculiar white complexion which accompanies hair of that colour. His forehead was covered with freckles, so thick that they looked as if a quantity of cayenne pepper had been sprinkled over it, and when he frowned, his hair moved backwards and forwards, like the twitching of a horse shaking off flies. "I've put some oil on my hair to make me look tidy," he said. The grease had turned his locks to a fiery crimson colour, and as he passed his hands through it and tossed it backwards, it positively glittered with the fat upon it. The lad soon grew communicative enough and proceeded to show me a blue jacket which he had bought that morning for £1, and explained to me at the same time how artful he had been over the bargain, for the boy had asked 18p. I remarked that his shoes seemed in a bad state, for they were really as white as a baker's slippers from want of blacking, and the toe of one gaped like the opening to a tortoise shell. He explained to me that he wore all his boots out dancing, doing the double shuffle. "Now these here shoes," he said, "cost me £1 in Petticoat Lane not a week since, and looked as good as new then, and even now, with a little mending, they'll make a tidy pair of crab shells again." To give force to this remark, he lifted his leg up, but despite his explanation, I could not see how the leather could possibly be repaired. He went through his dances for me, at the same time accompanying himself on his penny whistle. He took his shoes off and did a hornpipe, thumping his feet upon the floor the while, like palms on a panel, so that I felt nervous lest there should be a pin in the carpet and he be lamed by it. The boy seemed to have no notion of his age, for although he accounted for 22 years of existence, yet he insisted he was only 17, come 2 months. I was sorry to find, moreover, that he was in the habit of drinking, seldom going home after his night's work without being intoxicated, and indeed his thin body and pinched face bore evidence of his excess in this respect, though but for his assertion that he was never hungry and food was no good to him, I should have imagined at the first glance that he was pining with want. He seems to be among the more fortunate of those who earn their living in the streets, for although I questioned and cross-questioned him in every possible way, he still clung to his assertion that he made £2 per week. His clothes, however, bore no evidence of his prosperity, for his outer garment was a washed-out linen blouse, such as glaziers wear, whilst his trousers were of coarse canvas, and as black on the thighs as the centre of a drumhead. He brought with him a penny whistle to show me his musical talents, and certainly his execution of the tin instrument was rapid and certain. The following is the statement he gave me. "Whistling Billy, that's my name, and I'm known all round about in the borough as Whistling Billy, though some, to be sure, calls me Whistling Bill, but in general I'm Billy. I'm not looking very respectable now, but you should see me when I'm going to the play. I look so uncommon respectable, nobody knows me again. I shall go to the theatre next week, and I should just like you to see me. It's surprising. I ain't a very fat chap, am I?" But I'm just meaty enough for my profession, which is whistling and dancing in public houses, where I gives 'em the hornpipe and the bandy-jig. That's dancing with my toes turned in. My father was a barber. He only charged a penny for shaving, but he wouldn't cut your hair under twopence. And he used to do well, very well sometimes. I don't know whether he's alive now, for I ain't seen him these 10 years, nor asked him for a halfpenny. Mother was alive when I left, and so was my 2 brothers. I don't know whether they're alive now. No, I don't want to go and see him, for I can get my own living. He used to keep a shop near Fitzroy Square. I was always fond of dancing, and I runned away from home for to follow it. I don't know my own age exactly. I was as tall then as I am now. I was 12 when I left home, and it must be 10 years ago. But I ain't 22, oh dear no. Why, I ain't got no whiskers nor things. I drink such a lot of beer and stuff that I can't grow no taller. Gentlemen at the public houses gives it me. Why, this morning I was near tipsy, dancing to some coal-heavers who gave me drink. I used, when I was at father's, to go to a ball, and that's where I learned to dance. It was a shilling ball in the New Road, where there was ladies, regular nice ones, beautifully dressed. They used to see me dancing and say, when I growed up, I should make a beautiful dancer. And so I do, for I'd dance against anybody and play the whistle all the time. The ladies at these balls would give me money then for dancing before them. I'd get my entrance shilling back, and 4 or 5 into the bargain. I generally take it home to mother, after buying a little sweet stuff or such like, and I think that's why mother would let me go, 'cause I picked up a good bit of money. It was another boy that put me up to running away from home. He asked me to go along with him, and I went. I dare say it troubled father a bit when he found I'd gone. I ain't troubled him for 10 years now. If I was to go back to him, he'd only send me to work, and I make a better living by myself. I don't like work, and, to tell you the truth, I never did work, for it's like amusement to me to dance. And it must be an amusement, 'cause it amuses the people, and that's why I gets on so well. When I hooked it with that chap, we went to Croydon in Surrey. We went to a lodging house where there was men and women and boys and chaps and all like that. We all slept in one room. I had no money with me, only my clothes. There was a very nice velvet cap, and I looked very different then to what I do now. This young chap had some tin, and he kept me. I don't know how he earned his tin, for he'd only go out at night time, and then he'd come home and bring in money with meat and bread and such like. He said to me, before I went pals with him, that he'd keep me, and that he'd make plenty of money. He told me he wanted a chum to mate with, so I went with him right off. I can't say what he was. He was about 13 or 14, and I never seed him do no work. He might have been a prig for all I knows. After I'd been in the lodging house, this chap bought a stock of combs and cheap jewels, and then we went out together, and he'd knock at the houses and offer the things for sale, and I'd stand by. There's a lot of gentlemen's houses, if you recollect, sir, round Croydon, on the London road. Sometimes the servants would give us grub instead of money. We had plenty to eat. Now he comes to speak of it, I do remember he used to bring back some old silver with him, such as old tablespoons or ladles, broke up into bits, and he'd make a deal selling them. I think he must have been a prig. At night we used to go to the public houses and dance. He never danced, but sit down and looked on. He said he was my relation, and I always shared my drink with him, and the people would say, "Feed me, feed my dog," seeing me going halves with him. I kept along with him for 3 years, he working in the day and I at night dancing. We parted at Plymouth, and I took up with another mate and worked on to Exeter. I think my new mate was a regular prig, for it was through his putting me up to prigging that I got into trouble there. This chap put me on to taking a brass cock from a foundry. It was in a big wooden butt with 150 gallons of water in it. I got over a gate and pulled it out, and set all the foundry afloat. We cut away, but 2 hours afterwards the policeman come to the lodging house, and though there was a lot of boys and girls, he picked me out, and I had 2 months for it,
and all my hair was cut off, and I only had dry bread and gruel every day, and soup twice a week. I was jolly sorry for that cock business when I was caught, and I made up my mind never to take nothing more. It's going to the lodging-houses puts fellows up to prigging. The chap brings in legs of beef and puddings and clothes, and then they sells 'em cheap. You can sometimes buy a pair of breeches worth 10 shillings for 2 bob, for the chaps don't like to take 'em to sell at the shops, and would sooner sell 'em for almost nothing rather than be found out. When I came out of quad, I had a shilling give me, and I went and bought a penny whistle. I was always fond of music and dancing, and I knowed a little of playing the whistle. Mother and father was both uncommon fond of dancing and music, and used to go out dancing and to concerts near every night pretty well, after they'd locked the shop up. I made about 11 bob the first week I was out, for I was doing very well of a night, though I had no hair on my head. I didn't do no dancing, but I knew about 6 tunes, such as Rory O'More, and The Girl I Left Behind Me, 2 hornpipes, The Fishers and the Sailors, St. Patrick's Day, and The Shells of the Ocean, a new song as had just come up. I can play 50 tunes now. Whistles weren't so common then, they weren't out a quarter so much as now. Swindon had the making of them then, but he weren't the first maker of them. Clark is the largest manufactory of them now, and he followed Swindon. People was astonished at seeing a tune played on a tin whistle, and gave pretty liberal. I believe I was the first as ever got a living on a tin whistle. Now there's more. It was at that time as I took to selling whistles. I carried 'em on a tin tray before me, and a lid used to shut on it, fixed. I'd pitch before a hotel amongst the gentlemen, and I'd get 2pence a piece for the whistles, and some would give me 6pence or a shilling, just according. The young gents was them as bought most, and then they'd begin playing on them, and afterwards give them to the young ladies passing. They was very pleased with me, for I was so little, and I done well. The first 2 months I made about 17 shillings or 18 shillings a week, but after that they got rather dull, so I gived up selling of them and took to dancing. It didn't pay me so well as the whistles, for it was pretty near all profit on them. They only cost me 3pence a dozen. I travelled all round Devonshire and down to Land's End in Cornwall, 320 miles from London, and kept on playing the whistle on the road. I knew all about them parts. I generally pitched before the hotels and the spirit shops, and began whistling and dancing. But sometimes I'd give the cottagers a turn, and they'd generally hand over a halfpenny apiece and some bread. I stopped travelling about the south of England, and playing and dancing, for a little better than 4 years and a half. I didn't do so well in winter as in summer. Harvest time was my best time. I'd go to the fields where they was working, and play and dance. Sometimes the master would holler out, "Here you, get out of this!" But the men would speak up for me and say, "Let him stop, master." Many a chap's got the sack through me by leaving off his work and beginning to dance. Sometimes when the last load of hay was going home, you see that's always considered the jolliest part of the work, they'd make me get up to the top of the load and then whistle to them. They was all merry as could be, and would follow after dancing about, men, women and boys. I generally played at the harvest suppers, and the farmer himself would give me 4 shillings and 6pence or 5 shillings the night, besides my quart of ale. Then I'd pick up my 6 shillings or 7 shillings in halfpence among the men. I've had as many as 2 harvest suppers a week for 3 weeks or a month following, for I used to ask the people round what time they was going to have a supper and where, and set off, walking 9 or 10 miles to reach the farm, and after that we find another spot. It's very jolly among farm people. They give you plenty of cider and ale. I've drunk the cider hot whilst they was brewing it, new cider, you know. You never want food neither, for there's more than you can eat, generally bread and cheese, or maybe a little cold-boiled pork. At night the men and women used to sleep in a kind of barn, among the clean straw, and after the beer shops had closed, they are all little beer shops, 3pence a quart in your own jugs and like that, they'd say to me, "Come up to the doss and give us a tune." and they'd come outside and dance in the open air, for they wouldn't let them have no candles nor matches. Then they'd make theirselves happy, and I'd play to 'em, and they'd club up and give me money, sometimes as much as 7 shillings, but I've never had no higher than that, but never no less than 3 shillings. One man used to take all the money for me, and I'd give him a pot of ale in the morning. It was a penny a dance for each of 'em as danced, and each stand-up took a quarter of an hour, and there was generally 2 hours of it. That makes about 7 dances, allowing for resting. I've had as many as 40 dancing at a time, and sometimes there was only 9 of 'em. I've seen all the men get up together and dance a hornpipe, and the women look on. They always did a hornpipe or a country dance. You see, some of 'em would sit down and drink during the dance, but it amounted to almost 3 dances each person, and generally there was about 50 present. Usually the men would pay for the women, but if they was hard up and been free with their money, the girls would pay for them. They was mostly Irish, and I had to do jigs for them instead of a hornpipe. My country dance was to the tune, "Oh, don't you tease me, pretty little dear." Any fiddler knows that air. It's always played in the country for country dances. First they dances to each other, and then it's hands across, and then down the middle, and then it's back again and turn. That's the country dance, sir. I used to be regular tired after 2 hours. They'd stick me up on a box or a tub, or else they'd make a pile of straw and stick me atop of it. Or if there was any carts standing by loaded with hay and the horses out, I was told to mount that. There was very little drinking all this time because the beer shops was shut up. Perhaps there might be such a thing as a pint of beer between a man and his partner, which he'd brought in a can along with him. They only danced when it was moonlight. It never cost me nothing for lodgings all the harvest times, for they would make me stop in the barn along with them, and they was very good company, and took especial care of me. You mustn't think this dancing took place every night, but only 3 or 4 nights a week. I find 'em out travelling along the road. Sometimes they've sent a man from one farmhouse to bespeak me whilst I was playing at another. There was a man as played on the clarionet as used to be a favourite among haymakers, but they prefer the penny tin whistle because it makes more noise and is shriller and is easier heard. Besides, I'm very rapid with my fingers and makes 'em keep on dancing till they are tired out. Please God, I'll be down among them again this summer. I goes down regular, last year and the year before, and ever since I can recollect. When I'm in London, I make a good living at dancing and playing, for I'm the only one that plays the whistle and dances at the same time. I'm reckoned the best hand at it of any man in town or country. I've often been backed by the company to dance and play against another man, and I generally win. I've been in hotels and danced to gentlemen, and made plenty of money at it. I do all manner of tricks just to make 'em laugh, capering, or hanky-panky, as I term it. I once had half a sovereign given to me, but I think it was a mistake, for he says, "Take that and go on." I went home to clean myself, and had my trousers washed and my shoes blacked, and went half price to the theatre, the Wick, I think it was, and paid my shilling and went in as tidy as a gentleman. When I first go into a public house, I go into the tap room and say, "Would you like to hear a tune, gentlemen, or see a dance, or a little bit of amusement?" If they say no, I stand still and begin a-talking to make 'em laugh. I'm not to be choked off easy. I say, "Come, gentlemen, can't you help a poor fellow as is the best dancer in England? I must have some pudding for breakfast, because I ain't had nothing for 3 weeks. Then some say, "Well, I will see the best dancer in England. I've got a mag." Then after dancing, I go to the gentleman who has given me most and ask him 6 or 7 times to give me a copper, declaring he's the only one as has given me nothing, and that makes the others laugh. I also ask the landlord to give a half pint of beer to grease my feet, and that makes 'em merry. I generally gets good nobbings. That's a collection, you know. They likes the dancing better than music, but it's doing them together that takes. I ask them if they'll have the hornpipe or the Irish jig, and if they says the jig, I do it with my toes turned in, like as if I was bandy, and that's very popular. I have been to as many as 40 public houses in an evening and dance inside. Or, if they won't let me come in, they'll say, dance outside as much as you like, and that's very near as good for me. If I gets inside, I'll mop up a shilling, if it's good company, or perhaps threepence or fourpence, and always plenty to drink, more than I can take, for I'm generally drunk before I can get home. They never gives me nothing to eat, but it don't matter, for I'm seldom hungry. But I like a drop of good beer, as the song says. I've been engaged at concert rooms to dance. I have pumps put on, and light trousers, and a guernsey, dressed up as a sailor. That was in the country at Canterbury, and I had 7 shillings and plenty to eat and drink. I've never appeared at a London concert room, though I've been asked to come in and amuse the company, but I wasn't tidy enough and didn't like. When I dance in a public house, I take my shoes off and say, now gentlemen, watch my steps. For the hornpipe, I begin with walking round, or twisting as the term is. Then I stands up and does a double shuffle, or the straight fives as we calls it. Then I walk round again before doing the back snatches, another kind of double shuffle. Then I does the rocks of silly. That's when you twist your feet and bend sideways. Next comes the double steps and rattles. That is, when the heels make a rattle coming down. And I finishes with the square step. My next step is to walk round and collect the money. The Irish like to see me do the jig better than the hornpipe. Them two are the only dances I know. I make regular £2 a week. Yesterday I made 7 shillings and threepence, and it was rainy, so I couldn't get out till late. At Brighton Regatta, I and my mate made £5 10 shillings between us, and at Dover Regatta we made £8 between us. We squandered £2 10 shillings at the lodging house in one night, betting and tossing, and playing at cards. We always follows up the regatta. We made only £2 10 shillings at Hastings Regatta. You see, we pick up on a Saturday night our 11 shillings apiece, and on other days perhaps 5 shillings or 8 shillings, according to the day. I used to go about with a mate who had a wooden leg. He was a beautiful dancer, for he made 'em all laugh. He's a little chap and only does the hornpipe, and he's uncommon active, and knocks his leg against the railings, and makes the people grin. He was very successful at Brighton, because he was pitied. I've also been about with a school of tumblers. I used to do the dancing between the posturing and likes of that. I've learnt tumbling, and I was cricked for the purpose, to teach me. I couldn't walk for 3 days. They put my legs round my neck, and then couldn't get 'em back again. I was in that state, regular doubled up, for 2 hours, and thought I was done for. Some of my mates said, "There, you've been and spoiled that chap." It's dreadful painful learning tumbling. When I was out with the posturers, I used to play the drum and mouth pipes. I had an old hat and coat on. Then when my turn come, I'd appear in my professional costume, and a young chap who was a fluter, not a whistler like me, would give a tune, and I'd go on the carpet and give the Irish jig or the hornpipe. There was 4 of us in the school, and we'd share £1 a week each. We were down at Dover there, and put up at the Jolly Sailors. I left them there, and went alone on to the camp where the German Legion was, at Shorncliffe, that's the place. I stopped there for 3 weeks, and did very well, taking my 7 shillings or 8 shillings a day. After that, I got tired of dancing, and thought I'd like a change, so I went out on a fishing boat. They didn't give me nothing a week, only 4 shillings when we come home after 2 months, and your clothes and victuals aboard. We first went fishing for plaice and soles and turbots, and we'd land them at Yarmouth, and they'd send them on to Lowestoft, and from there on to London. Then we went codding off the coast of Holland for cod and haddock. It was just drawing on winter and very cold. They set me with a line, and I had to keep sawing it backwards and forwards till I felt a fish bite, then to haul it up. One night I was near froze,
and suddenly I had 2 cods bite at once, and they nearly pulled me over, for they dart about like mad, and tug awful. So I said to the master, I don't like this work. But he answers, you must like it the time you stopped here. So I made up my mind to bolt the first time I got to shore. I only did it as a change, to see if I liked it. You're right there ain't no drinking on board. When you haul up a cod, they bound about the deck, and they are as strong as a Scotch terrier dog. When we hold them down, we prick them under the fin to let the wind out of them. It would choke them if we didn't let it out, for it hisses as it comes off. It's from dragging them up so quick out of 15-fathom water that gives them the wind. When they were pricked, we chucked them into the well in the hold, and let them swim about. We killed them when we got to Gravesend by hitting them on the head with tomboys, the sticks we hauls the line through. After 3 or 4 blows, they're stunned, and the blood comes, and they're killed. When I goes into the public houses, part of my performance is to play the whistle up my nose. I don't do it in the streets, because if I did, there'd be thousands looking at me, and then the police would make a row. Last night I did it. I only pitched at one place and did my night's work right off. I took 4 shillings and 3 halfpenny and lots of beer in an hour from the cabbies and the people and all. At last the police told me to move on. When I plays the whistle up my nose, I puts the end of it in my nostril and blows down it. I can do that just as easy as with my mouth, only not as loud. I do it as a variety, first in my mouth, then in my nose, and then back again in my mouth. It makes the people laugh. I've got a cold now, so I can't do it so well as at times, but I'll let you see what it is like. He then inserted the wooden tongue of the whistle into his nostril, and blowing down it began a hornpipe, which, although not so shrill as when he played it with the mouth, was still loud enough to be heard all over the house. End of section 39. Section 40 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Our Street Folk 4. Street Artists. Part 1. I now come to the street artists. These include the artists in coloured chalks on the pavements, the black profile cutters, and others. Street photography. Within the last few years, photographic portraits have gradually been diminishing in price, until at the present time they have become a regular article of street commerce. Those living at the West End of London have but little idea of the number of persons who gain a livelihood by street photography. There may be 1 or 2 galleries in the New Road or in Tottenham Court Road, but these supply mostly shilling portraits. In the eastern and southern districts of London, however, such as in Bermondsey, the New Cut, and the Whitechapel Road, one cannot walk 50 yards without passing some photographic establishment, where for 6pence persons can have their portrait taken, and framed and glazed as well. It was in Bermondsey that I met with the first instance of what may be called pure street photography. Here a Mr. F.L. was taking 6penny portraits in a booth built up out of old canvas and erected on a piece of spare ground in a furniture broker's yard. Mr. F.L. had been a travelling showman, but finding that photography was attracting more attention than giants and dwarfs, he relinquished the wonders of nature for those of science. Into this yard he had driven his yellow caravan, where it stood like an enormous Noah's Ark, and in front of the caravan, by means of clothes horses and posts over which were spread out the large sail-like paintings, show cloths, which were used at fairs to decorate the fronts of booths, he had erected his operating room, which is about as long and as broad as a knife house, and only just tall enough to allow a not particularly tall customer to stand up with his hat off, whilst by means of 2 window sashes a glazed roof had been arranged
for letting light into this little tent. On the day of my visit, Mr. F.L. was, despite the cloudy state of the atmosphere, doing a large business. A crowd in front of his tent was admiring the photographic specimens, which, of all sizes and in all kinds of frames, were stuck up against the canvas wall, as irregularly as if a bill sticker had placed them there. Others were gazing up at the chalky-looking paintings over the doorway, and on which a lady was represented photographing an officer in the full costume of the 11th Hussars. Inside the operating room, we found a crowd of women and children was assembled, all of them waiting their turn to be taken. Mr. F.L. remarked as I entered that it was wonderful the sight of children that had been took, and he added, when one girl comes for her portrait, there's a dozen comes along with her to see it took. The portraits I discovered were taken by Mrs. F.L., who, with the sleeves of her dress tucked up to the elbows, was engaged at the moment of my visit in pointing the camera at a lady and her little boy, who, from his wild, nervous expression, seemed to have an idea that the operatress was taking her aim previous to shooting him. Mr. F.L. explained to me the reason why his wife officiated. You see, said he, people prefers more to be took by a woman than by a man. Many's a time a lady tells us to send that man away and let the missus come. It's quite natural, he continued, for a lady don't mind taking her bonnet off and tucking up her hair or sticking a pin in here and there before one of her own sect, which before a man proves objectionable. After the portrait had been taken, I found that the little square piece of glass on which it was impressed was scarcely larger than a visiting card, and this being handed over to a youth, was carried into the caravan at the back, where the process was completed. I was invited to follow the lad to the dwelling on wheels. The outside of the caravan was very remarkable, and of that peculiar class of architecture which is a mixture of coach and ship building. In the centre of the front of the show were little folding doors with miniature brass knockers, and glass let into the upper panels. On each side of the door were long windows, almost big enough for a shop front, whilst the white curtains, festooned at their sides, gave them a pleasant appearance. The entire erection was coloured yellow, and the numerous little wooden joists and tie-beams which framed and strengthened the vehicle conferred upon it a singular plaid-like appearance. I mounted the broad step-ladder and entered. The room reminded me of a ship's cabin, for it was panelled and had cross-beams to the arched roof, whilst the bolts and fastenings were of bright brass. If the windows had not been so large, or the roof so high, it would have resembled the fore-cabin of a Gravesend steamer. There were tables and chairs, as in an ordinary cottage room. At one end was the family bed, concealed during the day by chintz curtains, which hung down like a drop scene before a miniature theatre. And between the openings of these curtains I could catch sight of some gaudily attired wax figures stowed away there for want of room, but standing there like a group of actors behind the scenes. Along one of the beams a blunderbuss and a pistol rested on hooks, and the showman's speaking trumpet, as large as the funnel to a grocer's coffee mill, hung against the wall, whilst in one corner was a kind of cabin stove of polished brass, before which a boy was drying some of the portraits that had been recently taken. "So you've took him at last," said the proprietor, who accompanied us, as he snatched the portrait from the boy's hand. "Well, the eyes ain't no great things, but as it's the third attempt, it must do." On inspecting the portrait, I found it to be one of those drab-looking portraits with a light background, where the figure rises from the bottom of the plate as straight as a post, and is in the cramped, nervous attitude of a patient in a dentist's chair. After a time I left Mr. F.L.'s and went to another establishment close by, which had originally formed part of a shop in the Penny, Ice and Bull's-Eye line, for the name-board over Photographic Depot was still the property of the confectioner, so that the portraits displayed in the window were surmounted by an announcement of ginger beer a penny and twopence. A touter at the door was crying out, "Hi, hi, walk inside, and have your correct likeness took, frame and glass complete, and only 6pence, time of sitting only 4 seconds. A rough-looking, red-faced tanner, who had been staring at some coloured French lithographs which decorated the upper panes, and who no doubt imagined that they had been taken by the photographic process, entered, saying, "Let me have my likeness took." The touter instantly called out, "Here, a shilling likeness for this here gent." The tanner observed that he wanted only a 6penny. "Ah, very good, sir," and raising his voice, the touter shouted louder than before, "A 6penny one first, and a shilling one afterwards." "I tell you, I don't want only 6pen'orth," angrily returned the customer as he entered. At this establishment the portraits were taken in a little alley adjoining the premises, where the light was so insufficient that even the blanket hung up at the end of it looked black from the deep shadows cast by the walls. When the tanner's portrait was completed, it was nearly black, and indeed the only thing visible was a slight light on one side of the face, and which doubtlessly accounted for the short speech which the operator thought fit to make as he presented the likeness to his customer. "There," he said, "there is your likeness, if you like. Look at it yourself, and only 8pence. "Only 6pence, observed the man. "Ah," continued the proprietor, "but you've got a patent American preserver, and that's 2pence more." Then followed a discussion in which the artist insisted that he lost by every 6penny portrait he took, and the tanner as strongly protesting that he couldn't believe that, for they must get some profit anyhow. "You don't tumble to the rig," said the artist. "It's the half-guinea ones, you see, that pays us." The touter, finding that this discussion was likely to continue, entered and joined the argument. "Why, it's cheap as dirt," he exclaimed indignantly. "The fact is, our governor's a friend of the people and don't mind losing a little money. He's determined that everybody shall have a portrait, from the highest to the lowest. Indeed, next Sunday he do talk of taking them for 3pence halfpenny, and if that ain't philandery, what is?" After the touter's oration, the tanner seemed somewhat contented, and paying his 8pence, left the shop, looking at his picture in all lights, and repeatedly polishing it up with the cuff of his coat sleeve, as if he were trying to brighten it into something like distinctness. Whilst I was in this establishment, a customer was induced to pay 2pence for having the theory of photography explained to him. The lecture was to the effect that the brass tube of the camera was filled with clockwork, which carried the image from the lens to the ground glass at the back. To give what the lecturer called ocular proof of this, the camera was carried to the shop door, and a boy who was passing by ordered to stand still for a minute. "Now then," continued the lecturer to the knowledge-seeker, "look behind here. There's the image, you see?" And then, addressing the boy, he added, "Just open your mouth, youngster." And when the lad did so, the student was asked, "Are you looking down the young un's throat?" And, on his nodding assent, he was informed, "Well, that's the way portraits is took." Statement of a photographic man. "I've been on and off at photographic portrait taking since its commencement, that is to say, since they were taken cheap, 2 years this summer. I lodged in a room in Lambeth, and I used to take them in the backyard, a kind of garden. I used to take a blanket off the bed, and used to tack it on a clothes horse, and my mate used to hold it if the wind was high, whilst I took the portrait. The reason why I took to photographing was that I thought I should like it better than what I was at. I was out busking and drag pitching with a banjo then. Busking is going into public houses and playing and singing and dancing, and drag pitching is going out in the day down the little courts, tidy places, little terraces, no thoroughfares, we call draks. I'm a very determined chap, and when I take a idea into my head, I always do it somehow or other. I didn't know anything about photographs then, not a mite, but I saved up my money, sometimes a shilling, if I had a good day, a shilling and sixpence. And my wife, she went to work at day boot-binding, and at night dancing at an exhibition or such like. She's a tolerable good dancer, a penny exhibition or a parade dancer at fairs, that is, outside a show. Sometimes she is mademoiselle or madame or what it may be. I got a loan of £3 and had to pay £4 3 shillings for it, and with what I'd saved I managed to get together £5 5 shillings, and I went to Gilbert Fleming's in Oxford Street and bought a complete apparatus for taking pictures, 6.5 by 4 3/4, for £5 5 shillings. Then I took it home and opened the next day to take portraits for what we could get, a shilling and over. I never knew anything about taking portraits then, though they showed me when I bought the apparatus, but that was as good as nothing, for it takes months to learn. But I had cards ready printed to put in the window before I bought the apparatus. The very next day I had the camera, I had a customer before I had even tried it, so I tried it on him, and I gave him a black picture, for I didn't know how to make the portrait, and it was all black when I took the glass out, and told him that it would come up bright as it dried, and he went away quite delighted. I took the first Sunday after we had opened £1 5 shillings and sixpence, and everybody was quite pleased with their spotted and black pictures, for we still told them they would come out as they dried. But the next week they brought them back to be changed, and I could do them better, and they had middling pictures, for I picked it up very quick. I had one fellow for a half-guinea portrait, and he was from Woolwich, and I made him come 3 times, like a lamb, and he stood pipes and bacca, and it was a thundering bad one after all. He was delighted, and he swears now it's the best he ever had took, for it don't fade, but will stop black to the end of the world, though he remarks that I deceived him in one thing, for it don't come out bright. You see, when first photography come up, I had my eye on it, for I could see it would turn me in something sometime. I went and worked as a regular labourer, carrying pails and so on, so as to try and learn something about chemistry, for I always had a hankling after science. Me and Jim was out at Stratford, pitching with the banjo, and I saw some men coming out of a chemical works, and we went to nob them, that's get some halfpence out of them. Jim was tambo beating, and we was both black, and they called us lazy beggars, and said we ought to work as they did. So we told them we couldn't get work, we had no characters. As we went home, I and Jim got talking, and he says, "What a fine thing if we could get into the berth, for you'd soon learn about them portraits if you get among the chemicals." So I agreed to go and try for the situation, and told him that if I got the berth, I'd nanti-panka his nabs snide. That means I wouldn't turn him up or act nasty to him, but would share money the same as if we were pitching again. That slang is mummers' slang, used by strolling professionals. I stopped there for near 12 months, on and off. I had 10 shillings at first, but I got up to 16 shillings, and if I'd stopped, I've no doubt I should have been foreman of one of the departments, for I got at last to almost the management of the oxalic acid. They used to make sulphate of iron, ferrisulp is the word for it, and carbonate of iron too. And I used to be like the red man of Agar then, all over red, and almost thought of cutting that to go for a soldier, for I shouldn't have wanted a uniform. Then I got to charging the retorts to make carbonate of ammonia, and from that I went to oxalic acid. At night me and Jim used to go out with the banjo and tambourine, and we could manage to make up our share to from 18 shillings to a guinea a week each. That is, sharing my wages and all. For when we chummed together, we always panka each other bona, that is, share. We always made our ponta, that is, £1, a week, for we could average our dwy bionc per una darkie, or 2 shillings each in the night. That's how I got an idea of chemicals. And when I went to photography, many of the very things I used to manufacture was the very same as we used to take portraits, such as the hyposulfate of soda and the nitrate of silver and the sulfate of iron. One of the reasons why I couldn't take portraits was that when I bought my camera at Fleming's, he took a portrait of me with it to show me how to use it, and as it was a dull afternoon, he took 90 seconds to produce the picture. So you see, when I went to work, I thought I ought to let my pictures go the same time, and hang me if I didn't, whether the sun was shining or not. I let my plate stop 90 seconds, and of course they used to come out overdone and quite white, and as the evening grew darker, they came better. When I got a good one, I was surprised, and that picture went miles to be shown about. Then I formed an idea that I had made a miscalculation as to my time, and by referring to the sixpenny book of instructions, I saw my mistake, and by the Sunday, that was 5 days after, I was very much improved, and by a month I could take a very tidy picture. I was getting on so well, I got some of my portraits, when they was good ones, put in a chandler's shop, and to be sure I got first-rate specimens. I used to go to the different shilling portrait galleries and have a likeness of myself or friends done to exhibit in my own window. That's the way I got my samples to begin with, and I believe it's done all over London. I kept at this all the winter, and all the time, I suppose I earned 30 shillings a week. When summer come again, I took a place with a garden in the Old Kent Road, and there I done middling, but I lost the majority of my business by not opening on a Sunday, for it was a religious neighbourhood, and I could have earned my £5 a week comfortable, for, as it was, I cleared my £2 regular. Then I had a regular tent built up out of clothes horses. I stopped there till I had an offer of a good situation, and I accepted of it, at £2 a week. My new place was in Whitechapel, and we lowered the price from a shilling to 6pence. We did well there, that is, the governor did, you know, for I've taken on the average from 60 to 100 a day, varying in price from 6pence to half a guinea, and the majority was shilling ones. The greatest quantity I ever took was 146 in one day, and 124 was taken away as they was done. The governor used to take £20 a week, and of that £8 clear profit after paying me £2, the men at the door 24 shillings, a man and woman 29 shillings, and rent £2. My governor had, to my knowledge, 11 other shops, and I don't know all of his establishments. I managed my concern for him, and he never come near us, sometimes for a month. I left on my own accord after 4 months, and I joined 2 others on equal shares, and opened a place of my own in Southwark. Unfortunately, I begun too late in the season, or I should have done well there. But at first we realised about £2 a week each, and up to last week we have shared our 25 shillings a head. Sunday is the best day for shilling portraits. In fact, the majority is shilling ones, because then, you see, people have got their wages and don't mind spending. Nobody knows about men's ways better than we do. Sunday and Monday is the Derby day like, and then, after that, they are about cracked up and done. The largest amount I've taken at Southwark on a Sunday is 80, over £4 worth. But then in the weekdays it's different. Sundays 15 shillings, we think that very tidy. Some days only 3 shillings or 4 shillings. You see, we are obliged to resort to all sorts of dodges to make sixpenny portraits pay. It's a very neat little picture, our sixpenny ones is, with a little brass rim round them, and a neat metal inside, and a front glass. So how can that pay if you do the legitimate business? The glass will cost you 2pence a dozen, this small size, and you give 2 with every picture. Then the chemicals will cost quite a halfpenny, and varnish and frame and fittings about 2pence. We reckon 3pence out of each portrait. And then you see there's house rent and a man at the door and boy at the table and the operator, all to pay their wages out of this 6pence. So you may guess where the profit is. One of our dodges is what we term an American air preserver, which is nothing more than a card. old benefit tickets, or, if we are hard up, even brown paper or anything, soap wrappings, just varnished on one side. Between our private residence and our shop, no piece of card or old paper escapes us. Supposing a party come in and says, "I should like a portrait," then I inquire which they'll have, a shilling or a sixpenny one. If they prefer a sixpenny one, I then make them one up, and I show them one of the air preservers which we keep ready made up, and I tell them that they are all chemicalized and come from America, and that without them their picture will fade. I also tell them that I make nothing out of them, for that they are only twopence and cost all the money, and that makes them buy one directly. They always bite at them, and we've actually had people come to us to have our preservers put upon other persons' portraits, saying they've been everywhere for them and can't get them. I charge threepence if it's not one of our pictures. I'm the original inventor of the patent American air preserver. We first called them the London air preservers, but they didn't go so well since they've been the Americans. Another dodge is, I always take the portrait on a shilling size, and after they are done, I show them what they can have for a shilling, the full size with the knees, and table and a vase on it, and let them understand that for sixpence they have all the background and legs cut off, so as many take the shilling portraits as sixpenny ones. Talking of them preservers, it is astonishing how they go. We've actually had photographers themselves come to us to buy our American air preservers. We tells them it's a secret, and we manufacture them ourselves. People won't use their eyes. Why, I've actually cut up an old bandbox afore the people's eyes and varnished it and dried it on the hob before their eyes, and yet they still fancy they come from America. Why, we picks up the old paper from the shop sweeping, and they make first-rate patent American air preservers. Actually, when we've been short, I've torn off a bit of old sugar paper and stuck it on without any varnish at all, and the party has gone away quite happy and contented. But you must remember it is really a useful thing, for it does do good and do preserve the picture. Another of our dodges, and it is a splendid dodge, though it wants a nerve to do it, is the brightening solution, which is nothing more than aqua distilled, or pure water. When we take a portrait, Jim, my mate, who stops in the room, hollows to me, "Is it bona?" That is it good? If it is, I say, "Say," that is, yes. If not, I say, "Nanti." If it is a good one, he takes care to publicly expose that one, that all may see it, as a recommendation to others. If I say Nanti, then Jim takes it and finishes it up, drying it and putting it up in its frame. Then he wraps it up in a large piece of paper, so that it will take some time to unroll it, at the same time crying out, "Take sixpence from this lady, if you please." Sometimes she says, "Oh, let me see it first." But he always answers, "Money first, if you please, ma'am. Pay for it first, and then you can do what you like with it. Here, take sixpence from this lady." When she sees it, if it is a black one, she'll say, "Why, this ain't like me. There's no picture at all." Then Jim says, "It will become better as it dries, and come to your natural complexion." If she still grumbles, he tells her that if she likes to have it passed through the brightening solution, it will come out lighter in an hour or two. They in general have it brightened, and then before their face we dip it into some water. We then dry it off and replace it in the frame, wrap it up carefully, and tell them not to expose it to the air, but put it in their bosom, and in an hour or two it will be all right. This is only done when the portrait come out black, as it doesn't pay to take two for sixpence. Sometimes they bring them back the next day and says, "It's not dried out as you told us," and then we take another portrait and charge them threepence more. We also do what we call the bathing, another dodge. Now today a party came in during a shower of rain, when it was so dark it was impossible to take a portrait. Or they will come in sometimes just as we are shutting up and when the gas is lighted to have their portraits taken. Then we do this. We never turn business away, and yet it's impossible to take a portrait. So we ask them to sit down, and then we go through the whole process of taking a portrait only we don't put any plate in the camera. We always make 'em sit a long time to make 'em think it's all right. I've had them for 2.5 minutes, till their eyes run down with water. We then tell them that we've taken the portrait, but that we shall have to keep it all night in the chemical bath to bring it out, because the weather's so bad. We always take the money as a deposit and give them a written paper as an order for the picture. If in the morning they come themselves, we get them to sit again, and then we do really take a portrait of them. But if they send anybody, we either say that the bath was too strong and eat the picture out, or that it was too weak and didn't bring it out. Or else I blow up Jim and pretend he has upset the bath and broke the picture. We have had as many as 10 pictures to bathe in one afternoon.
If the eyes in a portrait are not seen and they complain, we take a pin and dot them, and that brings the eye out, and they like it. If the hair too is not visible, we takes the pin again and soon puts in a beautiful head of hair. It requires a deal of nerve to do it, but if they still grumble, I say, "It's a beautiful picture and worth half a crown at the least," and in the end they generally go off contented and happy. When we are not busy, we always fill up the time taking specimens for the window. Anybody who'll sit, we take him, or we do one another, and the young woman in the shop who colours. Specimens are very useful things to us for this reason. If anybody comes in a hurry and won't give us time to do the picture, then, as we can't afford to let her go, we sit her and goes through all the business, and I says to Jim, "Get one from the window," and then he takes the first specimen that comes to hand. Then we fold it up in paper and don't allow her to see it until she pays for it, and tell her not to expose it to the air for 3 days, and that if then she doesn't approve of it and will call again, we will take her another. Of course the in general comes back. We have made some queer mistakes doing this. One day a young lady came in and wouldn't wait, so Jim takes a specimen from the window, and as luck would have it, it was the portrait of a widow in her cap. She insisted upon opening, and then she said, "This isn't me, it's got a widow's cap, and I was never married in all my life." Jim answers, "Oh, miss, why, it's a beautiful picture, and a correct likeness." And so it was, and no lies, but it wasn't of her. Jim talked to her, and says he, "Why, this ain't a cap, it's the shadow of the hair," for she had ringlets. And she positively took it away, believing that such was the case, and even promised to send us customers, which she did. There was another lady that came in a hurry, and would stop if we were not more than a minute, so Jim ups with a specimen without looking at it, and it was the picture of a woman and her child. We went through the business of focusing the camera, and then gave her the portrait and took the 6pence. When she saw it, she cries out, "Bless me, there's a child! I haven't ne'er a child." Jim looked at her, and then at the picture, as if comparing, and says he, "It is certainly a wonderful likeness, miss, and one of the best we ever took. It's the way you sat. And what has occasioned it was a child passing through the yard." She said she supposed it must be so, and took the portrait away highly delighted. Once a sailor came in, and as he was in haste, I shoved on to him the picture of a carpenter who was to call in the afternoon for his portrait. The jacket was dark, but there was a white waistcoat. Still I persuaded him that it was his blue Guernsey which had come up very light, and he was so pleased that he gave us 9pence instead of 6pence. The fact is, people don't know their own faces. Half of them have never looked in a glass half a dozen times in their life, and directly they see a pair of eyes and a nose, they fancy they are their own. The only time we were done was with an old woman. We had only one specimen left, and that was a sailor man, very dark, one of her black pictures. But she put on her spectacles, and she looked at it up and down, and says, "Eh?" I said, "Did you speak, ma'am?" And she cries, "Why, this is a man. Here's the whiskers." I left, and Jim tried to humbug her, for I was bursting with laughing. Jim said, "It's you, ma'am, and a very excellent likeness, I assure you." But she kept on saying, "Nonsense, I ain't a man," and wouldn't have it. Jim wanted her to leave a deposit and come next day, but she never called. It was a little too strong. There was an old woman come in once and wanted to be taken with a favourite hen in her lap. It was a very bad picture, and so black there was nothing but the outline of her face and a white speck for the beak of the bird. When she saw it, she asked where the bird was. So Jim took a pin and scratched in an eye and said, "There it is, ma'am. That's her eye. It's coming out." And then he made a line for the comb on the head, and she kept saying, "Wonderful," and was quite delighted. The only bad money we have taken was from a Methodist clergyman who came in for a 1 shilling and 6pence portrait. He gave us a bad 6pence. For colouring we charge 3pence more. If the portraits are bad or dark, we tell them that if they have them coloured, the likeness will be perfect. We flesh the face, scratch the eye in, and blue the coat and colour the tablecloth. Sometimes the girl who does it puts in such a lot of flesh paint that you can scarcely distinguish a feature of the person. If they grumble, we tell them it will be all right when the picture's dry. If it's a good picture, the colour looks very nice, but in the black ones we're obliged to stick it on at a tremendous rate to make it show. Jim stands at the door and he keeps on saying, "A correct portrait, framed and glazed for 6pence, beautifully enamelled." Then, when they are listening, he shows the specimen in his hands and adds, "If not approved of, no charge made." One morning, when we had been doing Quizby, that is, stopping idle, we hit upon another dodge. Some friends dropped in to see me, and as I left to accompany them to a tavern close by, I cried to Jim, "Take that public house opposite." He brought the camera and stand to the door, and a mob soon collected. He kept saying, "Stand back, gentlemen, stand back. I am about to take the public house in front by this wonderful process." Then he went over to the house and asked the landlord, and asked some gentlemen drinking there, to step into the road whilst he took the house with them facing it. Then he went to a policeman and asked him to stop the carts from passing, and he actually did. By this way he got up a tremendous mob. He then put in the slide, pulled off the cap of the camera, and focused the house, and pretended to take the picture, though he had no prepared glass nor nothing. When he had done, he called out, "Portraits taken in 1 minute. We are now taking portraits for 6pence only. Time of sitting, 2 seconds only. Step inside and have yourn taken immediately." There was a regular rush, and I had to be fetched, and we took 6 shillings worth right off. People seem to think the camera will do anything. We actually persuade them that it will mesmerise them. After their portrait is taken, we ask them if they would like to be mesmerised by the camera, and the charge is only 2pence. We then focus the camera and tell them to look firm at the tube, and they stop there for 2 or 3 minutes staring till their eyes begin to water, and then they complain of a dizziness in the head and give it up, saying they can't stand it. I always tell them the operation was beginning and they were just going off, only they didn't stay long enough. They always remark, "Well, it certainly is a wonderful machine and a most curious invention." Once a coal heaver came in to be mesmerised, but he got into a rage after 5 or 6 minutes and said, "Strike me dead, ain't you keeping me a while?" He wouldn't stop still, so Jim told him his sensitive nerves were too powerful, and sent him off cursing and swearing because he couldn't be mesmerised. We don't have many of these mesmerism customers, not more than 4 in these 5 months, but it's a curious circumstance, proving what fools people is. Jim says he only introduces these games when business is dull to keep my spirits up, and they certainly are most laughable. I also profess to remove warts, which I do by touching them with nitric acid. My price is a penny a wart, or a shilling for the job, for some of the hands is pretty well smothered with them. You see, we never turn money away, for it's hard work to make a living at 6-penny portraits. My wart patients seldom come twice, for they screams out 10,000 blue murders when the acid bites them. Another of my callings is to dye the hair. You see, I have a good many refuse baths, which is mostly nitrate of silver, the same as all hair dyes is composed of. I dyes the whiskers and moustache for £1. The worst of it is that nitrate of silver also blacks the skin, wherever it touches. One fellow with carroty hair came in one day to have his whiskers dyed, and I went clumsily to work, and let the stuff trickle down his chin and on his cheeks, as well as making the flesh at the roots as black as a hat. He came the next day to have it taken off, and I made him pay 3d more, and then removed it with cyanide, which certainly did clean him, but made him smart awfully. I have been told that there are near upon 250 houses in London now getting a livelihood taking sixpenny portraits. There's 90 of them I'm personally acquainted with, and one man I know has 10 different shops of his own. There's 8 in the Whitechapel Road alone, from Butcher Row to the Mile End Turnpike. Bless you, yes, they all make a good living at it. Why, I could go tomorrow, and they would be glad to employ me at £2 a week. Indeed, they have told me so. If we had begun earlier this summer, we could, only with our little affair, have made from £8 to £10 a week. And about 1/3 of that is expenses. You see, I operate myself, and that cuts out £2 a week. End of section 40.